is there?
Wait, there's another
Why
one.
is there a ball here? Thank you. What if I missed again?
Those are in the danger zone.
Let's go quick. You scared me. You scared me so bad.
Hello, everybody, and good morning. Welcome to the Rise and Race Morning Show presented by Honda. My name is Aya.
And I'm Jack.
It is a fantastic day. It's sunny outside. We are ahead.
We
Things
lopped
are
off.
good.
We lopped off 2 heads last night.
Yes, we certainly did. Yesterday was a great day, Jack.
It really was. It's an amazing feeling getting a difficult boss like Mugsy down. And even better, I'll admit, when you wake up and see that you're the only one who's done it.
Yeah, I was honestly shocked. I kept saying last night, if Liquid doesn't get down Mugsy, they're going to wake up to Echo being on the final boss. But I ate my words this morning because not only did Echo get down Mugsy last night, we woke up and Echo had not, like you said.
That's
which
right.
Is crazy.
It's
Very surprised.
It's always something that you kind of mentally prepare yourself for.
Yeah.
That you could get leapfrogged overnight and have to wake up and feel like you're a little bit behind and have to play around those sort of feelings. And so when you wake up and it's not the case whatsoever, it makes, breakfast just a lot better in general.
Yeah, it certainly does. So let's take a look at what exactly is for breakfast this morning. Chef Heidi and Mila were here bright and early, chefing up some food in the kitchen here at the Team Liquid facility.
Yeah, for over 2 weeks now at this point. We got our breakfast sandwiches, breakfast potatoes, sorted pastries, overnight oats, and of course, always the fresh fruit.
Most definitely for lunch, we've got honey chicken chipotle bowls. Oh my God, that's a new one. I haven't seen that. I'm very excited for that one.
Very excited as well with steamed rice, avocado, sweet corn, lime crema, and mixed greens.
Absolutely. And dinner pizza night, which means Heidi and Mila get a much deserved rest.
Right.
We'll be getting some pizza instead. What did you go for last time? What'd you get?
For the pizza?
Yeah, what kind of pizza?
Meat lovers.
Meat lovers? Okay, yeah, I went for the cheese pizza. Except all the crust was stuffed with cheese also, which was a bit too much cheese for me. But it's,
That's tough.
the Raiders' choice, not mine.
That's rich.
Yeah, it was very, very cheesy. Well, we are so excited for all of the lovely food today, and we're also excited for the Honda MVP of the day, Jack.
Oh.
Any guesses?
Might it be?
I don't know. Let's find out. Honda
Any
MVP
healers?
of the day. Any healers? Maybe. You know what? I feel like healers have had they've had their time, right?
After that boss, I don't know. They always deserve more.
Okay. We can talk about it a little bit later.
Really
All right.
unbiased opinion, though.
Let's check out the Honda MVP of the day. It is I'm Fired Up.
Understandable. Of course, Fired Up is doing some massive damage, not only to the boss, but also to the goons in their cages. Using blinks, alter time, displacement, the works to make sure you could add as much damage as possible. And it could be a little disorienting when he was also being targeted by the cages and having to set up all of his blinks and portals and everything like that. But when he does it successfully, it is insanely helpful towards their progress.
Yeah, he does. He's my least favorite POV to watch. Obviously, it's great to see him come, because he's further away, because he's a ranged DPS, so he's got a nice view. But at the same time, he does stuff like this, and it freaks me out every time. We're going to take a look at a clip here of exactly what Jack was talking about.
Oh, yes, here it goes. Here, he blinks into one, and then he blinks into another. He takes advantage of displacement to go back in time into the first one that he had blinked into. Then he uses Ultra Time to get out of them. He places his Ignite. Okay, we got it in slow-mo as well. Okay, so blink. Okay, blink. Right. Goon Cage is coming out.
Yep.
It gets the Ignite on the first goon. Okay, check. He casts Displacement, which brings him to where he last blinked. He dodges the frontal, applies an Ignite right there. Then he hits Ultra Time, gets out of the goon cages. Both goons have Ignite on him. He pounds big damage into the boss. It goes into the goons, and they're able to meet that big DPS check.
Yeah, most definitely. So Fired Up, just using his entire utility belt as a mage to make things work for them. And it really was like those final moments that we saw right there that they were struggling with for quite some time, but they ended up getting it down. Really good timing last night also.
And a very clean kill at that.
Yeah.
And so we knew it was going to be a really tight DPS check from the beginning, and when everybody was alive, they were able to slam the boss and bring it down very quickly. And a large part of that is due to the Raiders, like Fired Up, taking advantage of the entirety of their kit. I don't think we've ever had a boss like that having the ability for a mage to spread ignites in that specific fashion.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to think, but I don't play mage, so sometimes I just play Death Advance and hope for the best.
Unfortunately, we didn't have any DKs on the boss.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to talk about it. It's too painful for me. But congratulations
rough.
to Fired Up for being the Honda MVP of the day. Honda has a challenging spirit and believes that determination and self-belief, even in the face of adversity, can lead to ultimate success. We'd like to thank I'm Fired Up specifically today for pushing the mage tech boundaries, especially on a hard boss and a challenging boss like Mugsy.
Absolutely. He has been such a mainstay for Liquid for such a long time, and it's always amazing to see when portals, blinks, all that is going to be having such a distinct advantage over other classes you usually don't see. And since he has to do a lot of setup for it, sometimes when he has the goon cages on himself, he basically like pre-blinks onto somebody else's cage and then goes back to his own position to prepare to displacement into theirs. So it could kind of freak people out at first. And I'm sure that they had a couple polls where they had to figure out, okay, is this a hard assignment for where I need to stand? Why is somebody else standing on me? But once they kind of figured that out and once they realized it, it was so consistent.
Yeah, I feel like it's people like Fired Up that kind of make you realize all that a mage can do. He's really like raising that skill cap. It's definitely some next level awesome playing from Fired Up. So congratulations, of course, to Fired Up once again for being the Honda MVP of the day. But we cannot talk about the race without talking about the other guilds, Jack.
That's right. Notably, there's only one who has killed Mugsy, and the other guilds are still, of course, working on it. We did get to see a new best pull by Echo very recently. They got to about 2.6%, so they are making all kinds of progress as well, as is Method, and I believe that's Hot Pot Hero as well that just got themselves started with Mugsy too.
Ooh, Hot Pot Hero. Honestly, don't tell anyone. This is my favorite guild, because I am also a big fan of Hot Pot. And it's also just cool to see, the Chinese region kind of coming back in. That last tier was their first tier coming back after, there was no longer a thing in China, unfortunately. Right. So it's great to see them come back, and it's great to see them coming back being so competitive as well.
Of course, notably having about a year or so off of WoW, coming back into it, being very competitive once again in the race to world first. We also get to see, of course, instant dollars. Fat Shark, yes, making quite a bit of progress on Sprocket Monger Lock and Stock. I wouldn't be surprised to see the boss go down today for both those guilds. Be very interesting to see. Banhammer was one of the first guilds that was actually working on Sprocket first for Styx. And then once all the Styx nerfs came in, they went over, killed Styx, took care of it, and then they were still able to make good use of their progress time on Sprocket. So I'm curious to see when they're going to be raiding again as well.
I'm so sad I don't see Pop-Tart Corn Dog on there anymore.
Yeah, I think they're like 11th or 12th at this point. I mean, I'm sure they're tied, right, as they're working on Sprocket Monger.
What's going on? Dratnos is washed, Jack.
Dratnos just doesn't raid enough. It's messed up.
He doesn't raid enough. He's not dedicated enough to
no bash.
All right, well, let's take a look at some of the kills, of course. This is our Coinbase leaderboard. We will be tuning back in throughout the day to tell everyone where exactly all the other guilds are in. But here is Method on Mugsy.
Yeah, you can see this is 11%. This is the last round of mines that are getting spawned, and it's followed quickly by the Frost Shatter Spears. Right here, they need to have everybody basically in the fire, positioning themselves to crash those Frost Shatter Spears into the mines, freeze as many of them as you possibly can, and then this is the final boss burn before he enrages.
Yes, very nicely done. And this is, of course, this was a very tight enrage. Like, you really can't do much once this happens. You only have a couple of seconds to sort of push through that, and they were able to get pretty far in the boss, but this is kind of where we saw ourselves also getting, a bit of a wall. Here's Echo, of course, as well. Their best being 3.46%.
Ooh, that was a rough crash into one of those mines as well, and unfortunately the boss hits that enrage.
Yeah.
You mentioned it's a really tough sequence where you're just getting your healing cooldowns back at that point, and you need to be able to set up, while also, if you have the Frost Shatter Spears on you, you need to be able to crash those into any of the mines around there and make sure that you're able to stay healthy onto that one. Of course, we are also able to see the progress going on right now. I believe Liquid had 148 pulls, 150 pulls to bring down Mugsy. We do see Echo here had 158 into that 2%. They're really in any pull territory, and they have been for the past 20 or so pulls. Method getting very, very close. They're at a similar point that we saw Liquid the other day, pretty much at the start of yesterday, of how are they going to be able to find the extra damage, particularly in the boss burn for the intermission. There's a lot of extra optimization that they're going to be looking for there. And, of course, they need to make sure that they're getting as much damage as they can on that final set of goon cages, because that plays a huge role in being able to get everybody broken out and then get them set up for the final boss burn.
Yeah, so definitely be tabbed into that Echo stream, because I'm sure that they will be getting it by the end of their raid day, which I don't know exactly when it is. What time is it there? I don't, quick math.
Like,
oh God.
+8,
I put you on the spot.
+9. So it's like 9 a.m. for us, 18, 6. Yeah, something like that, 7 p.m.
Yeah,
7 p.m. or so.
They've got time for sure to
7.
get it down, and I assume that they will.
I would say, what, another 3 or 4 hours?
Yeah.
Give or take?
Yeah.
They like to get up early.
Yeah, that is true. They've been getting very early.
Relatively.
The server starts at like 5 a.m. They're reset, so they've been kind of adjusting their schedule accordingly. Yeah. Well, we can talk now about the kill that we got on Mugsy. It was around the same time. It was towards the end of our night. Let's take a look at that pull when we finally got that boss down.
I expect to hover
because it launches me across the room. I mean, that's good though.
It's just you and Malarcus over here, yeah.
I was more towards mid side. I'll scoot over to that side.
Yeah, I mean, I can knock it baited to like the first soak and just like, I don't know, let someone else fucking soak it.
I mean, yeah, he needs help over here because like every other class I've watched a POV of gets to that soak. And if Dev is that immobile, then they need a lot of other people over there. Because Mage could like do like 3 soaks.
I am too mobile, man. My hover would have sent me walking to the straight wall. Walking.
Dev is too mobile. Shut the fuck up. Me and Splat playing on hard mode, bro. Actually, Sari's playing on hard mode. We're playing on moderate.
We got someone in the Prologue
here.
playing UI-less. Okay, my UI closed for a bit, but Escape fixed it. We're good. I don't know how the fuck I turned off my UI there.
You Colton's nice.
Do I even need a check or not?
Ah, it's actually chill.
Left.
Man, I saw Shu in here.
He's always in there.
I know.
I'm gonna hover all the way from back here.
Okay,
straight
everyone,
into
we're
the fire.
dipping in 3, 2, 1, dip. Then finger gun.
Go.
Alright, Mark, you know what to do.
Metal.
Nice.
Now.
I'll handle these punks. Be my guest, see?
Stay still, good. Bait mines in.
Time for demolition.
Remember which mines you're popping. Popping 1.
Diffuse. It's okay.
2. 3. 4. 5. Pray and pray now. Then dirt after.
And double.
Dirt, 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 dirt.
Hold for after jail.
Okay, jails.
Board through.
Okay, frost boots soon. Boots in 3, 2, 1, jump. Finger gun. Okay, metal. Boss damage is great. Kill that shocker. Good. Bait mines in close here. Help soak, please. Nice. Popping 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Go in the middle.
Hold.
Get in the barrier. Move slightly out of it. Good. The line is fake.
Stopping here.
Good. Then spray and praise after. Kill that ad. Stop on the boss. Stop on the boss. Holler. Stop on the boss. 0 boss
Let's
damage.
drill.
0. Literally 0 boss damage. 0. 0.
Insane.
Roll res me when you
Off
can.
heal.
Sign. No rush.
Hit boss now.
Why does he say 7 moose laser?
He's
Okay.
got 2 heads.
Charging in
He's
3,
3.5.
2, 1 left. Watch circles. Over in 3, 2, 1. Charging again. This is going right. 3, 2, 1 right. Watch circles. It's over in 3, 2, 1 now. One more charge. It's going the opposite direction.
Left,
3,
left,
2,
left.
1 left. Watch circles. We can do these mines. We know how to do this. Okay, get in position. Okay, bait mines, guys. Okay, mines are spawning. Pop 1. 2. 3. 4. And boots in 3, 2, 1.
Monk ports.
Okay, and get ready for jails. Get ready for jails now.
Back left.
Live the initial hit of the jail. Live the initial hit of the jail.
Mass barrier.
Good. Boss in position for ignite.
Yeah.
Okay, boss for ignite. Good. This is immunities.
I can throw the mine if you need it.
Okay. Immunes. Good. Out of the fire. Good. Everyone get next to the boss for healing now. Get in for healing. Finger gun positions. Make sure it hits both. Thanks. Everyone to the right for finger guns. After this, we're popping 1 mine. It'll be smack. Or it'll be Mark popping both. Ready? So Mark pop 1 and 3, 2 now. Soak. Pop 2 and 3, 2 now. Soak it. Nice.
Kill the Rocketeer as well.
Kill the Rocketeer. Soak. Good. Behind the boss. Spray and pray to the wall. Spray and pray to the wall.
How do I Scott's?
Listen, all we need to do is bait good mines here, okay? Everyone just fucking relax. Res for Nako.
I'll get him in 1.
We're baiting the crawler mines. Get near the boss. We're baiting them Babby. Who's first route?
I'll drop mine.
Okay. Do not pop a mine.
Thanks,
Get next to the fire. Get next to the fire.
Doing this.
Okay. 3, 2. Get in the fire. Get in.
Area.
Stay. Leave. Make sure do not pop a mine, okay? Do not pop a mine. Do not pop a mine.
One's walking.
It's walking. Do not pop
Res
it.
him.
Res exile.
Res him.
Res exile. Everything
All
on the boss.
personals.
This thing's fucking
Let's
dead.
fucking go!
There we go.
Double boy. I mean, the neck's good, right? Isn't it?
Yeah, the neck's pretty good.
Oh, that's not.
Oh,
That's
shit!
Good shit, bro.
We
Warcraft's
ripping a reload post kill. Very good.
Oh man, the relief.
The relief, and there is nothing quite like seeing the boss's hard enrage going off. Everybody's alive, and they just know that they have so much time
Yeah.
to kill off the boss.
Yeah.
We've had so many hard enrages over the years where, oh, you need to have everyone alive, and you need to have every little ounce of damage and all of this other stuff. We had certain moments in between healing cooldowns where we even saw like Sanghelios at like 10% health for like 30 or 40 seconds, getting just enough healing to stay alive until the next round of healer cooldowns come out. That final set of mines into the Frost Shatter Spears, they basically get everything back. The entire raid being so insanely healthy for that final burn is insane.
Yeah,
Gosh, I
definitely
love that pull.
insane. They absolutely nailed it at the end too. So well done to them. And of course, they will be moving on to Gallywix. A lot of mysteries surrounding that. Of course, it wasn't one that was on testing. We don't really know much about it except for what we've seen in Heroic and what's been in the Dungeon Journal. And there's been rumors, Jack, about a secret mythic phase. What are your thoughts on that?
There has. And there's always a bit of data mining that goes into certain boss fights where certain abilities are added in testing but don't quite make it to live. And then they're kept in the data mining effort. And so it's a question of, oh, is this a secret phase? Is this an ability that didn't quite make it there? But it does seem like there's the expectation of a secret phase going into Gallywix, which is very interesting since the Dungeon Journal says the boss already kind of skips phases as the fight gets started.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Stands to reason that if they're skipping something early, they might have something a little bit later on down the line.
All right, well, let's take a look at what Max thinks about there being a secret mythic phase.
I mean, you never know for sure, but every time there's been a secret phase, it hasn't been a secret. It's been data mined. Like, basically, there's like these spells in the Dungeon Journal that for every boss ever, there's just some spells attached to them, and they've been like, it could be something that was part of the fight 3 months ago in its development, and then they stopped having it. But for all mythic phases ever, what's been true is those fights, those mechanics keep getting updated with everything else. They're just not in the journal. And why would you do that if it wasn't part of the fight that you don't know yet? That has happened with this boss. So that's like the biggest indicator that there's a secret phase. And another one would be if you think there's not a secret phase, it's just going to be...
Yeah, if you think there isn't, then there probably would be, I think was what Max was angling towards, there would be some other indication that those abilities aren't being used anymore. Notably on, gosh, what is the boss's name? The final boss, it's Argus. Final boss of Antorus was Argus, and you're kind of surrounded by the pantheon of the gods or the titans. And notably, there were a few data mined abilities in that encounter where we were expecting some of, I think it was like, gosh, I'm trying to remember the Time Lord's name. But anyway, he had a few different abilities that were added in data mined, but they never really actually appeared on the encounter themselves. And so it's a big question as to, okay, are these some abilities that were intended to be added before, didn't quite work out in testing, were kind of a mess to play around? What could we possibly be expecting? And this is a huge area for really the Raiders, and notably we didn't stream any sort of Gallywix prog last night, so could be a very big day today.
Yeah.
Today could be the end of the broadcast, so they could just go dark all day.
Boss might be already dead. You don't know. It could be a one.
Yeah, you got no idea. We do. We're here on site.
Yeah. Should we bribe them?
Could we get out of this?
I'm trying to think. We'll talk about it. We'll figure it out.
Max will be like right behind us, glaring at us.
All right, let's take a look at everybody's favorite segment. I think some people tune in just for this, Jack. I've been finding out.
This is the moment you've been waiting for.
Yeah, who cares about the race war first? Who cares about where Gallywix is? It is time for the Honda Guild Grand Prix. Are you ready?
Who do we have today?
We have 2 Raiders today.
Whoa!
Yeah, we challenged 2. You know, we're running out of days. So we're going to be challenging 2 Raiders, which you asked some of the Raiders that have been walking in who was going to be better. It's Dazer and Tobo today, and you asked Wolf, Disco, and Sevi who they thought was going to be worse. What did they say, Jack?
Well, they walked in, I asked Wolf, and he thought about it for maybe half a second, and then said, Tobo's definitely a worse driver, UK lol.
Yeah.
A little paraphrase, but
that's a big oof. Yeah.
Yeah, well, based on what we've seen out of Scott, I think that trend could be continued.
It could be. All right, well, let's see who is up for the challenge. This is the Honda Guild Grand Prix. Who's stepping up? Who's first? I think Dazer.
Hey, there we go.
Looks ready to go.
My boy.
Okay, look, he's kind of smiling.
All right, 10 and 2.
Yeah, he's having
Good.
having a good time so far. Okay.
Going quick.
Yeah?
Going quick. Ooh, all right, all right.
Okay.
Good use them brakes. Clean
Pretty good.
start.
Oh, okay, okay.
I gotta tell you, the brakes on the Honda Civic are quite good.
They are. Oh, even in the simulation.
She used it a little bit more though. Oh
That's the
no!
first time we've seen that. Tires going flying. Oh,
Oh.
tell me he's gonna.
Oh.
Oh no. Oh,
Oh.
started off so strong. And
No.
so bad. Oh no.
Laser, why? All right, we're back on track. Back on track.
Boy.
Here we go. Here we go.
Hang in there. Come on.
No! He has to do the turn again.
This might be the worst.
He has to do the turn again.
The worst one I've seen.
Okay,
For
there's a
sure.
chance. Here it comes. Here it comes.
Oh gosh. Oh no.
Okay.
Taser. Oh no. Come on,
A
buddy.
nice smooth turn. Big turn
I'm
here.
just
Big
going
turn
circles.
here.
He's gonna mess it up.
Oh!
Oh.
Okay, we. Oh no!
Every single one.
Oh.
Oh.
Man.
Okay.
Man.
All right.
Nice.
I think at this point.
Could Tobo do worse than this?
Fight the wheel.
Yeah. He probably actually.
Right. Got like a one last turn.
This is so bad. There's no way. I have no hope, Jack. He's lost.
All right.
It started off
Hit the
so
gas.
strong.
All right.
Was that worse in my practice? It might have been. It was like 137. Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Okay. I don't think it's the
That's
worst.
not the worst.
It's not the worst. It's
terrible.
close.
Really bad.
Okay, next up.
Okay. Let's see. Okay.
Thank you.
Now.
Not looking too confident behind the
Mind.
wheel.
They drive on the other side of the road where he's from, which could be a determining factor. Even though this is a circle.
Okay. Staying
Okay.
on track. Thankfully, the Civic is very, very sturdy.
Ooh. Oh,
Ooh.
never mind.
It's gonna need to be after Tobo's driving.
Yeah, it is. Let's see. Get in there.
Okay, turn the wheel.
Reverse, yeah.
In order
Use that reverse
to-
camera. Come on.
Okay.
Oh, it's built in.
Oh.
Dude,
Built into all their builds.
Ooh, come on.
Okay. Turn the wheel to the right.
Dude.
Turn
Dude.
right, and then turn to the left.
It's like that scene. What's that
Oh.
movie?
We're back.
Oh no. Okay, we're so back.
It was like an Austin
We're so
Powers.
back.
Austin Powers. Have you
Make a
seen
bit
that?
at a time.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. I think he took out a bird.
Dude, they all.
Is that a bird?
They all drive like this in that country. Oh my God, buddy.
This is not looking
They just
good.
give license to anyone in the
Hey,
UK.
I don't know if he can even get a license after this.
Oh boy.
He got a license for everything else though.
And call Parliament. Get this man's license taken away.
This is not good.
Let them know.
Take the brakes.
Buddy.
Take the brakes. Hit the gas.
Okay, all right.
Don't hit the wall. Up. All right.
There we go.
Did he actually beat Dazer though?
I think maybe.
That's like a 174.
Shockingly. Yeah, he beat him.
Wow.
Yeah, okay.
Wow.
I think the last number I saw it before I
Let's see.
kept speaking,
That is embarrassing.
He spent like
Okay.
20
but
seconds.
we run it back, or is that
Doing
it?
like a
That's it.
40-point turn.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, okay.
Somehow
Scott is
did
still
it.
the worst. By a lot, Tobo.
Tobo. Hey, Tobo, grats on getting 9th place. Let's go.
Oh, he just walked by us.
Not
All
as
right.
bad as Scott.
Okay. This is sad. This is sad. They should stick to playing World of Warcraft.
They
maybe
should
Dryny.
learn from Dryny.
They should learn.
Dryny's the only one who gets to drive in this guild.
Dryny's in a significantly shorter time than the second place.
Yeah,
He's doing great.
Get him a big scorpion jacket, because that guy knows how to drive.
Yeah, for sure. All right, well, that was the Honda Guild Grand Prix. Unfortunately, Tobo and Dazer are not making this look any easier.
They really aren't. And it's a shame, because usually Hondas are so easy to drive.
So true. The Honda Prologue, speaking of, is the brand's fully electric SUV. The Prologue is the next chapter in Honda's long history of creating innovative and efficient products people love. The adventure-ready Prologue navigates both daily commutes and weekend getaways with ease, and that, Jack, is next level awesome.
Oh, that it is. And big reason why I have one myself.
Oh, speaking of
That's right.
Jack, I want to give some context. Jack sent this at like 10 past midnight and was like, hey guys, here's a picture of me with my Honda if we want to use it.
Yep.
This is your actual car.
It is my car.
Looks
It's right after I paid it off.
Yeah. Ooh, congratulations.
Thank you.
You're leaning up on it.
I know.
Okay.
I'm a long boy.
you
Otherwise,
name-
it'd just be like looming over it.
Oh, it's like your own long boy in game.
That's true.
It's an equivalent.
Not nearly as pricey though. Very affordable.
That's true. Did you name it? Did you name your car? Do you name your cars?
No, not really.
You should name your car. It deserves a name.
Okay.
It's like your friend.
It is my friend.
No, I think of my car as my friend.
It's like my horse. It's like my modern day horse.
Exactly.
Take it everywhere.
Yeah, people name their horses. You got to name your car.
Yeah.
Do you
Much,
name
much
your car?
easier to care for though.
Very true.
Don't have to clean out the hooves.
Yeah. Okay, but I love those videos. We're getting off so off track here. We're just getting so off track here, but I love those hoof cleaning videos.
I knew you would.
They're so great.
I knew you would.
Yeah, you know me so well. All right, well, let us know in the chat if you name your cars, because I certainly do. But Guild Grand Prix, hopefully tomorrow, we'll have some faster racers.
Or better drivers.
Yeah, or Gallywix kill.
That's
So many opportunities.
That would be crazy.
And then maybe we don't see any more at all. But let's talk about something very important, Jack.
Okay, what do we got?
The Race to World First apparel.
Oh, I definitely got that.
Sporting some of it today. Very nice. This one might be my favorite one. I like the design in the front. I think it's cool.
That's right. Nice
Good
little
look.
simple design for
Yeah.
King of Trade.
Oh, you got some lint on there. Hold on.
Oh, thank you.
Get this off there.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, we need a hair roller.
Yep.
Teal.gg/RWF if you'd like this shirt or many of the other ones that we are sporting this time around. There's some shorts. You can turn around now, Jack. You're good. Yeah. Still like jiggling in front of the camera. But we've got mouse pads, we've got sweatshirts, we've got the jersey, we've got those swim trunks. So many good things that you could be buying today.
Absolutely, including the mouse pads, including the Murloc shorts.
Yeah,
still
the
waiting on
Jack still
those.
doesn't have.
They're definitely coming someday.
Yeah, we're here at the Alienware training facility. If you want to send some under attention, automatic Jack.
Yeah.
Size, what Jack? What size are you?
Probably large.
Size probably large.
Some hips.
Yeah, let's get him some of those shorts. All right, but teal.gg/RWF if you want to take home a piece of the Team Liquid Race to World First yourself and sport it for all of the Race to World Firsts to come. And now we're going to talk about, Jack,
Our charity update.
our charity update. We nailed our goal yesterday. We crushed it.
We did. We had Diver, one of the gamers in chat,
Yeah.
who said, hey, if you show Zyro getting pied again, which happened like 4 years ago,
Yeah.
you find the video of Zyro getting pied, I will meet the rest of the dono goal. And so he dropped over $2,000. I think it was close to $3,000.
Oh my God, I
he
was
dropped.
wondering about that.
Get us over the hump to the final stretch goal that we had of $25,000 for
Wow.
that Goblin music video.
Who knew that, many years later that would come into effect? Well, here is where we currently are, $25,877. We will be seeing the Goblin music video as soon as it's done. It's almost ready to go. They're filming some more of it today. Just kind of making the final touches, Jack.
We did not think that we would raise almost $4,000 or $5,000 in a day
Yeah, that
to
was.
reach that goal.
Yeah.
And we also kept in mind that the race has been going on for a while, so
Yeah.
Goblin music video is on the way, but they're not gonna release it shoddily. It's going to be
Yeah.
perfect. It's gonna be great.
Oh, yes. I'm very, very excited for it. And we had WoW TCG unboxing late the night before last night. So I feel like we're all caught up except for this
We are.
Goblin music video.
We are, and that is going to be really epic. They've released a couple teasers here and there, pretty consistently. And we also have to do our live Chorus sounds as well. Zyro and Kalamazi got locked in a arena room with Trill and got obliterated. Lots of fun.
Yes, and here is a compilation of some of the pets that we saw yesterday. Production has a very important note. Can we get burb? Thank you. So if you have a burb, please send in a picture of your burb to teal.gg/RWF-donate along with $35 and a link to a picture because we want to see more pet birds.
That we do.
Yes,
So,
but
so do the cats.
so do they. Dude, this one in the middle, the little like gray-white one, looks kind of sus.
You've been working enough today.
Yeah.
I think it'd be fun to give me treats and pets.
Yeah, I'm putting my butthole on your laptop.
Yeah, that too.
Dude, why do they do that?
Oh, the attention.
I guess so.
Banded.
They know exactly where they shouldn't be sitting, and then they put their butt there. Good thing it's not an Alienware laptop.
That's right. Well, they just know that they found their forever home, and they're kind of just marking their territory. But unfortunately, not all pets have found their forever home.
Yeah, very true. Teal.gg/adopt. the Pasadena Humane Society, which is our charity, of course, our charity partner for the Race to World First, has a lot of adoptable animals that are trying to find their forever home. And we will be featuring a pet of the day every day. Today's no different, of an animal that is currently available for adoption at the Pasadena Humane Society. And here today is Moonshine. Look at those little curled feetsies. Not spayed, female brown tabby domestic short hair, 2 years old. She's been out the shelter since March 8th, 2025, and she has heterochromia, and her eye has the same shade as the recent blood moon. Ooh. Wow.
Sweet cat.
Very sweet kitty. Look at this little guy. Look at her little cheeks. Her face is so round.
It really is.
Yeah, very cute.
Smile.
Yeah, okay, so sweet. Well, TL.gg/adopt if you want to find your next family member. Also, they are having a adoption event March 12th through the 18th. They will be waiving all fees for large dogs 40 pounds and up, so definitely head there if you are local to Pasadena.
Absolutely. You can go take home your big dog, Kalamazoo.
Yeah, he might be there. You never know.
You never know.
You never know. All right, well, thank you guys so much for helping us support a great cause and helping us do some fun incentive goals along the way. But now, Jack, we are getting to, I know you're very excited about this, Jack B. Cappin.
The recapping.
Jack B. recapping.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We haven't done this for about a week or so, but wanted to go over why the healer comps for the Race to World First are the way they are, what they're all bringing to the table, and what they really were bringing specifically to an encounter like Mugsy, because that encounter is an the way that the healers were working on it was an absolute clinic for high-level gameplay, and I want to share the what and the why with you thus far. First, I want to talk about the healing profiles. So this is just an example. I pulled some public logs from heroic Gallywix. So this is not any behind-the-scenes secret liquid logs or anything. This is just the healing profile of a heroic Gallywix.
Right.
Mistweaver Monk, Resto Druid, and Disc Priest, they all have these ramps, and they all look a little different when it comes to their overall healing profile. So Mistweaver Monk, notably, has their ramp based off their Celestial, the Chi-G, and as a result, they can have some high highs, but they're also quite sustained. You can see that they're not super spiky, and they can sustain high amounts of healing over a fairly lengthy period of time. This has been really interesting on the encounter for Mugsy itself, because the rot damage on the encounter, the ticking damage on the encounter, from the uncontrollable burn and the elemental carnage that the boss builds means that the fight is constantly radiating ticking damage the entire way. And so when it comes to a healer like Dryny playing that Mistweaver Monk, he's taking advantage not only of the Chi-G Celestial to build up a huge amount of healing, but he also is able to have that Jadefire Teachings talent, which he's activating by dropping that nice swirly field on the ground. You can see it just right in front of the boss, so those jade lines, the nice green lines. That is causing his damaging abilities to build up more stacks and to hit more frequently, allowing him to do huge amounts of damage, which is helping them meet the DPS check, and it's also causing his damage to convert into additional healing onto his allies. So what he does is he's taking advantage of that damage to healing conversion. He's also activating his Shao-Hao's Lesson, which is a talent where your Sheilun's Gift is giving you 4 different buffs, and they kind of cycle similar to a Blessing of Seasons if you've ever played a Paladin, where every time you cast Sheilun's Gift, you are getting a different cycling buff. In this instance, he got the replicated healing buff when he activated his Chi-G. So he drops his Jadefire line, activates his buff from both Secret Infusion, which comes from Thunder Focus Tea, and Shao-Hao's Lessons, which comes from Sheilun's Gift, activates his Celestial, and then is using his damage to kick up healing both for Jadefire Teachings, which is kind of like just damage turns into healing, and his Chi-G, whenever he deals damage, is also kicking up more healing from his Mastery. All these damage effects together are also going to be making it so that his Enveloping Mist can cast faster and proc even more healing on top of that, thanks to the Enveloping Breath talent that you take for his Celestial. What this means is that he's doing very high sustained healing for about 20 or 30 seconds, which is helping them during the intermission, and then is going to be carrying over into the next round of cooldowns that they have when they start popping a lot of the mines. this is a huge part of the encounter where they have to really stack a large amount of other healing cooldowns together. And this is a big area where they kind of have to lean on some of the other healers in the process.
Yeah, very cool that he was able to go from Holy Paladin, which we normally are used to him seeing, but not very good this tier, and just very easily, at least from our perspective, my perspective, slide into that Mistweaver role.
It is, and he is not alone on adjusting some of his mains as per usual. We also have Nick on the Restoration Druid. Now, Resto Druid, this is again from a Gallywix perspective. This is like, again, public log for heroic Gallywix. I even grabbed some German logs there if you're wondering what all the names are at that point. Druid notably also has its ramps going around Convoke the Spirits, which is helping spread out all these healing over time effects, and Flourish, which extends the duration of those healing over time effects. All in all, it means that Druid does high sustained amounts of healing for long periods of time, and notably, they've had a nice change to their mastery going into 11.1. Their mastery basically is the more healing over time effects you have on your allies, the more healing that you do to them. And they made it so that at lower stacks of your mastery count, so if you have just like a Rejuve and a Cultivation hot on your ally, then you're going to do more healing than you used to. What this means is that Resto Druid is like the anchor for the healing team on Mugsy. It's not just this healer that's going to bring your versatility buff and everything like that for the raid. It's not just bringing Mark of the Wild. It's not just there to be a buff bot. It is absolutely a core part of the team that is so helpful. Here you can see Nick getting Spatial Paradox, which allows him to cast on the move. So he has set up his Convoke the Spirits, spread around healing over time effects to his allies, activated Flourish, which is allowing him to extend the duration, and then as they're cycling around the room, running from the Bullet Storm of Mugsy, he is acting as the spot healer, the triage healer, making sure that everybody's health bars stay about as even as they possibly can. Because while Mistweaver is doing high sustained amounts of healing, and even a little bit of semi-smart healing, thanks to their damage to healing conversion out of Jadefire Teachings, Resto Druid is actively seeking out targets and actively healing those targets that are the lowest health. And thanks to that mastery change, they are doing a tremendous amount of spot healing. So in this large AoE damage moment, he is individually healing the lowest health players and helping to keep them safe. You can even see that as that damage is wrapping up, he is then hitting his Convoke the Spirits into Flourish to allow them to have high sustained healing just before the Earthbreaker jails. This is absolutely imperative for them to make sure that they are sustaining lots of healing over time effects on allies, even when they get broken out of the jails. This is also from an earlier pull before their Mugsy kill, and they also moved the Tranquility cooldown for Nick to just this point. Tranquility and Divine Hymn notably have an extra benefit that they are able to hit allies even when they are not within line of sight. So they moved it a little earlier on their kill so that he is activating Tranquility while half the raid is in these goon cages, and that made it so that they have additional healing on them to keep them just a little bit safer, making Resto Druid an absolutely clutch healer for their Mugsy kill.
Yeah, I think my favorite Nick moment, though, even though obviously doing tremendously well as healing, like you mentioned earlier, when he just like did a couple bosses on Unbalanced Druid, no biggie.
Yeah, he needed to have that additional AoE damage for the bombshells, the territorial bombshells. So it really came in clutch to see the flexibility. And notably, he's had a lot of experience over the years playing Resto Druid. It's just that Discipline Priest has been so good for so long that we've seen him locked into that in the past. Now, it's been Cerise's turn to be playing Discipline Priest in that high-end raid progression. And just like our other two healers, they also ramp. But similar to a Gallywix profile we've seen from our other logs, it's enormously spiky. This healer has huge amounts of output that they are focusing on a very specific window in time. They are doing a ton of healing for that specific moment, and then you can see their sustained healing starts going way, way down after that point. Notably, Suri has been playing the Oracle hero talent, which is featuring the Premonition of Piety. And so there's multiple different Premonition buffs that you're balancing, but you're always having the cooldown reduction called Insight, which allows you to fire off more Penance Bolts, and the Premonition of Piety, which is redirecting your overhealing and increasing your healing. This is so helpful for high-end raid progression because what it does is it makes sure that everybody around is going to be very healthy and very safe throughout this large raid damage. What's happening here is every single cycle that mines are going out, they are having Suri take advantage of his evangelism and his pet Shadow Fiend ramp. So he is individually applying 10 atonement buffs to his allies using renews, shields, and flash heals. Then he is casting Radiance, which applies atonement to 5 players at a time, extending their duration with evangelism, and then unleashing his flurry of damage abilities to heal his allies. And since you have the overheal protection out of the hero talent with Oracle, you're making sure that even if one other person has been topped off, even if the tanks are already healthy, some overheal from the tanks will go to the injured allies and make sure they can clear out those absorbs so much easier. During these intermission phases and during some of these high movement phases where there is not any sort of like mines going off, Suri is not really doing much healing and is relying on the other healers to carry that output at those points in time. You can do a decent amount of spot healing here and there thanks to the new Twin Sight talent that was added to Disc Priest in 11.1 for Oracle, where you're kind of shooting off damaged Penance Bolts and healing Penance Bolts at the exact same time. And notably, your shields are stronger with Oracle, and your atonements last longer as well, which is super valuable for the Lenience talent, which Discipline can now run in addition to Evangelism with the rework that they received in 11.1, making it so that you get some passive damage reduction as well for the entire raid whenever they have Atonement on them. So what this means is that you have Mind Soaks going off, where Suri is using his Evangelism ramp to cover a huge blast of AoE healing so they can spam clear mines ridiculously quickly. You have a Mistweaver Monk, well, 3 of them I should say, that are constantly doing heavy amounts of healing while dealing damage, and their healing ramps are higher sustain, but not as spiky as a Discipline Priest. And then you have the high consistency out of the Resto Druid supporting those ramps, taking advantage of Tranquility to heal allies inside the jails, while it allows them to break that sort of line of sight and still do huge amounts of healing. And Nick is the anchor healer who is making sure that he is providing massive triage healing so that the other healers can focus on overall output the most. And what you have is you have a healing comp that does crazy amounts of damage, brings excellent spot healing, and has multiple high-value cooldowns to get through any of the huge problems. And one last thing I didn't mention.
Oh.
They have some really good externals, too. 3 Cocoons, Iron Bark, and 2 charges of Pain Suppression are ridiculous for this boss encounter to provide some damage reduction and absorbs to allies, whether they're getting finger gun frontals, spray and pray frontals, whether they're hidden in the jails, whatever it might be. They have a lot of tools and resources for them, making this World First comp insanely valuable.
Yeah, no, it's really cool to see some of the insight that we don't normally get just by kind of viewing the raid, because it seems like healers don't get their time to shine very often. So thanks for the insight.
Anytime.
Yes, but speaking of insight, guess what happened very recently? The guild has lifted the veil, and it is now revealed where they are on Gallywix. They are at 62.10%. You can see it on RaiderIO. It sounds like some of the guildies are already live. Haven't started pulling yet, but don't worry, we'll get to that soon. And Echo also has a new pull, 2.02%. So that is rough. They have another sub 3% pull, but you know, it's got to be a little bit stressful over there in the Echo facility.
I mean, it's a heartbreaker getting to the end of the encounter. Notably, they saw Enrage first.
Yeah.
They saw Enrage at 10% HP on the boss.
Of us.
They were ahead for a good period of time. We had authentication server issues yesterday that was kind of killing some of the momentum.
Yeah.
A lot of frustration going on into it. And now I have to feel for Echo. They have completed the fight multiple different times. and I would not be surprised to see them have a death here or there pretty consistently. Max was even saying on his Secret Lab hot seat that there were a few different bugs going on with the encounter. Unfortunately, players like Wolf Disco just randomly getting meleeed by the boss. Hitbox issues with the mines. There's a few different issues that I'm sure Echo is running into through no fault of their own, just with how the boss is currently bugged at the moment, or has some bugs in it. Not able to overcome it, and having that frustration mount has got to be tough.
Yeah, definitely a tough situation to be in, but we know Echo, and if there's one thing they're good at, it's execution.
Absolutely.
So I am sure that they will be getting it by the end of the day. So definitely tap into both streams, because we have a race on our hands. It is getting very, very competitive. So with that veil being lifted, that means we're going to get kicked off and actually go talk about some fights. So thank you so much for watching. This is Rise and Race. My name is Aya.
And I'm Jack.
And we'll see you in just a bit. Bye.
Team Liquid, from underdog to champion.
That was my prologue. This is my future.
The Alienware Pro wireless headset, it's become my main headset for anything WoW related.
The battery life is actually a huge deal for us. One of the few esports that plays all day, every day. 4 days of gaming on one battery, that's insane.
This headset is everything that you can ever want and dream of. Without a doubt, this is the most comfortable headset that I've ever worn. I hate headsets that kind of like clamp on your ears or feel like they're pinning against the side of your head. This headset feels really, really good around my ears while I play.
The quality of sound from the Alienware Pro headset is perfect for shot calling in intense situations. At the race, there's a lot of distractions, and sometimes I just need to be able to hear what the guys are doing in the middle of a boss fight. So after using this headset, I don't think I can use a different headset again. This headset is what you need.
Listen, we need to have a conversation about apparel. The fact is, you signed a contract guaranteeing certain concessions. One of those being a spot on this broadcast.
Well, that's where I see things differently. Contract or no, I will not sell out for an impeccably designed and high-quality t-shirt.
I'm sorry you feel that way, but that's basically the nature of the race.
Maybe I'm wrong on this one, but for me, the race doesn't include selling cozy 100% cotton hoodies with graphics specifically designed for this race.
No, this is cozy.
Max, you know what I'm talking about, right?
It's like people only do the race to sell t-shirts. And that's just really sad.
You want to see something really cool?
Where else can we go?
This is the Honda Prologue. We can go anywhere we want.
Check out how cool MyBlue is.
Mine's way better.
Think your blue can beat ours? Prove it. Complete quests to get points and customize your blue. Maybe you'll see it featured on the leaderboard. Join MyBlue now.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Time to die, chumps. Bam! Get a load of me! Total destruction! Now you've done it! I'm the last boss you'll ever see! Time for a higher caliber!
Bait frontal.
Eat my fist! Fire it up! It's alive! I got plenty more where that came from. And stay down. Blast you! Get up and dance for me, you little jerks! Eat my fist! Warm regards. I got plenty more where that came from. Time for a higher caliber.
Bait frontal.
And stay down! Fire it up! It's getting hot in here! It's alive! Eat my fist! I got plenty more where that came from. Blast you! And stay down!
Bait frontal.
Face full of rain! Move your feet! Eat my fist! Warm regards. Time for a higher caliber. I got plenty more where that came from. Fire it up! It's alive! And stay down! It's getting hot in here! Eat my fist! I got plenty more where that came from. Blast you! Get up and dance for me, you little jerks! And stay down! Time for a higher caliber!
Bait frontal.
Warm regards! Fire it up! Eat my fist! I got plenty more where that came from. It's alive! Oh, well, well, well. Look who came out on top.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Time to die. Jumps. Bear, get a load of me. Total destruction. Now you've done it! I'm the last boss you'll ever see! Time for a higher caliber!
Bait frontal.
Eat my fist! Fire it up! It's alive! I got plenty more where that came from. And stay down. Let's get
Back up assigned circle 1.
well. Look who came out on top.
recent fights.
There's the previous poll was too long. I just wanted to mention that. I don't think we need to talk about it for too long. I just wanted you guys to just be aware of blaze positioning. Like, take a second. I think you should probably just like loose spread before your blaze, right? So it's easier to see who it's on. Like, being stacked is like the only way blaze becomes hard, I think. When I'm saying blaze spawning in 3, 2, 1, that just means pre-spread. All right, let's go.
Timers for the rest of Prologue, by the way, Boom. Need to
5, 4,
full focus.
3, 2,
okay.
1.
Good. Blinds, respecters, we're all respecters here. That's all, just simple respecters. We respect. Okay, kicking in 3, 2, 1, now. Remember to grift.
That's right.
I'm the last boss you'll ever see. Time for a higher caliber.
Okay, blazes are in 3, 2, pre-spread. Look at your blaze. Stay still with it. Go, Scott. That ad needs to be dead.
It's barriers.
Dead. Nice.
Are we still doing the zoo? Or is it just...
The one missed that ball? Or just now? One missed? Or we are still doing
Ven, smack. Okay, get out. Ranging in 3, 2, 1. Watch fire circles. Good. Technician got kicked. Get it in. Good. On boss now. This is soaks. Make sure we get soothes as well. Get in your spots. Tank circle. Blazes and
smack both here. You can just
blazes in 3, 2, 1. Frontal 2, 1 now. Watch Zevi. I made that up, sorry. It's playable. We're gonna take a few hits of this Giga Coil because of that, though.
Got might one already then.
It went away. It's fine.
Okay.
This is Soak with Crackle. Crackle be before.
Yeah, it's fine. You don't need anything. Theory has this. And Nick.
Okay, suppression. Moving. Good. Soothe. Who does the third soothe in P2?
Me.
Okay.
What was my mark again?
Okay, this is get out of that. Get out. Okay, 3, 2, blaze. We're baiting the frontal. Baiting the frontal in 3, 2, 1. Baiting it now. Go in your spots.
Rename blaze.
Nice. Giga coils.
I'm stunned.
Dispel him. We need big healing here. Everyone health zone personal. Jeb needs to dunk the shit as soon as possible. Good. One more soak here. We're dunking now. Nice. Everyone getting your soaks. New ads are coming down. Make sure we get soothes on all 3 of these here. Make sure you're focusing the right target. Getting your soaks.
What does Scott do?
Back up assign circle 2.
Huh?
We wiped. We
think,
yeah, someone missed this, so I think it was this one.
Only 2 on that one.
I wasn't there.
I
was trying to find my fucking marker to soothe. Am I unmarked on them, by the way?
You have an AoE soothe, right? There.
I mean,
like only skull and skull and square were marked there. I mean, I should have been in the right spot, but there was no X marker. Yeah, only so skull and square, and then I wasn't sure if it was square or unmarked.
I could maybe like drop Unravel, I guess. It's
like
only one damage.
Are they on boss frames, those guys?
No, they aren't. Just the Giga Juiced.
I mean, I will just drop Unravel, I think. Oh, I need another point.
I think it's very good for that set. What are you trying to think? AoE soothe.
Overall?
I mean, it's really not that bad. I mean, I can just kite.
Can the tank who has the ad who has the ads there not go in that Venn diagram because all the melee can't do anything.
Yeah, I'll just take it for now.
Yeah, it would be nice to be able to kick on
I'll
that
just
set.
save it on the...
Yeah, like right here, tanks, or like this set right
The
here.
last set.
Yeah, where all these ads are out.
Yeah, I'll probably have aggro, so...
So yips, you just have to be in that Venn. W.
If you give me assist, I can always... Because I'm usually kicking first on technician, so I can just mark one of them here and I kick first.
Yeah.
When is that?
Auto
When is
mark.
that? That set of ads is 3 minutes in, so I could probably do... I can see like the first set, and then that set. Makes it easy.
Yeah, do that.
I could set up a kick order for
that
if you think it'll help as well.
The finisher, you get like slowed if you get zapped by him.
Alright, let's go, boys.
You can timer?
One sec. Okay,
Yeah,
just go.
okay.
Fuck it.
I'll
Just
type
go,
it.
just go, go, go,
I'll
go,
type
go,
it.
go, go.
If you guys want to work on anything small in this pull, let's like hyper focus on blazes and try to nail down good positioning for that, like early.
3, 2, 1.
Time to die, shouts. Bear, get over.
Respecting the lines.
Direction.
There's so much respect happening.
Respect easy.
3, 2, 1. Respect.
How are you alive?
Mage.
He's respecting heavy.
Healing and mage.
And respect.
And respect.
No global defense GCDs.
Okay, blazes in 3, 2, 1 now. Frontal in 3, 2, 1 now. Okay, ad should be dying. Nice.
You know where to dunk it, man?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is a soak here.
Get up and dance for me, you little jerks.
Nice.
Eat my fist.
Combo canisters in 5.
Warm regards. I got plenty more where I came from.
Soaking now.
You can both revival this absorb.
Tank circle now. Blazes in 5. Getting your soaks. Can the melee not hit the boss in that one?
The hitbox is big, we can.
Okay.
Yeah, it was fine.
Okay, baiting frontal. Watch blazes. Nice. Okay, Giga coils in a few seconds. Make sure you dunk. You can dunk already. Shouldn't do any damage. We never even got it. Nice. Perfect dunk timing. Okay, this is soaks.
Ships at the end of the dot here.
Nebula, I want combination canister's name on Bigwig to be changed to soaks.
Now.
Holy shit. Okay. Big healing.
fired up,
Nice.
could
We're
just-
moving. We're moving. We're
From the
moving.
door.
Big AoE in 3, 2, 1 now. Okay, this is going to be the hard bait. Everyone needs to make it to their spot. Pre-think about how you're getting there now. Kill the techie early. You have to be in your soak as well. KSB, and then you dunk after. It's fine. Okay, everyone's soaks are spawning. We're going to do Blaze and Giga Blast. Get the boss away from the wall. Boss is way too close to the wall. It's going to make this so hard. Okay, frontal in 3,
And
2, 1 now. Hopefully we get it. Get to your spot. We're just dead.
There's
It's too.
probably
We're just
someone
too
missing.
far. It's just too far.
We just made it sideways instead of like being it towards the wall, so we're closer.
Needs to be close to the
Yeah.
wall so that it's easy to soak the residue
Yeah,
after.
actually,
I don't think it has to be, but easy.
I think
Easy
he is
time,
right. If the boss is this far from the wall, it should be way easier instead of trying to be on the wall to just bait it to the side instead. So I actually like that so much better. The only thing is, it needs to be. It can't be this side.
Needs to be the right side.
Yeah, it can't be this side. So
Yeah,
everyone
of
will
course,
just
not
bait.
towards the
Everyone can just
good
bait
side.
this way. It's also going to make this Giga Coil just be up for a few seconds because he's going to have to go far, but I think it'll increase our consistency by a lot. So boss position is exactly right here, but we're just going to bait either to the wall or back. So range would just want to be like back here.
Can the boss be like in the canisters instead? Wouldn't that be,
No,
be better?
no. This happened last time where like basically no matter where the frontal is positioned, if this boss's hitbox is near this soak, you can't even get in the soak. It like completely covers the soak, and they can't get in it yet. So that's why it's away. I mean, the boss can be 10 yards further in the middle of the room than it was there and still work, but we're just going to change our positioning to make it easier. All right, keyhole.
You drop H code.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Time to die, chumps. Bam! Get a look.
Okay, rotating, protecting.
Total destruction.
You're gonna pop a Percy, do it now. We are kicking in 3, 2, 1. Good.
I'm the last boss you'll ever see. Time for a high
Okay, tank circle going out, exploding.
Fate frontal.
Blaze in 3, 2, 1. Frontal in 3, 2, 1. Now. Good. Giga coil. Fired up's gonna. Oh, technician isn't dead. Kill it now. We're gonna take a little extra damage here, healers. Be alive.
Wolf.
I got plenty more where I came from.
We're alive. Getting these soaks, these blue circles make it hard, but get in there. We're dead. Too slow. Can't ever have that happen again. Killed the technician too slow. All it is. Is it like the initial? Did it not die fast initially? Fired up
It's
also
just
could have
some
gone
people
faster,
not
but-
swap into it, for sure.
Can we just all, for progression's sake, just swap to the first technician until we are through this consistently every time? Whenever we'll give you the go-ahead to add boss damage when necessary. Don't do it on your own. Do the same thing.
Especially range. I swapped to a full, man.
Probably missing like
just not really a great swapper.
A lot of ignite damage with how we're doing it.
Okay, can we try to pull it to the edge again, Tanks, but just pull it away, pull it back to the middle before the frontal, maybe?
Yeah.
I just don't want the frontal.
You pull it there after, and then I'll pull it back to the middle before.
It only needs to be for like one global, literally, because we're spamming shit though, anyway.
I need to set my AoE top.
I mean, the frontal is not a... Well, I mean, I can get out with it, so...
Yeah,
I don't...
I can move the boss.
When I'm saying frontal, by the way...
5.
Hello everybody, welcome back and good morning to the Team Liquid Race World. First, today is a fantastic day because we are heading into pull number 43 on Mythic Gallywix.
If you're wondering what you're looking at and you've seen the past few polls and you don't quite know what's going on yet, don't worry, we're here to guide you through it a little bit. Saw a few of these polls last night.
Hold my hands, Iro, I'm scared.
Okay, we're scared.
Oh my god.
Right off the bat, intermission phase from Heroic here. Big shield, over 1 billion damage they have to heal through. You'll notice there's tethers on all these players as well. It's similar to Fate Scribe Rokolo from back in the day. You cannot cross those tethers or you get zapped. It's the pest control tethers, Jack.
That's right, and once they're able to break through that shield, they have to get to a new set of ads that are spawning on the platform itself. Those Wrenchmongers we've seen before on Heroic doing a lot of tank damage, but they also have a Forge Master that they gotta make sure they kill off quick.
Yeah, that Giga Juice Technician is the one that drops the bomb in this phase. You can see that bomb on the top right of the screen there. That is a Giga Juiced bomb. Notably, it drops empty. You have to charge that bomb up with these lightning orbs on the ground. Once it's charged up, they toss it into that side of the platform there. Does enough damage to take out the coils, and they're able to move on to the rest of the encounter here. Gonna do that 3 times that we've seen so far in the start of this encounter before the cadence changes.
Yeah, and notably they have both kinds of canisters on this fight on Mythic difficulty. You have 2 of the fuse canisters that are targeting players that need to be soaked, and the TikTok canisters that are spawned around the boss. So 6 different soaks that need to be taken up by the team. Probably need to have like 3 players in each of them, give or take. And they also have some massive heal absorbs. They come out so quickly as well. This is insane.
Yeah, everything is amped up. This is the Mythic difficulty for sure. Everything is back to back to back. Now that Giga Blast does just go straight from the boss here. Doesn't have to be in the center of the room like it does on Heroic, and that's what spawns those lightning orbs on the ground that the bombs have to charge themselves up with. Second Giga Coils that they've now dealt with. Third one coming up here just soon. I think it's going to be right after this soak, plus another suppression from the boss, which just like in phase 3 of Heroic, you just have to run away from the boss while dodging a bunch of stuff on the ground.
Yeah, and notably with that suppression, sometimes you have the Gallywix finale that's happening on top of it, and that's causing a huge amount of raid burst AoE, but it's also drop-off damage, and as we were able to see, if you get like 30, 40 yards away, it deals almost no damage.
Yeah, and here we go. Third set of ads, third technician. Another bomb will be coming up here soon. Notably, there's no Giga Blast for about 15 seconds, so this bomb is just going to be on the ground for quite a while. We'll be picking up very shortly here. This is a pretty nasty overlap that they had problems dealing with for sure. They had to learn the movement for here. It's going to be baiting these frontals away from the canisters, then they can swap over to the canisters. And as you can see, there is not a lot of time to actually get over and soak those canisters. This is something that has been causing them quite a few issues. They've gotten through it a couple times, but it's something they're still figuring out.
Yeah, anytime that those canisters are not fully soaked, it wipes out the group. Anytime that any of these heal absorbs are not fully healed off, it'll probably wipe out the group. And you were mentioning this to me just before we got on. There's another mechanic for the mines, for the bombs that need to be destroyed on the platform.
Oh yeah, well, there's a little secret fun thing about the fight.
Yeah.
If you ever pick up a bomb on this fight, not the tank bombs, just those Giga Juiced bombs, they clasp onto you for the rest of the fight. If you ever die, raid blows up.
Ever. So you can only do it, you can also only sabotage the coil once per character, right?
Correct.
And then that character must never die, ever, otherwise you wipe out the raid.
Yep.
And you said that we don't know how many of those debuffs that we're going to have by the end of the fight. It could be like half the raid.
We've seen, after they deal with those first 3 sets of ads, like the second you deal with the 3rd Giga Coil, a new set of ads spawns different from the first 3. It's similar to more similar to Heroic, where there's 2 technicians and 3 of the wrenchmongers. So of course you'll get 2 more bombs. So we've seen 5 bombs that I'm aware of.
Yeah, already.
Which is 5 ticking bombs in the raid that you need to make sure never die. But again, we've only seen to like 70% on the fight. So
Yeah.
what does the rest of the fight have in store for us? Not sure.
We're going to be finding out today, you know?
Yeah, we certainly will. We can take a look at our boss progress, of course. We are at 7 out of 8. We are on that final boss. We are in the final leg of Liberation of Undermine. Things are getting really, really competitive here at the Team Liquid Race World First. 62.1%, of course, being that best poll. We did get it last night. We've gotten kind of close to that, Jack, but there's quite a lot we still have to figure out, still have to optimize. We're in the very, very early stages of progression on Gallywix.
Yeah, and this is a fun part because they're the only guild that is on Gallywix at the moment, and so we get to learn right alongside the Raiders, see how they're forming their strategy together, see what they're changing around on the fight, and we get to see all the action. Oh yeah, I also saw there was like 3 duds. The duds you have to soak for the tanks on Heroic, and there's like 3 of them now.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the typical Mythic difficulty, right? You can think for a baseline, everything is either going to be doing like 50% more damage, or there's going to be like 50% to double more of the mechanic you have to deal with. But sometimes on Mythic, they just add in extra mechanics, like these tethers that prevent you from cheesing the mechanic like you do on Heroic, where your range can just outrange it. You can't really do that on this difficulty because at some point the melee are going to have to cross that beam as they go around the boss. So everyone just has to do this little dance around the boss, making sure they don't cleave anybody with their beams. And it's just insanely difficult to do properly. But that was the first, that probably took them about 15 pulls to get down consistently last night. And the rest of their progression time was just kind of figuring out the cadence of timers in this phase. And you can see they've actually got quite a few of those timers in their boss mods now.
Yeah, the amount of mechanic spew that this boss does is insane. He basically is cycling through like 7 or 8 different mechanics all together. Here comes those combo canisters once more. You have to find all these positionings so quick. You have like 5 or 6 seconds to soak through those and heal off those absorbs. I think you have maybe 15 seconds to deal with those absorbs while everyone is running, while everyone's going to the next platform to deal with the next set of technicians.
Yeah, if you look at the raid frames for Boomy here, you can see that debuff on I'm Fired Up. He is the first bomb carrier, so if Fired Up ever dies, he does like 15 million damage to the raid or something, so it's essentially just a one-shot.
So I'm keeping track of Echo here on the other screen. They just had like a 4% wipe.
Again.
They are getting so close so many times. It looks brutal.
Yeah, whenever we find a brief moment to like just take a breather and talk about that, I'd love to talk about that, but I'm sure Chat,
Go ahead.
Love to know
I
what's
just
going
wanted
on.
to check in. I just wanted everyone to know what was going on. But
It's
yeah.
a very good point, because every single pull that Liquid has on this boss that Echo doesn't is just more information that Liquid can gain and more experience they can gain. That's why getting that Mugsy kill last night was so important for them. Second Giga Coil's done. Third combo canister soak done here.
Yeah.
These are tough. Now they have 2 of those bombs. You can see they're prioritizing mages for those bombs here, because they have Cauterize, right? They can cheat death one time, so they have a little bit of extra safety to not blow up the raid. There's a third set of ads here. Once they get through this technician, they'll get a third bomb, and they'll be able to overload that bomb and deal with the third control panel here. But here's that bad overlap coming up here again. Giga Blast Frontal needs to be baited away from the canisters, and then they all have to run over and soak those canisters in addition to having the phase 2 soaks at the same time in about 1.5 seconds. So here, can they get it done here? Baiting the frontal, move over, soak the canisters, make sure you have the right combination of players. It's just so difficult of an overlap.
That is insane, because even if you're just properly baiting the blaze lines, you have to get back into position, find where you need to be for those canister soaks. If you don't have enough players soaking it, it's just going to wipe out the raid.
I mean, it's just insane. I mean, something Atlas was talking to us about last night when we were watching the fight for the initial pulls. He was kind of like, yeah, he just kind of one-shots his entire Dungeon Journal.
Yeah, well, we can take a look at our Coinbase leaderboard, kind of check in where everybody else is. Of course, Liquid up there at the top, 7 out of 8. Our best pull on Gallywix being 62.1%. We've got Echo and Method and Hotpot Hero as well, currently progging on Mugsy. So we'll definitely be checking in with them on our Coinbase leaderboard and the rest of the race mode first as a whole. But of course, we've got to focus on this fight because there's just so much going on, so many mysteries still in the air for this fight, Zyro.
Yeah, I've heard that there's a new intermission soon, but I wasn't here to see if they got to it last night. I, of course, left early because, you know, I was on the first shift with you guys this morning. I had to wake up early, so there might be more that they've seen that I'm unaware of. But, you know, I kind of didn't want to be spoiled because I want to see it live and see what it looks like.
That's right. We get to find along the way.
Yeah, I think this is one of the most exciting parts of progression, because while you can data mine a lot of mechanics and see what individual mechanics can do, there's nothing data mineable that anybody's ever seen that will tell you how they happen in the fight, the timeline of the mechanics in the fight. You can look at the mechanics individually and be like, oh, just soak the canisters. That seems pretty simple. But you can't really prepare for saying, okay, you have blaze lines, you have to bait a frontal, then you have to go soak the canisters all in about 1.5 seconds. There's nothing that can really prepare you for that. So having to actually math that out, figure out that movement in time, make sure everyone's comfortable making the movement, that's the fun part of progression for these guys.
Yeah, and they also are really taking advantage of their weak auras early on. We were seeing all the Raiders doing this a lot on Mugsy, where once they start figuring out a specific slice of the fight, then it becomes, okay, how do I make sure that I always do this flawlessly every single time?
Easy enough, right?
Yeah, and some of that's just setting up your weak aura sounds, setting up your reminders.
Yeah, important. I mean, they've been using that Liquid Reminders tool like non-stop, in addition to, you know, the weak aura packages that Bart is constantly updating for them throughout progress, in addition to boss timers.
Yeah,
Dude is essential for their progress.
Yeah. Dude is cooking maybe more than Heidi. I mean, he's here in the building, I think, first. He gets here like 6 a.m. every day. He's always walking around back and forth, just kind of, I think, like pondering what to do next. And you do see those weak auras updates go out frequently between pulls. So the analysts are certainly working very, very hard this tier.
It's actually funny. If you go back and watch the Mugsy kill last night, they had another update prepared if they didn't kill the boss.
Oh, that's right.
And they insta-sent an update, but everyone's like, we killed the boss. I don't need this update.
Yep.
That's crazy.
That is true. I forgot about that.
All right, well, here we go. Pull number 45 on Mythic Gallywix.
Yeah, again, these tethers, they just make this DPS check here that much more difficult. And you can see they're kind of spread out in groups of 4 or 5 in every single quadrant, so they have a little bit more leeway so they don't run over each other's tether. Something they were potentially talking about doing was maybe milking this Total Destruction cast. They interrupted immediately, right? But there was about 10 seconds left on that cast, so if they can feasibly heal through that and they feel like they need to get a few extra percentages of boss damage in this phase, they can save that for later on. But for the time being, I think they're just focused on seeing as much of the fight as possible, so they take the end of that lust, they bring it to this first set of ads, they make sure they cleave them down quickly so they can move on with the rest of the encounter.
Yeah, and I think that's an interesting I thought of another piece of that too. You were thinking about milking it. I was thinking, what if they hit a point later on down the line where they can't use Bloodlust on full, and then they have to just natty find a way to break the shield? But that is a conversation for a long, long time from now.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I mean, again, there's so much of the fight that we haven't seen yet. We've only seen 62%. And again, people have been non-stop talking about a secret phase. I heard Squishy saying, you know, you can actually data mine a lot of this stuff because they were talking about this on the bench last week. Tettles was talking about this, how they have to keep some things available to be data mined. They can't encrypt things that they actually need to update. So if they ever need to change the numbers for something, that data can't be encrypted. So that's why guilds are so confident that there's a secret phase, is because there are spells that aren't attributed to any other fight or just even heroic Gallywix that have been constantly getting updated throughout progress, and they've been data mining those updates. So I don't know, man. Whatever that secret phase entails, whether or not it's something that you can walk in, like, you know, some of the really easy secret phases in the past, or something that actually requires a little bit of problem solving like Jailer, that could add another 100 pulls to this encounter.
It could, yeah. It really could.
All right, somebody call the hotel. We're gonna have to be here for a couple more days, I think.
For real. I need to get more towels.
The manager there like knows our name. I don't know if you've ran into him. He like knows people by name. It's crazy. He's like, oh yeah, they extended your hotel stays again, right? And I was like, yeah, we're here for a little bit more time. But yeah, they take good care of us over there.
This is the best POV to watch, by the way. If we can just stay on stick.
What,
POV.
Big Poppies?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, notice a few things. Lil Stick, Young Dip, Donkey Gary, Big Poppy, Shakib, the kid.
Was he like Bucket Man or something one day or one tier?
He was a bucket.
Yeah.
I forget what the character was.
Okay.
It was something bucket.
He's got a lot.
Soup Shop.
Soup
classic.
Shop. Yep.
He is constantly dancing all around, like just flirting with death at every single opportunity, but that's the life of a demon hunter. We've gotten through that overlap here. Here is the 4th set of ads of the encounter here, and as you can see, there's 3 of those wrenchmongers, there's 2 Gigajuice technicians. Each of these technicians, when they're killed, will drop another bomb, so there's 2 bombs, but as you'll notice, we haven't even covered this yet. When you get to this platform, a quarter of it is already overloaded.
That's right, and they've basically gone through all 3 pieces of the platform thus far that are available.
Now, something interesting has happened here at this point in the fight, and I don't know if this was a bug last night or something that they need to figure out, but for some reason, the grates to drop off these bombs aren't there yet. So you'll see Shakib is holding a bomb. He's going to go charge up that bomb here after this Giga Blast goes off. But look, the arrow's there, but there's no grate for him to go to.
Does he just go in?
Is he just going to double jump and backflip back? Let's see.
No way.
Yeah.
What?
And he overloads that platform. They have one more bomb that they have to do still, but that's the last bomb that they can
Stage
drop
2
off because they'll only have one. Here we go, stage 2, first time on stream. Let's see what it is, and it looks like it's just a. Okay, never mind. It's not just a heroic normal phase.
Yeah.
They have spinning beams as well, and they can't go outside the platform here. They have to dodge. Are we doing like a dance as well, too?
This is disgusting. Oh my god.
So he got hit by the beam, and then because he just cashed in one of those bombs, his death led to a crazy raid-wide explosion.
What did we just see?
Hey, yo, can we get a replay on that? Did you not see that the last time you went? I don't.
Well,
we didn't see this.
So I saw that the grate wasn't there, and they were like confused as to how they were gonna drop the bomb off. I didn't see what their solution was for it.
Okay. But the question is whether or not that's intentional. Yeah.
There's a few different ways you could do that. You could have a monk set up Transcend. They could jump in the air dash with lighter than air, cash it in, and then transcend back.
Here's the problem: where's the kill field? Because usually when you go off a platform, there's a wall where you instantly die. So you need to make sure you get enough verticality to drop it off.
Right. That's why you get a jump roll, roll dash.
So basically, anybody that spent time pre-flight flying mounts, like trying to hack into the world and go under, Stormwind or whatever, they're going to be good at this fight in particular. But here's a look at the replay of those final moments in that last bowl.
Yeah. Hopefully we get the Shakib POV in a moment here, if it's just a pure replay, and we can see how he does that again. But you can see, if you look at the edge of the room, normally on Heroic, when you have to drop down a bomb, the grate will come down for you to run over there and drop off that bomb. For some reason, on these next 2 deposits, when they've already got one bomb in every single one of the quadrants, the grate just doesn't come down. So like we saw from Shakib off on the side there, He's gonna run away, double jump, get high enough in the air, drop that bomb off, and then backflip onto the platform. You can see this bottom right quadrant get overloaded, showing that he's done that. I wonder what the push here is on the boss, though. Is it just 65%?
Oh, yeah, I wonder if that was energy-based.
It could be energy-based as well.
That's what it is on Heroic, at least.
Because they still have this bomb running around with him, so if it was a bomb deposit-style mechanic, it wouldn't make sense for a bomb to still be in the middle of the raid. But let's look at what this looks like. This kind of reminds me of like a Purged in Flame style mechanic from Heroic Ragnaros back in Firelands, where a section of the platform is cut off by bombs. At the same time, melee are constantly having to dodge in and out of the hitbox of the boss to dodge those spinning laser beams. That's a crazy phase.
Notably, it didn't look like range got any tethers, but I think melee did.
Oh, okay. I didn't even see if there were tethers.
I'm pretty sure I saw a tether next to Shakib as well. But obviously, we looked at Fired Up, we didn't see any of those.
Interesting. We'll have to keep an eye on that next poll. Oh, Gamba's going out also.
Normally I save these for the end of the stream when we're getting close to the boss, but again, every single thing that we're seeing on Gallywix here is unseen. Nobody knows what's going to happen next, and you don't want to miss it. Don't get hit by an ad when they're about to push that cool new phase. Check if you have your Prime sub available, and use that Prime so you don't miss any of this action.
Yeah, get some any primers in the chat. I've been seeing them go out this morning.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, no matter what, in 15 minutes, we're going to run ads.
Yeah, they're going to happen.
You know it's going to happen.
This stuff is not free to run, so we're going to run them whether or not you have a sub. So hit that Prime button. Look at that. Look at that. We're so good. You're so good at this, Zyro. Look at all the primers. Okay. Look, there's even a little emote. Click here.
I think that's ads.
Nah.
I think that's the ads one.
No. It's a subscribe button.
Yeah, but the actual thing they type is ads.
Oh, the actual. Oh, I see. That's good. That's a good bit. Yeah. Shout out to the gifters as well.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Helping our people not get hit with an ad. Good stuff. Wow. Oh my God. You guys, we're farming. We're farming.
The real MVP.
Yo,
Let's go.
Dude.
I'm also so glad that they're streaming all of this.
Yeah.
Echo hasn't killed Mugsy yet. Nobody's seen this fight before. Notably, we went dark last night, which made a lot of sense. You know, they only had a few hours of the raid night left, so why show anything? But now we start at the full day, and then we get to see every little bit of action happening.
So to go back on the thing you were talking about with Echo, because that's an interesting point. I was watching some of their polls this morning, and I was kind of perplexed because they're not running that different of a raid comp that Liquid is. Their healing comp is the same. They have a couple different DPS specs in. I think they're only running one Warlock, and they're running 2 Warriors instead. Other than that, most of the comp is the same. Their damage in that final phase just doesn't quite seem to be there. I was looking at like the percentage points that we were trying to see if Liquid would hit. So things like 23% on the boss after the 3rd charge, 17% on the jails. They're hitting those 2 breakpoints. But after that, their damage just falls off a cliff. Their boss on their best pull was at over 4% when it started the Enrage cast. When Liquid killed the boss last night, the boss was like 1.8%.
Yeah.
So
must be a monster difference.
Echo is under a lot of pressure right now. Oh, yo, hold on one
That was good. I don't have one.
You don't have one?
I lost it. I opened it and it's somewhere in the building. I don't know where it went. I'm embarrassed.
Early in the morning, cracking him.
I messed up.
Oh yeah. Oh, it might be by the desk. You can.
I'll find
see
it.
See if production's able to find it.
Next time we go to a listen, and I'll go yoink it somewhere.
But they're under a ton of pressure right now.
They are.
Knowing the other guild is now essentially ahead, and also being under pressure, not finding the damage check.
Yeah.
The pressure's going to keep rising for them.
And I think in a lot of cases for Liquid, there were these moments where 3 different times throughout the race, we had power issues, we had the door not opening, we had authentication server issues, all kinds of things that we could not control.
Literally, I think the worst luck I've seen in any tier for us.
Yes, and through it all, they kept on pushing, and that has really led us to this moment. So it's got to be a nice relief knowing that, hey, we can just keep on playing our game, and we will pull through a lot of these problems.
My monster energy has been delivered to me. I cracked open an Ultra Strawberry Dreams.
Wait, you cracked it pre-stream?
I did the morning show, so I cracked it up in the morning show.
Oh, okay. So chat got to hear it.
They got to hear it. Yeah, no worries. No worries.
That's the important.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I can do a little
Okay, acceptable.
Yeah,
we'll take that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure a lot of the Raiders in Liquid have been in the position that Echo's in right now, where you're behind and you're feeling pressure, knowing you have to catch up. and also learn the things that Liquid is getting to learn in fight right now. It's not a fun place to be in the progress fight. And I mean, it just makes it takes the best Raiders to be in that position and still succeed. So hopefully they can pull through, but obviously we still want to see Liquid win. So
oh yeah,
anytime Echo is not killing that boss is it's good news for us.
I think though the Echo is in a way accustomed to having to come up from behind just because of the schedule of the race. So you know, this is a position they've been in. This is a position that we've seen them come back from. You know, notably, and I keep saying you're rubbing off on me. We are both saying notably, by the way, because it's your word.
It's a good word.
I use it
notably, it's a good word. In Sepulcher, I believe that Echo was quite a bit behind, and they fought back and they ended up winning that tier. So they've done it a lot before, so it could still happen. I wouldn't say that Liquid is safe at all, and they know that as well. Echo is a guild that is very good at catching up. They are very good at downing bosses very quickly. So this is still a very tight race, if you ask me.
Yeah, there's a couple other times they've done it as well. They did it in Amirdasil. They killed Tendril a day after Liquid, and they came back and killed Farak first.
Yep.
They did it in Eternal Palace. Liquid got Zakul first.
Right.
Echo came back and was able to finish off Queen Ashara first. So they're a guild that is known to be very good even when they're behind. So we cannot count them out, even though Liquid appears to have quite the advantage as we head into poll number 47 of Gallywix here. There was a long break after that last poll.
There was.
Hopefully they got some good information that they talked about and can use to make this next poll even better.
Yeah, and lots of week order updates, I'm sure. And we are even seeing some Raiders updating personal notes, probably giving themselves some reminders, because at this point, they've done all the mechanics of Phase 1, and so they probably have a pretty good idea of when do they need to use defensives, when do they need to do certain mechanics. And we've only seen, you know, a little bit of the encounter, a small slice. But thus far, it seems a bit different than Ashara, or sorry, Anzra, excuse me. I have my mind thinking about Ashara, which I guess is kind of fair. That Phase 1 is not this, like, it's not even like Sarkareth where it's like, hey, you need to survive Phase 1 and then the fight is getting progressively easier.
Yeah.
It really makes me think we're going to have some insanely challenging Phase 2, whatever Phase 3 is going to have in store for us.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy when you look back at the last 4 end bosses that we've had. Sarkareth was really an anomaly. That boss only took Liquid about 130 pulls to kill, but then you look at Razageth, it's like a 300 pull boss. You look at Farak being a huge 250 to 300 pull boss, and of course Queen Enzarek being like 400 something pulls. Sarkareth was an anomaly, but I mean, we still don't know enough about Gallywix to see what kind of boss this is, right? It could die today if they're able to push through Phase 2 and Phase 3 and see that secret phase today, but I could also see it taking another 4 days if they're unable to figure out one of the phases, so...
Yeah.
I mean, again, we just don't know enough about the encounter from what we've seen so far to see how difficult the fight is going to be. I still think, though, just that bomb mechanic, I think it's called Silver Clasps or something like that is the actual mechanic, where one of these bomb carriers is just affected by that throughout the fight. You can see the huge debuffs THD has on fired up in Dranako's raid frames.
Yep. One
of those players dies, again, entire raid blows up. Those players cannot die. It's just a wild mechanic to add to an end boss.
Really is. Almost akin to like Il'gynoth or from Nyalotha, of just having this much emphasis on one person cannot die at all costs. The element of just pure survivability needed for high-end rating is already insane, but to have it completely wipe everybody out is just another level.
What are you looking at, Zyro? Oh, you want to show this?
No, I don't want to show it.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
It's just dungeon journal stuff for some of the mechanics.
Okay.
I was kind of curious to look at that.
Oh.
There you go. Let me see. Oh, I believe it also is max energy. So if you check it right here, bosses hit max energy.
Yeah, what was that?
Yeah, I think that was just the Gigacoils timer.
Ah, okay. That's right, because we still have one more round of soaks to go before we hit in that intermission. Okay.
Intermission canisters, big soaks coming out. 2 fused canisters. They're Venn diagramming these away from the Phase 3 soaks and making sure they have as many people as possible on those. And I think they're spreading out just 2 or 3 players per ground soak instead of the fused canister soaks. Just enough to stay alive, to have enough HP to live that hit, but still have that heal absorb topped off by the healers right afterwards. Here we go. Double bombs. You can see them running around. Those are on players. Don't be too scared. It's just the models kind of flip-flopping around. Gigablast coming out. They bait this towards where they want to drop off the bomb. Can we get Shakib POV here so we can see him drop that bomb off again?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he's gonna get juiced up.
Oh,
there
we
it
got
is,
the
in the top right.
There it is, there it is, there it is.
Little double jump.
Yoink. And oh, he did it differently that time. He didn't use vengeful retreat.
Love that. Thank you for that,
Jeez.
Shakib. And was that energy again? Oh man, I keep missing it.
So I think it was a Giga Coil because his energy did end up resetting. So this might just be a 65% push.
Okay.
That's my belief, at least.
Okay, are there tethers? I don't see tethers.
I thought I saw some.
Okay.
Oh, maybe it was the chain lightning. Seeing in melee all the time. Yeah.
Am I crazy, or is the little like hole like heating up down there or something? Like it looks like the animation is changing. Like I don't.
There's a smiley face at the bottom.
Yeah, but I don't remember it looking like that.
We're through. We made it through.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll shut up.
This is a new best. They have not seen this far into the fight yet. They have not gotten through the intermission as far as I know. Let's see what this new phase looks like, and look at these constant lightning coils on the ground that they're having to deal with and kite through and dodge around. This is really interesting. AoE soaks. Okay, what is this? This is the frontal soak.
Oh, it's a cone?
Yeah. Was there a canister on the ground too?
There might have been. They're pinging somebody.
Pinging somebody.
Yeah, that was the cone soak that we saw in Heroic that the boss is doing.
Impic is just laughing.
Wow.
All right, let's head to a monster energy listen-in after that new best.
Can you guys? Would it make
biggest baddest bomb rush?
Wait, your luck is run a tethers?
Can you guys just let me mute for like 20 minutes and look at this, and you guys just keep getting better at P1 and getting here, and then just wipe when you get to this point and YOLO it, and then I'll have something for you in like 30 minutes. Just Zevi, try to call everything.
I think the one
It's an easy mech, honestly.
No.
Yeah, it's just the one where everyone gets a bunch of run-out circles.
I mean, the ranged POV there is like you actually do nothing. You just go back and forth.
If you can amp curse the
You
one
don't have to
in the
move at
back
all.
of the room, I think we're fine.
Oh yeah, it is an interruptible caster.
Yeah.
You could probably amp curse it.
You can.
Back one.
I think you maybe can regular curse one more, but I don't think. I mean, the one in melee should be fine. But the one.
Yeah, the melee one just blows up.
Oh, Scott, you should turn on the marker for the technicians.
Yeah.
Oh, I need to actually finish that nothing.
I think you just tank the boss in, like, so that there's no lightning on.
No. I will just look at it. You all pull the boss to do P1.
Yo, melee, where
Yeah,
was
well,
the
shut up.
opportunity to move to the right? Did I miss it?
It was at the very,
it was
almost at the edge,
very end.
and then you move back and
Very
back
bad
in.
calm.
Oh, I see.
You can just transcendence it. And
Wait, before we pull, I do want to look
It's
at
like
the melee
after
thing
the
in the
red
face.
shit goes off, Exile.
Oh, you mean like through the blue swirlies that?
Yeah, you walk through the blue
went through.
swirlies.
Okay, yeah, I see.
As soon as the red pops, you move back and in.
Some pulls.
Yeah, one sec. I just want to see the melee thing real quick. So that little movement that melee did. Was this? Oh yeah, you could do that. You get out there. You guys went late, but like
technician.
So like right when you see these blue circles, you can beat those blue circles, right? Can you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll rush right through.
I mean,
Yeah,
also,
Was there
wait, can you? Can you jump it?
No, you just take
I
damage.
definitely go take
It doesn't kill you.
But
No, we just
like, I
walked over it.
Whatever I did, I didn't take damage, but
Well, I cloaked,
that's
but-
not everyone.
Well, no,
take droid.
you walked
Yeah.
over the bad part.
Yeah, but it doesn't kill you. Like it's fine to walk over if you have to.
Also,
maybe
we'll
try
have
maybe
more-
try rolling like movement speed stuff. He
Well,
might have
no.
just missed the tick because of how fast he was.
Well, you
doesn't
just
even
have to
jump.
look in front of that beam.
Yeah,
Like,
well,
if you
Monst
look,
transcend.
if you
Everyone
look in
just-
front of that beam, there's an
Yeah.
opening.
Yeah,
Everyone
monks
just
can
got rush.
transcend easily. Okay, you guys pull the boss.
Still void elf.
Can you,
Wolf.
whoever was tanking all these mobs, by the way,
I can leap, so yeah.
you guys are
Yeah.
like standing too far to the right side of the melee quadrant at the start. You want to stand like on X or even to the left of X, because
Okay.
I mean I have to run over to stun and I just have to
Wait,
take
I'm
off the
so
shit.
confused. So
That's fun.
The
so it
frontal,
looks like- the
it has
frontal has a
soaks and
spread
spreads.
mechanic.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't have soaks and spreads. It's just when you are
When
in
you're
the
in it,
frontal
yeah.
when you're in the frontal animation, it just puts a circle around you to show the spread length, but you will have to spread.
While soaking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like a triangular
soak and spread.
triangular circle stack. Bang!
You just
Okay.
immune it.
I have a few thoughts. I mean, I think you guys should just pull the boss.
We'll have
Do we
a
have
lot more
doing
time
a-
to
how about we
kill
get a more timer than
the focus the sentries. fuck up. I kicked
Stay
like
on
2
my
seconds
don't
early
talk,
because
don't
I
think.
thought it was chill. So it should be.
Do you want to call
close.
Zevi?
Yeah, I can.
Can we just do it?
The last
melee
SMP.
is true, right?
Yeah.
When the hands are
dude,
spawning,
good
are you on this
wanna
side
call
of
it?
X or this side?
I don't know.
We're
I
on
can
X.
if you
I'm
want.
just on X.
I died on X. Like I just fucking died to the ground shit. I don't know.
Ed?
We are rotating.
I saw everyone else on the left side of X, like where you want to be, and no one else died.
Can Lummel and Bubba
Spatial paradox.
and Siori go to another channel with me real quick?
Bait frontal.
Rescue.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back from that Monster Energy listen-in. Yeah, sorry, Monster Energy. They decided to mute right when we went into that. But, I mean, we did get a little bit of an insight into kind of the goings-on of what exactly is happening behind the scenes here. Sounds like Max is kind of going to be talking with Bubba and I think a couple other Lummel,
Siori, the Animal Squad.
Yeah.
The Brain Crew.
Yeah, the Squad. But in the meantime, we can kind of make our own speculations. What did we see when we dropped to 58%?
We saw a push into a new phase there after that second intermission that they just barely got through.
Yeah.
And the first mechanic that we really saw was sort of a recreation of the start of the heroic encounter, where most people have two groups of people split up on opposite sides of the boss, and the boss will do a frontal cone.
Yep.
That will also be something that puts a big healing absorb on people. So it's damage plus healing absorb. But we saw inside that cone, it looked like every player that was in the cone had an AoE circle around them, meaning that they would also need to spread out inside the cone. I'm not sure if there was anything more to it than that. We saw them pinging a player that had like a canister on them, one of those black blood canisters, so maybe there's also a soak that they had to do at the same time, but be spread out in the soak in the cone at the same time. That's kind of why we heard Max saying, yeah, I need like 20 minutes to talk about this with people so we can figure out what's going on. You guys keep pulling, keep getting more consistent at this phase. Because as we've seen, right, in the first hour or so of pulls on the boss, this is still extremely volatile. That bomb mechanic, if you blow up, there's not a lot that will save you from that. The canister soak's still very tough. They're still learning this encounter.
There is a lot to learn as well. I mean, that could be... I wonder if it's like marking a certain player for like an after effect soak. So that, notably on heroic difficulty, you have to have half the raid soaking these cones. And when you also have to have people spread out in them, it makes me wonder if there's going to be a secondary soak that's not going to be like a cone soak or something from the boss, but it's going to be based off that canister player.
I think that Sentry is just a leftover ad from the intermission phase. You can see they're kind of like, there's this like spreading lightning AoE on the lines. I think that's just something they have to run through when they're split up.
Okay,
here's the
AoE
slow
indicators.
It down. Yeah, look. Okay, so everybody that's in this cone has an AoE indicator on them. That signifies to me they need to be spread out inside this cone. That is not a wide cone, though.
Okay, so who's our
Do we see any canisters in there as well? Look at the melee group up there, man. They just have no room. Oh, man, what is going on here? It looks like there were like explosions around the boss as well. What was going on?
Yeah, so I'm sure that it was somebody blowing up who had the silver clasps on them, which which coming from the mine.
Yeah.
Once they cash in the mine, they're just perma debuffed, and if they die, the entire raid dies. But after that, I wonder where that black blood canister is, because it also had a tether between it and the boss.
Yeah,
So I'm not sure if you're snapping the tether. Maybe that's like another tank mechanic they have to deal with or something.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, but what we do know is that they're really easily able to replicate Phase 1.
Well,
relatively speaking, to some other fights we've seen, you know, I think they are much more easily able
Nice
to
backtrack.
this. I mean, they're gaming.
No, you're right.
They're gaming. From compared to other end bosses we've seen that sometimes take like 100-something pulls.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, Queen Ansarek, clear example. They didn't,
Exactly.
They didn't see this. They didn't see phase 2. They didn't go up to the platforms until like 180 pulls in.
Yeah, exactly. So they've actually seen quite far relative to some other boss encounters. That could also mean they could be dumping 100-something pulls into phase 2, and you know things are slowly revealing themselves.
So I'm looking at the known dungeon journal mechanics on the fight.
Yeah.
Not a lot. This is only phase 1 stuff that we know about. It's the stuff that's in the dungeon journal in game. So that bomb that they're getting, the discharged Giga Bomb that drops from the Giga Juice Technician that we already saw fired up deposit here. The way that works is while it's active, it does about 1 million damage every 3 seconds to the nearest 5 players. So it's AoE group damage. The second you pick up that bomb, half a second after you pick up that bomb, it locks onto you, making you unable to throw it. So the extra action button does nothing. It might as well not be there. Here's the big thing. If for any reason this aura removes the shackles, it detonates, dealing 12.5 million damage to all players.
Oh no.
So 12.5 million damage, I mean, you can maybe raid CD through that. These players at their gear level have somewhere in the realm of 9 to 10 million HP, but like you aren't going to be happy if you have to take that damage. The other thing as well is there's also this pass-fail mechanic in this phase that we talked about. You have to charge that bomb up to 100 energy if you actually want to overload those Giga controls on the side of the encounter. So if they ever fail that, they're in this phase longer. It's essentially a wipe. So there's a lot of pass-fail checks through this encounter, and I'm pretty sure a lot of these mechanics are just going to be focused on making sure you keep those 3, 4, 5 players alive for the entire encounter. You know, ideally you keep all 20 alive.
Yeah.
But those 5, I mean, they can never die. It's a pretty wild mythic mechanic.
Looks like you have lots of thoughts about the
I
healing
do.
specifically in this fight. What are you cooking up, Jack?
Well, right now I'm really trying to get a good handle on how well they can kind of sustain through some of this damage. Because notably, they've done a really good job of dealing with phase 1. And I'm kind of curious if they're, depending on phase 2 and what it really is going to be throwing at you, how frequently are you dealing with AoE soaks? We saw 8 healers on heroic difficulty at 30 players because there were such high frequency of cone soaks.
Oh man, I forgot about that, yeah.
So how many healers are there going to be required when you have to deal with potentially multiple rounds of these cone soaks in phase 2? What are we going to be looking at to meet the DPS check for the shields? Oh, we got another round of the cone soaks, okay.
This is
Still
kind of a weird
trying to
animation.
see.
It's really hard to see where it actually is.
I can't tell literally at all.
So it's based on the tank's location, and that was what we saw at a heroic difficulty, is that sometimes the animation would kind of like bug out.
Where
but
does it
you would
end?
Always...
It's like such a soft, you know?
Part of it is because the boss is moving.
Well,
Yeah.
I see it, but it just like the corners of it, it's not very clear, I guess, where that hitbox actually is to me.
Wait. Okay, stop.
Oh, stop.
Yeah, look, there's like a canister in Melee.
But where is the canister?
What is
it's
the
on
canister
Scott.
doing there? Oh, that's a tank thing.
It's on Scott.
Okay.
Or it's on Trill, but I really bet that it's on Scott because he's the active tank, and you can see target to target on Impact's point of view. So whatever this is, it's going to be impacting the tanks, and then they're going to have to do something with this canister, which also drew a tether line between it and the boss. So hear me out. They do the cone soak. Tank gets a debuff and then has to run out and snap the tether, and it explodes for more damage.
Can I say that again?
I could see that.
Okay. If like, again, just a guess, if Scott's dealing with the cone soak,
okay,
then he gets like a black blood canister that draws a tether with it on the boss. Then he has to like run out and snap it. And then instead of having to deal with the big bad bunch of bombs that are featured in phase 1, this is like the phase 2 tank mechanic.
Are we just like spitballing potential ideas here?
I am.
I like
full,
that.
I'm just full spitballing.
I like it. I like it.
Yeah.
Keep it up.
What ideas do you have, Zyro?
I am just trying to
You're just here for
digest
the vibes.
everything on the screen.
Yeah.
And try to make it make sense. And so far, phase 1 makes sense. Phase 2 intermission looks like it mostly makes sense. They almost like failed the check there. I don't know if you saw that last pull. The melee like were up against the quadrant that was overloaded and had to run out and go back around. My question is, if you are pushed all the way to the left there and the fire bombs are right behind you, how do you save yourself? I don't think you can.
Yeah. Gonna be fun.
But man, every single one of these individual mechanics is just so much more difficult for them to heal through. HP bars all dropping to like 30 to 40% there just from those canister explosions. And then, of course, the healers also have to top everyone off through the healing absorbs and make sure they don't die to the suppression AoE as they all run toward the ads. We saw all of the monks dropping to like 10% HP there. Oh, man, it's just wild.
It really is. And also, the frequency of the heal absorbs is really nasty. Because you basically just have to space out your output so much that like one healer is going to carry every healing absorb, more or less. Every single time. Plus, the tanks are getting annihilated on this encounter.
I mean, just like it was on Mugsy, right? Tanks are under constant threat here. It's kind of wild to watch them live through this. I heard this morning Scott was actually feeling under the weather as well. I think he's moved to one of the player pods, so hopefully he's feeling okay. Yeah.
Oh, like are they isolating him?
I think he's just trying to make sure if he is sick, he's trying to stay away from the other players.
Okay.
So hopefully he's feeling okay, but I mean, precautionary measures always, smart things to take here.
Dude, I don't need to keep saying this, but like we are bringing on, we're getting cursed. We're cursed.
No, we're okay.
We're a little cursed.
We're okay.
People are getting sick.
Everything is
We're getting DDoSed. The power is going out.
EMP.
Yeah, Gingy.
No. It's all good.
He's holding doors.
We need to sage the building. We need to bring in a shaman. We need to do some rituals. We didn't pray hard enough.
We need TNT's uncle.
Pray to whatever god you have, chat. We need your energy.
Here's that overlap here. Frontal bait, 2 fuse canisters. So not quite everyone made it to the TikTok bombs, though, unfortunately. I think this overlap is probably going to see the most wipes in this phase 1 so far. It's by far the most just tight timing of any of the mechanics they've seen.
I think there is a very cringe setup with the TikTok canisters.
Yeah.
Because they're staggered. They go 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, and each timer is independent of each other.
Yeah.
And so what I think is happening is that somebody might be marked as 1 for the soak, and it's what you would call a static soak, which means that Shakib will always soak 1, as an example. But if you're having him also running out blaze lines, he's very far from getting into his first soak, which means that he has an extra sort of challenge that he has to overcome there. I wonder if they might try to do a variable soak with a weak aura. Okay?
Yeah, no, it's definitely a possibility.
So if you get targeted by blaze lines, and then you have to have the weak aura calculate, okay, you're going to go into soak 3 or 4 instead of soak 1 and 2 because it's going to take you longer to get into position.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
Yeah.
I think there's enough time to get to all 3 of them. I think that
I would hope so, but how consistently?
my ideal way of soaking those would be to say, okay, we have people dedicated to getting the 2 close ones and the 2 far ones, and more mobile people will be able to get the far ones. I was wondering what was going on though. I heard in the background there, we heard, oh wow, and then we saw a break timer go up for an hour. And then they instantly canceled it and put a normal 8-minute break time.
Okay.
Okay, so this is fine.
Okay.
Is it fine?
I don't know.
Is that an intentional,
I don't know.
We'll see.
We'll find out when he gets back. On our other monitor, we have the Shakib POV being disconnected from the server. But the thing is, he plays a Demon Hunter.
Okay.
So that disconnect could be anything. That could
right.
That could be him fell rushing.
Yeah.
And hitting like a crack on the ground. It's all good.
Okay. All right.
Wrong.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
Tombo's coming by. We're gonna get a boom.
He's coming by.
We're gonna get a boom. Boom! Boom! Let's go.
Oh, sorry. Oh my god.
That's his thing.
Yay.
Oh, man.
I missed. That was embarrassing.
You missed the fist bump?
It was really awkward. It was like
That's a big boom.
one of these.
Oh.
I tried. I'm not.
Good news, nobody
I'm
saw
not
it,
cool
right?
enough. No, nobody saw it.
Only all of our chat saw it.
Yeah. Oh man. I'm sorry, but you know what? People did see him driving really poorly this morning, so it's.
That's true. But not as badly as Dazer.
Yeah, Dazer was worse. But Scott is
really bad.
Scott is still undefeated in the worst driver.
Okay, so let me paint the picture for you.
Okay, let's hear it.
It's bad.
Okay, so Tobo hits a wall.
Okay.
And then he has to go into reverse to, get out of the wall. He reverses, hits that wall. Then he goes forward, hits the other wall.
It's like Austin Powers.
Austin Powers.
Exactly.
Oh,
Quite literally like Austin Powers. He had to do that, and I think it was like 4 or 5 different gear changes, and he still beat Dazer.
The social media guy could do something really funny
Yeah.
right now, by the way,
Yeah.
if he wants
He's
any
still
ideas.
beat Dazer. So
Interesting.
the king of driving right now is Dryny.
Oh, so THT finally got overtaken.
He did.
He did. Yeah, by a lot also, by like
Really?
7 seconds, which is
Yeah.
pretty significant, I feel like, in, in
Yeah.
racing.
We
stuff.
gotta get Dryny a scorpion
Are you
jacket
like
because
a-
that guy knows how to drive.
Are you like a racing sim guy, or are you just a prodigy? Jeez,
he's
just insane.
He says he's a prodigy, I guess.
That guy is just Ryan Gosling and drive.
Yeah. Oh, and then here's this guy.
You gotta go again.
Oh, the immersion. They didn't hear that. We don't need to break the immersion.
Yep.
We're just gonna leave it at Dryny's a prodigy.
Yeah,
All right.
Dryny is a prodigy.
Tobo, though,
he's very
he
good.
just-
Tobo was bad.
Tobo
yeah.
needs to wait until Honda has self-driving.
There's a theme here. There's a theme going on here. The UK boys are not great.
Well, it's
Have
not
we
their
seen
fault.
Shay yet?
They're on the wrong side of the car over there.
You're right, but
That's
it's
true.
a circle. There's no lanes in this game. That is copium.
You still have to think about it differently. It's rough.
I don't know. I think this is some copium in the chat.
They got a license for everything but driving.
I guess so. I understood that reference. He's looking at me like, Aya. You get it?
Is that like a Bond
That
reference?
was a Bond.
No, just a.
Okay.
Well, just in general UK,
Okay,
TV
okay.
license, fridge license.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, you're right.
A little bit of everything.
Thank God I have a sponsor to shout out right now. All right, teal.gg/Coinbase. You can win a Team Liquid signed jersey. They were over there yesterday working very hard signing those jerseys. If you get one that's a little sloppy, they did their best, okay? Signing cloth is hard. So you may get a rare, very, messed up. Dude, I think KSP was like, yeah, I have to cross this one out and do it again. I'm like, what do you mean?
No.
What do you
You gotta write 3 letters.
I've seen them do that. I know. He has the shortest name, one of the shortest names on the guild, and he somehow messes some of them up, but I don't blame them. It's a little hard to do sometimes. But you can win one of these Team Liquid signed jerseys yourself. If you go to teal.gg/Coinbase, use that code TeamLiquid20, you can have $20 in the app and have a chance to win this lovely jersey. And for the grand prize, NA and EU only, you can be flown out here for the next Race World First. We would love to meet you, so head on over and sign up, and we may just see you next tier. So thank you so much to Coinbase, our presenting partner for the Race to World First, as well as the rest of our partners. I actually have not shouted them out this morning. We love them so much. Coinbase, like I said, as well as Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and DungeonDojo. We need some hearts in the chat because this is a tremendous event to run. There's a lot of moving parts, and I'm not kidding, would not be possible without them. So we love them so much. Thank you guys for supporting us, and thank you guys for loving them.
Absolutely. Couldn't do it without him.
Could not do it without them. But if you're just now tuning in, we are still progging on Mythic Gallywix. We don't know if there's something wrong with the server because all I can see is Shaq's login screen saying you've been disconnected from the server. But they are taking a little bit of a break regardless, and hopefully we get back in there as soon as we can. They're getting having a little walkabout, little rumspringa between pulls, and we're also tuning into Echo, and they are still not to the last boss. They are still getting sub 5% wipes, and it's what time is it? I think it's like 8:17 p.m.
Yeah, it's
local
late for
time
them.
there. So I'm not sure when they've been ending their raid day. Do you know, Zyro?
I'm not sure when they've been in it. It's been late. It's been like 11 to midnight usually.
I think
Yeah.
we have another 2 hours or so,
Something
give or
like that,
take.
yeah.
Do you think they
But
extend?
I think this is where they say we go till it dies.
Yeah.
And then they get a full night's sleep, and then they get to see where Liquid's at. I will say, already getting into phase 2 with Liquid, I kind of have this feeling, Zyro, that they might want to go dark again.
I hope not.
I hope not as well.
I don't think they'd do that this early in the day.
I hope not as well. But I think it's a massive freaking advantage getting to see phase 2 pulls, figure out phase 2 strategies, figure out those things, and also not show them off. From like a purely, this could, help us lock in the win type of deal.
The only time I think I've ever seen Liquid go dark a second time was in Sarkareth, if you
Yeah.
remember that, right? They finished a Night of Progress. They got very close on the boss, and they actually said, we're coming in early tomorrow to kill this.
Yeah.
They came in at like 7 a.m. and killed the boss in a couple of hours. They didn't
When
really
was
go
this? I
dark for that.
zoned
This
out.
was Sarkareth? Aberrus?
Aberrus.
Ah, yes, that was great. They almost made a mistake in doing that, Max said, that it almost cost them.
Mm-hmm.
Risky
Yeah, they
move.
didn't get a lot of sleep, but they were able to get the kill. I don't see them doing that here.
Okay.
Unless, the only thing that I could see them potentially doing that for,
You're talking about Echo doing that.
no, Liquid.
Liquid waking up tomorrow morning?
No,
We're talking about like going dark.
Going dark.
Going dark. I see. Okay.
I don't
Sorry.
think with progress. There's a lot.
I'm back.
That they're gonna do.
Let's have a little M.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You guys keep going. I'll.
She's trying to.
Didn't even know where it was.
you went for every single task first.
I did.
For the one
I really. It's right in front of me.
Important thing is that you
finish
found
that
it.
whole thing. Finish
All
the
right.
whole can.
I'm gonna down this. In the meantime, let's take a look at a replay of the best pull. Get it.
Quick sip.
2, 1.
So we have all these different mechanics going on. First and foremost, the boss starts in phase 3, quote unquote, just like we saw in Heroic. Starts off with those lines, and now there's a tether. So the tether has to not be crossed by other players, otherwise you zap them. So everybody's got to move around in a big old circle together while breaking the shield, then interrupt the total destruction cast.
This tether is actually a little bit finicky as well, right? The way that it actually works, it's about 500,000 damage every half second, ticking damage. That does more damage the further away you are from the boss. Also, it stacks. So if you run over the other tether, you also get hit by their tether damage. So if they're far away, you take whatever they would have taken as well. So it stacks up pretty quickly. You really just won't want to take your tether's damage. But they've gotten through that for the most part. I don't think I've seen that many pulls where they actually have death to the tether mechanic. They're pretty much used to their movement there. They get through that shield a lot. Like you were talking about, though, if there is some portion of the fight later on where they want to potentially save their lust for, that shield will once again become a pretty difficult mechanic for them to live through. But all of this phase so far has really been a very difficult healing check for them. Every single one of these combo canisters casts, it's a huge live check. If one person is in the wrong place, somebody will get one shot by those canisters, and if it's one of the bomb carriers, the entire raid will get one shot by them. So they have to make sure they are constantly in the right position for those soaks every single time.
That's right. And of course you can see as they're kind of jumping between each section of the platform, they also have to deal with a combo canister. Like you mentioned, it's going to be 4 static TikTok canisters as well as the targeted fuse canisters on a few different players. There's also 3 dud bombs that need to be soaked by the tanks that deal an insane amount of damage and are going to be knocking them back as well. So the damage on the encounter gets ridiculously insane very, very quickly. And they're only going with 4 healers at the moment. But we'll see if something like that might change a little bit. Here you can see another round of the combo canisters, and it gets really deadly when it pairs up here with suppression. We saw this as well on Heroic. It's fire lines going on the player locations, and they need to run away very, very far before the Gallywix finale goes off, which deals massive drop-off damage.
We did see Liquid pull the boss here. We're back to live, but it looks like it might have been a mispull.
Whoopsie-daisy.
Back to the replay.
Instantly died. So I think we didn't miss anything. Back to the
picking up where we left off. Wow, production quick with it.
Man, production quick on the keys back there.
W production.
Every single one of these combo canisters, right, in this replay here, is very difficult. This is the overlap that they've been having trouble getting through. Have to bait the frontal away, then everyone needs to go spread out for their soaks in about 1.5 to 2 seconds. Very, very difficult timing, but they're able to get through it on this pull, and your reward is another set of ads to deal with. 3 Wrenchmongers, 2 Gigajuice Technicians. Of course, those Wrenchmongers will do a ton of tank damage. The Technicians spamming AoE casts on the raid. More damage for them to worry about while soaking these canisters. Have to make sure they're spread out once again perfectly so they don't get one shot by the damage. Now, we're not still quite sure what it is that pushes them into this next intermission. I'm looking at the boss energy here. It might be based off of that. It also might just be based off of the push. They have the boss at around 65% every single time they push to this phase. So let's see once again what it is here. You can see Shakib, one of the bomb carriers this time around. There's 2 of those bombs on the raid. I'm not sure who the second one is on. I didn't see who's been holding that, but we get the amazing Shakib POV. There's no crate for him to walk onto, so he has to do some fun Demon Hunter shenanigans. Double jump on over, hits the skip, fell rushes back to the platform, able to drop that bomb off, and we overload another quadrant of the platform here.
That was smacked, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
Smacked for what?
For picking up the next round of the bombs.
That would make
He went and juiced it up. I know it's a monk for sure. It could be Trill as well. But I know it was definitely a monk they had onto it. But here you can see, of course, phase 2 going out, 65%.
It's Boomy.
Oh, it's Boomy. There you go. All the monks. And you can see they are right up against the line, against that wall, and they're using transcendences as well, just to make sure that they don't get destroyed by the beam.
Not only is it the beam they're worried about, but these electrified platforms, we just saw Drowning walk over, and it did like half of his HP bar. So those electrified patches on the ground do so much damage, and this is where we saw them wipe. We still don't know what the intended solve for this frontal is. We can see there's AoE circles in there. But again, going back to that phase 1 bomb mechanic, if a bomb carrier that even just touched a bomb in phase 1 dies, they blow up the raid. So if you watch that back in slow-mo, you'll see certain players start to die, and then there are 4 explosions for those 4 bomb carriers.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard to live through that.
I just saw another thing.
Ooh.
Not only did Scott have a canister on him, which had a tether line to the boss of Black Blood, but it was also tethered to somebody else on top of his location.
Probably Yips.
Might be. It might be.
Might
so
just be
I
a
don't
tank
know
mechanic.
if both tanks were supposed to soak it or if it might alternate between the tanks or something like that. But that'll be a really interesting piece of information to figure out what they're supposed to do in Phase 2. And we've already seen tethers where you just simply are tethered to the boss, you don't cross the lines. We haven't seen any snap tethers yet, reminiscent of like Soul Render Dormazane.
Yeah.
So that might be an additional mechanic that they have to go up against.
Yeah, they haven't used a snap tether mechanic in a while, have they?
Yep.
Interesting.
Yep.
We'll have
Also
to
featured
see.
in Final Fantasy XIV with the Hesperos encounter and the first raid of Endwalker.
Whoa.
Pandemonium 4, one might say.
He's bringing out the knowledge, the Final Fantasy knowledge. Okay.
That was a fun fight to heal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Snap tethers.
They used the opposite of that in the Savage Honeybee Lovely encounter this past year as well.
Sounds like a good macro
where
cosmos.
two players have to come together to explode a mechanic.
Yeah, big fan of Astrologian there.
Did you do the light heavyweight encounters this tier?
I did not. No.
Ooh, the cruiserweight division's coming up next very soon.
I did not enjoy how they revamped Astrologian. They kind of made it needlessly complex with the cards.
I thought they made it easier. Maybe I'm misunderstood.
I didn't like what they. This is a whole other discussion. we
Well,
can talk
don't have
about
a
that
lot to talk
later.
about
Really not much, yeah.
They've been sitting in front of the boss here.
That's fair.
For
That's fair.
about 10 to 15 minutes, which makes me think that they did accidentally pull the boss before.
Yeah.
They're probably waiting for a solve, or at least an idea of a strat for that first mechanic we saw in Phase 2, where there is that frontal code coming out and potentially the tethers as well.
Yeah.
As something that they have to solve. We'll see. We'll let you guys know when they pull. We're not going to miss any of the action, I can promise you that. We're just kind of spitballing what we think could potentially happen here. Because once again, the fight we're seeing, all we know about is really the first intermission. We don't know much else about this encounter aside from data mined mechanics. But again, data mined mechanics will only tell you how one particular mechanic will work. You have no idea what order they're going to come in, how fast they're going to come, how many of them happen at the same time. That's the problem-solving nature of the Race to World First.
And the other side is they could also have mechanics in there that are they have no intention of even existing.
True.
They could just say, like, Gallywix's brother, Jollywix, comes out and throws a bomb, and they could just be tuning that bomb number up and down just to mess with people for fun, and that could just also not exist.
Did you hear my theory last night?
For what?
About what the secret phase is?
No. Give it to us.
let's hear it.
So you get Gallywix at 10%, right?
Okay.
He hops out of the mech. You've destroyed his mech. Good job. For the secret phase, out of the hole, sticks Bunk Junker on top of Halandris.
Yes!
Two different bomb mechanics happening at the same time. And
No.
Gallywix is there telling everyone what to do.
No, too much.
I hope something rises up out of that hole in the middle of the
There was something to do with it for sure. I swear it looked like it was getting heated up in there or something. Something was
this
going
mog
on.
is certainly heating up.
Absolutely. We're going to take a look at some transmogs in the meantime. Teal.gg/RWF/ wait, oh my God, hold on, wait, let me start over. Teal.gg/RWF-donate if you'd like to donate to the Pasadena Humane Society. Money goes straight to them. We're taking a look at some transmogs. Here is Splazer, a Havoc Demon Hunter.
Splazer?
Looking fly off the PCH.
Okay, good. They are.
That is.
They're in the Guild Pacific Northwest.
Glaives.
Yeah.
Glaives.
The Pacific Coastal Highway.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
He knows.
I've driven up that before.
Yeah. I always wanted to.
I did a road trip around the west side of the U.S. 10 years ago or so. It was very fun.
I want to do another road trip. I always did them as a bunch as a kid. I haven't done it in ages. That'd be fun. Get the boys together.
What do you think about this
in your Honda car?
My Honda. Yeah, absolutely. I think there's like a bug where it's only showing one Warglaive.
Yeah, I think so too.
Assuming you double glaives, I love this. I like the red and like charcoal gray type of setup. Very, very nice.
Dude, a two-handed glaive would go hard. Sorry.
9.2?
9.2.
Bang.
Okay. All right.
They've kind of got like a Predator sort of, like Alien versus Predator.
Dude, I was thinking that. It looks kind of sci-fi.
Yeah, the blacked out eye as well.
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah.
I like a good bit of asymmetry when it comes to the Mogs.
Yeah, me too. It's hard to make. I don't know what it is, but like it's hard to make a blood off male look cool sometimes. I don't know why.
I disagree.
Yeah.
You said 9.2. I'm gonna go 8.9. I think it's also pretty cool.
8.9. I'll go with an 8. I'll go with an 8, I guess. All right. Well, thank you for your submission.
Hey mods, you timed out Juno Shaw for a week. When he says time him out, he means time him out for like 2 seconds.
They timed him out for a week?
Make it 2 weeks.
Oh my god, they timed him out for 604,000 seconds.
Oh, golly.
Sheesh. All right, let's rate this one. This
All right, what do we
is
think about this guy?
very cool. Very, very cool.
It's not
That is a really bright weapon.
Yeah,
it is.
I like it a lot, but it's not giving Elemental Shaman.
9.4.
I think it's really cool. It's not Elemental Shaman, but they're not going for that. I think it's really cool. 9.2.
Yeah, good Mog, good
I'll
Mog.
give it an 8. Those shoulders are insane. They're little
oh yeah,
butterflies
they are.
on them. I've never
We're
seen
back.
He's
Good
out.
pulls.
He's outranging the
back.
tether. Wait, oh, now he gets closer and then the tether comes out.
Oh yeah, it is attached to a... It's kind of... Okay, does it look like it's a... Yeah, look at that.
Yeah. Well, what's interesting is that Nick probably could have cheesed that by staying out and then receiving Spatial Paradox, because that also, not only does it allow you to cast on the move, but it also increases the range of your healing spells.
So, interesting you talk about that. We saw them test that out last night in one of their early pulls. So what they were doing as a test is they had a gateway set up where they baited the boss. The second the boss was pulled, they all the ranged gatewayed out, so their tethers were on one side of the boss. The problem is those tethers do more damage the further you are from the boss.
That makes sense.
To try to disincentivize you from doing that. It's very hard to meet the heal check on that, plus also beat the shield, because that shield has like 1.4 billion health.
Yeah.
They have to burst that down. It's quite tough for them to do. So I think they just resolved themselves to saying, okay, we'll just do the intended way. We're not going to cheese anything. We're just going to run in circles around the boss, beat the shield normally, and move on with the fight.
Yeah, if you are just now tuning in, welcome, good morning. Our best pull is 58.92%. We got that a little bit ago. We had about 62% last night before we headed into it this morning. Has anybody been keeping track of how many pulls we've had today? I don't know when we started.
We started with 38.
Yeah.
38 pulls. Okay, so we're kind of chain pulling. We're going fast, at least the early stages here.
12 pulls in an hour. It's pretty good.
That's
for 3-minute pulls.
Yeah.
Not too much downtime. That downtime we just had was the first time today we've really had any downtime between pulls where they had to talk about strats.
Yeah.
I'm assuming it was mostly intermission positioning plus some of the first mechanics of phase 2, so they would not have any mistakes there.
Is Max still in a separate call? Because Sevi was raid leading for a little bit, right? Or
No idea.
He assigned somebody to raid lead, so it sounds like, I mean, they're always working on things behind the scenes when they're pulling.
We got Watermelon for the first time this raid just now. I don't think that's happened this raid at all.
What? I don't know. Watermelon. Like
Watermelon?
When they go mute. When they mute.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, when we join their voice channel for a listen-in and they just mute in our face.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that's so rude. I don't know what they're thinking.
They knew.
They knew.
They knew.
Are we not important to them or something? I mean, what do they think they're doing here?
Totally acceptable. I mean, it's part of the they can do that if they want to.
They certainly can.
Hey, they don't even have to stream, okay?
You're right. You're right.
Past certain obligations.
Yesterday I said that watching them prog was a privilege, and we need to remember that, and I think I upset some people with that one.
Who got upset by that?
Oh, just like a lot of Twitch chatters.
That's 100% the case.
I agree, but
7 years ago there was no streams of this.
That was my point exactly. It's you know, it's not something that we've always been able to see, and every year we get to see more guilds participate also. I mean, obviously, you know, we've got Method and Echo and Liquid. We've got the Chinese guilds coming in as well. I think they're streaming also. They usually do.
They usually do.
Yeah. So, Race to World first time is my favorite time of year. I remember before I was casting too. It was so nice to have it on the second monitor, and I would just have it on for a couple of weeks and just like tune in every once in a while. Good second monitor content. It's my favorite.
Race to World First is by far the best second monitor content out there until they're about to kill the boss. Then you swap it over to the main monitor.
Yeah. Yes.
You gotta
tab in. You gotta tab in. Yeah.
Some people are permanently locked in.
That's right.
I'm a little scared of those people.
Well, they're also making sure they take advantage of their Twitch Prime subs so they don't get any sort of ads whatsoever during the race, since we usually are running ads every hour at the top of the hour. But sometimes we run additional bonus ads, and you don't want to have any of the game interrupted.
Chat says put Jack on the floor. What is this floor meta that's happening? They were putting Cruella on the floor earlier too. Ooh, maybe.
Well, I think it started out with Tettle saying if they didn't kill the boss at some point, he would go on the floor, and then he did.
Yeah.
And now they think it's just like a good omen for a caster to be on the floor.
All right, Jack, get down there.
When we see phase 2, maybe.
Jack,
we'll see.
Jack,
Ooh,
you can just,
phase 2. Okay.
Jack, you're not on camera. You can just tell them.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely on the floor. Well, that's the thing. Did Tettles go on the floor first or Cruella?
Tettles. Yeah, Cruella was this morning. They were calling her Florella.
I'm
Nobody
interested
knew
to
who
see.
Tettles was till he got on the floor.
Usually, if there's any new information about an encounter, Squishy over at Wowhead is
very fast
quick about data mining stuff. So I've been constantly checking Wowhead top new posts to see if there was.
I know what you're here for.
I want to see if there's anything new.
What are we doing?
They're showing the dogs.
Showing the shoes.
Showing the dogs.
Re-equip floor. Oh, production wants you to get on the floor too, I think. Wow. All right.
Equip floor.
Here we go. Full number 52 here on Mythic Gallywix. We're still figuring out so much about this fight. There's so much that is unknown about this fight. It's like a glacier, basically. We only know 5%. The rest of it is underwater still.
I mean, I could go underwater with glaciers and see.
Yeah, you could do that.
Okay.
You could run
Let's do it.
a boat. You could do all kinds of fun stuff.
Scratched the tip of the iceberg.
Tip of the iceberg, indeed.
Oh man, I want to see the secret phase. I want to see it. I want to finally see it. It's been 3 years, 3 long years.
Yeah.
I've seen a real secret phase. After getting just completely tricked by Sire Denathrius.
I know, there were so many expectations for it.
Sire Denathrius was like the mysterious mirror, something, something, something. It's like, oh, I guess it's kind of cool, but it's not really a secret phase. Then we had Jailer, but Jailer was at the end of such a long, exhausting tier that it didn't even feel real when that happened.
Please don't give it to us. Just fall over, man.
It's kind of crazy though. Like, this tier feels longer than it really has been. You have to think about it. They started Mythic Progress 7 days ago, 8 days ago, because they spent the first 3.5 days doing heroic splits. Normally that would be relegated to a heroic week. So we're not like that far into Mythic Progress yet. This isn't as much of a marathon as it really seems like it is so far. So I don't know.
Well, that in addition, there's been a few different nerfs to like bosses 3 and 4, where there's just many less pulls.
Interesting.
So,
did he fall off, or did he go through the floor?
He did definitely fall off.
Okay.
He's down there in the lava.
Womp womp.
All good. It happens.
Fired up, got confused. He thought he was supposed to be on the floor, not you, Jack.
It happens. Both tall like that.
All right, well, maybe we can kind of recap a little bit. What are some of the things that we do know, and what are some of the things that we are still working through?
So, new mechanics in Mythic. Every single one of these soaks, every single one of these canisters, it's a combo canisters. If you've done the heroic version of this encounter, it's 2 of the fused canisters from Phase 2, 4 of the TikTok canisters from Phase 3. All have to be soaked at the same time or they explode and they wipe the raid. So, hard mechanic to deal with. Ads in Phase 1, completely different from Phase 2 here. Those Giga Juice technicians start on the platform on the side of the room. They have to be killed off to drop a bomb. The bombs work completely differently from how they work on Heroic. On Heroic, there's a ton of them. They die when they spawn when the technicians die. There's 5 of them. On Mythic, there's just the 1. One player can pick up that bomb. They need to charge that bomb. You can see the POV here of, this is Tobo on Peter Griffin there with the bomb. Oh, you have to charge up that bomb with those lightning orbs that drop from the Giga Blast cast. Once it's charged up to full energy, they can then deposit it, much like they do on Heroic, and it'll overload the controls. That's what happened to Fired Up. He got knocked off. Wait, he's like alive for forever, though. He just dies to ticking damage. That's actually really funny.
What the?
What is going on?
Wow.
He's not even swimming. He's not
Look
even
at his
swimming.
face. He's actually so abused by this. Assist ping, assist ping.
Maybe there's a secret mech down here that he's able to find. Turn the corner. What's around the next corner?
Oh my god. Okay.
Wow.
Looks like he found a way past the kill wall.
Yeah. Okay, well, I think everyone should just go down there, leash the boss down there, and then we just kill it.
Fired Up heard that Jack didn't want to get on the floor, so he said, all right, I'll do it myself.
Yeah.
Dude, they were calling him I'm floored up.
But yeah, that's the main thing, the main mechanic that we were talking about. You have to charge up that bomb to full energy from the lightning orbs on the floor, and then you can deposit that bomb, overload the coils. Once you've done that, you have this mechanic on you for the rest of the encounter. We can see this big, angry debuff on the mages that are the first 2 people to get that bomb. Essentially, if one of a player with that debuff dies, they explode for like 13 million damage. Which is it's one-shot rate damage, essentially. They need to stay alive for the rest of the encounter. So it's a very tough mythic mechanic. We know of 5 bombs in Phase 1 that have to be dealt with. We haven't seen if there are any more of them later on in the fight, but it wouldn't surprise me if there were, because those coils and those controls seem to be a central part of how this fight works on all the difficulties. So it seems like it's just going to be a ramping mechanic that's going to be more and more difficult for them to deal with throughout the fight.
Yeah, and I'm curious as to how that's going to impact some of the cone soaks they have later on down the line, because that damage is going to be insane. They can't be hard stacked for it like they were on heroic difficulty, and we don't quite know how many soaks are going to be going out as well.
Yeah, we don't know anything about Phase 2, right? That's the thing. It looks like there is a lot of healing absorb damage on this fight, right? Damage plus healing absorb mechanics, similar to how there was on heroic. And like you were talking about not half an hour ago, if you remember the heroic Gallywix encounter, for 30-man Gallywix, they ran 8 healers in order to get through the healing check. Yeah. They're only running the 4 right now, but honestly, it looks like most of the damage they're taking is kind of one-shot style damage. Like, it's not stuff that they're just going to rot out to, like the end of Mugsy. So I don't see them so far needing to make the swap to 5 healers.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
Definitely. And a big part of that is the fact that the canisters themselves on heroic really didn't do that much damage. What happens is they split the damage, and then the heal absorbs are flat. Every single person that soaks is going to have a flat heal absorb. And so on heroic, you just kind of had everybody trying to soak those canisters just to make sure that they got soaked. And it created a lot of extra healing for the raid, but it was also just safer and more consistent to have everyone do it and then just grab a bunch of healers and you could just muscle heal through it. Now that they've broken it up into 6 different soaks, and you basically need to have 3 people per soak, and then the tanks just kind of do their own thing, that's made it so that there's actually not as much overall damage since it's split between the entire raid.
All right, well, let's take a look real quick. Actually, just kidding. They are about to pull, so we can get back to that later. But wrap up your thought on canisters. You've got that pulled up on Wowhead's, ironic.
Yeah, I'm looking at the damage dealt on... I think this might be the wrong numbers, because I'm pretty sure it does more than this. On WoW, it says the canisters do 10 million damage to players in the soaks. I'm pretty sure it's 20. So, looking at the damage they take, I think they're sending 3 players to each of the TikTok canisters, and then they're Venn diagram soaking the fused canisters in order to split up people effectively. That means if it is 20 million damage, each of the 3 TikTok canisters players is taking about 6.5 million unmitigated damage. And the fused canister players should be taking about the same amount. So it's a lot of damage on the raid. But of course, it's not one-shot damage, and there's no other damage going out at that point in the encounter. So it's livable for sure, but it requires every single player to be in precisely the right position. Otherwise, they'll just blow up.
Yes. And thankfully, there's a bit of ticking damage in the encounter with the venting heat the boss puts up, but nowhere near the level we saw out of Mugsy, where it's 2 different damage over time effects stacked on top of each other, both with insane high frequency. There's a really big difference between like Mugsy, where you had damage going out every quarter of a second and every half second from 2 different abilities, also while you had big damage and negative absorbs going out at the same time. We even see this suppression damage, or the Gallywix finale blast. It does, 10 or 15% of people's life, but it's drop-off damage, so you can do a lot to mitigate that hit. And you're already incentivized to move, because you got to go kill the next round of ads.
Right. Okay, I just remembered, by the way, it is 10 million per canister, so you can see they have 3 people in each one. It's also 10 million for each of the fuse canisters. That's why they're overlapping them. The math I was doing was for when last night they were trying to overlap them and soak them both at the same time. They did have Scott go down, didn't see what it was 2, and there's no battle res. That's a little unfortunate for the end of this fight, especially because we know there's a bunch of ads that are about to spawn if they get this third overload off. This is the second gargoyle, so... Well, they're going to keep going, though, because, you know, still more to learn here, still more consistency to gain, but I don't think Yips is going to be long for this world.
Yeah, especially when the tank busters are putting out 3 different duds, and you have the fuse canister, which is now going to be missing a Venn diagram soaker in Scott. So it'll be interesting to see how they're going to deal with this final tank buster before they get another round of ads, and they have to make sure they sabotage another round of coils.
Third set of ads. I mean, Yips is doing a good job staying alive so far on the solo tank. They might be able to get Scott back up, I think, at the end of that second intermission, if they're able to get there with just the 1 tank. But you can see Yips is just taking so much damage. When's the next ego check? It's in 10 seconds, I think. So if he's able to live that, maybe we can see into the second intermission once again. These duds, though.
Wait, I think there's 4 duds.
Were there 4 duds this time? Oh my god.
I'm pretty sure there was 4.
Go get these soaks. They got the soaks. That was huge.
Yeah, tanks are dead.
Tanks are dead. It's going to be a go again.
Hey, at least the mages are the last to die.
All right, now that we are between pulls, we do fortunately have a replay of Fired. I'm floored up for that moment where he was falling on into the lava.
Was this with comms?
It is indeed.
Oh.
Oh no! Oh, so he
someone back up
blinked.
my bomb real
So he blinked, and then because the
where
platform's not real.
He's off.
Yeah.
He's not really off. He's in the mainframe.
He's in the mainframe down there, bro.
Bro, what? How did
Someone grip him up.
No,
Can
he
someone
can't
try
get
to-
up.
I'll do his soak, I'll do his soak.
Bro, where the?
I think that's the shadow step spot, right?
Yeah, it is.
Just leave me be.
What are you?
That's where you go if you shadow step.
What the?
Are you able to die somehow so we can res?
Yeah, I don't know if
Yeah,
you can put it up.
supported.
Just res me.
I think we should probably die.
Oh, we're good. Fuck.
No, we should practice.
Oh man.
Oh, we're good. Oh boy. That's the Shakib effect, though, man. Even though things are sometimes going crazy, he's always keeping it lighthearted. Like, no, guys, we're good. All good.
Yeah, leave me be.
Go on without me.
Yeah, I mean, you do make a good point. We've heard from just lots of interviews in the past, you know, doing these tiers every. Shakib really is the vibe guy. Like, he really does. He is the guy. Max has said it multiple times. A lot of the other Raiders have said it multiple times. Like, he's the guy that kind of keeps the vibes high, even when things aren't going well. He's always the guy that sort of is staying in a good mood, making people laugh. He's an important figure, not only for his skills as Demon Hunter, but for his the vibes that he brings.
Sometimes it's a double-edged sword. You know, sometimes fired up and Shakib can be a little much for everyone to deal with, especially if they really start vibing and just chatting over everyone.
They had to separate them.
They did, yeah.
Yeah.
They could be right next to each other, but they could be back to back.
Yeah, they have to be on opposite sides of the room.
Yeah.
Sometimes they'll have meetings.
Yes.
Where they'll hop into another channel and TeamSpeak and do God knows what they're doing.
Yeah.
But they have their own,
We don't
want
wanna
to
know.
meetings.
4,
3.
The Signoras are alive and well. That's what they call themselves. They're the
I know,
Signoras.
it's so cute. They're like, oh gosh, from Scrubs.
JD and Turk.
Yeah, they're like JD.
They kind of are like JD
They
and Turk.
really are. Yeah. Guy love.
Good show.
Good show.
Only the first 7 seasons.
Yeah, the last, we don't pretend the last one doesn't exist. Kind of like Game of Thrones.
Yep.
All right, well, here we go into poll number 53, 58.92% being our best of the day. We've gotten a lot of polls this morning. Kind of slowing down, I've noticed, though, in the last couple.
Yeah,
in terms of discussion between polls.
They're slowing down. They're making sure they have a good understanding of exactly what it is they need to do for these mechanics so they can be consistent and see more of the fight. That's really kind of what we're looking at here. The percentage of the boss when you're learning encounters like this doesn't necessarily matter too much because there can be these huge breakthroughs where you learn a particular overlap in mechanics and then the next 20% of the boss, there's really no bad overlaps. You're just doing individual mechanics one at a time. So they're just trying to learn, like isolate different mechanics, learn how to do them on their own so that they can do all the different overlaps in whatever order they appear later on. And so far, it's looking like they're doing a pretty good job of that. They're still struggling with that one pretty tough overlap at the end of this phase 1, but every time they get through that, we're usually seeing pretty far.
Yeah, and I think that's really where they have a lot of control over what needs to get done, and they have an idea of what sort of failure points that they're going to have. You're going to see in the coming polls a lot of Raiders adjusting their reminder weak auras just to make sure they nail down when they're using some of their defensives, when they might need an external or something along those lines, and this is the area to sort of clean it up. We noticed on Anzarek and Sarkareth in particular how much progression that they could make just by making sure they sort of nailed down Phase 1. Thus far, we haven't seen quite as high of a difficulty in Phase 1 compared to those other boss fights, but that doesn't mean that it's not still insanely important to be playing flawlessly in this Phase 1 just to see a little deeper into the encounter.
It's a reason one of the most long-standing bits in the guild is Phase 1 is everything.
Yep.
Because it really is.
New lore just dropped.
No, it's not new. This
For
is
me, it
very
is.
old.
For me,
Really?
it is new. I've never heard
You've
this
never
one.
heard this before?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely makes sense, but I don't think I've ever heard those words verbatim.
It's
you want
just
to elaborate?
it's a long-term bit in the guild where even though you're getting to the last phase of the fight and you're learning new things about the final phase, trying to beat that execution check at the end, you still need to remember to play well in Phase 1. You cannot phone it in.
Yep.
And neither can the servers because once again,
come on, dude.
we have some issues logging into the video game to play World of Warcraft. This happened similarly yesterday
This was
with
at the
some
same time
authentication.
That's the World
Roundabout.
of Warcraft that you play. Yeah, 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 yeah. That's the World of Warcraft that you play.
I wouldn't want this theme song playing when they're trying to log into the game.
Servers, you will never be able to log in when you're trying to prog.
Yep. Yep.
DDoS! That will happen sometimes when you are trying to get prog.
Yay.
Power outages!
How old is this video?
Like 10 years
It's from,
old.
like,
You
Warcraft
live in LA and the power grids are bad. NA! You will run into bugs all day long. Woohoo!
Mugsy!
Mugsy! Nerfs! This will happen after you down the boss.
Surprisingly, though, Echo hasn't had a new best pull in quite a long time on Mugsy. Yeah, they just haven't been able to get that boss down still. I think now, at this point, it is later, or about to be the same time that Liquid killed the boss in their time, on their day, for Echo right now. So, based off of every single metric available now, Liquid, I think, is very much ahead in this race.
I
Despite
think so too.
all the adversity.
Despite all of it, I mean, you know, at this point, I believe Echo has spent more time on Mugsy, significantly more time, and like you said, that's despite the glitches in the Matrix that we've ran into. So, I mean, this is looking really good for Liquid, but like we were kind of touching on earlier, Echo has been in this position before. They have come from behind, and they have still managed to get a win. So I wouldn't call it just yet. I definitely would not. This could still happen. This could still be anyone's race, but we are definitely in a good position here, despite what we're seeing on our screens.
Yeah, there's no calling it until the boss dies.
Yeah, it's not over till it's over, chat.
To quote Kobe, job's not done.
Yeah.
Gotta finish the job.
I thought it was job's done.
That's the peon.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah.
Not the Mamba.
I don't think the Mamba ever said job's done.
Job's done. We know that kind of work. Wow, this is just getting
I thought it was only a couple players, and then they keep switching POVs, and it's a pandemic.
All right, well, in the meantime, we've got some time to kill. Let's take a trip down memory lane, shall we?
Memory lane.
Let's take a look.
Ooh, what are we looking at?
Ouroboros. And that was 3 years ago.
March
to this
15th.
day. Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
man.
going to assume that's a Maelstrom production.
Yeah.
Shout out production.
Love it.
Yeah.
God, I want to go back and watch Fairly Odd Parents now.
Yeah, me too.
Oh my God, I don't think I saw that one live back then.
Me neither.
I think that's the first time I've seen that.
Same here. I haven't seen that.
I was there for the day. Was it day 15?
Yeah, it was day 15.
Day 15. Oh, there's another SpongeBob bit where March 14th is the day Mr. Krabs fries.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's another one.
Jack watches a lot of cartoons, I think, Zyro.
Had a fun childhood.
I did too.
Gotta tell you.
I don't remember that one.
Yeah.
I know they have the day 15 one, but would you want them to play it now or save it until we actually get to day 15? It's only 3
what day
more
is
days.
it?
It's day 12 right now.
Day 12?
I mean,
give it up for day 12. Woo!
we're logging in, it seems like. Maybe.
You gotta hold the day 15 for when it's actually day 15.
Okay, you're right. My bad.
You know, that is the law.
Oh, we've got some insight here. We've got a Maelstrom member himself. Hello.
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 Hi. Hey, hello.
So for the March 14th, the day crabs fries, during
Yeah.
Sepulcher, we thought about that because there was also a March 14th in Sepulcher. But on March 12th is when we thought about it, so we made a version where it says March 12th at the end, and then we were like, oh, we won't need to use that, but we'll maybe need a March 13th one. So we made a March 13th one.
Oh, no.
As well, because the original calendar date says March 13th, and then Plankton rips it to March 14th. And we didn't think we would need a March 14th version.
Yep.
Did eventually, but then we didn't have enough time to make that version too, but we made this 2 minutes one. So we'll take a look at that since servers are still a little...
let's go.
All right.
Okay.
Not as confusing for the viewers because it takes a lot of lore to understand.
I appreciate that. I think that's good. Yeah.
The quick backstory.
Thank you for the context.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. So, yeah, server's a little sketch, it sounds like. So we're going to look at some previous work that we've done in some other tiers. Well, production. Not we. I say we. We just sit here and yap. They make all the magic happen.
They're always up to something back there.
Yeah, they really are.
Hello, Andres. Do you know what today is? Sorry about this calendar. Wait, that's not right. It should say 2 minutes! The day Mr. Krabs fries.
Oh my god, that's amazing. Okay. All right. Well, if you are just now tuning in, guess what? The servers are having issues again, unfortunately, so it slowed us down a little bit. And that's really all there is to say. We're at 58.92%, of course, on Mythic Gallywix. Echo following closely behind, unfortunately, ending the end of their raid day probably within a couple hours. We don't really know if they're going to extend or not. That's certainly a big question that's in the air, but they are at about 2.02% on Mugsy. They got that kill at 9 a.m. local time. It's now 1 p.m. Yes.
Help. Blizzard.
Help.
Help.
Somebody,
Help me.
Quick, someone open a ticket. Someone opened a ticket. Hello, I am Team Liquid fired up. I would like to log in and prog on the boss, please. That was fast. That was so good. It's amazing. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Okay.
Oh, it's so good.
That's really good. All right, well, since we've got more time to kill, I'm just going to keep yapping here. Teal.gg/RWF-donate. Hey, guess what? We are still raising money for the Pasadena Humane Society. They are a local animal shelter that got particularly affected by the LA wildfires, and they could use your help. We are at $26,000. Ooh, did we raise it to 30 or something like that? What's up with the... We got some more space
I don't
on the bar
know. I
there.
think that is...
Ooh, oh, we have a new goal.
What is it?
I don't know. Production just said in my ear that we have a new goal. What is this new goal? Oh my god. Interview with Gallywix.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness.
The bar has been raised.
Wait, but not a date with Gallywix?
No date this time, I guess.
I don't think he gets many dates.
Oh, okay. All right, that's fair. Okay,
Since being outed as kind of a bad boss and abuses his workers, it's really affected his dating life.
Oh, he's not a nice guy?
Yeah.
Oh.
That is a very deep cut. Shout out to anybody who gets that one.
Yeah. All right. Well, $35,000. We'll have a Gallywix interview live here at the Team Liquid Race to World First. So if you'd like to see that happen and support a tremendous cause at the same time, you can head on over to teal.gg/RWF-donate. I can open up Tiltify right now. If you'd like to make a shout out to anyone, if you'd like to, insult your guildies, make fun of your transmog, make fun of your favorite streamer, do that as well. You can send in $35 with a link to your armory or $35 and a link to a image hosting platform of your animal. We can also feature them on broadcast, and we would love to see them. We would love to take a look at your transmog also, or just, share a nice note. And also the money does go directly to the shelter via Tiltify.
Yeah. Woo. Thank you so much for raising already $26,000 for our charity as well.
Did you hear about the $3,000 that you helped raise, Zyro?
Yeah, no,
That's
I was
amazing.
Here for that.
He was a big part of it.
I didn't know about that. Jack told me this morning.
I instigated it.
Oh,
I saw him in chat. I saw
did.
him in chat saying I will meet your next donation goal, and I'm like, all right, call the bluff, play the video.
That is amazing.
And I did it.
How quickly were they able to find that clip?
In about 45 seconds.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's terrifying.
And the guy, Atheus, his name in chat was Diver.
Okay.
Like quite immediately met the donation goal and then some.
It was like 5 minutes later.
Yeah, dude, W to that guy.
Diver
I can,
Scubo 321.
Yeah, W's in the chat because that's a very easy thing to just like lie about. As Twitch streamers, I'm sure we know.
Diver
like,
Scuba.
Hey, if you do this, I'll give you this, and then you do this, and then they don't give you that.
Yeah.
So thank you for actually following through. $3,000 from Diver Scuba 23. They say thanks in Twitch as Diver Scuba 23, and then they sent in a link to their armory.
Yeah.
Were you guys nice about it or?
Very nice.
Oh yeah, I think I rated it like a 42 out of 10.
Yeah, you have to.
Something like that.
You absolutely have to.
Yeah,
So-
we can just go see Zyro get pied again. That'd be sick.
Maybe for another.
Yeah, fine. Play it again.
Listen, I think
He donated 3,000. We've seen it twice. You get a third video. You get a third viewing.
I'd love to see it
Roll
again.
the clip.
I haven't seen it in
Let's
a
go.
while.
Roll the clip.
Yep.
Ooh, Driny looks
yeah.
sleepy.
He, you know, he's just laid back.
This is so annoying.
I know
sorry.
you two left early last night.
We did.
Yeah,
Did you get to watch the After Dark?
I got to watch the opening monologue.
Here we go.
Oh my God!
Oh,
here we go.
From
Here
the
we go.
Who knew it was coming? The headset was on though.
Oh my God! That was so good. JPC had way too much fun with that.
Everyone looks so young and full
Dude,
of
I was just thinking that. Everybody's got their baby faces.
Yeah.
What day was that? Do you remember what day that was?
You were asking me what day something was in Sepulchre? I've got no idea. I didn't even know what day it was on that day. I wouldn't have had any idea if you had asked me in that moment.
That must have been Pi Day.
I think so.
It
It was
must have
March
been.
14th.
Yeah, March
Oh,
is just
Pi
kind of
Day. Yeah.
crazy month, you know? Lots
that was
of,
a
lots
wild
of references.
That was a wild race.
I tripped on the stairs on that day too, I think, or one of those days. I was carrying a watermelon up onto the stage because where the casting desk was that tier, it was like literally a stage. So there was stairs to get up.
We were over the players.
And it was really awkward. But I was holding a watermelon. And I was running up the stairs and fell and dropped the watermelon.
Did it explode everywhere?
No, luckily it didn't, but it did kind of roll quite a bit. And I think I bruised my shin pretty badly.
Wait, is that true, Lord Diver Scuba? Okay, so I remember on Pi Day, the reason that even happened to begin with was because we set up like a flash incentive on the day saying, by the end of this segment, we will pie Cams if you reach this goal. That's why Cams had his glasses off and was ready
for it, yeah.
And apparently Diver Scuba was the same person on that day 3 years ago that put us over the threshold for that.
Oh, that's crazy.
Dude,
That
okay.
is crazy lore.
So Diver's just a consistent oiler here. Good for him.
What if Diver Scuba is one of the members of production?
Ooh.
Would you believe that?
In a way, he is by extension.
I would believe it.
Is in a way, this person is making things happen on the production. So I'm going to consider Diver Scuba a member of the team at this point. He's invested money.
Damn.
Ooh.
Nice.
There we go.
God,
Wait,
everyone
what
is
is
some
this?
melons.
Looking, dude.
Kalamazoo looks really young. There's Preheat. Shout out Preheat. Miss that guy.
Though, dude, the watermelon bit that raid was so good. It's crazy that this is the first time today that we've gotten watermelon this raid, because back then,
Right.
in
It was
Sofa,
so often.
it was multiple times a day.
Yeah.
Yep.
Of course, if you guys have no idea what we're talking about with watermelon, that was the phrase that the Liquid Raiders would say in voice chat.
Yeah.
When our productions when our productions user account that they joined the channel, they would all type watermelon and just leave the channel. They would all say it out loud and leave the channel. So that's why we called it getting watermelon, because
we had a watermelon song.
we want to listen in, but they
would
wouldn't let
watermelon us. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think my favorite bit, well, there was a lot of really good bits that came from that tier, to be fair, but one that was watermelon related was they opened up the broadcasting segment with just 2 watermelons with headsets, and they made it like the scene in Everything Everywhere All at Once, where it was just them going back and forth talking to each other. Like, it was like a single, and then it was a wide, and then it was back to the single of another one. And it was,
when they're the rocks at the Grand Canyon.
it was, yes, exactly. Yeah,
okay.
it was, I think that was really
Have you seen the movie?
No.
It went on for like 5 minutes.
So lost.
It was
so
good.
Lost.
Well, maybe we can dig that clip up again. I don't
You
know if
gotta watch
that's
that
too much of a
movie,
deep cut for
It's
production.
really good.
But that was, I think, one of my favorites. What was your favorite bit during that, Zyro?
Ooh, I don't remember. There were so many good ones. It's hard to actually pick a favorite. I think one of the best ones was probably the hot wing challenge we did.
Really? Were you a part of that?
I was behind the scenes.
Okay.
I wasn't
You
one
didn't
of the
volunteer?
people eating the hot wings.
Smart.
But we had 2 Raiders as part of it as well. It was Alice and Birch.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, one of the pictures ended up on the WeekAura.
And I remember we were supposed to have milk for them, but we got milk cartons from the fridge, and all of the milk was expired.
I didn't know that.
So we ended up bringing them like half and half instead.
Oh, okay. I
Close
thought they were
enough.
chugging expired milk.
No, we wouldn't do that to
Ooh.
them.
Hey, just do a sniff check.
Ugh.
Expiration date isn't everything.
So they were not having a great time there. But there is a picture of it in the break timer cycle. There's a picture of Atlas with like milk being splashed at his face.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we saw that earlier.
Yeah.
They save a lot of the bit pictures for the break.
Another good one is Cam's with the watermelon when Valoris is trying to do a somewhat serious segment. I think he's trying to like close the show or something, and Cam's is just behind him, just munching on a banana.
I've thought of my favorite bit from the race.
All right, let's hear it.
And it's something you two can type in chat.
Oh.
It's TL Crabbrave.
Oh, yeah.
It's an all-time great.
Endless Crabbrave.
They also made a video for that too.
Oh, really? Such a good video. Yeah, it was
Wait, actually,
really good.
do you guys still have that video?
They probably do. I think we're throwing
Deep
a
in the
lot at them
archives.
to play, so I'm sure they'll if they have it available, they'll play with it, or they will play it. Jack, do you have any of your own favorite memories from that tier?
Well, I was raiding.
Yeah, but
unfortunately, I was raiding with Imperative at the time, and we killed Halandris. I think like world 12th or 15th or something along those lines. we had a good time. Hey, Ham.
Ham. Oh my goodness, Ham is in the building.
Buddy, he's so sweet. He's so sweet.
Can I put you on the spot? Here you go.
Yes.
So we've got nothing going on here. And as you know, Chris, I told you I was going to do this. Maybe.
Oh, is this
You might be prepared for this.
adopting?
Yes. So we're raising money for the Pasadena Humane Society. So if you could, would you still tell everyone Ham's adoption story?
Oh boy. Well, we got Ham. What's today? Today's
March 15th.
Yeah, March 15th.
The day Mr. Crocker's. Yeah.
And we had been looking at a couple of different. There's a site called Pet Finder, which is really good for finding like different, basically sources a bunch of different adoption centers, and it helps you kind of filter through what you're looking for. And we were actually looking for a slightly smaller dog, but when we saw a golden pop up, that doesn't happen.
Okay.
It's rare to find them. So yeah, we put in what is it, adoption
application
request,
yeah.
the word I'm looking for. And we got a call the next day, and the woman was like, we need to get him out of the shelter ASAP. Can you pick him up in 2 days? And I was like, sure. Because we had a lot of leftover stuff from our other dogs who had passed away last year.
Yeah.
So it was pretty easy for us. But he came from a shelter up in Modesto, California, and this rescue group called Start Rescue specifically works with smaller shelters that don't necessarily get a lot of attention. And they work with a nonprofit group who has a custom built out like bus with yeah. You want to sit up higher? There you go. So they have a bus, and they went up and they picked up a bunch of dogs from this one shelter and drove them down, and then a bunch of us, either foster parents or potential adopting parents, all met up and like took the dogs from there.
Nice.
Yeah. You haven't even had him that long, and he is so in love with you.
Yeah, I know, it's so cute.
It's so you got a Velcro
Sweet.
dog, Chris. Awesome.
Hey, Ham, you want to say hi?
Oh.
Okay, yeah. So
we
licked it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got a little ASMR with
Yeah.
that. Awesome. All right. Well, thank you
Yeah, of
for sharing
course.
your story.
Happy to share it. Yeah.
Yeah. Shout out to all those organizations because, obviously Pasadena Humane Society, not the only one that's doing a lot of good work, and the transportation services as well that do stuff like, oh, sorry, I was blocking Ham's shot. So yapping with my hands.
Adorable.
Okay. Well, we can let you go if you don't want to be on camera anymore, but it looks like Ham doesn't want to leave.
Yes.
Ham
just
can
wants
stay with
pets.
us. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah. He could come back
Yeah.
anytime.
Just putting him on the spot there. He did a good job. That's Chris.
Yeah.
He basically makes everything happen. So W Chris in the chat.
Oh yeah, W's for sure.
Yeah, for sure. And W Ham, because he's like the most golden retriever. I've said this before. I think I say this every time. The most golden retriever imaginable.
Did I hear him right? He said he adopted him 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
You could have told me he's had that dog since it was a puppy.
I know.
That dog loves him.
It's in love with him, for sure.
Wow.
He's obsessed.
And he's like really well behaved. He doesn't know basically any tricks. He's slowly getting there, or commands or anything, but he's still very, very well mannered.
He also stops Chris. He tries to like pull Chris a little bit whenever somebody walks by.
Yeah.
He's like, wait, I want this person to pet me. No, I want this person
Yeah.
to pet me.
He would make a good therapy dog for sure. But
Oh, yeah.
Pasadena Humane Society, speaking of adopting animals, they are having an adoption event on March 12th through the 18th. They're waiving all adoption fees for dogs larger than 40 pounds. And I know this is something that the Santa Monica Animal Shelter mentioned when we worked with them last year, that they really have an issue with here in LA is getting the larger animals homes. Because, you know, unfortunately, as I'm sure we all know, apartment complexes, rental units, they don't really like animals at all, especially big ones. So.
Not the big dogs.
That's right now. That's right now. If you didn't know it.
Oh, that is. Oh, yeah, you're right. It's happening right now.
They're just scrolling through all their old clips.
And every meme we've ever made.
They are
That's a
trying
lot
to
of
find
worms.
any and every meme they've ever made.
That might be a little tough. That might be a little risky to scroll through.
Oh, yeah, leaked. This is. Oh, here's one. Oh,
Ooh.
that's a good one.
Johnny
Which
has
one
his
is
head
that?
down.
I'll bet
as he
this
was
is-
working on
oh,
Wonders.
it is.
Here
They found it.
Oh my
Wait,
gosh.
Here we go.
Oh. Wait. Shaking his head. Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Dude.
Yes.
Oh my god. All right. Well, come on. Let's play it. I want to see. Give it to us. Give us the crab rave.
Is this going to be the one that comes back to Valoris with the tongs?
Gosh, I hope so. That was so good. Gosh, that raid was so cursed, but I think some of my favorite race memories are from that tier, to be honest. I wish you were there, Jack. It would have been.
I wish I was there.
I'm sorry.
Too.
I feel
there
bad.
were some rough memories from my raid team back then. We had our raid like blow up. We were like working on top 20 worlds, and one of our healers decided to have a little war with one of our tanks.
Ooh.
The healer decided to leave, and we had to bring a new healer in, and we dropped like 30 ranks or something like that.
Man.
That can happen.
You know,
it was really rough. Kind of shattered the guild a little bit.
I'm sure there's a lot of guilds that blew up that tier, Jack.
There absolutely were.
I'm sure you're not alone in that.
But that was the last time I was rating top 20, and then I stopped rating 12 hours, 14 hours a day.
Hey, you were in the top 11 just a couple days ago.
That's true. That's true. We almost got that Styx Bunk Chunker kill and everything with Incarnate.
Ooh.
Yeah, but we're trying to get like 40-ish worlds.
Okay.
That should be good.
Very nice.
Yeah, with our schedule and
How's
stuff.
how's Velocity doing, Zyro?
We had a 12% wipe on Styx in
Wow.
the first few hours of polls on
Nice.
Thursday, but we don't raid again until Tuesday, so
Okay.
it's only a 3-day guild, 3 hour.
Dude, so Telly is your guild master, right?
Telegon is the GM
Yeah.
Velocity.
I feel like Telly is usually like kind of a stoic person.
Yeah.
You know, sort of keeps to himself, very quiet. I went back there when he was raid leading. Dude was in his element.
Yeah.
He was like leaned back. He had his hand like perched over the microphone like you do with a steering wheel, just like flopped over, but he said it was on the microphone. And he's just like kind of leaning back, just like very casually, like calling the shots of the raid lead. And I was like, man, this guy is in his element right now.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
He's also a giant memer.
I know.
If you only like met him at the race and like talked to him at the race, it might be kind of hard to get that from him because, like
Yeah.
you said, he's a very stoic individual.
Yeah.
He kind of keeps to himself. But if you ever get to play the game with him, he's hilarious.
He is, yeah. I think that goes true for a lot of the raiders actually.
Oh, yeah.
Because there are some that are very outwardly funny, right? Like, you know, THD obviously, big joker. A lot of them that are just goofballs, and it's very obvious. But most of them, I think, are much like Telly. You know, Rivens, I think, comes to mind. Yips comes to mind. You would have no idea how silly they are unless you were.
Another big one, Lip. Lip is hilarious.
Really?
But he's super reserved.
No way.
You really have to get to know him well to get to know that.
Didn't know that. That's another one. Like, I think I scare him. Like I
Mood when I is talking.
I'm just kind of loud. I'm sorry.
I have a picture.
Oh no! Does he know we're talking about him?
Keep getting
No,
better.
he probably
Okay.
has no idea. I have a video, a picture of him on our Be Right Back screen.
Yeah.
On the stream of him
Oh.
just lounging in his chair watching Severance.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
He is chilling.
This was on our stream.
He's got the pillow too, yeah.
Oh yeah.
I wanted. You know what I was gonna do yesterday that I forgot, and I'm probably gonna do it now. At some point, I'm gonna spoil it for chat. I was gonna work in that word that Mr. Milchick used.
Oh.
I forget what it was though.
Devour feculence?
No.
Oh, monosyllabically?
Yeah, we gotta find a time to use that. I don't even. Did you know that word?
What's that mean?
I don't know. So I think it means like I don't know, like
Single syllable, single syllable words.
Oh.
Monosyllabically.
Oh, wait, monosyllabically.
These are not spoilers, guys.
Yeah,
these
it's not. No. Don't worry. We will not talk about spoilers. He used a big word. That's all.
He kind of just always does that, though.
He
That's
does.
That's like his bit.
Yeah.
Angry cow.
We've got our own Mr. Milchick here at the race.
We do.
Atlas
yeah.
played a great Mr. Milchick in the announcement video for the race. Did you see that, Jack?
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I liked it. It was a good one. I'm gonna do one of those. If we run out of time, maybe not. But I would like to do which Severance character you are based on what class you play for the morning show.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't done it yet. I know you haven't watched it, Jack, so I might. And I feel that's kind of why I put off doing it, because I know not everyone's watching the show, but I still think it'd be an interesting segment.
Well, if they haven't started watching the show already, I don't know what's wrong with them.
Yeah, you got to get in there.
Lots of
get your Apple TV subscription. They've been cooking, dude. They've got some great shows.
See, Ted Lasso season 4 was announced.
I thought it was season 3.
No, they announced a new season.
No, I thought there was only 2 seasons.
No, there were 3.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, season 4. Okay, regardless, new season. That's very exciting.
It's weird because I thought the show ended after the 3rd season.
Yeah, I'm with you. It seemed like they wrapped it up very nicely, and I was like, okay, cool. It's not a lot of seasons, and I'm okay with that. They wrapped it up beautifully. I feel weird that they're bringing it back, but I'm happy nonetheless, and I will watch it.
If it's anywhere near the same quality as the other 3 seasons, I'm not going to complain.
Oh, me neither.
I'm
Absolutely
down for
not.
another feel-good show that's actually like really good, because there's too many like drama thriller shows nowadays.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, I heard one that I heard is kind of like Ted Lasso, The Office, Parks and Rec kind of vibes is Abbott Elementary.
I've heard that.
Really good. I don't even know what platform it's on, but I've been meaning to start it.
I haven't watched it at all.
It looks funny.
I saw they did like a collab with the people from Always Sunny.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, that's the only thing I really heard about it.
Okay. Yeah, I want to watch. I know that there was a football player from the Eagles in it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It looks good.
Chat says it's a vibe, so I agree.
Ah, okay.
They've
got good taste, so I'm sure that's true.
For those of you just tuning in, we're experiencing once again, same as yesterday, a little bit of server issues with a couple players DC. It looks like everyone's finally back into the game, though. It's been about 20 minutes since we pulled the boss. Ready check is out. I see 20 check marks on the frames. Part of the problem with the servers going down on NA the past couple of days is that even though you can be in the game and can, interact with players, the actual lag is pretty bad. But it looks like we're in a position now to where we can actually pull the boss again. We see that pull timer on the screen.
Long last. Let's get back into some big pulls.
Let's do it. We are on pull number 55 here, 58.92% being our best one. I am still tabbing in 2 Echoes progress, and they're still at 2.02%. So don't worry, they did not catch up when we were down.
It's good we're getting back into pulls, otherwise we're going to start talking about books.
I could talk. Well, I can't talk about new books.
Yeah,
I know you're a huge fan of Sanderson.
Yeah, I just finished the 5th book of Stormlight Archive. Ooh. So now there's like a 5-10 year time jump break. There's gonna be a while before there's any new books.
Oh boy, wait, how long do you have to wait 5 years for the next book?
In the story.
In the story, okay.
But I think it's a year or 2 before he's gonna start the new series.
I thought you've read those books too.
No, I never got into it.
Was it Wheel of Time that you were talking to me about?
I also never.
Yeah, no spoilers. Don't worry, guys.
Yeah, don't worry. We won't spoil.
I won't even say what I thought about it. Don't worry.
I've read pretty much like everything else fantasy-wise. Kingdom of Xanth, all of the Emerson books. Like, there's a lot of good stuff. Edding's books. David Edding's books.
I'm going back to
Shannara.
I haven't read that. I'm going back to a series called the Powder Mage trilogy. I finished the first trilogy, and then I started the second trilogy, but then the last Stormlight book came out, so I wanted to finish that, and now I'm going back to the second Powder Mage trilogy.
Oh.
Once I'm done with that. But hey, we're back into the fight.
Let's go.
There's a lot of repeat mechanics. Let's do a little quick recap as well. Boss starts physically going into its mech like that did in Phase 3. Got to crack the shield, run around the lasers, and now there's some new ads you got to fight in order to get those mines to sabotage the Giga Coils. These are the technicians.
A lot of Giga mechanics on this fight. You got to sabotage the Giga Controls after the Giga Coil spawns. You have to get this Giga Juiced bomb from the Giga Juiced Technician. You have to charge up. I'm not joking.
I know.
These are
I know
all
you're not.
real
That's why I'm
mechanic
chuckling.
names. He's going to Giga Blast, and from the Giga Blast, they're going to spawn lightning orbs on the ground that the person with the Giga Juice Bomb has to go and soak in order to charge up their Giga Juice Bomb. They can throw their Giga Juice Bomb into the Giga Coils to overload the Giga Controls. This is all real names and real mechanics, by the way, chat. I'm not being facetious. We have overloaded that first coil, and we're back into another set of the Fused Canister Soaks.
That was a giga explanation, Zyro. Thank you for that one. Now they got combination soaks. Not only are you having fuse canisters, which cast onto players and lock onto them, but also TikTok canisters that are spawning around the boss. And those suppression fields are still active, chasing players down with fire lines, which makes it really difficult to survive when you're trying to run onto those platforms and kill off the wrenchmonk.
Here's the overlap that's been posing a huge issue for them in this fight. Tank Buster goes out, has to go out with the bomb. Raid needs to bait the frontal here. Canisters are going to spawn at the same time as these blaze lines go out. They have to bait the Giga Blast charge, run through the boss, get to the canister soaks, make sure the fused soaks are not too overlapped, and they've done it. They've gotten through that section of the fight. Now that third bomb can go soak up those lightning orbs on the ground. They can toss that in and trigger the next set of ads here, Jack. This fourth set of ads, though, different from the first. You can see 5 ads coming down. This time 3 of those wrenchmongers, 2 more technicians, which is going to give them 2 more bombs that they have to deal with.
Yeah, and you can see they have to readjust their positioning. They're even having some more cleave soaks. So some of the players soaking the TikTok canisters are also soaking fuse canisters for some insane heal absorbs that must be healed off. And they have to make sure they're outranging the Gallywix finale, which does huge drop-off damage on top of it, while killing off all of these ads. And of course, those players are holding on to those bombs, waiting to juice them up. Keep in mind, if anybody's dying, even if they've cashed in their bomb already, they have those silver clasp debuffs, which instantly wipe out the raid if they die.
Here we go into the 4th bomb. Shakib gonna go deposit that in the top right-hand corner. Has to double jump off the edge and flip back over because there's no grate on the ground there. We've lost Yips, don't have a battle res for 30 seconds, but we know that we transition into the second intermission here. It looks like it happens at 65%. It's happened here almost every single time for them, and here we go. This intermission completely different from anything we saw in Heroic. We've got these sections of fire. It looks like there's 3 potential lines similar to the World in Flames mechanic from Heroic Ragnaros, where the players have to dodge in and out to make sure they don't get hit by the rockets at the same time. In between these sections of the platform, there are these lightning fields appearing in between the potential sections that they have to make sure they don't walk over. They'll take a ton of damage. THD expertly moving around those to make sure they dodge. In the meantime, Melee was dodging those lines, but they've gotten through the intermission again. This is as far as we've seen them get in this fight. The next mechanic coming out is going to be a massive frontal cone soak, similar to the Heroic Phase 1 mechanic. But if you're in this soak, you need to be spread out. They wiped to the last time they saw it. This time around, we live. And look at the tether. I think it's everyone, Jack, that was in that soak is tethered to the boss.
Everybody who does it, they have to snap. It looks okay. It looks kind of like they had to snap those tethers. Might have to see if we can get a replay as well after this, but it looked like everybody who soaked has a tether attached, and there was something that...
AoE mechanic, this is a spread, okay. What happens after the spread? Normally it's not only the spread AoE damage.
New Big Bad Bomb Barrage.
Okay. It looks like blaze lines spawn from that? Interesting.
From which?
Yeah, and additional small bombs like we saw in Phase 1 of Heroic.
Okay. But again, this is learning the mechanics of this phase. Here's a Giga Blast coming out. There's a new bomb. Do you see that? Boomy has a bomb. A bomb just spawned.
New soak, too.
New soak here. He can get those lightning orbs. I don't know if he's had that bomb this entire time from Phase 1, but he can now finally go deposit that if he chooses to. He's still just holding on to that bomb.
Oh, okay. So it's the heal absorb that is causing the tether. That's just showing that everybody needs to get the heal absorb removed from him. I'm not sure they have to do much more else than just heal through it.
Boomy is still holding this bomb. I don't think he has any way of depositing it anywhere.
Yeah, I think that he might just be holding on to it the entire time, kind of getting marked in advance.
Here's another big AoE spread. Interesting. I wonder what those extra sources of damage are that are coming in from those AoE soaks. Maybe we can look at it in a replay, but right now they're just trying to see as far into this phase as they possibly can to see more of the encounter, to see the next few overlaps. And look how low we've gotten the boss's pull. 44%. Jack, if there's another intermission at 40%, they could learn a ton of information here, but we're not going to get that. But it would make sense, right? 100 to 65 would be the first intermission. So it would actually be 65 to 30 would be the next intermission, actually. But a new best pull for Liquid, and even though we just had a ton of downtime because of the server problems, it wouldn't surprise me if they have a lot of downtime once again, because they just saw a lot of new stuff that they're going to need to talk about.
I feel like it's kind of important to note also that despite that downtime, they hopped right back into it and got immediately a new best.
They really did, and now we're going to be able to see what's going on with these cone soaks once again. It's the scatter blast canisters, scatter bomb canisters coming out. Players get the frontal onto them, and I think we had some additional raid damage since he died with that absorb onto him, but they have to make sure they clear that absorb, and that looks like that quote-unquote snaps the tethers. Looks like it clears those tethers out.
Okay.
And then, of course, we do have one player still holding around with a bomb. They have to wait for that.
I think he's just still holding that from phase 1.
Yeah, this is the biggest, baddest bomb barrage. This is marking a couple of the players. They have the explosion, and then it spawns new bombs that are delayed. Here comes the delayed explosion, so you have a good idea of where you need to adjust your positioning. You just have to watch for these very small bombs all over the place.
Okay. Another frontal soak coming out. I'm assuming this is similar to Heroic, where you have to take turns soaking this, otherwise it wouldn't make much sense.
Yeah, they have the debuff on them.
You can see this tether. They have a debuff on them. I'm assuming... Okay, it looks like it just got healed off, like you said.
Yeah.
It was something that you could just heal off. Interesting.
I guess it's just another way of, like, marking. I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, the canister itself has the visual explosion or something if it doesn't get healed off. Something along those lines. But it's another mechanic that they're planning to counter from the very beginning.
Okay, I want to look at this in particular, because you have to do a massive spread with these 5 AoEs. There's actually quite a bit of room. But you know what would actually make this mechanic very difficult to do, Jack? If you only had one quadrant available.
Right.
Spreading out with all 5 of those would be very, very difficult.
Well, so that might happen later on.
That could happen later on. Here's the 3rd soak of the fight. At the same time, you have to dodge a ton of bombs, and that's what actually starts finally taking people out. These overlaps of mechanics that they're going to have to learn is very difficult. And keep in mind, the entire time, we have these lightning fields dividing up sections of the room with very small holes to be able to walk through. I think if you walk over one of those fields on the ground, the last time I saw somebody walk over it, they took like half of their HP and damage.
Yeah.
So it does a ton of damage that they have to avoid. So
there's a price to pay to get some.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they have to pre-plan out their movement way in advance if they want to actually, you know, properly work on all this. And unsurprisingly,
yep, break time.
Break timer has gone up just to discuss what they saw and figure out exactly what the best way is to deal with all of that. But man, the progress has been quick today.
Yeah, it really has, and it makes me wonder how difficult this secret phase might be, as there's been some encounters over the years that have had secret phases that were not too additionally difficult. Notably, when we had to fight N'Zoth, it wasn't really something that took a ton of pulls to really master and really understand. So it makes you wonder, is this going to be much harder? Are we going to get another phase that's going to eat up a lot of pulls? You know, it makes me wonder where the super challenging element to the fight is, or if everything is going to be like a medium burn.
Yeah, it depends on a couple of different things. It depends on how that actually phases. We've kind of just been guesstimating. It looks like it phases at 65%, but if it's a time-based thing, they could potentially do more damage in that phase, get that boss lower, which would lead us to a situation like N'Zoth where they can do the mechanics, but by the end of the fight, when the boss is still at 20% and it enrages, they're like, wait, so we have to figure out to do everything we've already done, but do it faster. We don't know exactly what's phasing them just yet from our POV.
Yeah.
Still, lots to learn outside of that. They still need to figure out mechanics, when they happen, what order they happen in. They would like to see when the next intermission is, as I'm assuming there's going to be another one that just looks like how the fight's going to work. There's still so much to learn. And of course, we still haven't even talked about the Mythic phase yet. We're like 90% sure there's going to be a Mythic phase from what we've heard.
And we've already seen a couple of different adaptations for some of the mechanics we've seen in Heroic difficulty. Notably, the biggest, baddest bunch of bombs, putting those out onto the sides of the room, spawning new rounds of bombs as well. It's very similar from the mechanics we've seen, but gets augmented, gets tweaked very, very slightly. And we've already seen slight tweaks to some of the ad spawns. And we've already seen a big change from what we've seen out of Phase 3. So is there going to be an entire new phase of entirely new mechanics that people are going to have to figure out? Are there going to be more mechs?
So,
you know?
The other thing as well is we kept talking about that extra bomb that they had just flying around on Boomy. You have to remember that while you're carrying that bomb, there's an added mechanic to make you not want to hold the bomb, where it cleaves 1 million damage every 3 seconds to the closest 5 players. That's a lot of extra raid damage to heal through that they would like to find a way to not have to heal through. But in order to actually drop that bomb off, you have to kill off another quadrant of your room, which means they'd be playing all of Phase 2 in just one section, which means it's really difficult to spread out for the biggest, baddest bombs, And also, you'll have less room to like spread out for the frontal soak mechanics and everything. So there's problem solving still to be done, even just going into this phase right now. And I'd love to see what their solution for it is going to be, but of course they have to talk about it first.
Yeah, they have fired up Blink off the platform once again with Alter Time active. He falls into the pit of lava, which will then get rid of his mine, and then he Alter Times back, and that's how he drops it off. Sounds perfect.
Yeah, he just has to find that one spot in the kill wall. Just go through the hole.
Yeah.
All good. No problem.
Makes sense to me.
This is awesome
enough?
so far. I mean, really, I'm amazed at how quickly they're able to chunk off huge amounts of percent off the boss thus far, and it makes me wonder if we get another shield phase, if there's going to be some massive ad spawns that are going to take up a whole bunch of time on top of that. There's a few different parts of the fight where you don't want to call the fight easy or anything like that, but we're seeing really far into it, and that's where I'm wondering where the crux, the really difficult parts of the encounter are going to be that need to be overcome.
Yeah, right now from what we've seen, they've gotten the boss sub 50% in about 60 pulls, right? So far, the cadence of the progression from what I've seen is like more similar to Sarkareth.
Yeah.
And that this is just an onslaught of mechanics that they can figure out and work through and get through quickly. We still need to see what the enrage is, because that could change everything.
Right.
That could change a lot of things.
That could even be changing their lust timing, which then makes it more difficult to break the shield at the beginning of the encounter, which then changes their healing cooldowns, which then might incentivize them to bring another healer, or incentivize them to change up a lot about how they're using their personals, defensives, which makes surviving phase 1 a lot more challenging, and then you have an entire mess on your hands.
Yeah, still many questions to be answered. Still 2 minutes on that break time. We're still talking about what they need to do, maybe taking a bathroom break as well.
Yeah.
Lots of interesting things happening this morning.
Well,
Week Aura updates.
In the meantime, Week Aura updates, a lot going on. And while they do that, we do have some throwbacks that we were talking about that we can take a look at from actually Nyalotha.
Oh, Nyalotha.
There you go.
Yeah. I don't know what they are. Oh, my God.
Wow.
Wow.
This is the morning show.
This isn't the morning show didn't exist this tier, but what they did, was they had different sets because of the sun in that studio.
Yeah, I remember.
And we had to sit on that couch. And it got really uncomfortable.
I remember you guys were here for the first half of the show, like to the early afternoon.
Yes.
And then afterwards, going into the evening, you moved to the desk that was kind of in the corner back there, right?
Yeah, we would move. Oh my gosh.
Oh man.
Oh my god.
Young
Tettles. And then we got Jet and Valoris. We miss them both.
Dearly.
Dearly. Yeah. They're probably watching.
That's right. Well, Jet had some good tweets earlier.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god. Jet is my favorite WoW Twitter guy.
He
actually.
is.
He's always cooking. Oh, look at the little babies. Look how
long
sweet
ago was
they
this now?
are.
This is like 5 years ago.
Long time ago. Long time ago.
Oh man.
2020. Yeah. 2019.
I was about to say, before COVID.
Late 2019, because I remember hearing about COVID during that, and I was like, oh, it's like another Zika virus or whatever it's called.
It's funny that COVID, I remember they were talking about COVID, but do you also remember what happened during Nyalotha?
No.
Kobe died during Nyalotha.
Oh my god, yeah.
I remember there were people that like woke up that day they were shook by that. That was insane.
I was in line to board the plane to get there or home. I don't remember which. And like some kid was looking at his phone and like was like, "Oh, he died." And like everybody started like freaking out. That was a momentous tier. A lot of weird stuff happened.
Wild times.
Wild times indeed. Yes. So in the meantime, if you're just now tuning in, they took a little bit of a break between these Gallywix pills. I'm seeing some Week Aura updates go out on my other screen, so it looks like they're going to be coming back in soon here. And we're getting some progress. We're figuring some things out. We just got our new best. They immediately jumped in after having those server issues. We've been having a lot of those today, and I think we really ought to give the guild credit for staying positive despite that. Like, it's really, I'm not letting it affect their performance whatsoever. We can take a look at our boss progress here. Of course, they are on Gallywix. They're at 43% now. Their best before that being about, I think, 50-something, 58? 56, somewhere in there. So they've taken out some significant chunks, but like you guys have been touching on so much, there's still so much to figure out, even in the first half, that we've seen them get through quite a number of times.
Yeah, I think the biggest reason for why is that the phase mechanics are repeating very consistently.
Yep.
And most of the time you're seeing a really challenging overlap of mechanics, but they're not too dissimilar from Heroic. So the Raiders have already really recognized what those look like and what those might mean, and that makes it a lot easier for them to play just to live at all costs. But that also means I'm very curious about what the Enrage might look like, because we've had a lot of times where, you know, melee players are just running out their soak, just getting out of melee, making sure they live, make sure they resolve the mechanic properly, not worry about their damage, get back in, start doing damage, do whatever they can. Are they going to allow the Enrage to be that soft is going to be another question entirely.
Yeah, it's tough to say. I mean, when you think about fights that have had mythic phases, generally speaking, the way that they've made you like want to go into that phase is by making the previous phase ramp up in difficulty to the point where you can't live there anymore. So think like the Jailer at the end of that phase, he just starts throwing things at you nonstop, to where you pretty much need to phase the boss, otherwise he will just kill you. You're also running out of energy on the Heart of Azeroth too.
True.
So you kind of had to phase that. Remember Gul'dan's mythic phase? That phase 3 from 50 to 10 was so sped up and so wild that if you got another set of Eye of Gul'dan's on that fight, you would just instantly wipe. So you just had to push the boss before a certain time, or it was insane. I suspect that if people are right, you know, about this mythic phase being on this encounter, we'll see some insane overlap of mechanics at some point in the fight, and they might just need to beat that by pushing the boss to a certain percent before seeing that.
Woo!
Oh, really?
Oh,
they
we're
want
excited.
to play.
We're excited.
It's ball time.
Oh my gosh, there's another dog in here. There's a new dog in here.
Yeah, I thought that was Luna for a second.
Me too.
But I've never heard Luna make that noise before.
I was so confused. All right, what were we saying?
Oh, I was just saying that they're ready to play, just like the dogs.
They're ready to game.
That's right, they pull out the ball and they just start yapping.
Pull timer's up.
Hey, here we go.
Get back into it.
All right.
Deep into phase 2. Let's get back there.
All right, well, for this poll, let's head to a Monster Energy listen in.
5, 4.
Bar for the first as well, Mark.
Ideally.
I'm just
But if
really
it's
sick
annoying-
right now, Mark, so it's...
You have a problem with Bart, say it out loud, Mark. I really don't want to deal with this in DMs and shit. Why the fuck did you say what you said in current Raiders?
I did 16 laps in my room, by the way.
You just spin in your chair?
Yeah.
Pretty active for being sick.
We're kicking soon.
No.
I just murdered you, Boom.
Press.
We're moving boss to the
Yeah,
technician.
guy, I'm the
We're
resident,
killing
bro.
the technician.
Pressing
There's
now.
the tank circle.
The timings are going to be good because we delayed. This is
Nick,
amazing.
in P2, do you want to be close to both ads or both sides for healing?
Back up.
Then you guys are
be in the
baiting in
middle,
front and
ideally.
moving the boss to the center. Bait in 2 seconds. 1 now. And moving to the center for soaks.
Whoa.
I always get the second one on the
Doing soaks in 5.
I just have a weak aura for it, so it's like. Yeah, I just
Fired
had the
up's doing
blaze behind the boss.
The coil. We have soaks now.
What's up, Mark?
Soaks here, and then we're moving for suppression in 5.
I didn't say anything.
Now you're backing out.
Can we put like me and Wolf on the first technician kick and then like I a think range you on kinda the want second? range on the second kick, yeah.
Yes, put me on the second one as
Yeah,
well.
put like impact and a range on the second, or just impact. I don't know.
We can like Omega over assign it, right? As well.
Yeah.
I'm always kicking first as chill.
Is it? Can we? Does our aura allow us to double? Does it allow us to like double assign every single soak or every single kick? Sorry.
I believe so. Let me try. I don't know how it works, but I'll just do some
I
shit.
saw 2 names on 2 there, but maybe it's just because I kicked the first one. You should probably remove me from the backup on green and put a range guy there, because the second kick is just unreachable as many
I'm
hoppers
just gonna
down.
try and do double assign every kick.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
just don't know if this is gonna work, but
Oh, you want every kick double assign?
yeah. Can I just duplicate the player's triangle and just make 2?
It's an option. I'll just send you a note probably like after next
Yeah,
ball.
sure.
Just have to add it. Is it both the technicians and the sentries?
Well, we're just referring to the technicians.
Are we choosing the start of the phase longer now?
I think those shields didn't break.
No, we just didn't kick for a while. I pretty sure I kicked
I
the
usually
shield.
I had been
The shield
calling it,
didn't
but I'm
break for
just
a
not
while.
in right now.
Yeah, the shield didn't break before I died.
broke later
I mean,
than normal.
I mean, if we okay, just for the future though, until we are wiping to a damage check, just 100 P, just kick it instantly.
Yeah, I've been
just
picking
was
it
slow
at this
that time.
time. Bring a timer.
We can play it longer, I just need to know.
Yeah, I mean, we just shouldn't until we have to.
Yep.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time to die. Shout.
Bear, get a load of me! Total destruction!
Okay, getting ready to kick soon. Kicking, and we're going to the technician. There's a technician. And there's a tank circle. And then you guys are getting ready to bait.
Bait frontal.
Baiting in 4, 3, 2, 1. Bait. And then we're getting ready for soaks. Fired up steering the Giga Coil. Soaking in 3. And your soak. And then we're going to be moving for suppression. We get Time Spiral. Moving for suppression here.
Yeah.
And we're getting ready for soaks in 5. Soaks now, and then there's a tank circle, and we're following the boss. Soak now. We're following the boss, and there's blazes coming out. Blazes spawning and range are baiting now.
Healer, Tiger Luster, Neko.
Doing a Giga Coil and getting ready for soaks. Watch the ups here a bit. Getting ready for soaks in 5.
Who's been right?
Soaks here. Getting in the soaks, and then we're getting ready to remove with suppression. We're running at the technician. Remember, you're going far here this time. I'm staying close with the tank circle. Destro.
It's Dispel. Yeah,
I got it.
2 decks. Yeah.
Moving boss after this. And then the circle's going behind us. You guys are going ahead. Everyone go ahead. Run ahead of the boss. And then there's blazes into soaks. Blazes are coming and you're baiting, and then we're doing soaks.
Bait
frontal.
Baiting. And then come back for soaks. Back for soaks.
Those circle spawns we have to be bad, right? Under the boss.
Yeah.
Is it possible for the boss to move there? Like, because now we're getting the blazes come out and then the boss kind of runs through us. Is it possible for the boss to already be there and be planted? Or is that not possible?
I can look at this in a second. I knew the answer. I'm just like, actually, let me look at what happened to you guys.
I need to look to see if it's like casting weird. Oh, I guess it's because it's placing the canisters, right? That's the thing. Yeah, I guess you can't. It feels really weird. There's a bunch of like, I'm pretty sure like these orange circles are baited. Like, we're like eating shit all really there right before the bait.
Here's the movement that we're supposed to do. So this is what happened on your poll. Let me just see what happened here. I wasn't watching. So his circle goes here. This is perfect so far. You guys want to be like kind of spread in an arc here, so blazes are easy because you know blazes are in 2 seconds. The soaks are going to spawn here. We do the boss movement after the soak. There's no way to have the boss there. So
yeah,
soaks,
okay, but
soaks spawn here, and then we pull the boss here.
Do you think it's good? Like you see all these bombs here. Do you think we can just hug Yips's big circle, try to bait them there, and then move into this position?
Oh yes, 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 yes.
Well, shouldn't we spawn them up?
No, no. Look, like you can see their animation. They come across the room and they're baited like where you just were, and then we get you. They're already like on the ground, right? But they're where we want to be for this frontal bait. So we probably want to just... Can we all just... Instead, could we put them here?
Yeah, we can like hug there and then like gate or something. I don't know if people are using gate.
Well, we want to like loose spread for blazes though. You definitely don't want to be pixel stacked in my opinion, because like you're getting blazes like right when they bait. But like I think
yeah, I mean I assume when like the circle goes off of the tank, you can probably just take it. I assume that's probably when it snapshots the position. You know.
Okay, everybody, this is our plan. Ready? Here we go. As soon as this tank frontal goes out, we're all going to bait on the left side of the boss's hitbox here, every single player. We're going to rotate right after the tank explosion happened because the bomb positions are already baited. We're going to be naturally pre-spread for blaze. The boss is going to move into us, and then we're baiting a frontal. The boss instead will be here. Oh, the boss was perfect position, by the way. And then the frontal happens, and then we move into our soaks. But we won't have any red circles, so it should be a lot easier.
And then healers make sure to just go into the canisters on the set too. Just
we just put them on the right.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, what time is this out? Put a reminder so I don't forget.
2:40.
2:40.
Basically. It's the 2:40 frontal, if you can find it.
I'm gonna go back to doing what I was doing though.
Gonna ready check?
The P2 timeline is in as far as you've seen it.
Yay. Yay, W. God's doing laps in the streamer pod.
Got the bracers.
King.
Speedrun.
W. Good shit, 3 chest.
Okay.
Full timer, by the way.
Tab in, tab in.
5, 4, 3.
What's the status of the markers? Is it the technicians that are still messing up? Are the wrenchmongers fine?
Sure.
We're getting marked hospital, right?
Yeah, they definitely have marks on them.
I haven't really been looking.
I'm gonna join for this pull.
Yo, welcome.
Yep, you're free to live your life.
Amen.
Mark, remind that extra movement. Do you know when it needs to happen?
It was fine last pull.
Okay, I won't talk about it then. Circle's going off now. Blaze is in 3, 2, 1 now. Frontal.
Someone knocked out it. Yeah, sorry, sure.
Okay, fired up's dunking in a moment. So buggy.
I'll grip you to the circle.
Okay.
Maybe.
Thank you.
W grip.
Wait for circles.
Okay, 3, 2, hitting. Boss is moving. We can do it. I think the healers, no one needs to vend, but you all just need to soak everything.
Take boss cut.
Okay, we're gonna need to use some extra stuff here. Dryny's revival coming up. Okay. Circles.
Bait frontal.
Blazes and frontal in 3, 2, 1 frontal.
Don't have them. Tiger Lister and Echo.
Save here. Windrush, Impic. Nick is dead for the overlap.
I can reset it, it's fine.
Yeah, do that then.
Okay, soaks are happening here. That crackle hit so hard, holy fuck. Okay, then after this we're going to the ad corner, right? Yep, boss movement was good. Get to the ad corner. We have some max CDs coming up, right? But he can't use it yet. Should be okay, just max distance this. He has Onk, it's fine. Watch HP here, no dots. Kick the technician in. Nice, now we're in position for the thing. Pull the boss to the middle of the platform. Tank circle's going there. Everyone remember, looking at the tank circle, we're baiting the wall on the left. Look at the tank circle, we're baiting on the wall on the left, okay? Wall on the left, get there. Left. Swing right. Spread for Blaze. Baiting the frontal and going to your soaks in 3, 2, 1, go.
Personal.
Target's last minute.
Roger.
Keep going.
I don't have fuck cooldown.
Health potion.
Yeah, we down a healer.
blowing up.
Oh, our bomb's blowing up. Yeah, it's fine. Just a healer death. How did that movement feel?
The one still spawned like in the middle between.
Yeah, so some must be random, right? Because let's look at the positioning.
They are. Like on Heroic,
But some are
there's
Daphne
targeted
random?
ones. It's like pseudo random. There's some random, some targeted.
Wait. Is it random? The entire fucking raid is... Okay, this is when it blows up. That's when the animation starts. We're all here. And only one goes there?
Line
Well, no,
three.
look back
There's
right,
three on
like
top of each
behind-
other, but
Look behind this. There's 2, and 2 to the right.
I feel like they don't really
Most
do
of
much
them will
damage.
go
I
to
mean,
us.
aren't people using personals here anyway?
You can literally
I just
those
fucking
as well.
stand in them and don't take a point of damage. So.
Actually, do you think they spawn in a proximity from the circle? Is it that the circle may be too close? Like,
I'm
for
pretty sure
example,
they just spawn
just
randomly
for the
around
sake
players
of
and
argument, what if we had the boss in the exact same position, but the tank circle, not saying this is practical, but let's just say it's on the opposite side of the platform. Will these bombs still reach us?
I can just try with the first tank circle of the fight and just go in
yeah,
very
I would
far.
like to try that.
Sure, I'll just
All
sprint
right,
away
everyone
with
rest
it.
and go again. I have a few new threads you guys will be in. For this boss. Should have all your soak positions. I just wanted you guys to look at it real quick. I'm making a new one right now as well.
Welcome back from that Monster Energy. Listen in. If you're just now tuning in, we are at 43.73%. Also, Echo got to a 0.05% Mugsy wipe. That is brutal, Jack.
It doesn't matter who you're a fan of. That is just a heartbreaker to see.
Yeah. Well, we
Just
were cheering in the building a little bit,
Crazy.
but nobody needs to know that.
White. Yeah. Dratnos had a great comment. He was like, "Oh no, darn it."
Hold on.
Yeah.
Wasn't he casting for that guild a couple tiers ago? Wow.
Well,
he
not
switches
anymore.
allegiances fast.
That's right. Look at how he's turned around. Back to America.
Wow.
That is a heartbreaking
See,
wipe, though. And
yeah, it definitely
The
is.
thing that's important about that is that's a hard enough fight to where it could be another few hours before they have a wipe that pull that close again. So
Right.
every single pull for them after that wipe is going to be just that much more difficult for them to get back there.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Liquid, they just get to happily prog away on this boss and figure out how the fight works for themselves. So it's going to be more and more difficult. There's going to be more and more pressure on Echo as time continues to move forward with them not being on this boss. And we also know their raid day is coming to a close here pretty soon now. It's getting into the later stages of the
9:51
day.
p.m.
Yeah, almost 10 p.m. over there.
Yes.
It's hard to recover from that.
And notably, I would not be shocked if they just continue pounding pulls in until they get the boss down. And then they get some sleep and then they try to hit it hard for the next day. But it's definitely getting to that point where, you know, there's multiple times where raiders have to kind of burn the candle at both ends.
Yep.
And really push through some extra hours or some extra time or have that inner strength to continue pushing through. And now, you know, they're really hitting that sort of inflection point. And the adversity, I think, for a lot of these teams has really been compounding in this race. Echo having some very tough times, and for, you know, the third or fourth day in a row or something like that, Liquid's has had connection issues, login issues, all kinds of fun things like that are just another bump in the road to go after. That was apt timing.
Or not so fun things.
Yeah.
I don't know if they could call, you know, server DC's power outages particularly fun. But
What do you mean? That means they get to play ping pong.
Yeah.
Atlas would play ping pong regardless.
That is
this
true.
point, unfortunately.
Well, in this tier, yeah.
Yeah, most
Not a
tiers.
DK
I
tier.
did not a dude. There's too many non-DK. I talked
He
to
had a good
Atlas
tweet,
too
too.
much during these. Oh, what was the tweet?
Yeah, he was like, hey, thank you, Blizzard, for making sure that when the ads spawn, as we're about to get into Phase 2, that they're all really nicely tight stacked together, so we don't need to have any Death Knight grips whatsoever.
No, it's so sad.
DKs are still paying for their AMZ sins back in Castle Nathria. Okay, they still have a couple more tiers before they can be good again.
You can thank Max for that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Max.
Thank you, Max. We all say in chat. All right, well, if you're just now tuning in, here we are. Poll number 53. 9. We're looking to get some more prog. We're looking to figure more out about the deeper mechanics in this phase, how they overlap, how they interact with each other. There's so many mysteries surrounding this fight, especially this morning. We've unveiled some of those, but it also has just led to more questions, Iro.
Yeah, we're still figuring things out, but I mean, still, phase 1 is enough of a difficulty check to where they will still wipe to these canisters, particularly sometimes. It's a lot of AoE damage on the raid. They need to be perfectly spread out to make those soaks. Every single one of those soaks, there's 6 of them, do 10 million damage apiece, and they have to properly allocate all of their raid and to be splitting up between those. Of course, there's 4 of those TikTok canisters on the ground, but also 2 fused canisters from the phase 2 version of Heroic that they have to spread out and allocate all their players towards. But this is just a non-stop onslaught of mechanics in phase 1. You deal with the first Giga Coils, you do a soak, there's a tank buster going out, you go to the second ads, new soak, new tank buster, 3 duds on the ground, the tanks have to soak, blaze lines go out, dodge the Giga Blast. It's just everything happening all at once. The way Atlas described it to me when they first saw the encounter was that the boss just Swifty one-shots his entire mechanic journal.
That was a nice reference.
He is.
Swifty one-shots, love that.
His quote, I can't take credit.
No, it's a good one. It's a good one.
The best part is when you see the boss just channel animation after animation, and it like bugs out, and he suddenly does like a 180 flip.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
the canisters again. The canisters are so difficult. It's such a tight positioning check. Like I was saying, 4 TikTok canisters, those small soaks from phase 3 of the Heroic encounter, 10 million damage plus a massive healing absorb for everybody that soaks it. Then also 2 fused canister soaks from phase 2 of the Heroic encounter.
At once.
All at the same time. So they're actually Venn diagramming the 2 fused canister soaks to make sure that they can more easily even out that damage check on them. And they're putting 3 players in each of the TikTok canisters. So like every player in the raid is taking a huge hit of damage. And if one player is out of place, one player could just get potentially one-shot. And that's a huge deal.
Yeah.
Because as we've talked about before, the real mythic mechanic of this encounter is that anytime somebody picks up a bomb, that bomb is locked onto them for the entire encounter. You cannot throw that bomb away. And if you die, you blow up. You blow up for like
literally
15 million damage. You literally blow up.
Yeah.
That bomb will blow up. So
5,
it's
4,
pretty
3,
difficult for them to deal
2,
with. I think I
1.
baited us earlier. I called it like the silver shackles mechanic. I think the players were calling it that. It's actually, let me see what the actual in-game mechanic is called. I have it pulled up here. It is called the auto-locking cuff bomb. Auto-locking. So it auto-locks onto you when you pick it up. So you know how in Heroic when you pick up a bomb, you can throw it into the hole? Yeah, when you pick up a bomb on Mythic, after half a second, it locks to you. You no longer can use that extra action button to throw it away. Now, fortunately, the way the throwing the bomb into the controls works is that you just have to step onto the platform and the game auto-throws it for you. It does that on Heroic as well. But still, you have that auto-locked bomb on you. Even if you throw it into the coils, you still have the mythic portion of the mechanic on you for the rest of the encounter. You can see that, actually, if we look at the raid frames here for Fired Up, when he throws that bomb in, he is their first carrier. That is the debuff. That will one-shot the raid. Actually, I don't think Shakib is showing it on his POV. No, there it is.
Yeah,
you can see it. It just popped up. That debuff is the one that will blow up the raid if he dies. So they need to take a quick look at their healing here, because Fired Up is getting pretty low already for these soaks. And if he were to die, he would then also blow up the raid.
So I wonder if you'd be able, there's a point in the encounter where you have 2 bombs.
Yeah.
And you're kind of just having a player hold on to one of them, and when they are, they're radiating more damage on the rest of the raid, which you really don't want to deal with if you don't have to. I wonder if there is a way to pick it up quickly, get to the edge, throw it off super fast, because otherwise they're just holding on to it because they don't have an area of the room to sabotage. That's been kind of one of the questions we've been trying to figure out thus far.
Yeah, that's one of the weird things. They're not quite sure about what the solve is for the end of this phase. The way that they're dealing with it is they're just having Boomy carry it around for pretty much the entire fight. But the problem with that is that those bombs, while you're holding those bombs, they also do cleave damage to the nearest 5 players to you. It's a lot of ticking damage. It's 1 million damage to the closest 5 players every 3 seconds. That's a lot of HPS that your healers are having to do extra over the course of the fight. And that's pretty difficult to do, considering they have all of these heal absorbs to heal through. They need to make sure everyone's topped for these explosions so the raid doesn't instantly blow up. And of course, as they get more and more bombs, there's more and more of those ticking time bomb debuffs that stack up. We can see now Dranako has one of those debuffs on the raid frames for Shakib here. They're about to get a third one whenever this technician goes down. They'll need to charge up that bomb and toss it into the controls. And like you said, after they deal with these, that's 2 more will spawn. So they're going to have a grand total of 5 of those debuffs at the end of phase 1 on players. If those players die, they wipe.
Yeah, but you can even see they've changed around those blaze lines. They're going at a multitude of different angles, and I like how they've changed that around so that they're making sure they get to the edges of the room. Also makes it even harder to get in range for your canister soaks on top of that. And if you're not healing off those canisters or the heal absorbers fast enough, they also radiate more damage on the entire raid. So there's a really high HPS check there. I'm Shu, of course, I'm Fired Up was super insanely low and was just managing to stay alive, barely.
You can see, I like what they've done with their thought process for the bomb soaks here. They have all 3 mages as the first 3 bombs of the fight. Makes sense, right? Because they all have a cheat death. They all have that cauterize available. So if they die once, they won't instantly blow up. They'll just prompt the cauterize. But if they don't have the cauterize available, the next time they die, they'll wipe. You can see Dranako has already used that cauterize. Both KSP and Fired Up still holding on to theirs. But we can see now, as they've dealt with that new ad set here, there are 2 more of those discharge gigabombs on the ground. Boomy will pick one of them up. Shakib will grab the other one. Shakib is going to have to do some interesting mechanics here to deposit that bomb. As we get the picture-in-picture on the top right here, he's going to pick up those lightning orbs, charge up that bomb, and there's no great. So quick little double jump, flip, young dip, hit that flip, get the bomb in there, jump off the platform, get back with a fell rush, and he'll get back to the group. But the question we have is, what does Boomy do with this bomb? He's just holding it for the entire fight now.
And now we're also going to go into phase 2 with the boss hitting 65% health. New round of ads, similar to what we've seen out of heroic difficulty for those intermission phases. But in this one, there's also the lightning lines coming out from the boss that they need to dodge all around. And some of the intersections of inner circles are marked by a whole bunch of lightning lines, which if you cross them, deal a ton of damage.
So I have a problem with this encounter.
So do they.
You got a bone to pick with it, Zyro?
We talked about this a lot on Styx Bunk Junker. These styles of mechanics where just one mistake equals boom, entire raid blows up, it makes it really hard to diagnose what went wrong. So clearly what happened there is one of those ticking time bomb players died, which blew up the raid. You can see the explosions go out when it happens. It's really hard as a raid leader and as an analyst squad to diagnose what you can do better when one tiny mistake equals explosion. This is the problem with Halandris. This was the problem with Styx Bunk Junker as a 4th boss. It's really, really hard to progress on these styles of encounters. So they're having to come up with their ideas and their positioning for these strategies, keeping these bombs in mind. It's a very, very difficult way to design and solve an encounter.
It is, and it's only going to make it more difficult later on in the encounter when we don't really know what the rest of the mechanics are going to throw at us. And so any moment that they're having a discussion or figuring out phase 1 type mechanics or early phase 2 to make sure it's as consistent as possible makes a world of difference, because when they start getting later in the fight, they cannot be sacrificing any pulls to the 1st or 2nd phases.
We've seen a couple of pulls get into that 60% territory pretty recently here. Do we feel like over the course of the morning, Zyro, we've gotten more consistent within that first phase?
A little bit. A little bit. There's still overlaps that they're struggling with. That overlap at the 3rd set of ads is really difficult. It's like blaze lines into bigger, better bombs, into bait the frontal, into go to the canister soaks, all at the same time. And they get through that maybe half the time. Last night, I didn't see them get through it a single time. So they're still learning, they're still figuring it out, they're still getting more consistent. But as we saw, 30-minute break timer went up. That's the lunch timer. They're going to get their food buff here pretty soon. Get back with that food buff and hopefully make some progression. I want to see a 2nd intermission soon. I think there's going to be one pretty soon. It'll give us more information about the fight. We still don't know what pushes the intermission. They're kind of pushing that intermission around the 65% mark, but it could also be time-based. It could also be based off of when they put in that 4th bomb into the canister whenever Shakib jumps off. So still a lot to learn about the encounter, just phase-based.
Yeah, there was a question that I saw in chat that was like, hey, what have we seen that wasn't in the Dungeon Journal? Yeah, the answer is yes, many.
We've seen
many
a lot.
things. Yeah, I mean, there was, we did have limited knowledge going into this. We've learned a lot this morning. I'm sure they learned a lot last night. I mean, when Zyro got into the building, Jack was Zyro was debriefing Jack and myself on kind of everything that we missed because we were asleep when they sort of got that early progression. So there's a lot of catching up for us, for you guys, and for the Raiders, of course. But we do have that 30-minute timer going up, so it looks like they're going to go to lunch. And Tettles has named it a working lunch. Do you guys think that? So they're going to be probably discussing strategies.
Oh, yeah.
As they're getting their food in. Their food buff.
I fully expect them to be making a lot of adjustments. And this is also going to be nice because it helps everybody kind of come together and figure out, oh, you were having trouble with this mechanic. Here's how I've been dealing with it. What are the weak auras that we might be needing adjustments for? What changes what we might be needing? And this is always such a great opportunity to have that full discussion. And that's one of the big advantages originally from Race to World First being in person that over the years they never really had access to.
Yeah.
Having everyone in person, having everyone be able to talk together about what problems they might be having, the one-on-one conversations with other people within your role to kind of figure out what challenges need to be overcome.
Yeah, definitely. So they're going to get a food buff in. And in the meantime, we're going to give some stuff away, courtesy of MyBlue. Of course, that is one of our partners here for the Race to World First. So tremendous shout out to MyBlue for this giveaway. They're doing a daily giveaway. And if you want to win $50 in Team Liquid store credit to put towards Liquid or Race to World First apparel, all you have to do is log into MyBlue and complete a quest daily to be entered for a chance to win. Additionally, 10 lucky players who complete all quests will score an exclusive swag kit. We also have community rewards where the more players that complete the MyBlue challenges, the bigger the loot for everyone. Play WoW, watch race, win some stuff. Pretty easy, right? We've already completed the first 2 community rewards and we're currently working towards the next one. So if you're watching the race and you have not yet joined the Team Liquid MyBlue event, you may as well because you're watching. So you may as well just get some MyBlue stuff in the meantime.
That's right. We even have our winner for today, too, Salamanda.
Yes, congratulations to Salamanda. So head on over to teal.gg/bluerwf if you'd like to take part in that. And with that, go ahead, Zyro.
I have one question before we go to lunch.
Sure.
We're having hot dogs for lunch.
Are we?
Ooh, glizzy.
Yeah. Is a hot dog a sandwich?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah?
I feel like this comes up every single tier, and I hate it so much.
It is.
Is it, though?
Can I choose
yes
no
or no?
comment? Can I go with no comment?
No, yes or no.
A hot dog is a hot dog, Zyro.
Okay, but don't be a fence sitter. Is it a sandwich or not?
It's a hot dog.
Is it a sandwich or not?
It's a hot dog.
What is it, a secret other thing?
Yeah, the other thing is the hot dog.
Aya's just up on her high horse on
What do
top
you
of the
think?
fence.
But is it a
not
sub?
willing to come down.
Yeah, it's a hot dog.
It's an open-faced sandwich.
I think that works.
I would not put it in the po' boy section of a menu.
Probably not.
I would put it in a sandwich section.
Yeah, what's your take on it, then, Zyro?
It's a sandwich. It's an open-faced sandwich.
Okay, let us know in chat. Discuss that. In the meantime, huge shout out to our sponsors. We're going to go to a lunch break. Shout out to Coinbase, Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and DungeonDojo. Thank you guys so much. We'll see you in a bit.
Listen, we need to have a conversation about apparel. The fact is, you signed a contract guaranteeing certain concessions. One of those being a spot on this broadcast.
Well, that's where I see things differently. Contract or no, I will not sell out for an impeccably designed and high-quality t-shirt.
I'm sorry you feel that way, but that's basically the nature of the race.
Maybe I'm wrong on this one, but for me, the race doesn't include selling cozy 100% cotton hoodies with graphics specifically designed for this race.
Oh, this is cozy.
Max, you know what I'm talking about, right?
It's like people only do the race to sell t-shirts. And that's just really sad.
How about this to celebrate our spring championship? I celebrated by getting a new Honda Civic Hybrid. With style, power, and fuel efficiency, it's next level awesome. Get in. Why didn't I think of this? How do you return a billboard?
Max, hurry up, they're behind us.
Just a few more tweaks. Hand me that tool.
This better be worth it.
Almost done.
It's beautiful.
We gotta get out of here.
Don't forget the PC.
This is Max, and here is the exact moment he saw a custom plush toy we made of him from scratch.
Wow, it's got, okay, so there's a lot going on here.
We here at Team Liquid have spent months turning all of our friends, family, and any famous people we can find a public address for into their own custom plushes based off our mascot, Blue. Which means we had to make one for everyone's favorite raid leader and WoW streamer, Maximum. The first thing we have to do is give Blue some facial hair. Using some fur and this deep, longing photo of Max, we remade his scruff 1-2-1.
It's got a crazy beard. I was certainly looking that homeless during the last race.
And Max's face would be unrecognizable without his glasses. Important for raiding and seeing. Then we realized he was still without clothes, so we made him decent with a custom jersey. And at this point, he looked a little less Max and a little more Seth Rogen in a t-shirt, so we added some memorable WoW items, Ramornia and the Gift of N'Zoth, both 3D printed and painted to match the game. Finally, we delivered it to Max to capture his reaction.
Look, he's real cute. He's got my little Harry Potter glasses on. I get to keep this, right? You can make your own. You just gotta go to tl.gg/myblue and you can customize it however you want.
Welcome back here at the Team Liquid Race to World First, presented by Coinbase. And, it's been going quite well for Team Liquid. I do want to say we saw a little bit of Gallywix last night already, and the Raiders have been added all morning as well. Now, with a little bit of a lunch break, they're ready to get back in there. Before we head on over there, we do want to thank all of our sponsors that are making this event happen. So a huge, huge shout out to our presenting partner Coinbase, but of course also to the other sponsors that are helping us in putting this entire event out there for you guys to watch. Thank you so much to Honda, to Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and the DungeonDojo. And you guys have been doing fantastic at raising money for charity. We've gotten over 25K. I believe there's a 35K stretch goal on the board there. So thank you so much for all your generous donations for the Pasadena Humane Society. My name is Makes. With me are Dratnos and Cams. And we have a little bit of exciting stuff to get through. How are you feeling about Gallywix?
Feeling pretty good. It looks like a pretty fun fight. Progression has been extremely swift as well. We're already sub 50% on this boss. We've seen that cool new mythic phase as well. Unknown whether there's more as well as the boss is getting lower. I could hear them on the comms speculating about whether they just have to end that fight in that last slice of the room using that last bomb there and just be in that last corner, which would be pretty fun. Definitely would be a case of there's a lot of damage that needs to be optimized then if we're trying to kill the boss in time.
Yeah, it's very exciting. I was so excited I actually got up early today, which never happens, so I'm going to crack into this guy here.
Oh yeah, this is a lifesaver for waking up early. I woke up at the crack of noon today. It was very early for me.
Ooh, I was up at like 9, and I was up pretty late last night watching Echo. So I'm excited about Gallywix.
Me too.
Oh, cheers.
Yeah.
I woke up this morning, and the first thing during Race to World First that I do when I wake up is just head on over to Warcraft Logs. Thank you so much, one of our sponsors. And I look at their loading page of the Race to World First to see if anybody has gotten close to where Team Liquid was. And I woke up, and Echo hadn't killed it. And it was like a huge sigh of relief for me because I was like, oh my God, okay, it's like a tangible lead that Team Liquid has right now.
Yeah, because usually at this spot in the race, you're going to bed ahead and then you're waking up behind, and their guilds sort of do this leapfrogging game. But very luckily for Liquid, Echo have had some troubles here finishing off Mugsy with a heartbreaking 0.05% wipe. The last one I saw out of them. Very, very tough spot, especially that boss. There's a lot of kind of bugginess and inconsistencies on that fight. I'm not sure if that was relevant on their wipe. But,
oh, for sure.
It's definitely a tough one. Took Liquid all of yesterday to finish it with a lot of great pulls that were then ended by that CC immune mine bug.
I'm seeing another tiny baby doggo over there, so I'm a bit distracted. Hello, baby dog. Can we bring the baby dog to the cameras, please?
His little Cora?
That is Cora. Hello, my love. Oh, my God. Oh, I love you so much. I love you so much. She's just there. Look. Oh, hello.
Oh, hi, Cora.
Hey, Cora. Oh, yes. Oh, I love you too. You're doing so well. All those people watching you.
So pretty.
Cora. Thank you for bringing her here.
Bye.
And if you also want to see a lot of adorable pets and dogs that are somehow always at any given day roaming the Team Liquid Alienware facility here, then you can actually maybe win our giveaway and get sent out here. If you head on out to tl.gg/CoinbaseRWF, you create an account. You use Team Liquid 20 and get an extra $20 just like that. You take part in our signed jersey giveaways, and you have the chance to come here and see all of these adorable pets.
Yeah, it looks like a 3-step process, but don't be intimidated. That last step basically is you don't have to do anything there, right? It just says you're entered to win. We'll see one of you next year. So it's really just 2 steps to get entered into this giveaway.
Thank you, Mathnos.
Yeah,
that's some quick calculations.
3 steps is
there.
a lot. Look, 3 steps, that's intimidating, right? That can be a lot of work, but it's just 2 that actually require any work out of you. And we've got the URLs right there on the screen. We've got that QR code up in the top right. Could not be easier.
I agree. I think it's wonderful. Head on over there, fill it out. It's just taking a couple minutes, probably as long as it is going to take until the Raiders pull again. So great use of your time.
Yeah, I've been looking. They've been getting back at their computers. The break timer did end about 5 minutes ago, but they haven't started pulling. I haven't seen any swaps coming into the comp or anything like that, so I think there's just strategy discussion that's been happening. Lunch, a very useful time, especially when you're on a boss like this, which didn't have any PTR testing, right? You don't have any idea what the timer looks like, what the fight looks like. Anytime you can get a good chunk of prog and then do a nice meal break, it's really useful because you can use all of that meal break time to still do strategy and stuff. But I have seen a ready check come out, so we may be in for some more pulls sometime soon here. Should be pretty exciting. If they have a good afternoon here, I've heard them saying on comms this boss could die today. Now, obviously we don't know what the end of the fight looks like, right? And we don't know if there's a crazy DPS check that they are going to have to meet. We don't know if there's extra secret mythic phase, anything like that. But progression's been going very fast in this boss, right? We're like 60 pulls in, already sub 50%. The pace has been breathtaking out of Team Liquid.
Hold on, I'm confused. Max is here and we're pulling. What is happening?
He was working over lunch, yeah. So he was doing the strat over lunch,
lunch,
and now he gets to take lunch while they start pulling off of the adjustments and stuff.
Listen, it's a bit of a weird
makes sense.
situation where you look at your screen, you see a pull timer, and suddenly you proc Max right behind you, and you're like, what is going on?
They've had Yips raid leading these pulls whenever they've needed to send Max into the strategy, area. Do some thinking and stuff, so it's actually a great strategy. I think it was really sort of pioneered by Echo on the Jailer, where they were just having like 5-8 minutes of their pulls raid led by one of their tanks, and then they got to use that entire time to do strategy adjustment. And since then, I think on end bosses, it's almost always sort of the paradigm is once we've got phase 1 down, we are going to just use it as strategy time and have somebody else step up and raid lead that part.
All right, that's clever.
You've been saying that progression has been going fast. I do tend to agree, on the percentage down to 40%, 60 polls, but I feel like where we are right now is where it all kind of goes crazy from what I've seen. There's a lot of spicy overlaps of that phase.
Absolutely, yeah. And this is one of those fights that gets crazier and crazier as the room gets more and more denied from you. You can sort of see the inception of that idea in Heroic, but in Heroic you really don't have to actually lightening up any of your room except maybe at the very end of the fight if you're damaged a little cursed or if a couple people accidentally deposit at the same time. But on Mythic, there is no playing around it. You are going to have to electrify your room at the end of this fight. So phase 1, you still do have 2/3 of the room at least. Those frontals as well that are normally just in the intermissions coming out on Mythic as well. Crucial to bait them away from wherever you're planning to do stuff.
Yeah, they're following this kind of new design thing, it feels like. Ever since they added evokers, all the fights have had so much movement.
Yeah.
And this one is no different. Like so many running to the platforms, running to the soaks, running away from the boss, dodging the beam, or baiting the beam even.
Boom.
Little soak mishap.
Yeah.
But just movement nonstop. Time spiral very good. But I mean, they just have one, so hopefully they don't need any more. Because I don't know if they're gonna really change their comp.
You're moving around this room a lot, but it's not like a massive space that you have to cover in a short amount of time, right? Like the room is still fairly small.
It is fairly small, and so is the puppy that we just saw. Look at these guys playing here. We got a little bit of exclusive footage of Ham and Cora, and whether you believe it or not, both of these dogs are puppies.
Oh my goodness.
They're just playing over there, having a grand old time. We really love animals, and if you also love animals, you can support the Pasadena Humane Society. They've been doing a wonderful job at helping with the outfall of the LA fires here in the neighborhood, and they've been taking in a lot of pets. They've been treating all of their wounds, their burns, their injuries, and trying to find new homes for them or reunite with their owners. You guys already raised up $26,402, which is an insane amount, but we made a new stretch goal because we surpassed all of our other ones at $35K. There will be an interview with Gallywix. Cams, are you part of that?
I hope not. I don't know who's Gallywix.
I have no idea. Is it you, Dratnos?
Could be.
Oh.
Who is getting the interview? Like, who's doing it?
Who's the interviewer and who's Gallywix?
Yeah.
That's a good question, yeah.
Some questions.
Yeah, we got $10,000 about until we find out.
Oh yeah, they have an adoption event happening right now. So if you are local, you can head on over there from March 12th to 18th. They are waiving all fees for large dog for the LBS and up. I don't know what an LBS is.
That's
but
the abbreviation
that's
for
just,
pounds.
That's just more
can tell 'cause
amount to love.
The L is from the middle of the word pound, and the B is also in the
L
word pound.
is from the middle of the word pound.
Yeah, exactly. It's pound. You know, it's a good abbreviation, right? LBS. The brain immediately goes to pounds. It's a very logical.
Here's another doggo. That's Luna, the little wiggly Luna.
Oh, wow.
We are just so blessed.
All right, well, we will have to take a look back in on the puppies later, but we have got some more Gallywix pulls going, so not quite as exciting, but we'll show it anyways, as we've got the start of the boss with this sort of intermission phase that you get at 50% on the lower difficulties, and complicated by being connected to the boss with a laser beam that zaps anybody else standing inside it as well.
It's such a funny way to start a fight.
Yeah.
You set the bloodlust into the shield and like run around.
It's what fights start with an intermission. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I love it though. It's so cool. It's one of these fights where you look at it and I love the fights where you're just right away you're like, okay, this is mythic, right? Like there are some fights where, you know, like One Arm Bandit, for instance, you could you'd have to take like a minute to see whether it's mythic or heroic if you were just kind of watching it and maybe not looking at the raid frames. But here it's right away like, oh my goodness, half the room is already electrified. The boss jumps out and is immediately doing this massive raid damage on you that you got a lust to get through. Like, yeah, it starts out crazy and it only gets crazier.
Ah.
I wonder how much of the boss was designed for the mythic versus they made the heroic and normal boss and then they were just like, all right, let's just remix this for mythic.
Yeah, I wonder as well. I think there was an interview where they talked about like heroic usually being the starting point for design, but I wonder if that's true for these end bosses as well, because I don't know, I feel like heroic is a pretty complete fight here, although you don't use the Giga Coil zapping the ground mechanic much, which do mostly show up in Mythic, so you know, maybe they actually kind of also started on Mythic with this one.
Yeah, I mean, this phase 1 is kind of like heroic. I mean, it's similar with a twist, but that P2 is crazy, like completely different.
It is incredible.
Yeah, I love, like you're saying, you're just like, oh, this is Mythic. They're in it. There's no denying that this boss is different. We were so curious how it was going to be before we saw it because so much of it's hidden. And yeah, they do start with the intermission like the Dungeons Journal said, and it does not stop.
I love that as well. I also love that we're getting pull timers, although they're somehow becoming longer and longer, and now we're proccing a break. And now that break is gone, I think they're just memeing a little bit in case you're wondering about all of those pings. In the meantime, I do have a little bit of a lesson for everybody listening as well as you guys, because somebody looked up what the abbreviation LBS actually stands for. Do you guys know?
Pounds?
Well, the actual LBS, there's no L nor B nor S in pound.
Huh.
So, do you want me to tell you?
Sure.
It comes from the Latin term libra pondo, which means a pound by weight.
I see.
So libra is like the scales, right?
Yeah.
And so it derived from pondo, that's where pound comes from. And the abbreviation LB is taken from libra. And so it's actually Latin that you're using there. Very fancy, Americans.
Yeah.
That's right.
Latin, they can't be wrong. So anybody who doesn't like the pounds and wants us to go metric, it's Latin.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what kind of argument that is, but okay, I'll let it fly.
It's old and mysterious, you know, kind of lost language or whatever, dead language.
Right.
They knew what was going on.
Yeah.
So we're going to use pounds here.
Miles, inches, cups.
That's right.
Yep. Walmart. Yeah, this boss also seems to truck the tanks, much like Mugsy.
Yeah, just the auto attacks seem to be pretty intimidating. Although I heard them talking about how the ego check mechanic in the second phase of this difficulty, third phase, the lower difficulties, was something they actually could handle pretty well, which is nice. That's the sort of thing that Prop Paladin actually is really good against. It's you get this dot on you, and you can reduce the size of the dot by reducing the upfront damage of the first hit. But then also Prop Paladins, when they're standing in their consecration, they can reduce the damage of the dot on them as well. So you can sort of double reduce the size of that ego check.
Yeah, I want to point out maybe the craziest thing about this fight is Fired Up. He's got a debuff over there, And from my understanding is he gets that when he picks up the bomb and deposits it. And now for the rest of the fight, if he dies, he just explodes and wipes the raid.
Yeah.
And they just have to cycle new players that can no longer die.
Right.
Pretty rough.
We heard them talking about that a little bit as well. I'm not sure if it was a Monster Energy listen-in at the time. I was creating my own Monster Energy listen-in by just watching Max's stream.
Ah, yes.
And, the Monster Energy listen-in we've got at home. And on that one, they were talking about assigning the bomb carrying to the combination of classes that can't die and their best players, right? Because you want people who are just not going to randomly ever fall over. And Fired Up is pretty much the epitome of both of those things this tier.
Yeah.
Fire Mage is having that cauterize as well as a huge extra get-out-of-jail-free card.
I'm pretty sure it's Fired Up, and then I believe it's Stranico next. And then I wouldn't be surprised if KSP was the next one, just because mages are very good at living. I know yesterday in a lot of the tries we saw Shakib carry some of these bombs.
You do have to have a lot of them get carried, yeah.
Kind of started by him eyeing up one of these bombs. And he just went like, I'm going to get it. And then he picked it up and just walked around with a bomb saying like, nope, that's mine now. Like,
yeah.
Deal with it.
I think he actually has to do that one. Unless it's
I think it's been
fixed or-
assigned now, yeah.
Yeah, the bomb has to be deposited off the platform. So they need somebody who can like jump off, deposit it, and then flip back on.
Yeah, very much a Demon Hunter job. Maybe we could even switch to Shaq here. Although it's currently he's not holding bomb. I think he has the next one.
It's the next one, I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Oh, but raid damage.
So the way it works is you pick up the bomb and then you have to charge it, right? So there's sparks that are on the floor from the frontals, correct? And then you have to walk through these in order to charge up the bomb that you're carrying on your back, but there goes another one. And then once it's charged, you can like deposit it.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell, like was it Fired Up dying and then he blew the raid up, or was a soak missed? It's really tough to tell.
Yeah, the domino effect is definitely, it's difficult to diagnose. Those soaks are so nasty, right? The combination canisters where you basically get Heroics Phase 2 and Phase 3 soaks simultaneously, 2 player-based soaks and 4 ground-based soaks, each of which need to have a minimum number of players in them, or else it's a disaster. And then also you need to then heal through the heal absorb. But each time you heal through somebody's heal absorb, they pulse for some raid damage. And so if a couple people are low, one person's heal absorb getting healed off is going to kill off somebody else. And then that leads to that domino effect sometimes.
Well, you know what also leads to a domino effect? Whenever we have a giveaway in Twitch chat. So Blizzard actually has given us codes to give away to give to you guys. You can win a Grizzly Hills Packmaster, an Auspicious Arborworm, or the Winter Witch Bundle. And it's open to NA and EU. In order to participate, all you have to do, and chat is already at it, write #Undermine in chat. And then please, on behalf of our mods, keep an eye out for who wins and be able to DM them when they're calling you out as a winner. They always have a tough time on allocating these, so you need to be present in order to also claim your prize. And thank you so much to Blizzard for making this giveaway possible.
Yeah, Grizzly Hills Packmaster, very nice one. It's got like a repair on it. It's like a bear. It's a good prize. Definitely type that #Undermine in chat. And then immediately go away from your computer, close Twitch, do not respond to any DMs, make the life a little fun for our mods as they try
just be
desperately
like,
track you down.
#Undermine and then toss it.
Yeah, toss the phone.
Just
get it out of here.
Some people really do that.
Yeah.
It's
It
crazy.
seems like they do. It's actually crazy how hard it is to get in touch with our giveaway winners, so definitely make sure that doesn't happen to you if you want to actually get one of these great prizes that Blizzard has provided us with.
Yeah, so many good giveaways this tier. Very fun for the viewers. Much like Gallywix. Still exciting.
Yeah, I'm also excited. What do you guys think? So we were talking about it a little bit, saying, okay, we're like on 60 polls. Aya in the background there just depositing a camera. Hello, everybody. Hello, welcome. I think we've just been got on another camera back there. But
yeah, Aya's been doing her behind the scenes streams.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, what do you guys think about the poll count on this boss? Because, of course, Mugsy has died. Some of us maybe have been
wow,
a bit
was, like,
more
spot on.
correct than others, yeah.
I was just guessing for Echo.
Oh, yeah, same.
But what are we thinking about the Gallywix predictions here?
I think we're a little high. I don't know, like we were over the number of polls that it's going to be, I think. Because a lot of us predicted these north of 200 poll ones, and this feels like a maybe 200 tops boss from what we've seen so far. It just doesn't seem like there's a huge brick wall that's impeding progression and it's going to take a huge amount of pulls to get through. Now, of course, that might still be in the future here, or we may find out that the overall damage check of the fight is such that they're going to have to play this more aggressively. They're going to have to 3-heal or something like that and just relearn the whole thing. But if that's not true, I would like to change my prediction downwards, not upwards.
Yeah, I think same. Also, that's putting it like around 200 is like killing it tomorrow, which seems right to kill it on a Sunday or like early Monday. Yeah, but for the difficulty, I'm just wondering, like, as they get more of those bomb things on players, if the fight just becomes more and more fragile, and then you kind of have a Farak P3.
I think so as well.
Trying to high roll and hope nobody gets clipped by anything.
I unironically think that this is not a 200 pull boss just because of that mechanic. It is so volatile, so lethal, so fragile, and I think there's definitely going to be more wipes. The further we go into the fight than there are right now. We're already seeing like a lot of explosions all over the place. I wouldn't be surprised if towards the tail end of pulling this boss we'll get a lot of go-agains.
Yeah, I mean, Fired Up, he's used to just never dying, but I would not want to be one of the people that just, like, you can't die on this fight, sorry.
I mean, how many bombs do we think are there going to be once we get into kill range on players? Like, I was thinking, like, 8?
Okay.
I think
7?
They were talking about having the last one on that 47% pull that they would then use to make the last slice of the room the only place they could go. I guess you could get one more after that, and then you make the whole room electrified, but that would be like an enraged spot of the fight. So I'm not sure. I don't think it's going to be too many players.
Are they getting the bombs in the P2 also?
Yeah, but and then you have to shepherd it for P2 for a while. You have to just keep the bomb safe for a while. And I think there's mechanics that can't hit the bomb or else it explodes. So that is a fun job. And
they're loving
we might actually, we may see like Fired Up getting shifted off of doing an early bomb so that he can do one of that bomb shepherding jobs. But I'll be honest, I haven't fully nailed down exactly how that mechanic works.
Yeah, they're loving the Hollanders bombs.
Yeah.
Just throwing those in on
everywhere?
pretty much every end boss.
At least it doesn't seem to have the hot potato element to it, which that was, I think, a big point of difficulty on both Hollanders and Fireack was actually like finding your partner and swapping with them.
Especially so frequently, right?
Yeah, Hollanders
that
was a crazy amount of swaps you had to do.
Yeah, just like, it didn't happen this tier. I didn't know any of the Mythic stuff, but usually THD will tell me about a boss or something, and he's just like, and guess what? There's Hollander's bomb.
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
I do like that mechanic.
Well, there is news to share with the class because Echo just killed a Mugsy.
Oh, they're freed.
Therefore, catching up. It is rather late for them. Their raid time, I think, should have ended a little of a while ago. Right now, it is 11 p.m. over there in Germany.
It's not too late.
So they can, if they want to, they can get another look at Gallywix here, test some stuff, and then also go to bed, which I think would be the correct course of actions.
So, yeah, they were getting up early historically so that they could hit the 5 a.m. reset on week 2. At this point, I think you probably don't play around hitting the 5 a.m. reset on week 3. So you could definitely start pushing your sleep schedule back a little bit if you were Echo and stay up later. But the question is there that much value in doing stuff tonight? You're not getting all that much information because you can already glean almost everything you'd need to know from the Liquid polls that are being streamed now. So I think you probably give Gallywix, 30 minutes tops. And then
I think so too. Just to check like some weak auras.
Yeah,
make
exactly.
sure your timers are correct because everything else you could have gathered, like you're saying already.
Even the timers that they're going to have from this, but doing some weak aura testing is definitely, and also if they have any strategy ideas. Although, of course, you do have to kind of do some prog to even get to the point where you can test some of this stuff. On this fight, you have to beat that first intermission, which I think a lot of guilds are going to spend their first hour of Gallywix prog just trying to beat that opening intermission on this fight.
Yeah, in races in the past, maybe I'm just getting it confused because they get up so early for the reset, but I feel like sometimes they just get, like, Echo gets, like, 5 hours of sleep.
Yeah.
And they will just, like, really push into the night and wake up early.
It has happened before. Although it's something I think both guilds now are trying more to focus on sleep, especially as it looks like whenever you've got a race that looks like it's going into that second reset, you don't want to have fatigued raiders But I think as we near the end, right, the place in the race where you would give yourself a shorter night's sleep would be like, okay, it's the last boss. It's time to, send it. We'll let Monster Energy substitute for sleep tonight.
That's right. I don't know what they've got over there, but we got the power monster.
That's right. That's why we're so far ahead.
Mm-hmm. Got the Ultra Rosa. Delicious.
Yeah, we do have one player down here. So Sevi, unfortunately, didn't go down, but we rest him back up. And then the background there on the left, you can see one of those bombs that is being picked up and now carried around.
Yeah, we've got Impex's POV right now, who basically gets to just attack the boss, from what I've seen on this fight, which seems like a pretty fun job for the old Enhancement Shaman. But here goes that mythic phase now with the Mayhem rockets and the room getting divided by all of this electricity. We have those 3 lasers slicing into them like on Heroic.
So do they just have to run back, or can they dodge around that line?
Yeah, you can get through it, but you have to be careful with how you do it.
Ooh.
And you can see Boomy here is shepherding one of these bombs. Gets the life cocoon on himself actually as well, along with Tiger's Lust. But we've made it now into phase 2 out of that, I guess, second intermission, technically. I'm not sure how we're going to describe that, but I feel like that's a fair way to describe it.
Yeah.
Here comes another venting heat, which does ramp up over this. And then we have the scatter bomb canisters, which are just like the phase 1 heroic scatter bomb frontal, except if you're inside that cone as well, you have an AoE around you, so you need to spread within the cone. It's nice, though, they give you a pre-indication of where that would be, so you can actually facilitate that spread.
And then it looks like they get tethered to something?
Yeah, I think you get tethered to everybody else that was in there with you, although I'm not 100% sure what happens with that tether.
Yeah, there's like something floating in the air, and then they have lines going to it.
So interestingly enough, Boomy has one of the bombs here. Yeah, that's a new thing I haven't seen yet.
This is great, though. We get to see what shepherding this bomb looks like, because he's basically
he's just standing
He's just
there.
on bomb duty this whole phase. This is going well, though. Scatter bomb canisters number 2 coming out. Oh, and that looks like it killed somebody who... Okay, so I think what happened there was maybe Shaq was in both soaks, and you can't do both back-to-back. And then he had the bomb explosion debuff on him, and that may have led to the raid explosion occurring as well.
Yeah, this is Halandra's flashbacks for me. Just like, oh, what happened?
Honestly, I can kind of see why they would do that. It's exactly 3 years around, right? Like today, 3 years ago, Anduin was killed. It was Sofo, exactly 3 years ago that we were all in the pit in Boston. And so giving a bunch of bosses Halandra's mechanics just feels right.
Yeah, I think that the phenomenon of the whole raid exploding at once from one mistake happening is... I don't like seeing it on the 4th and 5th bosses of the tier.
Yeah.
I like seeing it on end bosses when it's done appropriately, when you can still kind of, as long as it can look confusing, but as long as you can quickly identify from like the logs or the details death scene exactly what happened. I actually think that mechanic is fine for a mythic end boss. I didn't like its use on bosses 4 and 5 of this tier.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, Styx was just crazy.
Yeah, if they kill this boss, say, in under 200 pulls, the pull counts for this raid's going to look so strange. I don't think there'll be a raid that's ever been like it. With, like, all these just 100-pull bosses.
Yeah, and then them all kind of, like, 4 bosses around the same pull count.
Yeah.
Including the end boss and the 4th boss.
Yeah.
Yep, that will be a new thing. I mean, you can just see on our Coinbase leaderboard here, the difference between our top 4 is 6s and 7 of 8s, and then our 10th place is still has 22% to go and is 4 of 8, right? It's a crazy wall difficulty curve structure that this raid has built.
Yeah, I mean, 43% already. He could heal, I guess, or get shielded again, and then that'll buy some more time, but...
Well,
what was that wipe, like 7 minutes about?
It was 5:27.
Okay. Oh, I mean, like their best.
Oh, yeah.
I guess that the one we just saw was pretty good.
Yeah,
so.
we were pretty close to the same point in the fight, but I think they've gotten it to that 6.5 mark.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, they are going to run out of space in the room. I think this is going to be one of those bosses where you look at the end, and it's like, okay, how are we going to do enough damage to actually kill this boss?
Yeah.
Because if you were watching that fight, Boomy was just like AFK, running away from the boss, holding a bomb. And it's very rare that you can do that on a mythic kill on week 2 of the raid, right? Usually you need everybody to be optimizing their damage and doing the mechanics, and right now they're just focusing primarily on the mechanics.
Do you know, is the push out of P1, is it health-based or time-based? I haven't caught it.
Maybe time-based. I'm not sure either.
I thought it was health.
It could be. Could be 50% again, like it is on the lower difficulties.
We can try to have a look.
Yeah, we'll look out for
see
it.
a deep run.
Chat knows.
I think doing mainly the mechanics right now is definitely correct because they are tricky. We know this from fights like Halandris, how hard it is just to get that down. And then once you are familiar with the mechanics and you know what you're doing and you know where you should be, that's when you then start trying to find some more damage, right? That's usually a better way to approach it than do damage and everybody dies because you didn't do the mechanics.
That's part of the reason I think this boss is going to have a lower pull count than, a boss like Ansarek. Because if you looked at Ansarek, it's like, okay, we can try to focus on mechanics, but if we don't break this shield to get out of the first intermission, we wipe. If we don't do enough damage to kill the ads on all the side platforms of Stage 2, we wipe. If we don't do enough damage to kill the Acolytes in Phase 3, we wipe, right? Whereas Gallywix, it seems like you can just be like, yeah, we'll just do 2% less damage here. We'll worry about it later, and we can just learn the whole fight, get to Enrage, and then optimize the damage. And that should mean that they can get a lot more value per pull and maybe need a smaller pull count than a fight like Ansarek, although, again, a huge unknown still is what the end of this fight looks like.
Yeah, like, if they end up having to drop a healer or something, like 150 pulls in, then that is going to extend it a ton, or have to move the Lust off the beginning, maybe.
Right, but I mean, I don't even know how you do that without Lust that first intermission.
Drop a healer.
Really curious if we are going to be seeing them end up in a situation where they will have to not lust that shield.
Right.
Because right now they're lusting it, and that's how they're getting it down. But it doesn't look like it's super free, right?
Yeah.
Like, otherwise, you would have moved it already to try and see further into the fight. So starting a boss fight off with such a tight DPS check is also kind of interesting to me design-wise.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some Phase 1 lusts of end bosses, but typically when you're doing that, it's a fight like Razageth, where you're going to get the lust again at the end of the fight, and it's like, okay, this is how we get 2 lusts.
We don't know if that's the case.
It doesn't strike me as a boss that's likely to go over 10 minutes. Even if there's exciting mythic stuff happening, I suspect that'll be from minutes 7 to 10, not over. But of course, you're right, that is a possibility.
Could be 11 minutes.
It could be, yeah, in which case you hit the lust right at the end and send the boss home.
I like when that happens.
Yeah, Jailer was like that as well, right? You could lust on pull and then at the very end of the encounter.
Yeah, I guess I take it back because the healing in the start is pretty rough too. So
yeah, although you could lower it by being perfect with not zapping anybody else with your zappy mythic lines. That's the name of the mechanic, I think.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
I saw that in the Dungeon Journal.
Yeah.
The zappy mythic lines.
I saw Fired Up earlier, found a way to run around in that lava.
Yeah, he got
down there.
He got set down into the mainframe down there.
He just took a little walk. I love how nonchalantly he called for backup on his bomb. He was like, somebody needs to get mine, and he's just walking in circles down there. We did also see what the pipelines / hinges on the floor are for. There's some electric sparkles spawning there and just going around along these lines. So for better or for worse, if you are planning to progress this boss on Mythic eventually, just already practice not standing on these is probably a good call.
Yeah, but then there's also rockets on some of the free spaces also. And then they have to dodge away from the cutters, through the little lightning trails and then back in. And I wonder how many of the bombs or mechanics can the bombs touch, or if
yeah, because on Heroic, if the bomb gets hit by the laser in the intermissions, it will explode. Although it's kind of generous. It has to be like you get a grace period as it's dropping, and I think it's if somebody's carrying it in the laser, it will explode. On Mythic, I suspect that there is not much generosity with that mechanic, and I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of different things, maybe anything electricity themed, hitting the bomb, could be very bad news in that phase.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason they're having Boomy just kind of stand back and make sure you're not sending in anything.
Yeah, just AFKing basically, which strikes me as something they probably will eventually have a range do. If you just have Malarkus doing that job, he can still do his full damage pretty much, as long as you're able to cast abilities while holding the bomb, which I think you are.
But they might be saving Malarkus to do one where he can jump off and disengage back up.
Very possible, yeah. Or it might be a case of okay, Windwalker is more immortal than you know, BM Hunter, right? And we need you to not die while you're doing this, and then afterwards for the remainder of the fight, we need you to not die, and never, you know, even if it's a case of like, okay, on the kill, nobody's gonna die.
Yeah.
For progression purposes, you know, you can save a bunch of pulls by not losing wipes to somebody early dying with that debuff that will just explode the raid if they were ever carrying a bomb when they die.
I guess the monks can transcend up.
That would be my next question. Which of the classes can actually master the gap? Because Demon
Monk for
Hunter
sure.
can, of course. I
Yeah.
think the monks can as well.
You've got lighter than air, letting you, roll
could, like,
and then fly basically. over the
Warrior
edge.
leap over and get
Maybe
ripped back.
So the ground targeted effects like heroic leaps sometimes don't work on that
path
sort
not
of thing.
found.
Yeah, you might get path not founded.
But if Boomy is being tasked with picking one up, I would think that there's probably a fair chance that
Yeah,
they're planning on at least trying that out, and then maybe like a pre-scripting him back.
probably Worgans can do it with Dark Flight, increasing their movement speed, and then you
Hashtag
jump
all
off on all
fours.
fours. Yeah, it could work. Could be another spot for it.
I'm worried they're going to get another one of those shields at some point.
Yeah, me too. I'm terrified.
Going into P3.
Yeah, just imagine it. Dude, imagine if Gallywix is still inside this mech suit and then just a bigger mech suit drops on the floor and you know, he's like 2 mech suits deep then.
Gundamception.
Yeah, it would be crazy.
I'd like that.
I think that would be a phenomenal way for this fight to end.
Evoker can, of course, also do
Yep.
it. Yeah.
A lot of people can do it, but it's a question of who can do it best.
Well, in that case, you want more Demon Hunt.
Yep. And hey, more Demon Hunters doesn't seem like that bad of an idea for this fight. They're very durable. Darkness is really good against the damage pattern of this fight, which features a lot of medium-sized hits on the whole raid. So if you can stand into Darkness, that's where it's going to get full value. Darkness, great against, you know, the heal absorbs popping, and each time, you know, you're going to get 20 instances of damage on the entire raid from that. That's Darkness gets full value. Darkness is a lot less good against like one massive hit where, you know, some people just aren't going to get it on them and they're going to die.
I'm going to need someone to clip that just so I can play it whenever I feel bad about playing a Demon Hunter, okay? Thank you.
Just think about Death Knight.
This tier.
I think
Oh,
it's
yeah,
really good
more
as
Death
well,
Knights.
but people are just, well, let's not talk about that.
It's so sad. This fight is worse on Mythic for Death Knight than it is on Heroic, which
It is.
crazy. Usually the reverse is true, but they just spawn all the ads exactly where they need to be, so
Yeah, they're like,
you don't need Death Grip.
We made a class that is only good in raid when you need things to be gripped.
Yeah.
Here's an entire raid tier where they're not going to be good. And then on the end boss, for your convenience, we're spawning the Eds in a cluster next to the boss.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay.
I mean, it's nice, but
Who of you guys has beef with DKs over there at Blizzard Devs? I don't know.
yeah, it is bad news for, I think Atlas tweeted something about it, you know, about basically with that exact sentiment of,
I wouldn't be surprised if he did, yeah.
yeah, of course, Atlas Chi has been getting geared, and I think they were discussing it coming in potentially. They've been discussing indexing more on both Windwalkers and Fire Mages for this encounter, but they're kind of maxed out on both right now as Tobo goes down on that Shadow Priest.
Is Shadow Priest, you think, who they would drop?
That might be what you would drop. Yeah, you could drop the Shadow Priest for another. You could also drop the DPS Warrior, although I think that looks pretty good as well. And the Rally, even in its nerfed state, is still, I think, very good on this fight. Dropping down to just one of those would maybe hurt.
Yeah, Fires. I mean, just these ads coming in free.
Yeah, I mean, the
Fire's
Wizards
already
are
strong.
unparalleled on this fight.
Time Spiral.
This is one where if they had a 4th geared mage, I'm pretty sure it would be in.
The balance is, it's weird this time around. Very class stacked.
Yeah, although it's different classes on different fights, which I think is, you know, except, like Windwalker's on most of them, although even Windwalker wasn't great at some of the earlier fights this year, but it's been great at pretty much all of the later ones. And then, you know, Moonkin obviously was insane on Styx, awful everywhere else. Fire Mage, great on these last two, pretty good on some of the others.
I wonder how much of that is due to class balance or just that there's a lot of hard fights. Because normally you don't get so many hard fights that you have to comp around.
It's also just like this tier, the classes are so good at their niches, right? Like compared to the everybody else, that if there's a fight that has a niche, it's not like previous tiers where it's like, oh, Fire Mage is the best at single target and AoE and, you know, any different thing. It's okay, this fight suits this damage profile and this spec is good at this damage profile by a lot. Fire Mage is kind of good at everything, but not as good at, you know, pure single target as the Windwalkers, for instance. But this fight, yeah, it has that Ignite spread. for good value. Not as good as on Mugsy, I don't think. Mugsy is like a unique thing.
Yeah.
Where it's like, yeah, my class interaction is just broken on this fight.
How are you feeling about finally seeing 4 healers on one of the bosses?
Yeah, it's been strange. We've sort of been bouncing between 3 and 5 heal encounters. This one being 4. I mean, I think that 4 is the good number of healers, the best number, and I'd rather have 5 than 3 personally. If I had to, if I had to miss on one direction, I'd rather have too much healers rather than too few. It's just so tough for guilds, not for Race to World First guilds as much, but for regular guilds, you've got 5 or 6 healers on your roster. If it's a 3 heal fight, you're benching half of them.
Yeah.
So I like the 4 heal fights, and then you go up to 5 on some, and everybody gets to play. And
I like that.
That's nice.
Yeah, when we're talking to Max, it's like he was saying he couldn't think of a tier ever where you had 3 heal fights and 5 heal fights.
Yeah.
Especially to that extent, right? We had so many 3 heal fights.
Mm-hmm.
The tuning is kind of just all over the place. I think it's just because the damage check on those early bosses was so high, and the healing check was not. So they had the same healing check as early bosses maybe should have. And you could 3 heal most early bosses, you just usually don't because you don't need to because the damage check isn't that tight. But then Styx Bunk Junker is just going to enrage and kill you if you try that, so you have to 3 heal that fight and make it way harder for yourself to actually be able to do it.
Yeah, this is starting to feel there's like been eras of raiding where some design philosophies will carry over from tier to tier and some of them stick for a while, and it feels like we're shifting into a new one.
With this tier?
Yeah. With maybe it started in Nerebar Palace with so many difficult bosses, but this one's just feels different to me. I'm not sure why. I mean, outside of Styx being the 4th boss with so many poles, but it was more that like then Sprocket was kind of similar, and then Mugsy wasn't like insane difficulty, but it was still really hard. And now this one doesn't look like impossibly hard. Everything's just kind of this. It's a much smoother ramp up, it started small, nuked upwards.
Then there was a wall very early on.
The difficulty jump even from Vexy to Cauldron of Carnage is kind of high, and then Cauldron to Rick Reaver is also kind of high, and then Rick to Styx is kind of crazy jump. They did nerf that boss a lot, but a lot of guilds are still struggling getting Styx Bunk Junker down. It's still a very hard fight for its position in the raid. And Sprocket, I think Sprocket's at a pretty appropriate place for being boss 5. I think that one landed nicely. And then One Arm Bandit's kind of a dip back
below,
down.
right?
Yeah.
Like One Arm Bandit, I expected more from.
Yeah, it ended up being sort of a DPS check boss, and I think that it's a fight that is about a DPS check and sort of easier mechanics, and it's after 2 fights that have hard mechanics and also tight DPS checks. And so once you can beat those, you're going to have an easier time with One Arm Bandit because you're going to just have the damage for it, and it's easier mechanically. And then Mugsy looks crazy, and Gallywix so far looks incredible as well. So I'm always hesitant to judge a raid too harshly based off of its early bosses. Because, Fat Shark, yes, actually, just jumping up on our Coinbase leaderboard there to 1.9% on Sprocketmonger, closing in on a potential world 5th there on that boss. That's pretty exciting. But yeah, for me, it's like the end 2 bosses are usually what I remember in a raid. Usually just that end 1 boss even is what's most important.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they're going to keep the difficulty high in the middle of the tier now from now on.
So we are getting a lot of power this tier starting earlier as well. Like next week we're getting our Galagio Loyalty Rewards Club card. That's giving us a 3% damage and healing buff.
Love to hear it.
Yeah, and that's going to go a long way towards making these fights better. And then 3 weeks later, we're getting another 3%. 3 weeks later than that, another 3%. So it's sort of the same pacing as Nerebar Palace, but a month earlier is the buff starting. Plus, we're getting more Catalyst charges, more Sparks, although we surprised got our 2nd Spark this week. But in 2 weeks, we're getting another one. Next week, we're getting another Catalyst charge. So there is still a lot of power to come, and that's going to help with some of these bosses. Although, at this point, Styx, kind of the numbers check on it is now easy enough that it's mostly just going to be about mechanics, and the Styx mechanics are fundamentally very hard. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the lethality of that boss get tuned down a little bit more in the coming weeks.
Yeah, I think I kind of prefer the difficulty being spread out a little bit. Sometimes tiers are rough when it's like just the end boss, like 300 pulls on only the end boss, everything else dies like within a couple of nights. That's like always felt weird. It's
like Jaina was kind of like that.
And just to be able to to see the fights in their full glory, I guess.
Yeah.
You know, they don't just kind of fall over and you're like, oh, those mechanics don't really do anything because the boss is so easy.
I do like it when there's some difficulty earlier on. I think the type of difficulty that we saw on Styx was maybe the wrong type of difficulty for a boss that's this early in a raid. And there is some argument to be made whether or not Styx or Lock and Stock should have been that 4th boss, right? Like, Max was here saying, oh, he thinks probably the other way around would have been more correct if you wanted to go in a more linear difficulty curve. But I would say both of them are kind of hard on where they are in the raid.
Definitely. Although, crucially, if you're watching this now, Styx is definitely before Sprocketmonger.
Now, yes,
nerfs,
exactly.
Yeah, at the time. I actually it was an interesting thought experiment. Imagine if Liquid had gone to Sprocketmonger before Styx. Do you think that boss would have instead gotten the nerfs of this size and been kind of the community 4th boss, right? And then Styx would have been still harder. I wonder how much power Liquid had over the timeline, right? If you go back in time and you send it to Sprocketmonger instead, if that changes everything about how those bosses look today.
That would be very interesting if Styx had received like the same type of nerfs. But there are a couple of questions in chat. And of course, now that Echo has also started pulling Gallywix, I do expect that there's like a lot of overlap of people hopping back and forth. So let's do maybe a little bit of a recap on what has been going on for Team Liquid. Both guilds, notably, have not used any Vantus runes on Mugsy. We're all seeing them use them here on Gallywix, 100% the right call. It's the last boss in the raid. That's where you want to have that extra stat buff from the Vantus runes. You can see it on the Raiders Frames and the buff bar on the top right usually. And we are going to be seeing them here on this boss for basically the rest of the lockout. Now, there are a couple of mechanics on Gallywix Mythic that are not necessarily intuitive if you just read the dungeon journal. You can see that right at the start, as they are going to pull now, we're getting a big shield, and that shield needs to be broken. In order to do that, they are using Bloodlust. You can see the shield bar on top there. That's a blue bar that's moving lower for Boomy, and in come the quadrants, as I like to call them, and players get these lines. What have you been calling them, Dratnos?
The zappy mythic laser beams, yeah.
Yeah,
They
exactly.
connect you to the boss, and if anybody else is in your laser beam, they are taking extra damage as well. You can see here Boomy is actually stacking in front of somebody else and getting hit by those beams, but he is playing Windwalker, has some defensives that can be committed to that. I'm not sure if he did. It looks like maybe Karma was used, although I actually see... Are there 2 Karmas on his frames there? Oh, maybe it was Diffuse against that. Yeah, a lot of those abilities look the same. He definitely didn't Karma, so... yeah, you can survive, and I think it's going to be one of those mechanics where having some durable people stack will make a lot more space, because it's just hard to fit 20 people and not be cleaving a little bit on that one. Then we get into this phase, which is basically Heroic Gallywix Phase 3 and Phase 2 on kind of steroids. You've got you got 6 combination canisters, which 4 of them go on the ground, 2 of them go on players. You get the suppression you got to run away from, and you sort of get these intermissions in the middle of this as well, but they happen on these platforms rather than in the middle of the room, and Gallywix is just still doing all his mechanics while you were dealing with these ads. And then spawning the bombs, which need to be sent into those gigacoils to prevent your death.
Yeah, but also on Mythic, the boss, when he does his like laser beam frontal, he leaves his little sparks on the ground, and then the player with the bomb has to run through the sparks, charge the bomb up, then deposit it.
Yeah, and then for the rest of the fight, if that player dies, they explode the raid. So
yeah,
very
rough.
Mythic touch on that. There are also 4 of these duds instead of 2. Right now, they're having all of those getting soaked by 1 tank. And that puts a nasty 4-stack of a dot. You can see on Yips there, his frame dropping pretty low there, even through through Guardian of Ancient Kings. And then when that expires, it does that crackle, doing damage per stack to the whole raid. So they're timing when he soaks that last bomb to then time when it will actually explode for raid damage. These canisters do those heal absorbs on everybody as well, and when those are healed off, they explode for some more raid damage. Here you can see that Stampeding Roar being used to get them out of that suppression, and that Gallywix finale blast, as they then get onto the last of these Phase 1, I guess it's called, Gigacoil deposits. And then we'll be potentially looking at the Phase 2 intermission mechanics. It's hard to, I guess it's Phase 2. Like their second intermission, then Phase 2 maybe?
Yeah.
Is how I'll refer to this part that's coming up.
And is this Shakib's bomb?
Shakib's bomb is going to be coming up soon, I think.
I think it's
after the next
this.
phase.
Yeah.
So, okay, here come the third Giga Coils. They're going to deposit that bomb off screen right now to stop that ramping damage, and the Giga Coils are over. Now we have another spawn of ads, and this is about to be the boss jumping to the middle of the room. First, we've got some combination canisters.
Yep, the big soaks and the small soaks all happening kind of at the same time here. Got to make sure that you survive all of them. They're doing a great job of that. And now we're going to be running away again from that drop-off damage, from that fall-off damage. And you can see that kind of the design philosophy of this raid has been held up high for this boss as well. It's bullet hell, it's mechanics upon mechanics, just raining down on you. We're getting these blazes, of course, as well. So players are just trying to move out of the melee range, out of the boss stack. But some of them, unfortunately, going down here. Thankfully, none that have the bomb. You can see
here's Shaq.
Our picture-in-picture top right corner. This is what Shakib is doing. He's just going over there, depositing his bomb, and then back with the group. But unfortunately, something went wrong here.
Yeah, that's that deposit onto that second coil. So the fight starts with one quadrant of the room already electrified. You have 3 other Giga Coils, each of which have 2 control panels on them, one of which has a bridge you can use to get to it, and the other of which does not on Mythic. And so they go around that phase 1, depositing 1 bomb into each of the coils, and now they each only have 1 left. And then that has to be done with something like Demon Hunter mobility, maybe Monk mobility as well. You could probably roll, jump, transcend back to do a bomb on one of them, something like that. So a few different options for actually getting the bomb in midair, which is very cool, a very Mythic thing on the fight there. And each time you do that, though, you are going to be electrifying that quadrant of the room. So Shaq there was about to move it from a quarter of the room to half the room, being inaccessible as they were entering that second intermission, although they did wipe just before we would have seen that. I think we saw the big animation of when Shaq died, his big explosion happened, although I'm not sure what killed him. So it may have been somebody else in the raid already dying.
Is Shaq doing the 4th bomb?
Yeah, he's doing the 4th bomb, the first one to actually neutralize a platform.
Okay, I didn't know if he was the
3
third.
mages are doing 1, 2, and 3, I think.
Okay, yeah, I saw Jebby doing the one that I thought was Shaq's earlier.
Yeah.
Came blinking on. Okay, so they're already getting through 4, and then that means
so
they
I
have
guess
2 left.
6 total bombs, and the last one is like the crazy mode and rage, you know, lighting the last part of the room on fire type thing. Maybe. Again, we haven't actually seen that far in the fight, so.
No, yeah, they didn't seem to use that bomb.
I don't think we've successfully deposited the 5th bomb yet.
Yeah.
And it seemed like there was a lot of time before that Giga Coil was charged, I heard them talking about, so I think we will see that, and then we'll have a long time in that last quadrant. But it's very hard to do the phase 2 mechanics in such a small space.
There's definitely a lot going on there and a lot trying to figure out. And I feel like the second phase gets even worse, quote unquote, with that, where there's even more going on. So if you thought that was a lot, well, hold your horses. It's going to get more, and definitely a lot of tries that is going to cost just to get the repetitions in, just to get everybody used to, now we're here, now we're going there, I'm always this soak, you're always that soak, and trying to just really go through the motions of this boss fight, which I suspect is going to take a lot of pulls just to get down, despite them being on 40% here. I don't think it's all that close to a kill yet. I'd be very surprised if we see like deep pulls onto this boss before tomorrow evening.
Really?
I think we're going to start getting late into this fight. I bet we'll go to sleep today at 20% on this boss.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Unless they're kind of at a wall right now that's going to take like all day to figure out, I can see 20% being very doable.
Well, we're going to be going to a Monster Energy listen-in and see how the Raiders are feeling about this boss. We'll catch you right after that.
No idea,
make
bro.
it
I'm
to
living
the
in the
thing.
present.
I don't know how the warrior tank could make it to the thing.
Drak Fair, if that helps.
I mean, if you really, really wanted it to be on tanks.
I'm just worried about like the timing.
I think you would have the tanks do it in P1, and you'd
I just don't know the timing in P1 because like I think I'm gonna die if I do it there because I have like a $7 million dot on me.
I mean, right now, putting it on tanks would be really stupid, I think. But I think in the... Like, there may be a point today where we realize exactly who we want them on and we put them on it. Like, for example, we could have Exile do one, too, with with an immunity. The thing is, he can't do it in P2, which means you would just be taking one away from a mage, unless a mage learned how to do it in P2 with like Slow Fall, Tiger's Lust, and make it over.
Pulling,
and
by the way.
I know. Frontal.
Okay. Mark. Put him down.
Unless you knew that I knew that, and you were just that.
No,
was...
I was not being rude. Not rude.
Never rude, Mark. When you say something, always appreciated. Less Jesus and Mark.
Yep. Did you want to grip there?
I didn't know.
Oh.
It's
Suppression,
sketchy.
don't go out early.
Sketchy if my blink gets stuck on a block, but I still make it work.
Res. Soaks are spawning.
You want that rescue there, Nick? Because it just feels awkward.
I mean, you don't have to do it. It's bad for you.
Nah, it's not bad.
Tank circle.
I feel like I'm landing into swirlies at this point.
Blazes and frontal in 3, 2, 1 frontal.
Got something good future knockout?
Okay, Giga Coils. He should be insta dunking. Probably 1 tick here.
This one under the boss. Watch, yeah, orbs under the boss.
Orbs under the boss. Watch it. Yeah. In the soaks especially. Can a tank
Maybe
just like soak that right now?
Yeah.
And just get dispelled?
Yeah. Watch it.
Dispel Scott. We're moving to the ad with suppression. Don't move early. Get in the wind rush. And run regular movement speed all together now. Okay. It ignites. We're good. Okay, tank circles in 5. Tank circles going where we just were. Make sure you get to the boss here. Everyone else spread out for blazes. Blazes are happening right now. Watch blazes in red circles. You're baiting the frontal and going to your soak in 3, 2, 1, go.
I'm baiting bad if it's mom.
Back up assigned circle 2.
Oh, it was definitely not in that, but it says it was me.
Well, you aren't soaking there.
Oh, I have the bomb.
Yeah.
So
no, I'm saying like we died to a soak. Yeah, someone missed a soak.
Oh, I thought I was in the frontal.
Oh, maybe. Wait. Maybe.
No.
You might be right.
We died to TikTok canisters.
Yeah,
But if he killed us, we would have died to TikTok canisters too. Let me see. If you blinked over this thing, you killed us.
No,
for
I didn't.
sure.
I didn't.
Oh, yeah, no, it was TikTok canisters.
Love TikTok.
I'm pretty sure it had to been one of the melee ones, right? It may have been me. I was just late in a bad spot from the start. It's like last second.
No,
you either made it last second or
you bean.
No, I rescue out right there and then fly back in.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah, it's 3.
I feel like we should.
Are you always rescuing there, Sing? Yeah, I was just in a bad spot. Like I was on the wrong side, so I had to like run back and range the rescue.
I think we change this right now. Or not change it. I think we hard assign 5 people to every soak. Right now the healers are YOLOing. I think we hard assign. Right now some have
I'm going to the far one every time.
Yeah, 1 second. This will be solved in 2 seconds. So everyone knows where their normal assignments are. That's in the channel. That hasn't changed. Actually, can I just like put this picture below? Can I get a second one? Wait. It won't let me select the picture for some reason, but this is that soak. So KSP's not in it, correct? Tobo backs up 4. This third is these 3, the 3 monks. Everyone else here is the same, except KSP isn't in it. Okay, so where do all these people here go? Exile, which one do you go to?
1.
Okay. Scott and Yips?
I am trying to do like 2 and then the group soak, like the.
Everyone's
Okay.
doing the group soak.
I can only get in if I do my dud early, because right now what I'm doing is I'm staying out and clicking duds during this, so the explosion doesn't overlap with this happening.
Okay, that's fine. Nick, you go far.
Yeah.
Suri, where do you go?
Do any of these? I don't care.
3. Yips, you are 2, or you can't do it. That's fine. Smacked, you are 2. Dryny, you're 1. Or opposite? Which one do you guys go to?
I mean, I've just been freestyling.
No freestyle. Which one do you want?
2's fine.
Okay, Smacked, which one do you want? One. Okay, cool. And then Yips, you make it in if you can. Now every group has 4 people, and at least 4. Are we missing someone?
KSP.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, KSP. Yeah, but he's not doing it. I'm banning it. Okay.
I'm trying to do
if I
both.
can, but
I'm trying to do the second and third one there, but
yeah, just let me know.
he can do too.
Lummel, if it's fine, if it's earlier, and then I can get in. And but if not, I'll just keep delaying the explosion.
Blow up.
Blow up. That's what I do the whole fight. Oh.
That explosion being as delayed as possible is ideal. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's what I told him to do.
So does delaying the duds make it impossible for you to soak?
Yeah, I'm out as they're going off. Yeah, like I'm soaking them as the canisters are going off, so my explosion happens later.
I see. I think that's still probably the best move, because like that going off is hard. This thing's over in 3, 2, 1, kick. Okay, remember boss positioning, we pull it to the edge and then right back to the middle as far as you can possibly pull it. Okay, Blaze is in 3, 2, 1 now. Frontal in 3, 2 now. Kill the technician, it's slow. Okay, being here. Soaks are going off. I'm gonna try a different call on that far one here. Suppression, guys. Suppression. No stacks there. That was very good. Nice. On the boss again. Okay, soaks in 3, 2, 1. New soak spawning. The tank circle's going out, so we'll be getting blazes and a frontal out of these soaks. Blaze right now and frontal in 2, 1 frontal. Give space. Good. Watch THD. Good. Giga Coils should instantly have a clear. We're gonna take a few ticks for sure. Oh, he has altar. We're chilling. Nice.
Oh.
Okay, soaks here. Okay, and don't move. This is suppression. We're going to be moving with the boss. Just get in the wind rush and move as a group. And then we will be getting a roar for the upcoming movement. Tank circle's going where we are now. You want to flip positions. Nice boss position. It's good. Good. Get out of that. Good. Now Blaze is happening. Soaks are out. Baiting the frontal and going to your soak in 3, 2, 1, now. Great. And then stop the Giga Coils, KSP.
Beat him.
He needs Tigers, lest he's slow.
I just beat myself.
Watch one hit here. We're good. Crackle. Good. Don't get meleeed. Remember, Yips, if we get into the phase, don't Divine Toll.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to be moving with suppression to star, guys, and then the boss is going like kind of to the center, tanks. Okay, get out here, go to star. Okay. Bombs are going down. Okay, Blaze and frontal. Blaze is now. Frontal is in 3, 2, 1, now.
Super far check.
Someone get shock here.
Alright, everyone get in the soaks. Someone's back. Tobo's backing up Shack soak here, it's fine. Everyone else has to be in their soak though. There's a crackle in 8 seconds right as these are going off too. Really weird healer soak. It's Venn diagramming a million melee. You guys might want to help pot. Okay, we're in phase. Get to your positions. Middle is going to be blowing up first. Get out of the middle. Hey, after this range, get ready to move into the middle.
No. Wipe it out.
Can I win the second melee soak? Because I'm literally blasting all my CDs and not in range of hitting any ads. So tank is just in the second one.
Oh. Well, then the tank's gonna be in the first one then, but...
On which side?
This is the...
that last one before we faced.
Well, the tank is out here, right?
Yeah.
The one during the ads.
Yeah. I was going in between.
I mean, they're always out of my range. It's just like I'm pressing my CDs and he's hitting nothing.
Yeah, I'll try and go closer.
I think you just stay in one impact because you would just be swapping places with the person with aggro on the ads anyway. Oh, so everyone can learn from Boomy there. You just, whenever melee, you guys are getting ready in the middle, you want to just be on like the left. Like your initial position to be here, right?
Yeah.
Can you take me off the interrupt note, Scott, and always have branch click the second?
Is the interrupt note right now for, is it for these ads in the intermission, or is it for the, when we have two technicians?
Is it technicians?
Oh, cool. Okay.
Wait, why did he die?
He got hit by the blue circles, I think.
Yeah, that shit instantly kills you.
Okay.
Right there.
I thought it was because of
the residue?
No, the thing you were talking about. I thought he got hit by the line somehow.
Oh, no, he just got, I don't actually don't.
Is what I do
like
bad? I
like
start on the left and dodge through the beam. I don't know if that's trolling.
What you should do is, as a melee, is you should just stand, on the left quadrant. As a melee, when this fire hits, you just want to stand where my mouse is right now.
Yeah.
Because this beam is fake, and it goes over you, and you just plant.
Yep.
And then you're also not next to those blue circles.
Also, a reminder, since we don't like get there every pull, when you do the kick on the ads, do it like last second.
Yeah.
On the sentries.
Yes.
You're actually turbo griefing if you kick it early.
Yeah. Did someone do it there?
We died, but I'm just. It happened the pull before we got there.
Do you not care about those ads dying before the second cast finishes, by the way?
Yeah, I think
we want them to die before the second cast finishes. That's why we changed our boss
mostly
position.
just mid. Like if you look at back, bro, that's a 20-second cast, bro. That guy's fucking locked back there.
So do you see where the boss is right now? We put the boss more here, so when it comes out of the intermission, we're automatically cleaving the two sentries.
Yeah, I just want to know if I should be like hitting the boss and cleaving the ads, or
you should probably be for progression, probably just like dot.
He's doing the most of the ads by far right now.
He's the big sharpshoot guy.
I mean, for now, just fucking kill them, and then as we get better, we start cleaving.
Yeah. Sounds good.
All right, that was a minor mistake, but that P1 actually looked really consistent. That was all of it looked routine. The movements looked clean. The soak looked really fast.
We need to dispel these slows, by the way, during suppression. I don't know.
No, it's really nice when I'm slowed. It's actually so
Wait,
fun.
so what slows you in suppression?
Just the technicians who only shoot people.
Technicians put the magic debuff on people in the slows.
You can endorph it as well.
For some reason, no one's doing it.
You can
Is
take
it like a healer dispel, like a magic dispel?
Yeah,
take DM.
Maybe I should win rush there, honestly, and just do this removal. Maybe it works.
There's multiple messes both of you.
It's
I think it's just one at a time, but people just have to beware.
Well, there's two technicians out.
Yeah, I think the wind rush is a solution there, right?
It's a decent amount.
I mean, sounds like it's just a healer glow dispel angle, right?
It has a glow, right?
No, I mean that's mine just has a glow. It's what mine looks like.
Okay, pull the boss to the middle. Okay, Blaze, frontal, 3, 2, 1, now. I have an idea for tanks on the pull here after this. The world record Giga Coil removal. Okay, suppression. Wrong, Sang.
Sound like fired up.
It's just one nick so far. My rescue animation is like 5 years long, and there's just swirlies landing already.
Just rescue him early, right?
Yeah, just
That's
I
a
guess.
fucking fix. Altero, tabal.
Okay, Blaze is in frontal. Blaze is going out. Frontal in 3, 2, 1, now. Okay, Giga Coils soon. And a Crackle in 6. We should be done here. Nice. Giga Coils is gone. Crackle from Yips though in 3 seconds. Crackle Yips 3, 2, 1 going off.
Yeah, you should Tigers list me when after the frontal goes off, by the way.
Okay, so suppression here. Who's gonna do it to KSP?
I've been doing it. It's just reminders are always different timing.
The reminders are, yeah, they're always different. They're not like when you set them, kind of. Don't know how to.
Oh, does Bart know?
It's relative to the abilities or just the actual time in the game?
Guys, the tank is taking our place with this tank circle. Get ready for Blaze positions in frontal. Get out. Good. Blaze, look at your soaks. You're baiting a frontal and going to your soak in 3, 2, 1, now. Good. Yips Crackle in 5. Giga Coils is out. We're getting rid of it soon. Watch kicks here. Healers, we're going to be getting dispels on these technician things. Get ready for soothes. Be in your soak positions. This suppression, we're moving to the left when it happens. Healers get dispels during the suppression. Everyone else don't run early. It's happening in 3, 2, 1 movement.
Really good positioning, by the way.
Thank you.
Good. Okay, everyone else, get the boss in position. And this is going to be a Blaze in 3 seconds into a frontal. So Blaze is out now. Frontal in 3, 2, 1, now. Okay, soaks coming out soon. Everyone get soaks now. Make sure we're getting there with the monks. W backup. Good. Crackle on Yips going off. Hellstone. Good job. Okay, intermission. Boss position's perfect. Range, get out of the middle. Melee, make sure you remember the spot. It's just to the left of the middle there. And you just stay there. The laser's fake. Okay, make sure we get
the second one really early. It's gonna go off.
Stun.
Okay, Impact. Give Impact 1 external right now. Impact use personals. Ranged, move out of the middle.
Watch Crispy. Oh, sorry about both of them apparently. That's good.
Okay, middle, ranged. Res Impact. Res Impact. Kill this Jeb. Kill that ad. Kill that ad. Nice. Kill the other one for Mark. Nice. Get in positions now. First soak. First soak is Scott, Briny, THD, Impact, Sang, and Nick. It's in the middle of the zone. It's in the middle of the zone. That's where it's aimed. Good. Suppression soon.
Watch Driny. Res.
Res Driny. Okay, run away for suppression. Watch circles. Heal people with dots. Watch Suri. Okay, this is circles. Circles, you guys just find an X spot on the edge. Give each other space. Good. Blazes are happening. Everyone ready to dodge blazes. Dodge blazes. Find a spot and stay still. Let people move around you. It's easy. Everyone else watch circles.
Best personal if you're in the frontal.
Good. Giga Blast. Okay, Scatterbomb. This is in the middle of orange. Group 2 soak. Nice. Huge healing. Okay, suppression in a few seconds. Suppression now. Move away.
Oh, I'm fully dead.
Okay, keep going. There should call for backups.
Probably another soak soon, right?
Yeah, it's group 1 soak in 10 seconds, circles, and then soak. We need a backup for group 1. Is anyone a THD saying Nick, Impact, and Dryny dead? We need one backup on left. Call your name. Yeah, I know. Call back. We need a backup.
I'll backup. Okay.
Personal. Watch Disco. Okay, venting heat. Little raid dam.
Need to eat the Giga Blast next one.
Yeah.
Oh, Boom, you should probably do the thing whenever you get a Giga Blast charge.
I'm gonna eat this and then I'll dunk after this.
Yeah. You should.
I'm just going now.
Okay, run away, guys. Run away. We do need more timers here as well.
It's in.
Okay, get out of that zone. We want to see if it pushes P3.
It'll be 100% every pride.
Oh yeah, so it only does it. We figured it out. So
One more frontal. Every personal in it. More people.
We're good. Get out of that zone now. Get out of the zone, guys.
No.
Live.
He's stunned.
Stay alive, Mark.
Wait, Mark, please.
Bandage.
Okay, it's just the same.
I think it's the same.
On with the...
He said, "Tinker, stinker, lose the floor."
Question.
Anyone know what the fuck that means?
Were hot mess soakers being told to soak when you're supposed to soak? The frontal.
No, unless I'm blind.
I just have to watch the VOD. I don't remember. If there's
Man, look at the clip in the Gallywix channel, by the way. This is easy dodge, by the way.
Also, make sure to go through your VOD and make sure you have a personal
I
on each of the
have
frontals.
a question I need to ask on Melee, but I want to see a soaker POV first with a UI I'm familiar with looking at THD. So THD is the first soak in that phase.
But everyone go through your VOD and have a personal on the frontal. You don't want to rot out.
Is the reminder tool even work for this phase?
Yeah, it does. It's
okay.
Welcome back after that Monster Energy listening and another new best for Team Liquid. For a glimpse of a second, it looked like we might see what the next phase looks like.
Yeah, it looks like this is not a 1 secret phase encounter, but it is a 2 secret phase encounter, as best as we can tell. Right as they were wiping there, you could see Gallywix, it looked like maybe jumping out of the mech for the final phase, and some ads spawning. We saw about half a second of that before Malarkus died. This is the most exciting part of the Race to World First for me, though, is as we get to see these new phases and what they look like. And it looks like you are going to have to do that phase entirely in 1/4 of the room, with the other 3/4 all electrified, as we saw Boomy doing that deposit with the roll, lighter than air jump, and then transcend back. So we've got Fired Up's POV here. As we near the end of this phase, you can see that heal absorb from that canister going on everybody, and then eventually getting healed off. Another suppression they have to run away from. And this is still well before the progression point here. You can see that bomb being shepherded around by Boomy. He won't be able to charge it just yet, but he will the next time the boss does that big frontal.
Yeah, this fight's given me Sarkareth vibes. Not just because it's kind of low pull count for their progress, but because everything's baitable and it's just so quick.
I love Boomy just standing out there as a monk, shepherding that bomb.
Yeah.
Just like holding it, waddling left, right, out of the... It's absolutely insane how they have to deal with this bomb mechanic. But of course, he will be able to charge it up. And then we're maybe going to be seeing him just roll out and deposit this. We were talking about this earlier, saying that there's a bunch of classes on this fight that are pretty good at doing it. But one of the things that will maybe matter, as we only have one of the quadrants left in this fight, is the suppression fall-off damage, and they're already practicing a little bit for that. You can see they're trying to keep the boss as close to the middle as possible, so that then everybody can go to the outer rings of the platform to try and take as little damage as possible. And yeah, this is where we will soon see everybody take a lot of damage. And unfortunately, the poll then starting to fall apart a little bit at the end. It was only Malarkus, I believe, who was alive there.
Yeah. So the problem here, Boomy, you can see on the right-hand side there, dodging this frontal, still then he's gonna charge up this bomb. So this is a new mechanical overlap that they are seeing here. This is where we are now at progression in the fight. And you can see the Giga Coils are going to be starting to charge up very soon here and do that ramping damage. So Boomy is going on an adventure behind us on the screen right now to go and deposit and stop that from happening in the side platform. And he executed that perfectly. That was his first time doing it as well, dropping that bomb off over there. But then the reason we wiped here was on his way back, as now you can see that floor is getting electrified over here, and Boomy, having carried a bomb once, is now charged so that if he ever dies, the raid explodes. And so this scatter bomb frontal gonna come out.
Yeah, I believe that caught him a little off guard.
Yeah.
Too.
And then so that frontal is now linking everybody, big heal absorb, and now he has to get to the other side as that floor is getting electrified because they blew up that console.
Yeah.
And the death there coming out, but Malarkus.
Look at this! Look at this!
And
Slow
here we go,
down
slow. Yeah,
production.
Giga slow-mo. We need Giga slow-mo.
The slowest.
Tinker Stinker lose the floor is what the boss says there. Hey, get in here. So yeah, who knows what might be happening here in a moment. Maybe this is when you all jump in that hole in the middle. But Gallywix now ejecting back out into just that head unit, not the rest of the mech. And then a bunch of ads are slowly spawning in. Malark is now dying, but you can see some ads are coming down.
Where's he going? Is he going to the middle?
Well, look who came out on top. I think that's just his line when he wipes, so.
Yeah,
no idea what was about to happen there, but it looked like 5 technicians and a sentry
see the goblins
spawning. Yeah,
in the air up there.
They're despawning now, but they were coming in, so yeah. Interesting, though, to lose the floor. I wonder what might be happening there.
Yeah, we were theorizing maybe does the platform change in some way on Mythic? Like, do you do some verticality like Ansarek? You know, because we're running out of room, and I don't know how those suppressions, like any of the mechanics in P2, are going to be done with just one quadrant. The suppression already hits so hard. I mean, you could do the frontals kind of on the edges of it.
Right, but the problem with the frontals is that everybody within it does an AoE around them, so you need some space to actually soak those frontals efficiently. But you could have the rest of your raid stack in a pretty small space while you're doing that, maybe. If anybody was wondering, by the way, what that kind of beam that was connecting all the players who have been frontal together is, it's a shared healing absorb in this phase. So you get a massive healing absorb, but it's shared between all the players rather than the individual healing absorbs that we get in the rest of the phase. So it's a huge healing absorb, but at least once it's removed from everybody, and you can heal everybody to get rid of it. Kind of cool.
What if it was not 1, not 2, but 3 secret faces?
There could be.
It could be.
Yeah, I mean, it also does seem like it's time-based phases mostly on this encounter, just like the lower difficulties too. The boss is just sort of going through these sequences of abilities, and you push that phase after spending enough time in it. And then the Giga Coils are also another sort of time mechanic that you are trying to interrupt and stop every time the boss is trying to charge them up to wipe you. And of course, that is what is denying the room space eventually as well. I've also heard that there is a split underway. Now.
Interesting.
For Operation Fourth Mage. I don't think it's. I think it's being run simultaneously with this progression. But I believe there is currently more wizard gearing happening here, just to potentially get another one of those light blue classes in this raid, as they look phenomenal at this encounter. I'm not sure whether that'll actually pan out. When I was listening in earlier, they were talking about they would kill this boss before they had the mage ready, but. We will see. That might be something that we end up swapping in here. That mage number 4, definitely a possibility, especially if this goes long.
Yeah, if P3 is not that bad, then I can see a world where this boss dies tonight.
It's not impossible, right? It's one of those things where, you know, the boss could die today. I do think it's unlikely.
Yeah, P2, I mean, they got through it there barely, and... Like they'll make improvements, but it does look crazy.
Yeah. Like, I mean, it's incredibly difficult, but you know, this is Team Liquid, right? This is what they do. They figure out those phases and they make them look easy with like 20 pulls of work on them.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to like the Enrage. How brutal is the timing?
That is
like how hard is the wipe?
Yeah.
Well, if we're talking about a boss maybe dying, you know, I have to mention our Coinbase giveaway, right?
Right.
Because every single time the guild actually kills a boss, we're giving away a signed jersey. And the Raiders, you know, I really made sure that they were doing their best in signing these in a pretty way, you know. I really made sure that they were trying their hardest to make these look good with their signatures on there. So they're all laying over there, looking pretty, waiting for their rightful owners to pick them up. And if you also want one, it's tl.gg/Coinbase. And if you use the promo code TeamLiquid20, then you also just get $20, just like that, over in the app.
That's right.
And also, the grand prize is being flown out here next race.
Yeah, one lucky winner will get flown out if you're NA or EU. Get to see the next race here at the Alienware training facility in Los Angeles.
Yeah, it's very exciting. Hopefully they're here near the end, but that's hard to time their arrival.
I don't think that. I think they'll be here at the beginning, probably.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you can
maybe we'll get a heroic week back. That would be nice.
Yeah, maybe. I feel like Blizzard kind of like this simultaneous release cadence, and I would foresee them doing the same thing they did this expansion, next expansion, where they just do like heroic week the first one of the season, or the first one of the expansion, and then no heroic weeks for the rest of the expansion. But I also did enjoy heroic week in Nerebar Palace.
Okay, let me cook for a second.
Okay.
What if you get the boss down to like a 10%er, and then he starts cackling like crazy, and he says, "Not that fast," and you have to redo everything.
Yeah.
Run it back.
Run it back
again.
It's a Sylvanas length fight then.
I see.
15 minutes or something like that. Just start it from the top.
Could be good. Could also shield itself at 10%, heal up for a little while. But if you time a cast right, maybe you could stop it from healing up.
Oh, yeah.
During that shield.
I'm getting flamed.
What the 4th mage is for, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. Try and talent Mirrors of Torment. See if that's still in the game.
Summon him
A little bit of extra armor, you know? Or what if you saw those ads that were falling down there at the... What if we have to get rocket launchers and the rest of the fight is mid-air?
Could be. I mean, he did say something about the floor.
Tinker, stinker.
Yeah.
So who knows? Who knows what that might mean?
I mean, it could also be that little transition. He does like another intermission where they have the lasers come out and he's in the middle.
Imagine dodging the lasers with the phase 2 mechanics and only one slice of the room.
Yeah, and then he just comes back in the mech and does another phase 2 again, and you just have the one.
Just the one quadrant.
Yeah.
In. That would be absolutely brutal.
I want to see suppression in one quadrant. That just seems so hard to deal with.
Yeah.
So we just saw the boss basically stand at X, and then I'm Fired Up was basically all the way on the corner of the outer ring in the direction of Star. So he was, I would say, around about a quarter away from the boss at the furthest you could be, and it took down like 60% of his health bar.
The suppression?
So that is probably what we're dealing with there, and then maybe people that are in melee can like get some help by a barrier or something to still not be all cluttered, because like you're saying, you can't all stack in the same spot for suppression either.
Yeah, you've got those missiles homing in on you, although you could move as a group. If you really needed to in a small space, you could do like a 20 people all running together type thing, although that would be very difficult to set up. But it might be what they have to do if they have to play that mechanic in such a small space.
Yeah. Yeah, unlike the Sarkareth, are you getting similar vibes to Sark?
It is definitely
Everything,
reminding
like,
me somewhat of
baitable?
Sarkareth. This seems like one of those fights as well where you have a 6-minute pull and it feels like it's been like 12 minutes or something. You know, I remember Sarkareth P1 was only 1 minute 40 seconds and it felt like 5. There was so much happening, and this seems like a fight where there's also so much happening. Just look at the boss here. Casts an ability, runs away, auto attacks like twice, and then casts another ability, and now it's going to cast another ability, right? The boss is just always casting something at you, and it's always difficult to deal with.
Yeah, and you can kind of deal with it the same way every time, though, because they can like bait the frontal to a spot. They know somewhat where the suppression circles are going to go. Like you said, they could group up and run together, and it looks like all these soaks kind of spawn similar sides.
There isn't a huge amount of RNG, right? The only RNG element that we've just seen there is who gets targeted by the soak of the canister, but that's the kind of thing that's pretty easy to adapt to. Then you get over here, again, no real RNG associated with this section. It's just difficult, but it's not random. So yeah, that's definitely very Sarkareth-esque.
Do you know the reason they stopped stacking the group soaks together? Does it like double debuff people?
I think, yeah, they just want to minimize the amount of those debuffs going out.
Okay, for the explosions when they're healed off.
Yeah, it's just better. Like, you're splitting the same total amount of damage, but you are then getting more heal absorbs if you have players in more than one of those circles.
I'm trying to see what he says when he steals the previous quadrants.
Yeah, maybe that's just the voice line.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to check. He has a lot of voice lines because he also has a lot of ability. So he's just, he's a yapper actually. But let's see, it should be happening soon.
We still have a little bit to go, I think, before a quadrant's going to get blown up. Because
a little bit, yeah.
It is going to be Boomy's deposit that I think... oh, no, it's Shaq's deposit.
Shaq's, right? Yeah.
The first one. But we still have one over here, and then it'll be Shaq's next. So this is going to be bomb number 3 going into a Giga Coil over at the side here.
He definitely has a line that says, "Fire it up," which I think is quite funny.
Yeah. That's good.
Fire it up.
That's why he gets the first bomb.
I love all the animations on this boss.
Yeah, I also like how they've managed to make it all like bombs and missiles and stuff. And they're all kind of different types of bombs and missiles, but it feels very on theme for old Jaster Gallywix.
He's got like such wind up in the animation, and like when he shoots things, it kind of kicks back.
Yeah.
And then when the suppression, like you can see him shooting the missiles in the air, it looks really good.
It's very flavorful.
Yeah. Well made on the animator side. I like the colors of Ansarek, but I'm liking this guy's animations.
Yeah, and the visual clarity, this is a great fight for that new visual clarity overhaul that they've done to the game. It's so easy to see where you're safe and where you're not, but it's then very hard to actually play the mechanics. And so you get these kind of harder difficulty fights, but it's less kind of like stupid when you die. Okay, we've got Shaq's POV now. He's going to pick up that bomb. So he will be depositing bomb number 4 of the encounter, which is going to be the first one that actually zaps a quadrant here. Very sketchy time, as you can see. He's got to carry this bomb, and now he's going to go where that Giga Blast goes. It's leaving behind some sparks. Picking these up is going to charge his bomb, and then he's heading on over to Triangle and almost immediately depositing and gliding back, making it look easy there on that Demon Hunter. Now for the rest of the fight, if he dies, it is going to be very bad. But yeah, let's see if Gallywix says anything about zapping the floor. It doesn't look like he has.
What do you think you're doing? That was the first time he said that, though.
This is just the push into this phase.
Yeah.
So I do think that was a phase 3 line.
Just hang on a second. Where did that lever go? I don't think he says Tinker Stinker before. I would have noticed that.
Yeah, I think that was a phase 3 voice line, not just a generic floor getting lit up line, but we do have to see. So now they're going to be in this phase, and this phase they basically are going to do entirely with 2 of the 4 room quadrants now electrified and 2 safe. Boss will pretty much always be staying here around that X world marker, giving them sort of the maximum distance, but also both sides, both left and right of this boss are safe. B-Res is going to get used here, so we don't have any more B-Reses for the rest of the fight. THD is down, so no Warlock, but I don't think we're going to need one of those for a little while.
Is it still Boomy with this bomb?
Yeah,
is he kind of just chilling on
unless
his own?
they've changed the strategy, Boomy will be the next bomb wielder, and I believe I see him
he's on the
dashing
right
around
there.
with it. Yep, there it is. Boomy holding this bomb. So
waiting for the frontal again to be able to charge it and then deploy.
Yeah, we don't have to actually do it for a while here. This is a long phase.
All right, he's moved in. It's probably safer in melee because they run all the circles out.
Yeah.
And they're probably not going to put any blaze lines right through the boss either.
Okay, there is that Giga Blast, which he will use to charge this bomb. This is one of the ones he doesn't soak, so he's got to get out to the right on this one. And then he has to get in to these sparks to charge it, or maybe he can do it on the next frontal as well. Picks up 1 spark. Bomb is now at 25%. And then on the suppression, he can escape and pick up these sparks. Oh, but they're now all gone. So now he will need another frontal. So the time limit to pick those ones up is by the time that suppression and Gallywix finale blast cast finishes. Now he's going to need to pick up more of them, but maybe there is another frontal coming. It looks like we're not in danger. The Giga Coil isn't zapping them all yet. So another frontal now. This one hits group 1 for the 2nd time. And then is there a Giga Blast on the way? Seems like we need one soon to be able to charge here.
They're getting suppression next, so...
There's Giga Blast. All right, so this should be the one that Boomy can use to pick up his sparks. But first he has to run out for the suppression.
Yeah.
Is the suppression going to destroy the sparks again? No, okay, so the sparks just are on a timer. It just happened
But he has the issue of everything there being like...
Yeah, he's got to wait for this to go away, and then he can quickly dip in. He's got to grab one more. Now he's got to not be in that soak, and then he's got to get over it. So now he can deposit it.
Wow. That is so much
and
that
he's waiting,
he has to care for. And now
okay,
he
gets
also
over,
gets...
transcends back, but he's getting zapped. Vivifies himself.
Okay,
No
I think we're
left.
okay. I think we're okay.
But now he has to get out of this quadrant because this quadrant's about to get electrified.
Yep. But we're
okay, he's done it.
All right.
All right, now everybody who's got that beat debuff can't die. Fired up, dropping pretty low, also can't die. Another Giga Blast, but bang! Down goes the raid, but not all of them. There are still
another
some
chance.
Here we go, Tinker Stinker, lose the floor. And get in here.
And he's in the middle.
All right, a bunch of ads coming out.
Oh, it is the intermission
It's
again.
a lot of ads. A lot of sentries and technicians as well. Mayhem Rockets coming out, denying more space, and another player has died.
Let's go,
Yips, though, is still continuing this pull as we've got fired up watching this happening for a little while. And this looks like very similar to that first or second intermission, rather, here in the third intermission. And then he's come back onto the mech at the end of it. Wow. We are seeing some action here.
Yeah, so maybe he just comes back out and runs it back.
Yeah,
again.
and then you do the exact same phase again, but you are in just the... I mean, because that entire phase is already hard with half the room. With only a quarter of the room, you are going to need a level of precision that is very Mythic End Boss to be able to do that in the final section of the room like that.
So 735. Boss 35% health. I mean, obviously it was a little sloppy, and having Boomy just run around and do mechanics rather than DPS, but...
I'm putting my money on a 9-minute in range here.
9 minute?
That's how I'm feeling right now.
Okay. I'm gonna do 9:30. I don't know why the 30. The intermission maybe adding that 30 seconds.
Let's take a look at the replay of, once again, of course, a new best that did come in here. We were talking at extent about Boomy doing a lot of very, very good stuff there as he was trying to wait for the charges to come in and then keep himself alive before that last quadrant did go down. But what we really want to see is the new phase, and you can see a lot of players being taken out here right at the start, but those that are remaining are going to get into the benefit of seeing the transition change here alive. He does move out of his mech, and then he rains down so many ads. Actually, just like a whole team of everybody he can find. Just look at all of those nameplates that are coming in here.
They're all technicians and then 3 sentries.
Four sentries, it looks like.
Yeah, along the line. Yeah, the green nameplates. Yeah.
Oh, the one in the back. I didn't see that one.
Now, these are going to require quite a few interrupts out of them to keep them all from going off, and I think that's what was missing here, was these casts finishing, ended up killing somebody who had carried a bomb. Look at how all 3 of their mages were alive, but then as soon as one goes down, bang, chain reaction. Only Yips left standing at the end of this one. But this is still enough for us to see that it looks like after this Mayhem Rockets cast, maybe, we are going to be entering the final stage of the fight.
So he's still in the middle, and Dratnos, you were saying he goes back into his mech.
Right at the end of this, okay, so Yips is doing a heroic job of keeping this alive, even after getting zapped up quite a bit. But yeah, look at this. Now he flies back into the mech and is reattaching.
Oh.
Then the wipe came in.
Okay, but yeah, it definitely looked like he was reattaching. You're right. Interesting.
Yeah. So it looked like we might... That's I think our best current guess is that you just do another phase 2, but in the last quadrant. But that is just a guess. We have no idea what the mechanics that are going to come next are, which is the most exciting time in the race.
It absolutely is, and I'm sure you don't want to miss anything as we are nearing more and exciting polls and Team Liquid getting closer and closer. The one thing I am promising you don't want to be hit by is an ad while we are yet into another exciting poll here. So if you have those primies ready, you may well use them right now, or just use a Twitch Turbo, Twitch Sub, whatever have you, or, you know, do the tried and tested. Type any gifters in chat and hope that maybe some benevolent overlord is nice enough to gift you one.
Yeah, that's how I got mine.
Nice.
I got gifted. I've just got it open over there on my computer while I'm out here, and I came back to a nice sub.
Oh, that's very good.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I was very excited. Yeah, you don't want to get hit by those ads. They'll just strike at any moment.
I see. We baited one. Muraza, thank you for the 5.
Nice. Thank you.
Chat is doing a great job here, asking for more gifters. Yep, we got another one. Scar Gold, Grotesque, thank you. Thank you both for the 5 subbies. Good job, chat. Keep baiting them. Rizans.
Go ahead.
You got a sub as well, Dratnos.
Oh, let's go.
Leaking to everybody that you weren't subbed until this point.
It must have just expired. Yeah.
It's been a long race.
Yeah, it's been a long race. It's been a long race. THC there was looking through the enemy damage taken for all the different enemies, trying to find one where he looked at all good on the meters. Unfortunately, not a single one. This Warlock spec is looking pretty tough here on this fight. He may have been dead for a little bit of that one, but
yeah, he died early. But
it's looking tough out there. He's doing half of a mage's damage, which is absolutely tragic. But at least he's got the gateway and the health stones that can't bench him. Need those.
Yeah, and then if he's doing less than the mages on the AoE, they're not even trying to AoE. It's just happening.
Yeah, they're doing it for free.
Yeah, the old fire mage. That's one of the most fun things about fire, I think, is just that the ignite cleaving.
Yeah, I feel like the movement on this fight as well is the kind of thing that Fire can play around, and Warlock suffers a lot more from.
I mean,
as well.
I just need to call out a little bit more here. NSC 360 gifting 20 subs to everybody.
Wow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you everybody that keeps writing any gifters. That is truly the tech, I'm promising you.
It's working.
Nothing else. You're not allowed to add anything else. You're not allowed to say, oh, I have it so bad, gift me. Only any gifters, question mark, okay? That is the tech. I'm just saying, any gifters.
Feel free to also at Zyronic if you need some help getting gifted. He loves facilitating that too, so go ahead and ping him kind of anywhere at any time, and he might be able to help you out.
Good job, chat. Good job.
Looks like they are definitely using this progression as an opportunity to do some strategizing, which makes sense. Usually when you see a new spot in the fight, you get to do some strategy.
Whoa! We have 50 sub bomb.
Whoa!
From an anonymous gifter. Thank you very much. Kentama, thank you for the 5. Just keep it going, you know? Very important, very important. Thank you very much, everybody.
Yeah, they've been doing a lot of breaks on this boss.
I think
like, sitting here
specifically now you kind of have to. You need to like get the interrupt weak aura going for all of these sentries that we saw there. And you need to kind of talk about, okay, here are the mechanics that are happening. What are we doing with these? Where do we want people to be now that we know what is happening next? There's like a little bit of spell queuing being figured out at the same time. So I think that makes sense to take a longer break here.
Yeah, it's nice that they are seeing progression so frequently. That's a really good feeling because, of course, you keep doing that, eventually the boss is going to die. It's tough when you have to do these kind of breaks to figure out how to handle mechanics you've already seen, but so far Gallywix hasn't really presented that issue to them. Now, that being said, they will at times want to go back and adjust their earlier strategies based on what they now know comes later. So, for instance, they might decide that they want a different set of players to hold the bombs earlier based on what the end of the fight looks like, and that might require a little bit of reprogression. But as it stands right now, 3 mages, 1 Windwalker, and 1 Havoc Demon Hunter holding those bombs, and then being, you know, the presidents that can't die without wiping the raid, seems fine to me.
Yeah, I mean, all the mages were up at the end there.
Yeah.
And I missed it. Someone must have blown up. I missed who it was. But the mages survived at least 1 explosion. And a few other people, I don't know if they just like popped everything just in case.
I think so. I think when you're reaching, you know, that progression point, you just, if you got any personals left, you start pressing them just in case so you can start actually seeing deeper into the fight. That's sort of the main value here is like if you can get 5 more seconds of timer information, that could be very valuable at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw it there. Like, it happened earlier, and it was like, okay, what happens? He's getting out of the mech, what happens? And then it got it again. It's like, okay, he's getting back in. What's going to happen? And they're just like right on the edge of seeing, like,
yeah, I mean,
we would have been able to tell really quickly if it's another P2 or if it's something completely new, and it just, Yips could barely not survive. I also, did they not get the frontal going into that second intermission? I feel like the first time when we were watching Boomy, he got frontaled and then the lightning came down.
Yeah, so I think they deposited earlier that pull than they did this pull, like this most recent pull. I think they held the deposit for a little while.
Okay.
It looks like there's still 4 total cones in P2. I don't think depositing changes when you push out of that phase. It's just, it's gonna, if you deposit early, you're gonna have to deposit earlier again the next time. So you want to hold it as late as you can. But I don't think it actually causes the boss to phase. I think it just is set up such that if you deposit when you should, it's right around when the boss is phasing.
We're definitely seeing some weak aura updates come on in here, so a little bit of changes. I would specifically assume it's that interrupt weak aura that we of course have seen at very many boss fights already, now being assigned to a couple of the players, and then you are getting a glimpse here of something that is happening on some of the other screens, because there are some keys being run, and I also heard word of a little bit of a split there for another mage.
That's what I was just thinking. It looks like Molten Core.
I have no idea. Why are we in there?
With a raid?
Who's in that seat?
He's playing some hardcore classic?
Maybe, yeah. Who sits there?
Could be a benched gamer. And knows they're on the bench for the remainder of the tier.
Who's sitting next to Atlas?
Imagine if we put...
Is it Lip?
Imagine if we just put
it is Lip.
We could just have put that as like a GIF over where the screen goes, and that's not actually what's on there.
I feel like this is going too long to be just any random GIF. I think Lips might actually be in.
Be doing Molten Core.
And a little bit of a hardcore classic, yeah.
Or maybe Season of Discovery. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe Season of Discovery.
Yeah, that's fun.
Also, did I see Yips moved?
Yeah, Yips changed computers because there were some input lag issues they were having, and they've tried a bunch of stuff to sort of fix that, including whenever something goes wrong, you just new computer, new setup, change everything.
I was wondering.
To be fair, WoW is a tricky game.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's old. It's evolved a lot.
I think our best guess is that it's not on our end there as well, but you still change it, right?
Yeah.
All right, we brought up to Max that we could see him through Yips cam, so I thought maybe he was like, get him out of my life. Don't let them see into my room from the side.
he had some issues, definitely. So just moving him around, making sure that there's nothing happening there that's maybe wonky to some extent. You know, sometimes it just can be like a specific cable that even can get you some input lag. So everything good on his end now. He's chilling. He's fine. And we are waiting for the Raiders to pull again 71 pulls into Chrome King Gallywix. And we have seen a new phase here at the Alienware training facility. It's getting quite exciting, and there's some rumors, there's some quite big believers expecting this boss to go quite low today already. And honestly, it's 4 p.m. They still have like half of their day to go through.
A lot of time here. What would be really good is sometime in the next hour, if they can get another 20 seconds into that phase and really see what the cast sequence is, because we're nearing sort of that halfway point between lunch and dinner, and that can be a great spot to just call a 10-minute break and look at those sorts of things that you've just discovered. So that would be nice. And then, of course, a big jump in progression right before dinner is also always really big value. They managed to do that for lunch, right? They got a really good progression jump just before lunch, and then Max was able to strategize all during lunch, and that is really good for accelerating progression on this boss.
Yeah, I was talking with Bart, who's like the main weak aura guy, while we had our Monster Energy listen-in earlier, and he was saying that entire lunch break, they spent, he got like a one-on-one with Max, and Max explained the entire fight to him from what they think is going to happen, just to make sure that Bart has a little bit of early info that he can start working on some weak auras, cooking some stuff up that they might need later on. So very, very exciting stuff to see how far they've already come.
Yeah, a huge team effort coming out from everybody. I mean, just having, I don't know if they're waiting on add-ons and stuff here, but if it is delaying them at all, you can see why it's so important that they're like really getting working on it as soon as possibly can.
Our note has just been updated and a ready check has come out here, so we may be getting ready to have this boss pulled once again. After a progression pull, I think 2 of our last 5 pulls have been progression, which is always a great feeling.
Absolutely phenomenal. Basically back to back, right?
Yeah.
Like, seeing into that phase for the first time and then actually seeing like 10 seconds into that phase the second time around, really giving you a lot of information to work on. Of course, at the same time, giving that information to Echo, who are also still awake, I believe. So going a little bit later today.
I saw their progression update like 30 minutes ago down to that 66% point. Maybe less than 30 minutes. I'm not sure if they are still going to be going for that much longer tonight, because it is getting pretty late now for them.
It's after midnight, right? Yeah, 20 past midnight over in Germany. I'm not sure if they're still actually progging.
Yeah, we could run into a crazy moment where it looks killable tonight, but then Liquid can't quite, doesn't have the time to finish it off. And then the fear, coming in of like, is Echo just going to kill this before we get up?
Well, they just went to bed. So, well, at least they said they went to bed. I'm sure that maybe somebody's having an eye on what's happening here.
Of course, they're going to be aware of everything that's happening, but most of their Raiders will be getting to sleep and not trying to stay up too much. And, you know, they may have a little bit of fear of waking up to a boss being already dead, but I think it's probably going to be like tomorrow night where you're terrified if you go to sleep that is going to be over. Tonight, probably just some slight nerves kicking in. And, you know, for Liquid tonight, those might be kicked up to moderate, but not yet severe feeling.
It would be hard to sleep.
Pending doom. Yeah, you've been in that position before, right?
Yes.
Of going to sleep while the race is still going on, and you know that the other team is nearing that kill.
Is that why it feels like Sarkareth for you?
That could happen. Like they could.
Like another.
Come in the morning.
We can kill this boss. Everybody only get 4 hours of sleep, and we're back here in the morning.
No, well, I guess the progression's probably similar to Sakurath, with getting through this fight really quickly. But it's really just like that everything is baitable, and you can kind of just do the same thing every single pull. There's not a lot of like variance. And yeah, just like machine gun mechanics. This guy does not stop doing anything.
Yeah, kind of all in the same room as well, because we see a lot of mythic end bosses, right, where you are going to travel to different locations throughout the fight, right? Like Ansarek starts in one area, Phase 2 is a different area, Phase 3 is a different area, Razageth as well. But Starcraft's a good example of a fight that's just basically a big circle that you stand on and do all the fight on, and Gallywix also, big ol' circle.
That's true, yeah. I know my shapes. Good call, good comms.
And I mean, it's the same, it's the 0.1 patch, the second raid of the expansion.
That's true.
So maybe, and if if Styx wasn't quite as hard, then this raid would feel like Aberrus, I guess, but with a lot more splits.
Yeah, I mean, we made it well into the second reset, whereas Aberrus died in that first reset, so it probably would have to be like Styx and Sprocket and Mugsy were all easier to have it be comfortable on that end.
What was Echo, like maybe 80 attempts? Neltharion?
Yeah, Echo of Neltharion, somewhere around that range, yeah.
Okay.
I'm a little bit uneasy, because I think 71 pulls, the boss is down to 35%. I feel like there's a whammy waiting for us. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, this feels potentially too straightforward for now. And I'm getting kind of that feeling of like Jailer or even Sylvanas to an extent, where I'm just waiting for them to be like, well, you thought, and just pull a little reverse on us.
Imagine, okay, here's my cook for a new mythic mechanic. Imagine if the boss doesn't die at 0%, but it dies at -5%.
Okay.
Wouldn't that be crazy?
What would be the lore behind that?
Well, it would be like Sylvanas, except it would be even more of a curveball to be thrown at us, right? You just get the boss at 0%, and then it keeps going into the negatives, gets down to -5, and then it's over.
Can somebody change this caster?
Wouldn't that be cool?
We have a couple of backup casters.
Look, I'm just saying that would be
that would not be cool. What about that is cool to you?
It would be great. Imagine being there as you see the boss getting down to 0%, and then it doesn't die, and then it just keeps going down.
Well, to be fair, it would be maybe on brand for like an evil overlord.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
Gallywix is just like,
where it's just like, haha.
Yeah.
I am cheating.
I mean, there could be a Phase 4 as well.
Nice little callback to Halandris.
Well, okay.
Round about a year ago.
2, yeah.
3 years ago.
That was absolutely Halandris.
Yeah.
Gosh, that was a long time ago now, huh?
Yeah.
And we're still living with those Halandris bombs to this day.
I would say only Fire-Ak really had Halandris bombs as a like this fight. Not really Halandris bombs, because you don't have any of that, like any of the hot potato.
Listen, I personally never left the pit of Boston, so if I say it's a year ago, that's how it feels to me. Just a little brain lag there, but yeah, definitely. I feel like this is one of the bosses that will just forever exist in the history of the Race to World First.
Halandris.
Because of how absolutely relevant it was to that tier and that progression.
Yeah.
Just kind of like out of left field. No one expected a middle boss to be that insane. Normally that's a penultimate or end boss kind of.
There was what, like 4 days of progression on Halandris, which that's like double Styx. A double Styx, which is crazy, because Styx was also absurd for where it was in the raid.
Yeah, and then you had Anduin coming up, who was already kind of an end boss.
Basically a full end boss, yeah. And then there were just 3 bonus end bosses afterwards.
3 unknowns.
Yeah.
I just need you to know that we procced another doc. I won't leak more than that, but coming up soon.
Oh, wow.
Here on the show for sure. We're just getting blessed today. Maybe that's why they've been doing such great progression. Just a little bit of extra doc procs.
Energy.
Yeah.
Yeah, is there something about, is it Saturday? Is Saturday the day that the dogs all come in?
I have no idea.
Was that just good RNG that they all came in on the
I
same
think
day?
we have good RNG.
All right.
I'm not complaining.
Nor am I.
Oh, Ham and Cora are just loving each other.
Well, we were doing no spoilers.
No,
Yeah.
that's not the spoiler dog.
I see.
That's good old Ham.
Well, now you kind of spoiled something, but it's okay. We won't say more than that, but there's a lot of dog cuddling and playing going on in the background here that we are seeing, and you guys are seeing another poll as that poll timer after a long break has come back up.
I was enjoying watching the dogs.
All right, here we go. Poll number 73. That last poll wiped fairly early. They had a couple of deaths, and they just decided to jump off. Still took a little bit of time before putting up the immediate poll timer, though, so maybe still something that they could learn from that one. As we are once again underway, we do the baiting of the boss and then a gateway for a few of these ranged players, the most immobile ones like THD, to get that gateway into this good position before then running in and being forced to move here now during this Lust opener. Not a great feeling.
Nope, just stepping, getting a Shadow Bolt off.
Yeah, it looks like he's just zapping Yips and Scott in front of him as well, which is fine, all part of the plan.
Yeah. And then he's got to do his nice hard cast seed, dot these guys up, and they're already almost dead. Doing his best on this Affliction Warlock.
Aww. What if, you know, I'm just trying to cook what else could come. What if Salatath spawned in and did a little bit of mischieving?
A void phase?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd be like, Gallywix, get out of the way. I will handle this, you useless fraud.
Imagine if there was just every fight starting in the War Within, so they did this with Ansarek as well. Imagine if every one of these bosses had a Xalatath mythic phase.
Yeah.
And you just, like, on Ansarek, you get her from 100 to 80, and then on Gallywix, you get her from, like, 80 to 60. And then eventually, like, by the end of midnight, whenever we fight her, if that's when we fight her, she starts at, like, 20% because you've been, you know, damaging her from all these other fights. That'd be cool. And then she dies at -5%.
Very cool.
A new mechanic I'm shipping up here. I'm workshopping.
Oh, Dratnos, just because you say it more than once doesn't make it more correct.
Many are saying it.
No one is.
I'm seeing it all over the internet.
Yeah.
Oh, man. No, I know that she abandoned him in the cinematic, right? She's like, you're useless. I only need this thing. But who knows? Maybe she has a weak spot for good old Gallywix.
What's the thing she needs?
It's like the medallion, but it's been yoinked.
Yeah, there was... spoiler alert for the Liberation of Undermine storyline, but that item got yoinked by some ethereals. The Gallywix was tricked into thinking that they were serving Xalatath as well, but they weren't. They were just serving their own self-interest, fueling speculation on my end that next raid will be an ethereal raid. Return to Tazavesh, patch 11.2. You heard it here first.
Can we get a poll going on whether or not there's like a big surprise at the end of the boss? Something like another extra phase?
Yeah, mythic secret phase 4. I mean,
another
phase
healing,
4, yeah.
another like -5%, something like that. Can we get a poll going on that, Mods? I'd really like to see what the people are saying, you know?
It's going to be tough to, if we did it as a prediction, it would be tough to like,
just be like, do you think there's another
poll,
big surprise at the end of this boss fight, yes or no?
Yeah, that seems fair.
I think that's a good...
have another wipe here. Malarkus, Impec, and Dryny all down. I don't think they're going to be able to make too much progression back into phase 2. Down that healer. Yeah, now smacked down as well. I think, yeah, you can see them all jumping into the middle there. Which, there was a lot of speculation that a secret phase would involve jumping into the middle with that arrow you can
I wanted that.
Pointing down. It still could happen at the end of the fight.
That's right.
That could be,
That's where the
-5%
are happening.
Exactly. The last platform gets electrified, and then everybody has to jump in the middle with Gallywix. That could be fun. You go down into a little basement.
And it doesn't telegraph it. You just have to
There's like a little mean goblin face in that hole as well. If we go over to Shaq's perspective, we can actually see it right now. Production quick.
Oh,
no, he's accepting.
We got a flash.
Oh, just a glimpse of it.
Close.
Yeah, angry goblin.
Yeah, there's definitely something down there, although it could just all be, you know, aesthetics, because you do throw the bombs in there. Gallywix does hang out there, so...
It's just his little lair.
Ooh, update on our Coinbase leaderboard. Instant dollars now jumping ahead of Fat Shark. Yes, still in that fight for World 5th. Sprocketmonger Lockenstock now sub 2%, along with the Europeans there. So right now we've got 1 NA guild and 2 EU guilds in the top 5. Let's see if that equalizes or turns into a 3-1 advantage in this fight between ID and FSY.
I wonder if they ever had, like when they were designing this fight, if they had all 4 clear and then just he had more HP and you just did more of the phases, but then you would get more bombs, which would make it more difficult, like more debuff players. and then they cut out one of the pie slices, took 30% of the health off the boss, and so this will make it more manageable.
Maybe, yeah.
Because you could do the fight with all 4. It would just be longer.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wonder what the intention was as well. I know sometimes as well they get the boss rooms and the boss mechanics are done in like a sometimes different order. So maybe an adaptation there to just, okay, we don't want another 12-minute fight.
Yeah.
Let's have this room come pre-electrified a little bit. I like it though. I like the. It really does feel like a mythic change here. As looks like a quick wipe is going to come out here. It seems sort of like a big old lag spike.
I was gonna say
there.
It looked kind of like we had a little bit less frames than per usual. Of course, in the past days, the NA servers have been less than kind to our raiders here at Team Liquid.
The boss was still shielded there as well. I guess it finished its cast or something. It just started the phase with the shield still on it. I've never seen that before.
Yeah, I mean, if nobody is doing anything, right? Like,
fair enough.
No damage.
Yeah.
Must be checking some timers.
Maybe, yeah, or maybe there's sometimes if you get a weak aura push and then accidentally you put some malware into the weak aura,
yes,
you gotta
malware.
fix that back out. Yeah, that does happen from time to time if you are hot fixing weak auras on the fly. So I'm not sure what caused that lag spike, but hopefully they can get to the bottom of it, or if it was just on the games.
Could be servers.
Yeah, the servers have been not great. Both today and yesterday, time has been lost to server issues here on these NA servers.
Yep, I was not able to kill a one-armed bandit because I spent so much time offline today. The most tragic thing to happen with the internet today in this building.
That is tough.
That's right, yeah. All you cams.
Yeah.
Who cares about the raid, right?
Could have gotten another chance at some tier.
That's right, yeah. I actually, so I did Heroic on Thursday. I got nothing. And then I did normal mode Gallywix with like a full puck group. And then I rolled on the Curio and I got a 1.
Oh.
So don't ask me how my loot's been going. I don't want to talk about it. That's right, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll have 3-piece then.
Yeah.
Right now I'm having a good 2-piece, but
the vault could provide.
We'll see if the vault is generous, but you guys definitely are, because you've been sending in pet pictures our way for the Pasadena Humane Society. So let's take a look together here at Savannah. What a good little pupper.
Long nose.
Very long nose. Let me see if they wrote something for us here.
Beautiful Savannah on the couch with a blanket to not get the fur everywhere. A nice little crooked painting. Beautiful dog.
Yeah, I like that. I wonder if this is like if the dog's nose is actually that long, or if this is just a trick of the camera here.
Both, probably.
Probably. That's big
floppy ears.
Yeah. Big face. Cute puppy.
Mm-hmm. She opens those eyes. I'm sure they're nice and red. Big droopy eyes. That's what our big dog does. Gets really creepy red eyes when she's sleepy.
Oh, okay. I remember this one. So this is Savannah, and the person that sent it in is Gib, and he said she's a 9-month-old basset hound. That was the one that wanted us to sing the song of her people.
Oh.
Maybe Dratnos can do that part as soon as I find it. It was a very interesting text that they gave us there. Hold on. Here. Could you please read this?
Okay. This one came in and it said, "This is Savannah. She's an 11-month-old basset hound. She would like Kalamazoo to sing the song of her people. Beach mouse, beach mouse." And then, I don't know, there's just a bunch of letters there.
No, you're doing great. Please continue.
Beach mouse, beach mouse. That's a TTS thing? Okay, yeah, so. Tettle says it sounds like beatboxing or something if you have that be a TTS, so that makes sense. Cool, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for sending that our way. We appreciate seeing all of your cute puppers, as we also have a lot of cute puppers here at the Alienware training facility. You guys have been doing phenomenal. If you're waiting for transmogs, we are backed up. I'm just saying it's all going to a great cost. We're trying our best to get through all of them. And here is another pair of good dogs. Here are Goobert and Woola, submitted by Juicy Brew. Thank you so much for sending them in, saying, here are my beautiful babies. We saw another Goobert the other day. I think that's a great name. Was it, that was the same Goobert, was it not? Did you send in the same docs, but we showed them in reverse? I feel like I've seen Woola and Goobert before.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing this one, but maybe it was on a shift I wasn't on.
I think so.
Definitely good dogs, though. Happy to see them again.
Also, I believe those are Mac's parents. Is that, can you confirm for me, Dratnos?
It's $200 from Mama and Papa Smith, which I think is...
Yeah, right? And they said, go Team Liquid. We're super proud of Maximum and the entire team. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
That would be even more evidence that, yeah.
Yeah.
Seems likely. Wow, we've gotten a lot of these donations recently as well.
We are 26,000. You guys are insane. We appreciate your support so much. And we're trying to get through all of them. But right now, there's a break on our screen, so we can do a little more.
Yeah, 5-minute break has been called by the, actually a little bit more than a 5-minute break that just has 5 minutes left on it now. As you can see, THD not in his chair. A lot of them not in their chairs. Makes sense, though, if you have a server issue, hiccup type thing, that's a good time to call a break. And we're about halfway between lunch and dinner, give or take. So it can be a good time to stretch those legs, use the bathroom if you need to, and let those weak auras and strategy discussions continue.
That's right. Thank you so much for all of those donations for the Pasadena Humane Society. We've been raising money for them. Every dollar counts and goes straight there. We also had a massive $3,000 donation earlier in the days. So thank you once again to Alithas. But here is another one of the Transmogs. Here's Helena.
Wow. I like the axe here. That's like a classic axe, I think. The Draconic Destroyer or something like that. Cool illusion on it as well.
I'm trying to see if they set something, but again, we're so far back.
Yeah, from the guild Monkey Business.
It's a good name.
I do like this. It is still a gnome, however.
Yeah.
In a goblin patch, nonetheless, so.
Gnomes are...
I'm gonna give it a 6.
A 6? Yeah, I would give it like a... why are we doing the silver and the gold? I just don't like that. But I will give it 5.3.
Okay. Harsh, but
it's
maybe
definitely
fair.
Not the worst gnome I've ever seen. There are a bunch of very bad gnomes.
All right, maybe another one available, perhaps, perchance. Here's Plunder Lord Girthshaker.
What are you doing?
The level 80 Prot Pally. The guild Pylon. What is happening with this weapon?
I have no idea. This is a
flail?
Yeah, they come like this in the dressing room.
Okay, but normally it would be like hanging off of that chain down?
Yes.
Okay, that makes a little more sense, although not a lot more sense. As the color is still pretty clashing with the purple. I guess purple and orange, those kind of go together nicely.
They do. It's more the gold and silver that we're doing here as well. You can see it on the arms there. You can see it on the front as well.
You're never a fan of the gold and silver on the same
No, I
one,
don't
right?
like that. That's cool tones and warm tones usually don't match.
Very big shoulders on a dwarf as well, which is sometimes works out pretty well.
I could see actually the shoulders working out with those extra wings. I think those are cute. But I'm just not sure about everything else that's going on here, to be honest.
All right, yeah, definitely a cool transmog. I'm going to give this one a 6.5.
A 6.5?
I still am also, some of the clashing nature of this one is...
You like that?
But I sort of like it. I like it about 6.5 out of 10, so that's why.
Okay, I will unfortunately be mean, but
okay.
I mean, you know that.
No, this is not a gnome.
So it's not a gnome, and I do love dwarfs, but I just, something about this is giving me a little bit of an ick, so I'll have to rip a 4.2.
All right.
I think it's worse than the average that I see, unfortunately, but I feel like you were kind of going for that.
That is very, very harsh.
Well.
Thank you for your $35, though. Thank you very much, Plunder Lord Girthshaker.
Yeah, thank you for sending that our way. And here's another one. Here's actually, no, that is Sorg. Thank you very much. That's a German S.
I'm pretty sure it's a B. It just rendered wrong.
Nope.
And then the O. Oh, actually, you don't pronounce the O because it's been crossed out. So just.
So, well, actually, you pronounce it but
no,
it's okay. No, you go ahead.
It's just a strike through, right? So it's just.
Thank you for teaching me my language. I appreciate it, Dratnos.
So Brug, the Resto Druid. I like this. I like this like a Torghast. It's all Torghast-y Mog, pretty much. One of those cool belts with the skull and the vials on it. That Torghast back attachment as well. Definitely doesn't look very druidy. And the fist weapon as well is very interesting, I would say, for this.
Yeah.
I do like this, though. I like
it reminds me of a dentist.
Like a Resto Druid wearing this stuff is cool. Like, because it's so... I've never seen one like this before. So I like giving points for creativity and uniqueness.
Chad is saying this is a Star Trek Mog. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong letters for that. That would be Borg, not Sork. But other than that, I think it's a good try.
Berg.
No, it's not. No.
Berg.
It's
burger, like the first half of the word burger.
It's an S. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that our letters are confusing to you. I do agree, though. I think it's rare for a druid, especially a Resto Druid, to look like this. I think they were trying something and it's working. You're also very rarely seeing the bald head. They kind of vibe with that.
Yeah,
so
the bald head night elf female.
Besides
cool.
the name, that is absolutely horrible, in my opinion. I am rating this one an 8.7.
All right. We still have now had our break timer. The break timer has elapsed, but still no ready check or pull timer, so don't worry, you aren't missing anything.
Here is Hanky Panky, an orc. Definitely rocking the candles there on the shoulders and the head. This looks like a mole person to me.
Yeah, I like this new sword and that offhand as well, and the candle helmet and stuff. I'm going to go with an 8 for this one.
An 8?
Yeah.
You are so nice. I feel like we're polar opposites. I do like the back. But unfortunately, I think there's a lot of stuff that's not mixing well here. I'm going to give it a 6.
All right, I like giving bonus points for using the new patch stuff, but fair enough.
Fair enough.
To each their own.
Yep, that's right. Thank you so much for sending your transmog in. We appreciate it.
All right, maybe another one on deck here. Maybe.
Let's see. Maybe.
There's Fun Guy Baron.
Oh, yeah, he does look like a fun guy.
The Zandalari Resto Druid. What is that?
I agree with this title. Where do you even get that title?
It's, there's a fungus thing. I think it's the, like,
is there also a fun girl?
It's fun gal if you're, which is nice.
I like
that's
that.
A great pun.
Yeah.
If you're.
That's good.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
This guy looks like it would be very fun to go to a party with him. I liked a little bit of matching on the pink on the staff and the pink on the pants.
Yeah.
That's nice. You definitely went for color and all of it. We're also seeing a little bit of pink on the shoes there and on the arms. So that is very nice.
It's
That's something we
like
rarely see.
Like a, one of those, an exotic plant that just has a million different colors on it, but it does kind of work. And I think the way that the color changes from top to bottom here is actually is working, because there's definitely, I think the thing that I don't like is the pants having this sort of purpley, shadowy, flowing stuff going behind them. That's the part to me that seems most maybe out of place. But
can we zoom out prediction?
Yeah.
I think if the hair was orange or like a dark blue, I think I would like this better. But I do think it's a fun mog, and I will rip an 8.2.
I'm gonna go with a 7 for this one. I also quite like it. All right. Next mog here is
Willowin.
Willowin.
It's a good name.
Yeah, we've got a monk here.
Monk that
Very
looks a little
monkey.
bit like a druid, I would say.
I don't know. I mean,
you don't have to call them a monkey. What do you?
The shoulders have definitely evocative, like those floating orbs are extremely monk-coated. Yeah, as the kids would say.
The kids, yeah.
Yeah,
I think this is a pretty mog.
It's definitely very pretty.
You especially can't change the colors of the hair accessories in WoW, so making a mog that fits the hair accessory is always a bonus point for me. I think this is well done.
I also like this, yeah.
I am going to give this 9.6.
The mongoose weapon illusion as well, which is a classic, a throwback. That was like Turbo Biss for TBC. Saw it on everybody, I think, back then. So, yeah, I love this one. I'm going to go with a 9 as well.
Yeah, very, very good. Thank you so much for sending that our way, Willowin. We appreciate it. And here's another Alliance-themed mog on a Frosty K, Maziel.
Right. Maziel, Agent of the Black Prince, has a little bit of different mogs from different parts, but they're all pretty classic-y, right? You've got those kind of paladin-y shoulders. I think that's like a tier 1 helmet or an heirloom helmet, something like that. Big lion belt thing. Yeah, I like this. It's definitely kind of more of a, it screams more paladin to me than Death Knight, but then the weapon with the white glow makes it seem kind of, again, back to Death Knight-y. So, I like this.
I don't love this, but again, I'm also not a big Alliance fan. I have a Horde tattoo after all. So, we're once again clashing, right? There's some gold, there's some silver. We're just deciding to toss all fashion rules out of the window for Maziel here.
I mean, the helmet has literally both gold and silver on it, right? It's
but well,
unavoidable.
It's that doesn't matter.
I see.
Then you need to have both on everything if that's what you're going for.
I see.
And not like one big chunk in gold, one big chunk in silver.
The shoulders I think are definitely the most discordant part of this one.
Yeah, I think if the shoulders were like a smaller silver and gold thing, I could maybe see it work, because the tabard gives like a little bit of the gold all throughout.
Yeah.
But
it is very...
I don't love this one. I'm sorry, Maziel. What did you give it?
I haven't yet.
Oh, okay. Do you wanna?
Sure. I'm gonna give this an 8.5.
An 8.5?
I think it's nice, and it's
oh my God,
it's very World of Warcraft.
See, you're making me look worse than I really am, but I think this is a 5, straight up.
All right, I mean that's fair. Honestly, I have been doing I've definitely, my average has been like an 8 or something like that. So I'm one of the I'm a over point giver.
You just don't like being honest. I
I just don't like these people they've given money to a wonderful charity, and
that's right.
I don't want to smack them down.
Well, they sent these in for honest feedback. How are you helping them if you're lying to them?
I'm not. I'm being nice to them.
That's
I'm
not
giving them a...
See, if somebody asked you, does this look good on me? And you say yes, and they walk out looking like a clown, then you are at fault.
Right, but then they're not mad at me.
You owe them honesty.
They're not mad at me.
Well, they will once they find out they look silly.
No, they still won't.
That's
nowhere
not
near
how
as
that
much as
works.
they would be if I was like, no, you look bad.
Well, you can say it in a nice way. Here is Celeste with interesting... This to me is giving Demon Slayer to an extent, which I like.
Demon Slayer?
Yeah, you wouldn't know about that.
Okay, is that like a anime thing?
Yeah.
Or something?
Yep.
I don't watch much anime.
I don't know about the crown here. I do love the flower crowns, but just color-wise,
yeah, the pastel is kind
of
clashing with the rest of the vivid nature of all the other colors we've got here. I do really like all the reds. Again, we've got the same a recolor of those monk shoulders we saw earlier. I'm gonna go with a 8.7 for this one. I do think it's really nice.
8.7?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to give this 7.
A 7 with a very long
9. Yeah. A 7.9, I think.
All right, well, we do have a pull timer coming up. So after a 6-minute announced break and then a 6-minute unannounced break, we are getting ready to go back in to Mythic Chrome King Gallywix progression. Here's THD, the only Warlock in on the fight, fighting against those healers for that 14th spot on the damage meter. Here we go, pull underway. Let's see if they've made any changes with that break timer.
Yeah, we're really hoping to see far again, right? So for anybody that maybe has just now tuned in the past couple of minutes, we did see 2 really deep tries into a new secret phase that hasn't been seen before yet. And of course, the dungeon journal on this boss is more mystery than anything else, so we really never know what exactly is coming. Unfortunately, losing Draining here in the beginning, but can pick him back up. And we're hoping to see back into that territory of like the 30-something%. I will quickly point out that our best pull on this boss fight, the Spider L frame, making you believe something else, is not 0.90. That is that's a little bit of an oopsie with your L frame right now. But we're working on that, don't worry.
Yeah, 34.96 our current best. Oh, best 0.10 now.
Yeah, we're just making that up right now.
It's almost about to die if you'll you'll believe that.
Lock in, chat.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's been a fun fight to watch the progression of, that's for sure. This fight looks like a pretty fun one to play as well. I love how one of its line is literally, I'm the last boss you'll ever see. It's a great... I love the silliness that is throughout this entire zone, this entire patch.
Yeah, me too. It's very flavorful, which I enjoy a lot.
And it's without sacrificing anything that makes the game great. But it's nice that it's not taking itself too seriously. I thought that, especially like if you look at maybe the Shadowlands era of the game, everything was all so, this is the most important thing ever. This is, the Jailer's this cosmic threat but it hadn't even really been built up. And sort of some cartoon villain levels of incompetence in some of his schemes and stuff. And I feel like Gallywix is both more silly, more fun, and also kind of more realistic as a villain.
Yeah, to be honest, I think in Shadowlands we had so many evil people that you just kind of lost track of who was the most evil to an extent. So you were just kind of sitting there like, okay, like, can you guys decide on like who is the worst? And then the Jailer came and you were like, so you're supposed to be like the big baddie?
Yeah.
And he didn't really just give me that vibe, to be honest.
Yeah. It reminded me a little bit of like, if you're kids on the playground one-upping each other with how evil your made-up character is, right? And like how big of a villain is. And the Jailer was sort of just like, no, this is even more than all of that.
Yeah, and then the boss fight didn't seem all that
I actually liked the Jailer boss fight a lot, but
I didn't.
Yeah,
I played DK and my pets kept going AFK.
Ooh, yeah, it was not a fun one for pet classes. I played DK, but I played Blood DK.
Ah, yes, the DK that actually gets invited.
Yeah, that was my pet only got summoned for a minute, and then actually that was the tier where you sacrificed your own pet at the end of its life and exploded it, which was fun.
Yeah, that's true.
Little min-max. Yeah, it was a good time.
A little bit of exciting stuff.
All right, we have had another death here. Another healer going down. The healers always the ones in the most danger of dying, it looks like, on this fight. Kind of a common thing. Usually the healers just have the hardest job on a lot of these fights. But now we've lost another gamer as well. 2 monks down. 3 to go, though. Even with 2 monks dead, there are still more monks alive than anybody except for mages that they're tied with in this comp. 5 monks in on both the last 2 bosses. It is a very good monk tier.
For now. Are you expecting some changes to come in? Because usually after the Race to World First, we're seeing some tuning adaptions, I would say. Usually they try to bring other classes down and not just some classes, other classes up and not just some classes down. But with how kind of extraordinarily good monks seem to be both healer and DPS, I wouldn't be surprised if there was like a tat slap on the wrist.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, so usually if there's tuning, it gets announced on Friday, but sometimes they will do some on Monday or even announce it on the reset, but usually that's dungeon or raid tuning that will get announced that late. Usually Monday for class tuning is like a small tweaks rather than sort of a big pass. Usually they'll announce a big pass on Friday and announce like 10 class changes, then change 2 of them on the Monday. So I don't think we're likely to see anything this coming reset.
Yeah.
Whether or not Gallywix dies here in the Race to World First, I don't think that's going to matter for that. But I do expect that we will see some on the following reset.
This happens to me a lot. THD accidentally opening up that achievement.
Yep, I do that as well. Adventure guide, dungeon journal, achievement page, guild window. Whenever you're panicked trying to health zone, all of that stuff gets opened.
That's right. Yeah, no, I think we definitely didn't have any announcements because obviously the boss isn't dead yet. And we don't know. I mean, Blizzard obviously knows much more about what is yet to come for the fight, so they might have the best idea of when this thing is going to die right now. And so maybe they're holding off on announcing anything to not cause any chaos or commotion, but I also wouldn't be surprised if they were holding back on just doing the actual class tunings until the week after.
Yeah, I mean, there's not too much egregious stuff that needs to get toned down. I do think, if I was playing a monk right now, I wouldn't be surprised if I was getting a little nerf at some point in the next couple of weeks. But most of the other stuff, like we're seeing a lot of mages here, but it's not so much that mage is OP and more that this fight is really good for mage. Mugsy was as well. But most of the other fights, you'd play 1 or 2 mages, and that would be kind of the amount you wanted. Moonkin was great for one fight, not for a lot of others.
Yeah.
So I would love to see some small buffs, though. I'd love to see, like,
that's right.
Warlock single target going up a little bit could be nice. Some buffs to stuff like Holy Paladin.
Is that because you're playing one?
Is also partially for that reason, but also I think it would just be a fair spec to buff. Maybe Prez as well.
Yeah.
I don't want to say buff Og because I like Og not being great and not seeing a lot. For the first time, we're going to have a tier where nobody's played any Og in the Race to World First since it came out. We might have an M+ season without it as well. But maybe some buffs to stuff like, I don't know, Brewmaster Monk. Because that's the one monk spec that hasn't really been getting much play or love. And stuff like Marksmanship, Survival Hunter as well. Maybe get a little tune-up, although I've actually seen some logs of Marksman doing quite a lot of damage in some cases, so maybe that's a sleeper OP, or a sleeper not as bad as everybody thinks spec.
I'm I'm kind of curious for how MDI is going to pan out, because of course AWC and MDI have been announced, if you haven't heard about that yet. And there are a lot of classes right now that we're not seeing here in the Race to World First that are pretty good.
Unholy DK, for instance.
Yeah, Unholy DK, Havoc Demon Hunter doing really well in keys right now, which both of these classes I'm very eager to see more of for no particular reason, of course. So that would be nice.
Yeah, I've heard the MDI this season's got some exciting new rules as well. So
that's right.
Definitely going to want to tune into that one.
We're going to be seeing more classes this time around.
All right, so the pull there went bad. Actually, they got fairly deep into the fight, but there were players dead for quite a long time. Actually, that's pretty encouraging, though. The fact that you're able to make decent progression, even with some early and medium deaths into these pulls, that's always really nice. It's not one of those end bosses where one person dies and the whole raid explodes, unless it's one of the 5 people who, if they die, the whole raid explodes. But there are 15 people that can die and they can keep progging, which is good.
That is absolutely good. You know what else is? Our sponsors, because they are making this event possible. We wouldn't be able to stem such a big production, such a big event without them. So huge, huge thank you to all of our sponsors. First and foremost, Coinbase, our presenting partner here at the Race to World First for Team Liquid. But of course, also a huge shout out to Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and the DungeonDojo, as well as our charity partner, the Pasadena Humane Society. We're going to be going to a quick Monster Energy listen-in, and then after that, we'll be back with a new set of casters, so stay tuned.
For all of them, like Mark plays back, Tobo plays right, Suri plays left, and then you guys just have more room for blazes, and then like wherever the people who are not soaking these blazes need to be for this, like I'm just trying to spread them out as much as possible.
Just if you have blazes, you get the fuck away from the soak.
The right side doesn't overlap with blazes.
Yeah. I mean, sure, it's good to have Nick in the soak. Like every time you're in the soak, you drop to like 10-15%. Like you're looking squishy.
I'm getting hit by a bomb every single time, so I just don't want to creep people.
We can have Nick not in the soak, but I feel like healers healing off the healing absorb is good.
Bark skin is like super broken. Like, I got hit by like 17 things there and still almost lived.
Let me look at Impact's PV during this. I want to see if, because the only way to move any range out of a soak just would see if, I don't think adding melee would be good. That seems even worse.
No, I mean they just have to play
way more right there.
I mean if melee,
right, so
okay, question. Melee who are soaking frontals, do you have to do it in the middle zone realistically?
Like where Impact is? Mages can just soak this, or I feel like we're never going to die.
The reason I don't have you in it is because if you do die, we wipe. And like Fired Up was in fucking hell that whole phase, although he is doing something harder.
He's taking extra damage.
Yeah.
I'm taking more damage.
I'm gonna put my thing on you, Fired Up.
Okay then, so what we could do, all I'm saying is like the melee, if the melee are actually here, shouldn't we just have the ranged out? And then that way you're even more giga spread? Or, I mean, we could have the mages soak if we want. Mages, do you guys feel like you can soak in this phase?
I do, yeah.
I can't with back there. I can also hit the boss from back there too. The bomb box is
I mean the middle range is like they should do the star marker, I'm pretty sure.
Like would it help?
Damage while the bomb isn't dunked.
We could move Nick out and put, because Sang is renewing Blaze, so super goated. THD is a Warlock. We could just put Dranaco in this soak and KSP in this one and remove Suri and Nick.
I think theory seems fine because DP is actually kind of big.
You like soaking? Okay, well, same thing on this side, though. So Smacked and Exile will probably be here, even though there's no big spread like that, but just be aware they'll probably be in this zone. So we just want to add Dranaco to the soak?
Like when Tobo Dispersion, for example, he just don't lose any health. Like.
Were you watching what I did this Polamo? I just canceled it after the hit.
Yeah, that's fine. Like, the problem is if you're low with the absorb, no one can heal you. So.
All right, Dranaco is soaking this one instead of Nick. But this spread should exist, though. I think the range should be in the back for the soak. I think it'll just help melee and blazes a lot since you guys have that lineup.
How much does it hit for? The soak?
4.5 mil, I think. Don't believe.
So as a mate, if you're altering it, you basically don't want any externals. Because you want to take the damage, you can heal up the ship.
I altered it when I got hit accidentally, like a couple of pulls ago, and it was a bit sketchy. Like you might want to have something else, like Invis or Ice Cold. Like I altered back, and the healing absorb was still on me.
So what's the consensus mages on Ice Cold versus being able to block off that dot?
I haven't really thought about it.
I mean, Ice Cold just feels so much nicer to play.
You will get a... Have you ever gotten the massive dot in that phase?
I had a dot once. I think on those pulls it's probably nice with block, but I've only gotten once, right? So it's like...
Okay, was there anything in P1 that needed to be changed? I think we're fine, right? There? I think P1... Oh, there was one movement. We were talking about, like, optimizing boss damage. There was one movement on that pull that was not great. It was,
Between the first and second ads?
Yeah, I have to rewind, because yeah, here we go. So it's this, right? Isn't this the move that Mark was talking about? We need to...
I think we just need to, like, after we pull, like, after the technician dies, we just need to drag the boss to, like, star.
Yeah, that's fine. We can do that. That's your pull,
I was
Yips.
doing it. When I was doing it, Yips, I was just dragging, like, when those blue circles spawn.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll remind you on
I
this
feel
pull.
like it's bad for them to soak. Like, isn't it better for a Windwalker to soak than Impact? You just karma after the hit, and then you can't die before you get topped.
Hey, why wouldn't I soak though? My personals are fine.
Yeah, but it's a 90-second cooldown, right?
Yeah, but I have Stonebulk as well, because I rotate them.
Oh, fuck, my bad.
Yeah, but not everyone has to soak. Like,
Bang. I live.
And like, they have like multiple defensives. You have like, I mean, at best 2.
I don't feel like I'm in danger in that phase at all, so...
But are you soaking right now?
Ryan, you should be here, by the way, on the soak. We can move out.
On inside?
We can move out Impact for Zevi if we want to.
I feel like me soaking is fine too, but
no, just say, like, are we absolutely positive more people soaking isn't better?
The only reason it might be good or bad would be that just with more people having to deal with a spread mechanic, especially on this side during the wombo combo, there's just like more sources of error, right?
I mean, it is maybe one of those, if you can fit yourself in the top there, and
like
you have a defensive, you can do it.
Wait, there is a reason, right? Like, doesn't it give you a...
It's
like,
easier to heal off, right? Isn't that the only gain? You take less up front.
Doesn't it do more damage per the, like, more raid damage per the amount of people that soak it, basically? There's something like that.
More healing absorb. Yeah.
more healing absorb,
It's like
less damage.
every person that soaks adds 12 million to the shared healing absorb.
Yeah, but then
it's easier to heal off because there's on more people, but it's harder because it's a bigger healing absorb. Okay. So I say
like
overall it's better. Fewer
I
people
think swing
soak.
6 is good.
Like people that have a lot of self-healing, ideally.
Yeah, we're doing an extra soak right now just for consistency, but we could also remove one if we wanted to. But it just kind of helps to naturally spread on at least the left side because it's just like harder.
If you don't have Bark,
Impact's already been doing it. Let's just keep Impact doing
I have
the
Bark
soak.
every time. I think it's good.
I just saw that there were times where he didn't have Bark. That's like...
Yeah, I mean,
if Nick wants to do it, then we just definitely don't have Dranaco do it because he has a bomb.
I have some mildly bad news. Is the P1 reminders, I made them relative to each Giga coils, but apparently they're all just relative to the phase start. So depending on how fast you do the shield at the start of the fight, they might be accurate or not. So you should probably remake them. If you remake them now, they'll be accurate. Like you can just delete your existing P1 reminders and just make.
Should we take, like, not a break timer, but just give them 5 minutes to do that?
Yeah.
I think now is just a good time. Is P2 on the reminder thing too?
I'm adding the rest of P2. I mean, it's partially is, but I'm adding the rest of it.
Is the P2 timer wrong too, or is it just P1?
No, P2 is fine.
All right, everybody, you guys have until 5:08 p.m. unless you need longer, of course. But that's the plan right now. 5:08 p.m. to just do your.
What is it relative to, Bart?
Everything in P1 is just relative to when P1 starts. And I thought it was like heroic, where each sort of rotation is relative to the Giga coils. But it's all just relative to the start, so it's a little messed up. But if you remake them, it's fine.
Well, my rally's at 3 minutes 10, right?
If we just swap, like, instead of remaking all of them, if we just, like, swap on the reminders,
your rally's at
P1, it's fine.
245, I'm pretty sure.
245. Oh,
Yeah,
right,
well,
so,
that's like
okay.
relative to when we have been pushing.
Yeah.
That's like, it's that...
Wait, the rally. Wait, do we not want rally on the barrier darkness set, or?
Yeah, that's
that is it. Yeah.
That's at 2.
I had it set for the one after for some reason.
That is at 250. 250.
Max. Okay, so which one is
last for 10
fired up soaking? Like, what are we
Which one
doing
is
on
what?
that last set of canisters? Like, which one is exile soaking?
Oh,
And the healers
I'm
are
so glad
stacking?
you brought this up. I forgot about it during the thing. I'll show you right now. Okay, so because this is the last one of the phase, everything else is already figured out. Boomy is no longer doing this, so Boomy is in the soak. Exile is no longer needed in 2. Okay.
You should go 1 and then Tobo goes.
Yeah, Tobo you should just go to 4 again, Tobo, and Exile you should go in 1, end of phase.
Okay. Well, I'm gripping Shack as well, but I guess it doesn't matter. Into 4, it doesn't matter.
Fine, 1 sec.
Yeah, wherever you grip Shack should work.
This is right before we transition?
This is the last one in P1, yeah. And I think outside of that, you're just in the tank soaks every time.
Okay, easy.
The dot you're talking about, are you talking about the blast burn dot, right?
It seems pretty heavy, the damage you're taking from the, if you get the circle.
We should.
That's the blast burn dot, yeah.
Bubba believes we should change back what we're doing at the bombs, and we should have Scott have the bomb in P2, and Fired Up do the one he'd been doing on pull.
What can Scott jump over?
Scott just needs a life grip and a rescue. You just Tiger's Lust and slow fall him, and then he jumps across.
I don't need slow fall.
Oh,
he's trapped there, so he just needs the Tiger's Lust.
Okay, so Peter. I don't even think I need Tiger's Lust to be honest.
It's probably just good for safety to slow fall, I feel.
You definitely
need the Tiger List.
Are you sure? Look at this. Like, get ready to grip me, sorry.
It's different in combat, right?
Is it slower in combat?
I thought it was.
What?
No. I think you're making that up.
Director's just slower for
No, it definitely was. Yeah, it's just slower for non-evoker. I don't think it has anything to do with combat.
Did we kill that Fired Up's tech in P1 still too fast, probably? It only died like 5
really
seconds.
Keep it out for that long?
I mean, we need to keep it out for as long as we possibly can. It needs to, like, I was looking at it at the end of the phase there. So Fired Up's dot is, see where we wiped here. Okay, Fired Up would have had to dunk when we wiped in 30 seconds, and the boss only has 73 energy, so it's still too early, right?
Wait, so I need to...
We have to delay it a little more, that's all.
Wait, so charging the bomb is fine, right? It's just you don't want to dunk it early. That's the only.
Yeah, you're not gonna dunk it until the boss. You're not gonna dunk it, Scott, until the boss hits 100 energy.
And it's Turbo on my side. And
yes.
Me and Yips need to swap them as well.
That's fine.
Okay,
yeah,
that's
we'll
easy.
Just do that. I'll change the note just in case.
I'm pretty sure the timer for the Technician max is you want it to die like at 340 or later. Just the fight timer, so you can look at that.
Okay.
And I just insta pick up the bomb
by the way,
and just keep it.
I'm pretty sure if there's any dangerous lineups. Is this how we wanted to do the soaks in the last phase, or do we want to send them mid? I think sending them mid is there's not enough safe spots. I think like off to the side is fine for each one of these soaks in last phase.
And swap me and Yips though on the pick.
Yeah, I already swapped you in the other one. This is just I just went to the other slide, and I knew this was relevant. I'll put this in the channel.
And the tank would probably just stand in the lightning to get the cleave like that, right? It's a lot wider than that.
Oh, maybe. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like that shouldn't be too bad for them though.
Yeah, it's not even zero damage. The edge stuff literally doesn't do damage to me.
Let me just make sure. So P2 positionings for soaks, or sorry, the canisters. I just want to make sure we like have a fully updated canister thing. This is last one in P1.
Welcome back from that Monster Energy listen-in. I am joined on the couch by Dash and Kalamazzi. Dash, how are you feeling about the boss? This is pretty unprecedented territory as we are blind progging a brand new boss in Gallywix.
Look, first of all, I'm so excited to be here, but admittedly, I was just talking to you guys back in the caster room about how all of the prog on this boss has happened for me off like screen or non-visually.
Yeah.
I went to bed. I'm an old guy now. I go to bed early, so I went to bed early last night. You should start going to bed earlier is what that means. So no, I went to bed nice and early last night. I think I got off my computer at like 9:30, and then Mugsy died, I hear, within the next half hour.
Yeah.
So I completely missed the Mugsy pull and the initial prog on this boss. For those of you who don't know, I moved down to San Diego, which meant that then today I was making the drive up here while all the prog is happening on this boss. So I've only heard the prog happen like auditorially, which is. I feel like I don't know this boss.
If it makes you feel any better, nobody knows this boss. So basically, here's the situation. The Dungeon Journal is pretty much completely blank on what's going on in this fight. It has some of the stuff from P1. It kind of says that you start in an intermission, but realistically, there is very few, if no, mechanics that are actually being shown on this fight. Kalamazzi, we watched some of this pretty late last night. We were here until like 1:30 a.m. watching them pull off stream.
Right.
How have you been feeling about this boss so far? And they've actually been having some pretty decent progression over the last couple of hours.
I think this boss is sort of easy, right? I mean, okay, we're at a 7.5-minute timestamp with the boss being around 35% with being our best pull. And like, don't get me wrong, when I say easy, it's like, this is still insane. Like, the fight is still crazy. But for a fight not being in the Dungeon Journal at all, and like, it's cool, but I expected it to be like a bit more of a slog progression-wise, comparing it to like Anshrek last year, which was a monumental boss in itself.
Anshrek was historically hard, though.
True.
Yeah.
So wait, let's take a step back, if you guys don't mind, even further from like where we're at with the boss now, and just think about the approach of Blizzard with this boss. Like, what do we make of the approach to not put anything in the Dungeon Journal? Like, just as a choice, do we like that from a design perspective? How it affects, you know, the way Raiders approach the fight?
I would love for them to blind prog everything. If we had it our way, I would make the raids a little bit easier mechanically, but then there's like no Dungeon Journal and it's a forced blind prog on everything. I think that would make World of Warcraft raiding just in general a lot cooler, because then you don't have these weird PTR testing, and I feel like you just like know less about the fights going into it, and I think that would be super sick if it were to happen. Now, Blizzard needs you to PTR test the fights to make sure that there's some quality assurance, of course, but I think it would be really cool if it was like that.
I mean, I 100% agree from a spectator perspective, right? I wouldn't even begin to theorize what a world first raider would want in terms of a design approach. But I think that's one interesting question, right? Just alone, the approach of Blizzard to say, hey, for this final boss, on top of no testing, we're also going to remove or just disallow information to be learned until we get into the fight itself. And then secondarily, I wonder how you guys feel that approach from Blizzard might affect what types of mechanics are actually in the fight and how they actually design the fight, right? Because
exactly.
If we can give you some prior knowledge, we might be able to design a harder fight. To your point, like this feels easy for Race to World First because there's 75 pulls in and they're this far on a final boss. That's pretty crazy. Do we feel like maybe Blizzard was limited or like accidentally self-limited themselves by saying, okay, because we're going to hide so many things, we can't make this a tremendously difficult thing. They're going to have to figure it out by observing and by experiencing.
It could be, yeah. I wouldn't mind a world where we have just like no PTR testing for an entire patch and see how it goes.
See what happens.
Like, we had that in Sepulchre, which I mean a few years ago, and that was a long slog. We had the last three bosses, Lords of Dread, Rygalon, and Jailer not tested. And
but come on, that Rygalon fight is like all time.
It was really good.
That's all time. We got all time out of that.
So I will say, and this is my tinfoil hat here, I think that Blizzard's ready to conclude the tier, basically. We've had a bunch of really difficult fights. We had Styx Bunkchunker being over 100 pulls. We had Sprocketmonger being over 100 pulls. One-Armed Bandit was like 60. Mugsy was like 140. And now, like, if you slammed like a 300 pull Gallywix at them, this would just be, it would be going to the third reset.
It'd be like last tier.
I think that Blizzard actually wants it to be a slightly just less daunting task to just, you know, no more Queen Anne Select 400 pull endeavors here.
Well, I know that's been another discussion you guys have had a couple times throughout, just kind of the idea that the pendulum, right? The raid pendulum. And I don't know if the pendulum, I mean, the pendulum, it's maybe finding a different rhythm.
We're still on the overtuned pendulum.
It got stuck. The pendulum got stuck over
Somebody's
there.
holding it.
Yeah. I mean, again, don't get me wrong. Like, I know that for myself as a viewer, this is much more the version of a difficult race is much more the type of race that I prefer to watch.
I loved hard races as well. Like, Sepulchre is my favorite race.
But I want races also to be sustainable, which I think then becomes another question too, right? Again, and that's something you'd have to pose towards Max and the Raiders themselves around like what really is a sustainable, length of race, pace of race, and difficulty of race. Because, normally these guys aren't working so hard so early on into a mythic raid, right? I mean, they're not getting stopped at boss 4.
That is
outside of a
rare.
Halandris or something like that.
Right.
And so just like what kind of a mental toll, physical toll does that take on these guys? I'll be very curious to see how they kind of, you know, come away from this race in the end. Maybe the, you know, the week after it all concludes, hearing from Max will be very interesting.
Kalamazzi, all right, so for the viewers who are just now tuning in, let's kind of talk about some of the mechanics that we're seeing here. Again, not much is really known about the Dungeon Journal, and if you've done this boss on normal or heroic, this fight is very different than that. So what are kind of some of the core mechanics that we're looking to see on this boss just in general?
Right, so this boss basically starts in the intermission that you see on heroic in phase 1 here. The moment it starts, that big mech suit slams down, and that rotating lightning beam is coming out, which you have to rotate around. But on Mythic, there's these tethers that attach to basically every player, that if you cross someone else's, you just die.
Okay.
It's a DPS check literally at the start. It's a half minute. If you don't beat the shield, you just wipe. When you do, these platforms begin to come down. You see them at right now. There's 2 Wrenchmongers and 1 Giga Juice Technician on it, which when you kill him, drops a bomb. And that bomb can be picked up by a player, brought into these, the boss is a frontal. It's that large blue beam he puts out that drops like 6 of these electric orbs in the ground.
Yeah.
Right, which you then charge the bomb in. A player will grab the bomb from the technician, run it into the 3 electric orbs, charge the bomb, and then throw it back on that platform. But they had this, like, residual bomb clamped to them.
Yes.
If they die, the whole raid just dies.
And in addition to that as well, so that's kind of how the first intermission in phase 1 worked. Then once you throw the bombs at some of these overcharged coils, eventually there are ads, these technicians, 2 technicians fall out of the sky. And both of those Giga Juice technicians, whenever you kill them off, they also drop 2 bombs. But now the gates won't be, they won't be like down, they will be in like an elevated position, or they actually won't even be appearing at all. And then you have to use some movement effects to be able to, you know, we're using like Shakib and Boomy here. So like a lighter than air plus roll with a Transcendence, or like a double jump Vengeful Retreat, and you have to jump a gap and actually deposit the bomb and then be able to make it back onto the platform. And this fight is just absolutely crazy with some of the mechanics that they're throwing at the players.
Yeah, on top of that, you have these 4 TikTok canisters coming out here, which need to be soaked by the raid, while you have those 2 larger raid soaks coming out as well. So it's just an insane amount of HPS required so often with these just DPS checks, HPS checks from the get-go on this fight.
We were kind of hanging out with Atlas and Lip last night, and one of the things that they were talking about whenever they were talking about the relative difficulty of this fight, and kind of like Kalamazzi was saying, was we were surprised that the boss is at 35% already. A lot of it comes down to the fact that these heal absorb effects, they could have been tuned really hard, but instead Blizzard elected to not ramp them up as hard as they reasonably could. If they put them at a much higher level that was required to actually heal them off, this fight would have been insane.
Yeah. No, 100%. It seems like a majority of the wipes on this boss come as a result of pass-fail mechanics.
Yes.
At least that's, again,
there's a lot
what
of them
I've been hearing. Yeah, well,
so
there you go.
The clamps, like Kalamazzi mentioned, the moment that somebody dies, whenever they have a they had a bomb that was clamped to them, one of the Giga Juice bombs. If they ever died, then that's an immediate raid wipe. And so there's a burden on these players to never actually make a mistake after they have picked up the bomb. Which, in most circumstances, you know, if you had 1 or 2 people die on a fight, you probably weren't killing the boss anyways, but it kind of impedes progression in a way, because you can't have those players die, otherwise you immediately stop that pull.
Yeah, it makes me wonder... Sorry, Dash, go ahead.
No, well, no, I was... Mine was tangential, so sorry. I was going to go elsewhere.
It makes me wonder, like, I mean, you see them playing 3 mages here, right? And they have their 3 mages carrying the bombs. They've changed the cadence of who's carrying the bombs early versus late, though. Mages having that cauterize for that cheat death, in a sense. So the tanker classes are more relevant for that, but how do you want to stagger them carrying those bombs is very important.
They're gearing a 4th mage.
I heard that they were splitting a 4th mage behind. Scenes, oh lordy.
I mean, like, having basically 2 lives and having a cheat death every pull is like pretty strong, right? On a fight like this,
That's also just interesting in the face of like other conversations that have happened in raids past around class stacking and whatnot. It feels like from narrow bar to here, where narrow bar was a little bit more of one of each, you know, like make sure you're getting everybody in.
Exactly.
This boss to boss to boss as a raid feels way more stack heavy.
It is so rare to have 3 of a single specialization in on a raid. It is unprecedented to have 4. Like, having 4 of a single specialization in is like a Gahoon Warlock situation where you needed a bunch of gates. Obviously, I think that N'Zoth, the mage, was more overpowered that tier, but you're going to play more mages probably on Gallywix if they slot the 4th one in, which is crazy because Fire Mage and Nyalotha was the most insane spec I've ever seen.
It was. I mean, hey, 11.1.5, corruption's back, right? Tettle, exactly.
Oh dear God.
Visions are back. They're coming back. Who knows? You know. But yeah, like we were talking about, Augmentation Evoker this tier not being played in really any raid setting. They were nerfed into oblivion like a week before the patch went live. So it has opened up the option to play multiple classes that you want to stack. I mean, Windwalker's been very good this tier. They're just exceptionally strong in single target. They're even topping on cleave fights, like Cauldron of Carnage, for example. They are just incredibly strong. If you factor in some things like Mugsy, for example, classes either port out of the actual cages with Transcend or Circle, you can sort of customize your comp. It feels like how it used to, right? Which I like. But at the same time, like, raid buffs are there for a reason, and I mean, we don't want to have an Unat where you have 11 Warlocks in again, right? That's a bit excessive. So
it's crazy that you said that.
Why? Why is that, huh?
Mr. Warlock got John Warlock at the end of the couch over there.
See, it's funny because my most recent WoW playing has all been classic hardcore.
Oh my God.
And so like we're raiding MC and stuff like that, which is the ultimate of class stacking. It's just one of each like raid buff basically, and then as many warriors as you can fit. You will go with 35 warriors and 5 of anything else if you can.
As it turns out, we're all sweaty min-maxers. Huh.
Okay, so here's a question, kind of coming out of nowhere, but our best being 30-ish 5%, obviously we don't know what the enrage looks like or anything like that in this fight. But let's just assume a 10-minute timer, and I'm going to kind of put you guys on the spot here. But like, does that damage check feel possible? Like a 10-minute fight, 35%, so they wiped 7.5?
They wiped 7.5 minutes in?
That's what we're saying, right? 7.5-ish?
It was around 7:30, I think, for that 35% pull.
Like, are they even on target there? I mean, obviously, that's not a perfect pull. That, you know, all kinds of stuff, you know, and they've not optimized damage, but...
So that's 7.5 minutes. They had just phased into what I would describe as a second intermission. I don't know if it's necessarily gonna be classified as an intermission, but we can just for the point of this argument.
Right.
They went into a second intermission and it summoned like 20 ads. There were just a bunch of ads that were on the platform. They're like specialists, and they're gonna have to kill those off. I don't really know what that's gonna look like. I think that assuming that it would be a 10-minute fight, I think that they should be on pace for that. But what is really the last phase of this fight going to look like? You know, the boss was doing this weird RP voice line. I think that there's going to be like a last stand in that final quadrant, that final pizza slice, where you're going to have to be able to take the boss from like 35 to 0. And they are lusting on pull, but they're lusting on pull whenever the boss is shielded, and that's not like... It is effective damage, but we don't know what is actually to come. Are we going to have to move that lust? You know, it's 35%, but it could be a long 35% boss HP. We saw them get Mugsy in the phase 2 after like 20 to 25 pulls. It may be a similar situation where the 35 to 0 is way harder than the 100 to 35.
Yeah, that initial shield, as you say, like it's necessary damage because the fight's over if you don't get through it.
Yeah, they're lusting it, but do they have to clear?
I think that'll be the question, is like as we, you know, come out of maybe our shift and into dinner, is if we start to hear rumblings of like, all right, we're starting to beat that shield check by X amount.
Right.
So let's now pull the lust off and try and shift it to now prog lusting, right? Because that's usually how we see lust used in a lot of fights until they find the final placement. Is just, okay, we're at our prog point, lust, push, 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 push. Get more data.
Yeah, we saw them move it around on Mugsy a lot. On pull into like 2 minutes into the fight to get through one of the harder choke points for healers. And it ended up becoming a point where they were lusting in that second phase where they needed to around 40%. Even like back to Queen Ansharek last year, they were lusting on pull when the boss went into that intermission with that massive shield. And it was like, this is just insurmountable. How are we going to overcome this? But over the course of 300 pulls, they found the damage, the familiarity thing, right? And it just comes up naturally. We saw it there, saw it on Mugsy, and we'll probably see it here if need be.
So we also saw recently that Echo were able to down Mugsy probably within the last couple of hours, and they pushed their raid night rather late, especially considering where they had been finishing. How are you feeling about Echo's chances kind of stacking up to Liquid here, Kalamazzi?
I mean, it's obvious they wanted to kill the boss earlier, right? They played an exceptionally strong tier 2. They took
until that point.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's give and take. Yeah, I agree.
Well, we also missed a boss kill, right? So, both teams had a weak point here.
Exactly. And us missing, not killing Sprocketmonger was not as impactful as missing, like, you know, a penultimate boss, right? Yeah. And we talked about that. People didn't really believe us as much, but I mean, we've had a couple really good progression days for us. Getting that Mugsy kill early on last night, having 3 to 4 hours to pull off stream was really important. At the same time, a lot of bugs on Mugsy in that final phase. They said they would have killed it hours beforehand if the bugs weren't present, but they were. As far as Echo's chances, you never count them out, though. Like, this boss, there's a lot of things you can take from what Liquid's doing here if you're Echo, and if the roles are reversed, be the same way. But, yeah.
I think that goes back to your point about, again, and we understand everybody at home, and we're saying all this in air quotes every time we say it, but if this feels like an easy boss, it's exactly the kind of boss that Echo can watch and learn more from than having to do and learn.
Scott's carrying a bomb right now. I saw that he had one of the...
Not anymore.
I saw
I guess he's the only one who's still alive.
he had one of the Giga Juice bombs, which he actually hasn't been carrying that up until this point. So they, like Kalamazoo mentioned earlier, right as we came onto this, they have been changing up who's been carrying and what order they've been carrying.
Right.
But how is Scott supposed to deposit the bomb off the ledge?
That's a great question.
Well, there's talk of Warrior Leap and
then being gripped,
and then being gripped back. The question is, we don't know path found or not, right? Like path not found would be expectation.
He is Drakthir. So he could glide across and get gripped back, but it's going to require the priest.
The grip.
The priest is going to have to come help him out.
I mean, that's honestly pretty smart. If you put there's 5 bombs, we believe, correct? So we've seen so far.
Yes.
The fight. So you put 3 on your mages. They have cauterized, cheat death basically.
Yep.
And you have your tank. Maybe both tanks carry one. I mean, if they die, it's probably over as well.
That's a good point. Shakib and Boomy were carrying them previously.
Right, they were. But if they're trying to shift...
But Boomy was also, like, literally on just keep the bomb safe duty. Like...
Fair.
As far as I'm aware, he wasn't really putting damage into the boss.
Yeah, he was.
And at some point, you have to unleash him, right? Like if they're going to answer the questions that we've been asking around things like timing and rage, damage checks, all that kind of stuff. At some point, you have to give permission to the players to just like
for sure.
And we can, so we can assume that they're going to try and move those bomb responsibilities around to whoever is doing, in that moment. Or has the least responsibility for damage. And obviously their most survivable classes.
I mean, we have seen tanks. I mean, this was a conversation that they were having on stream. We have actually seen a decent amount of tank deaths on this fight. There's like bigger batter bombs, and there's like
the duds. There's 4.
There's these 4 duds were actually taking their tanks out a lot last night. And so it might be a strategy where they were kind of discussing, oh, okay, in the future, our tanks might be holding this with the clamp, but for progression purposes, it might end up costing us a lot more prog time. Yeah. And so that's kind of some give and take that you're going to have to factor in, is like what's going to help us see further, but also are we going to need to change like who's carrying these bombs whenever we're really starting to get into these kill attempts. And I think that it might just be a strategy where the people that we saw holding those bombs for a while are maybe just temporary holders.
Right, yeah. Oh, God, oof. I can't even imagine having to be the decision maker when it comes to things like that.
This fight is epic, by the way.
It is such an epic fight. But, like, being in the position to have to decide, when we're going to, like, strategically, how we're going to approach things. Like, yeah, okay, you 4 are going to be bomb holders for the first 50 pulls. But just because you 4 are the most survivable, and then after 50 pulls, okay, actually the 4 real bomb holders are going to now take over. Like, when do you make that decision, and how much of a sunk cost fallacy do you have, right? For like, well, this guy's already put in 50 pulls with the bomb, maybe we should just let him do it now.
I mean, it's hard to say. We often overheal fights early on to see later on into a fight, see timestamps, and you slowly pull off healers or pull off damage cooldowns, like an Antrek, also another great example reference there, to try and get further into that fight. I mean, Mugsy, great example. They held their 4-minute CDs to 5:15 in that fight, so they can get 2 sets in the final phase. That's what killed the boss. That didn't happen until like pull 140, I think. And when it finally kicked in, the boss started melting.
Yeah, I mean, you and I were literally like 1 block before the boss had been killed. We were speculating, does this boss need health? Is this damage check even doable? And then once they were able to finally move all of their offensive CDs to that point where they were lusting and getting a second set of the 2s in that last phase, then everything started to click. And there's a lot of strategy deviations, and especially in a boss where you have no reference of what's yet to come, you're going to have to... You're basically working with like a blind prog strat. This is kind of similar to what you'll see whenever guilds are like PTR testing bosses, just trying to get further. Right. And they'll be like just talking through a bunch of ideas. There's a lot fewer volume of pulls that you're going to do, and it's a lot more talking.
Yeah. Okay, so is this the gray bar, that's the cast timer there?
Yeah, that's just big cast, yeah.
They've beaten that check by so much now. Did you see that?
We still got lust for 7 seconds too.
And that's what I'm wondering, if we're approaching that point where we don't need the lust for that initial phase.
It's a good question. Last night they were trying something a little bit jank where they had their entire ranged group. So basically you can't cross those tether beams, otherwise you end up doing damage to your entire raid. They had all their range standing out of range of that spinning those spinning lasers.
Yeah.
And the melee were only allowed one full rotation, and they were going to try to beat that, and then they were like, "That's stupid. We're done trying." we were never beating that. Actually, they did it one pull, and they were like, "No, never again."
So this is okay. So that's this overlap. We've got the 4 bombs, but then we also have the 2 soaks happening at the same time.
So it's the canisters, which are the bomb soaks,
the smaller ones, yeah.
Exactly, and then it's the scatter blast canisters, which are the big circles.
The 2 big circles.
Yeah. So it's double heal absorb at the exact same time.
Jesus.
So it's the P3 heal absorb from heroic and the P2 heal absorb at the same time.
Oh my god.
And then right after that, you're into this next platform with these wrenchmongers, which aren't that big of a deal, but you have this ad spawning in Technician and another overlap of these as well. Like, there's just no downtime in Phase 1.
The Giga Juice Technician and the Giga Bomb, the Giga Juice Bomb, those are, I think, by far the most important mechanics on this fight. And figuring out how to manage them on a pull-to-pull basis, I think, is going to be the thing that increases the consistency and allows you to continue to see real progression pull over pull.
Something else I had said off camera before we hopped on, but I want to make sure I say it on air as well, as I am such a huge fan of the direction that Blizzard is moving in terms of visual clarity.
Oh my god, yes.
This tier's so good.
On spells and things. Like, oh my god, it is amazing. Like, obviously there's still so much going on. But yeah, look at like these circles as opposed to the old swirlies. Oh, thank goodness.
Yeah, and they actually went back and updated older effects too. They're like retroactive now.
Heck yeah, okay.
It's so good. It might not be maybe as like aesthetically immersive in some instances, but it's so much better for gameplay.
The only thing that I even have a criticism about in terms of the visuals is, you'll see it in Phase 2 here, there's some frontal visuals, particularly the one that's like attached to the heal absorb where it's kind of the P1 heal absorb soak from heroic and normal. I don't like that visual. I think that visual could improve with better visual clarity, but just in general, I think that everything having very defined outlines is a huge plus for just being able to tell what's going on.
Watching a healer POV, it is like nothing scarier in Mythic Prog than watching a healer raid frames.
Dude, it's so funny. Dryny didn't think he was going to raid much this tier at all, and he was like, well, the only situation where I would get in is if we ran, hypothetically, either 3 Windwalkers or 3 Mistweavers. And he's been in for like half the bosses. That's crazy. Huh.
Yeah, 5 monks in the raid at the moment.
Yep.
I mean, it's not even just that Mistweaver is like really strong for HPS. It's just super strong damage too from a healer also. Like, you're making up with like a handful of Mistweavers in your raid, 2/3 of another DPS also.
They're doing like 650,000 DPS. Yeah, like Dryny you can see on screen right here. Yeah, he's at 675,000 DPS.
Not bad.
If you have a couple of those, like Kalamazoo said, that's another DPS on your roster. That is a huge gain, especially whenever you're in these bleeding edge guilds that are trying to kill the bosses world first. Every single point of damage matters a ton.
Got a quick look in a Big Poppy there.
Yeah, he was dumping the one that didn't have the platform up. Actually, he jumped over there and just vengeful back.
Yep.
So they are going in order of Fired Up, KSB, Dranako, and yeah, I think it's the order we saw initially. So Fired Up grabbed the bomb late earlier, but I think he's back to being the first carrier here as well, Tedals.
Yeah. Ooh, Boomy goes down, and it looks like somebody who was carrying either had the lamp, ended up dying off and ended up wiping the entire raid. And that's why this level, like you kind of called it out, pass-fail mechanics. Any time you make a minor mistake, it ends up wiping your entire raid, and that makes progression really hard. It's kind of similar to what we saw on like a fight like Halandris. Now, there are far fewer bombs, and so that makes it easier. But but that's, that immediate full raid wipe instance, it just really makes it difficult to be consistent.
Tremendously difficult.
I'm just surprised at the actual HPS checks in this fight, too. Like, I mean, there's no leeway between those, like, canisters spawning in and that double raid soak between the actual, like, platforms dropping. The moment they drop and you finish the ads, like, there's a, what do you call it, a penta soak? And then right afterwards, like, it literally happens half a minute later again and again. Yeah. Like,
It's, healers are really strong right now in the game, just their ability to be able to yo-yo health bars. It's kind of been like this for a hot minute, but even now, more so than ever, I feel like the healer power is just crazy high. And I mean, we saw it on Mugsy. They were 5 healing, and the amount of damage that the raid was taking at any given point was absolutely absurd. Like that, I don't know if I've ever seen a fight where players' health would drop to like 10% HP and then global over global be topped and then immediately drop back down to 10%.
I think the skill level of the top players, it makes designing fights for healers really difficult.
I would agree. Yeah.
I can't, because again, like I'll be honest, I don't love the current pattern of like raid healing. but I don't know how you solve it when you've got players who are as good as they are and who will approach fights, again, strategically the way that they will, where they're designating cooldowns. They're even designating personals where they don't have globals, right? So it's like, okay, everybody will Healthstone here. Everybody will Health Pod here. Everyone will personal here, whatever it is. And when you get to that point, at a certain point, you kind of are forced to do pass-fail.
Exactly.
Because, like, we're never going to rot a raid, world first raid guild down. Or at least it's very difficult to rot them down. And so, like, I don't know, man. And I say this, like, as a healer. Like, I'm a healer main, a long-time healer main. But, like, I much prefer dealing with more rot damage, but that's coming from somebody who's like a mid-tier, raider.
The problem is, like, what if you aren't Nick, right? Like, what if you aren't Drani? What if you aren't these, like, Race to World first level healers, and then you're presented with this big challenge? And for DPS, it makes sense. The damage check just is the damage check, and you can outgear it. Healing, a lot of healing isn't necessarily a check based around their gear or their HPS output. It's based around the decision making, and honestly also pre-assigning like raid-wide CDs and stuff like that. It's a lot of stuff that doesn't have to do with their gearing, but more so like who they are as players.
Yep. Yeah, no, so again, it's not a problem I can suggest a solve for. I can just complain about.
I don't think there is a great solution for it.
A lot of people have suggested maybe slowing down damage a little bit, but also making heals a little bit less powerful at the same point. That way each individual global has a bit more impact.
Yeah.
And it's not like, oh, I have to spam 3 raid CDs at the same time at something to fix it.
I feel like they had pulled back a bit on that in Leaderboard. I could be wrong there. I thought I remember Jack talking about it a bit in a video somewhere. But yeah, this raid tier, I would be surprised if there's not a bit of a shuffling as far as healing, tuning, and even DPS is concerned once it's over. It reminds me of Prez Evokers in Palace, how they were exceptionally strong, like in Prague, and they were like, all right, we're gonna retool this a little bit and buff others to compensate. You can relearn this a little bit. And
defensives are just too good. Also, like every class having like 3 and 4 defensives, I think is.
I was gonna say now you get into just the discussion of homogeny. Right?
Yeah,
like, okay,
exactly.
Every class can do everything except for I guess carry bombs, which mages are specifically very good at. No, but it is. It's like it's such. Because again, like I don't know what the solve is for. To your point about like, the post race to world first approach, like that's where I guess again for myself as a player, like I am not opposed to these raiders raiding a different dungeon than me.
Yeah.
To a degree, right? Like obviously there's a certain point where I feel like it's too much of a gap that like it's not aspirational anymore. Like I do want to go in and be competitive and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, yeah, if some of these pass fail mechanics become things where it's like now they're dealing 80% of your health, so it's not going to kill you if you're topped off, but it'll kill you if you're anything less than topped off. Like okay, now we're back within the realm of okay, a mid-tier guild, a cutting-edge guild, like a end of the tier cutting-edge guild can actually manage this without having somebody come in and completely, design a plan for them.
I think most people tend to agree with you. Their only criticism is Blizzard doesn't nerf the fights fast enough, and they're just like fighting an untenable boss.
Yeah. Well, by the same token, I was in the boat where I think they. Ever since they've introduced with Narrowbar the stacking.
The separate strands buff,
the strands buff, and now it's the rewards program. I kind of want them to utilize that more to nerf bosses.
I love that too.
Than to actually pull levers on the bosses. So in a sense, I'm refuting my own argument that I just made around like I'm fine fighting a boss that doesn't look the exact same as a Race to World first boss, and that still holds true. At the end of the day, I'd be okay if they gave me 15% damage and healing to get through this boss, and it still feels like I'm fighting the same boss that Liquid did.
Can we swap to the Shaki Big Poppy POV here? I think it's actually super cool watching him carry this bomb. So what you see on screen right here is he's carrying the Giga Juice bomb. He's going to be picking up the sparks, and you can see this right here. There is no... Where is he supposed to stand? Oh, okay, we're just demon huntering this off the edge, and... Then he gets clipped by a frontal, and he had the clamp on him.
Yep.
And we talked about these clamps before, where if a player dies after having carried the bomb, they're just immediately going to wipe their entire raid. And so while the Demon Hunter has to be able to pick it up, I think that's like a boss positioning thing. Like if the boss is in like a slightly different spot, then that makes it different. At the same point, I think they're actually trying to drop off that Giga Juiced bomb onto a different overcharged coil than they have been in the past, and they're just kind of toying around with their movement a little bit. And that's part of this progression experience, especially whenever you don't have a good plan for what you're going to do with the fight coming into this boss. There's a lot of raid plans, there's a lot of preparation, and then they're going to spend like 5 minutes talking about, oh, where should we have the fight at? 3 minutes and 52 seconds. Where should we have the boss at 3 minutes and 45 seconds?
Right.
Do we need to move it a little bit further?
I mean, they have plans in place for PTR testing, right? They have everything, I would assume, at this point.
They do.
Yeah. I mean, everything is planned out and coordinated before the PTR boss is even pulled. Months ago, in Heroic and Mythic, they come in with a strategy, a plan, and just execute as much as they can. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they had Mugsy into Phase 2 on PTR.
They killed Mugsy. They kind of talked about this. They did 2 completely unique strategies on Mugsy during Mythic Progression, and the strategy that they used to kill the boss was their PTR strat that they came into the tier with.
Yeah.
They actually tried a different strategy where they started on a different side, and they were like, you know what, this strat sucks? Our PTR strat was better, and then they went back to it.
Yeah, even when it came to Silken Core, I know they were in normal testing their Mythic plan of the rotations and such in normal for like a whole day before the patch came out.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah, they knew how to move when the fight was available for them to actually, when they reached it in their palace, so it wasn't like it was learning from just, like stage 1. They knew how to do it, but
Insta-death. Sorry.
Dude, the first...
that was literally the first global of the fight.
You know what's so funny? The first pull that they did on this boss, Yips tags the boss with Judge, immediately gets stomped by the boss. Just like, I just remember watching, I was just like, oh, okay.
That's good.
Yips, I guess.
Well, they'll res him. They have a res available here. He is one of their bomb carriers, too. I believe he's number 3, but we have 1 res available. And for the most part, I mean, if he dies again, this is going to be game over.
Okay, but for the record, they just did the entire intermission without a mage.
Yeah.
Being lusted. So just in terms of like trying to track where their damage is at, they did that whole thing without Dranako, and mages are usually in that top 5 to 6 through the first initial part of the
But there's also the question, is this an 11-minute boss? Are we going to get our Bloodlust back up?
Right.
Very true.
We haven't seen a 2-lust fight in a hot minute. It's not that they're that uncommon, but you have to start looking, is there going to be potential for a second lust? End bosses, they don't always have a second lust available, but sometimes they do.
There's just so much going on, man. And then just like that. Again, I know it's a conversation that's been had as well, but like, how do you diagnose the deaths when deaths happen like this, right? I don't think this is a poll they're learning anything from because they've progged way past this
pull
point.
the boss again, yeah.
Just pull the boss again, but like, this is that kind of fight when it comes down to pass-fail type things, where you have to go into that replay, or somebody has to just be willing to be like, I'm pretty sure I got hit.
I'm an idiot.
It was me. It was I inted, and I know what I did. Let's move. Or, hey, we need to stop down. Everybody look at the replay and talk about how we ended up in this spot.
And exactly what you're pointing out is why progression for World of Warcraft bosses isn't always linear. Now, sometimes you're going to have this linear progression where every single pull you're going to get a new best, you're going to get a new best. But more often than not, you take chunks off the boss for your new best pull, and then there's going to be some level of like, oh, we just got kind of lucky there, and then we're going to have to make sure that we have something that's more consistent, and you're going to have to reprog, for lack of a better term, a little bit to make sure that the positioning of the boss is as best as it could be. Oh, we have to actually do a different overcharged coil dunk here, so now we're going to have to be doing the boss a slightly different way. And there's, like you're kind of mentioning, people who are also going to have to own up to their own individual mistakes, because sometimes it's just like, all right, you know what, we're just going to pull the boss again. There's nothing to even talk about.
Yeah, exactly.
You saw a lot of Mugsy towards the end, too, right, in that final phase. Like, there were some things to review, possibly, when they were hitting the last 10% on Mugsy, but at a certain point, it's like, all right, I missed the cage, the Goon and Rage, go again.
Soak the bomb. I missed the bomb soak. I'm an idiot.
Right, it bugged. Go again.
The boss meleeed me. Like, what do we even do about that?
Right, you don't. I mean, you have a res for Wolf Disco, he was bugged. Half the actual phase 2 pulls there, you go again. Nothing to discuss, right? But yeah, a lot of these fights, there have been like these 5-minute breaks they've taken to break things down, I would assume, in a Discord call, or just like a Discord, check us out, here's the replay. If you're in that spot later on, it's a rare overlap, but you know how to handle it when you get there because of how this person died. And it's not like you're calling somebody out, it's like, hey, learn from this so we don't make that mistake again and save pulls, right?
Now, there's probably a cool discussion, longer discussion to be had elsewhere around like the importance of ego.
Oh yeah, sure.
Like, I love this conversation when it comes to anything competitive, sports, esports, just gaming at a high level, right? That I think ego can be both your best friend and your worst enemy, right? Like it can be the thing that pushes you harder because you have this belief that you're good, but you want to live up to that ego. It can also get in the way of your own progression. But similarly, I think for all these guys, they've got to have a healthy ego in wanting to be the first to do it, but you also have to have that ability to step back and say, all right, I might think I'm the best in the world, but here I screwed up. And I got to own up to it.
You have to have the ego to be like, I am the greatest, I'm joining this guild and proving that I'm the greatest, but then also recognize that you're one of 19 people in a raid and know that you're not 1v19ing the boss.
Exactly.
Like, it's not happening.
Exactly.
Exactly. Always be willing to learn, right? Like there's some plenty of things I've learned, even when it comes to like Warlock stuff, making random videos or guides or certain talent interactions that, dude, I haven't even caught before. Somebody brings it up in chat, hey, I was doing this and this proc this way. Oh, that's sick. I didn't even realize that, right? So, like, yeah, ego, I totally agree. 1,000%. You always need to be willing to learn.
Impressed that they're getting through this right now with a healer down. They have a battle res available, but choosing not to send it.
The heal check on this fight seems a little bit lower than some of the other fights that we've actually seen this tier. This tier has been really weird in terms of how many healers are running on each and every single boss.
3, 4, 5.
It's very rare that you see an instance with a 3 healed fight and a 5 healed fight, and it's just like very few 4 heal bosses, which is typically the Blizzard standard.
Yeah. I mean, again, as a healer, I'm partial to more healers, just so that I have more chances at a raid spot. But damn, difficult overlaps there. Once again, I mean, I think you're going to also wonder when they start asking themselves that question. Obviously, I think at 35% best pull, you're not thinking about it right now. But like, okay, if the heal checks do feel low, can we reduce the healer on this fight? If we get closer to that end rage and have an idea of where it actually falls and what the damage check is.
Absolutely.
Are we going to start running those calculations and we see a healer drop back out? I mean, I would prefer the 4. I like the 4 heal comp.
I think 4 is what Blizzard wants for basically every fight.
Yeah.
Right? I think 3 is too little and 5 is probably a bit too much.
So there's a couple classes that I think are replaceable in this fight. The Shadow Priest, I think, is probably one of the first.
Poor Shadow Priest.
One of the first things I would.
Didn't we start this tier with 3 of them, and now we're down to 1?
Well, Shadow Priest is very good. They just have the Shadow Priest debuff, as I would describe it, where they are immobile.
Right.
And so their damage is good, but they're not the best damage.
They also can't fly.
Exactly.
To deposit bombs.
They also can't fly. They're also not a mage.
Right. Wow.
Yeah, they couldn't port out of cages on Mugsy either.
Exactly.
Which is any in the fight at all.
You couldn't bring them.
Right? Yeah.
And then the other one I think is probably like the DPS warrior. You're playing protection warrior. In theory, if you think the DPS warrior sucks for whatever reason, you would be looking to probably drop that. Those are probably the 2 most replaceable specializations on this fight. If you needed another healer, it's probably one of those. In theory, if you needed another healer, I think it has to be Zevi on that Windwalker monk that's moving to Mistweaver, though. But if you're looking to get another mage in, which we know they're gearing another mage, Shadow Priest?
I think the Shadow Priest drops.
Shadow Priest is probably coming out, which is unfortunate.
100%.
Maybe we could play triple Mistweaver, triple Windwalker as well and lob our warrior.
I mean, we have seen them not play Rogue on certain fights this tier, Styx, but Atrophic is relevant on this fight, unlike Styx.
Yeah, so Atrophic Poison, okay, 3% damage reduction. That's not bad. Whenever you're playing Master Poisoner, 3.6% damage reduction, even better. However, it's only damage that is sourced from the mobs that you have targeted with Atrophic Poison, which means any environmental damage that is sourced from not the boss or whatever is not going to have the DR on it. Now, most of the stuff is sourced from the boss, but there's a couple of things aren't, like the canisters. Any of those heal absorb soaks I don't think are actually going to be sourced from the boss. I think they're going to be sourced from the canisters themselves.
Okay.
And so that's going to be a little bit more tricky to deal with. I don't think you're ever dropping a rogue on this fight.
No, I don't think so either.
But yeah, there's some spots where you could. It's kind of like Hunter buff. In theory, could you? Yeah, probably, but you're probably not going to want to.
I think the Shadow Priest makes the most sense. We talk about needing to be in motion constantly throughout this fight, right?
Yeah.
So.
Evoker, also a class we've seen drop in some fights, but Spiral, very good in this fight. I would assume.
I think that Evoker we're keeping it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? There's a bit less options when it comes to moving classes that we've seen comparatively to other fights this tier, right? It's probably is Shadow or that Warrior. And probably lean Shadow. Not biased.
No, I mean, I love Shadow Priest, but it'd be the class to get rid of, I think. Because, I mean, you also have, like, rallies probably useful in a couple places. I mean, we've seen them think about, you know, well, I'm also thinking about, rather, I should say that this way, like damage checks, right? Warriors at the end. If you want anybody pumping, it'd be a warrior.
So rally, it might be useful, but you know what's also useful?
Tell me.
Going to tl.gg/Coinbase RWF. If you go to tl.gg/Coinbase RWF, you can get $20 for free. And in addition to that, there are going to be some giveaways that you're going to be able to get on tl.gg/Coinbase RWF. We're giving away jersey at the conclusion of every kill of a boss. So Gallywix is still on the table for that, potentially. And there's also a grand prize where somebody, I know that you come out here every single tier, but somebody is going to get flown out to the Alienware training facility in sunny Santa Monica, California. In RaiderIO. But basically what you got to do is tl.gg/Coinbase RWF, use code TEAMLIQUID20 whenever you sign up, and you will be entered to potentially win.
Yo, I feel like I'm the person who's best suited to tell you what kind of experience that you'll have. Since I literally every race I come through for like 1 to 2 days, which would be probably what this experience is very much like, and I cannot recommend it enough. So if you've not signed up in this very easy and simple way that Tettle's just explained, you should do yourself a favor and go sign up, because hanging out at the Alienware training facility, getting to see all the dogs, meet all the raiders, watch the progression, hang out with these amazing people, it's hard to beat. So I don't know what you're doing if you're still hanging out on this tab and haven't jumped over to go sign up real quick.
All right. So it looks like the Raiders are on a bit of a 5-minute break. So we got some Mogs and some dogs.
Mogs and dogs.
It's a cat tunnel.
Well,
and cogs.
Mogs and dogs and yeah.
It's cow. Big C.
Well, that's a reindeer or a moose.
Oh, there's actually the
wait.
Yeah, it's got antlers.
They're an Ouroboros in the background.
Yeah.
Ooh. What are we doing in Ouroboros?
Yeah, we got to get out of there.
Yeah. Oof. Who got stuck in Ouroboros?
Shadowland's a rough time, I think.
By a cow. Oh, cow's
almost
a
like
sweetheart.
me, cow.
By Nez.
Cow.
Yeah, cow.
Oh my god.
I like the antlers. Very nice.
Very, very cute. Very,
Thanks so
very
much
cute. Oh my.
Oh my god, another cat.
You know what? That's a cat I could game with.
Yeah.
One that's asleep, not on top of my keyboard. You know?
This is where my cat loves to sleep as well, right in front of my keyboard, right underneath my monitor. It's the optimal position for me to then pet them as well.
Oh, they're getting attention but not being too much in the way.
Also,
that works.
It's a trade
Jack's
agreement.
head just resting on the spiral post-it note. That's so cute.
That's awesome.
I love that.
I want a pet.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, it's a dog.
Oh my gosh, we got the Team Liquid chair as well from Secret
the
Lab.
jacket, the Secret Lab's chair, we got it all.
That's sick, yeah.
And then Nymeria is just lounging.
This is how I sit in my chair too, actually. Yeah. I don't know about you guys.
That's impressive for a dog to be
sleeping
in a chair like that.
Oh my gosh, that's how you sit in your chair?
Yeah, I'm back there with you.
You got to work on your posture a bit, bud.
Sitting on it on all fours.
Yeah, on all fours. Yeah, just like sticks. There we go.
Dude, that was by far one of the most ridiculous bits that people. Dude, so many people got baited by it. I saw posts on Reddit being like, "Oh my God, Scott actually went Worgen. The Dark Flight ratio's OP."
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's so good.
All right, now we got some Mogs here.
Urka.
We got Urka from the Guild Dauntless. I think that's the Mutant Death Guild, isn't it, Kalamazoo?
What does that mean?
I don't know.
I have no idea what that means.
No, I'm being serious. They get cutting edge every single tier.
Oh,
okay.
The Raiders are mute or deaf, I believe.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh,
I
no
didn't
way.
know actually.
Yeah. They get
super
they get cutting edge every single tier.
I had no idea.
All right, what do we make of this Mog though?
I like the honey.
Oh, you
stick.
do? I was gonna say I loved every bit of it until I realized that they had a honey stirrer as their weapon.
Does the honeycomb shield do it for you though?
Well, I guess that helps bring it into. Is that honeycomb?
I don't know, but
that still reads dragon scales to me on the shield more so than like honeycomb. I actually really like the off-color wolf head though. Like where it's still kind of in the same realm, but has that green flare.
Right, it holds it together. It's like a shaman set. I like that.
Yeah.
So would you describe this as literal drip?
Dude, honestly,
it's like congealed, but like.
I'm so upset. I just zoomed back in. I loved everything about this Mog until I saw that.
I'm getting. Dude, I'm hate watching this Mog. I'm giving this like a 4.5.
I think it's still above a 5, but it's just like this was like in the 8s for me, and then I think the The honey stir thing brought me down to like a 6.2.
You think you're standing at Dortugal and half the mog? You think that you like 7 mogs are gonna be worse than this?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh
yes, I think you don't. Yeah, don't underestimate the.
Have you seen my transmog?
I was gonna first of all, as a player who doesn't mog really, and so therefore knows all of my characters will look horrible next to this one.
You know, that's fair. All right. Thank you so much, Urka, for submitting this one.
I liked it.
Ooh.
Rusteezy?
A Sunfury Fire Mage.
The Fire Mage.
Oh,
Mythic Key Breakers. What a guild name.
We got a Molotov cocktail.
Please do not break my keys. This
Oh,
is
is
kind of
it?
dope though, actually.
I like this, yeah.
Yeah, I like this a lot. I kind of like the idea that it's like it feels very alchemist, right?
Okay.
Like with all the backpack of like potions and things, a Molotov
It's very
cocktail,
simple. It's very bottle. Simple.
and then a shanker. What are we doing? Are we shanking people with that?
We're breaking the keys.
Yeah.
I like this.
It's a wine bottle mage. Yeah, I like this a lot actually. I'm probably going like 8.5. 8.5
What's your minimum that you would give somebody?
My 1.
Okay.
Yeah, 1 to 10.
Okay.
We're on a 1 to 10 scale.
What would you give this Kalamazoo?
I think it's a 9.3. I like it.
9.3.
Oh,
yeah.
I guess 6.5.
6.5.
Can we see the
What the heck
dogs
is
out
your
here?
scale?
We have seen some heat mogs.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we got some heat mogs.
Are the dogs out here or no?
Are the dogs out?
Your Honor.
I don't think the dogs.
And if
are
so, who let them out?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the dog. The dogs are
they put them away. They put them away.
Sealed dog.
9.3. 9.3.
9.3.
Yep. Had to verify.
Okay.
We're good.
Is that more or less that the dogs are out?
It's less. Yeah, it's less.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Ja Roulette.
Ooh, Armageddon, dude. Armageddon with some really cool illusion.
I'm telling you, these people like to submit fire mogs.
Okay, this is pretty badass. I think the only thing, and this isn't even really a qualm with.
Wait, where'd it go? Oh, reloading.
Wait. Oh, totally different.
Wait,
but also,
it's a different person.
Badass.
It's a completely different person, isn't it?
Yeah, no, different person. Both of them were badass. We have a pull timer, so we're going to go and check in with the Raiders, but we can come back to those to give them official rating.
Both were sick, I'll be honest.
They were very cool. I like that, the blue theme for sure.
And the blue fire is always a positive in my book.
Okay, so we have some subset of people standing at max range on pole.
So I think they stand there on pole to like cast Chaos Bolt or.
Gotcha, and then they move in.
Yeah, then they have to move in because if you end up using this lightning tether and it crosses another player, it does a lot of damage to them. I don't think it immediately one-shots them, but it does a substantial amount of damage to them to the point where you're not going to be able to just like stand out there the entire time and just plant and cast.
Okay, so everybody has to merry-go-round.
Okay. Now, yeah, as far as the frontal is concerned here, this is this large blue frontal from the boss, which drops those 6 electric orbs here. And we were seeing it like shot across the arena before, but doing a much better job of baiting it against the wall and having all those orbs just stacked up right there, making it easier to like just grab them and dump right into the actual like quadrant right behind that frontal they baited as well.
So do they all have to be dumped? Like we saw the one POV of Shaq doing it, but he only had to pick up 1 to charge his bomb, right?
I believe you need 3 to charge the bomb fully. I think the other 3 are just sort of there. It's like whatever. I don't think
they despawn eventually.
Do they? Okay.
Well, yeah.
There we go. Yeah. So half of them basically, but a little bit for leeway if we lose some of them at some point.
Okay, to the first platform here. There's the ads, the 3 ads that we talked about spawn. So they get pulled over the boss, cleave down.
Yes, double wrench mongers don't really do a whole lot. It seems like on heroic or even a whole lot here. They sort of die to the meat grinder.
They enrage themselves and then they start mailing your tank a little bit harder. Even on heroic though, you didn't even necessarily need to soothe the enrage off. You could just kind of leave it on them. Obviously, it's going to reduce the amount of damage that the tanks are taking, and the tanks actually are taking a lot more damage on this fight than they do on typical bosses. But even still, those wrenchmongers, yeah, not doing a ton.
Yeah, that one big ad, though, that Giga Juice Technician is the one that drops that bomb, which is initially grabbed by Fired Up. I believe, yeah, Fired Up, and the Draco actually grabbed it here second. I thought it was third, but either way, the 3 mages getting it first. Like, those are the ones you want to have those bombs being carried. Cheat deaths, immunities, they are the tankiest classes easily to handle those 3 bombs.
I think in addition to them being the tankiest classes, I think that the ability to have blink and be able to blink over a lot of the wire transfer, what's it actually called on this? Haywire Workshop beams during like the intermission phases, I think that that's a huge deal, because if you end up contacting any of those, you're probably going to die and end up wiping the raid. So having the ability to be able to blink around and just have better mobility, I think is like one of the largest reasons why Mage is also so fantastic on this boss.
And by haywire beams, you mean the grooves in the floor that are empowered, basically, that rotate around?
Exactly. The Haywire Workshop, so like every single time they go into the intermission, the boss will be casting the Mayhem Rockets, which are like these big orange circles. We'll point them out whenever they go into the intermission. And the Haywire Workshop is the cast that's attached to filling up those grooves, and it does kind of move around a little bit, but you don't really want to take the long way. Like, you really want to be, ideally you would just blink over it. And it's kind of one of the reasons that we think that the Shadow Priest, you know, they don't have mobility,
doesn't need to be here.
Exactly, doesn't need to be here.
I think the Mayhem Rockets alternate in the pattern they are as well. I'm not sure. We need to see it here.
Okay.
I think they start on the outside, like an out-in pattern. I think there's 4 sets of them.
There are 4 casts of the Mayhem Rockets, but I don't know exactly what the pattern is for how they fill up the room.
Okay. We can take a look when we get back to that, which shouldn't be that much longer here, as long as we are able to not lose one of our 3 mages or Shaq to a one-shot here. Keep in mind, if you do indeed carry that bomb in the first part, well, any part of this fight, there's more we haven't even seen at some point, and you die, the entire raid dies. There are 5 players in this raid that cannot die, or it spells disaster for the entire 20 as well.
Yeah, Shakib, he looks like he's actually going to pick up some of those sparks and actually deposit off his Giga Juice bomb, and he's going to be trying to make it back to the raid. Last time, whenever we were in this position, he ended up getting, I believe, hit by like a boss frontal. Now, the canisters are coming out, and I think we're going to be phasing into the first intermission here momentarily. Yep, Gallywix is getting in his suit, flying to the middle of the room. He's going to be doing a spinning lightning cutter beam, and we got a lot of ads that are summoned here. These need to be taken out, but you also see the Mayhem Rockets at the exact same time. The boss is doing the Haywire Workshop cast that's in the grooves there, so moving in between these zones is actually very difficult for the
And the cutter here as well, too, right? That rotating cutter from phase 1 is back in this intermission. The boss is turning. Only 3 prongs, not 5 or 4, I believe, you see in phase 1, but already back out of it. And we are getting into a later part of this fight. Boss being 57% entering stage 2 here.
So in the past, I think that Boomy was actually carrying the other Giga Juice bomb on the set from the ads that Shaq is carrying it on, but it looks like Scott Roar has picked that back up again. So we were kind of...
So that is intentional.
Yeah,
him do it.
It is intentional. I'm kind of interested in seeing what he's going to do with it later. How is he going to be getting back on the platform? We do know that he is Drakthir, so in theory he could glide over and then get life gripped back. I don't know what else is going to go on with him, but how are we supposed to dunk this bomb without a platform on a warrior? I'm not even 100% sure.
Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but again, like personally, I kind of love when racials can come into play like that. Like again, I don't want an entire tier to be decided by needing to be a specific race.
Sure.
But I do love when those kinds of things can be found.
This is 100% not like the most impactful racial ever, having to glide over.
No, it's not.
Because you could have used your Windwalker Monk, right? Like Boomy was carrying this bomb forever, but now you see on screen right here, he doesn't have it. Scott's got it next to him.
Right, but hey, if I can keep one of my top DPS on the boss for the time it would take for the tank to go run and deposit this thing, right, as opposed to sending him out there to do that.
Boomy was looking way too ethical whenever he was running around.
Yeah.
Look at this tank positioning. I actually really like this. So the boss is tanked right on top of that Haywire Workshop on this groove. That way there's a lot more room for melee DPS to continue to DPS the boss. Of course, they would like to be able to DPS from behind. That way you don't get parried. But now there's 2 basic full sections of the room that the melee DPS are able to hit the boss in.
Yeah, and it's that frontal you talked about earlier, too, being Telewrath in a pretty odd manner. That Heroic is back in this phase on Mythic as well.
Okay, Dryny went down, but does get popped back up with our remaining battle res.
When does Scott
more reses to go? We are approaching our best pull
I don't know. He's holding it forever. Like, when did we dunk this bomb?
When did we dunk this bomb? Like, how long are we holding this
Third suppression cast coming in here as well with this actual rocket overlap. There's not really many places to go at this point, yeah.
Wolf Disco drops low, but everybody's still alive here. I mean, this might be this is a new best pull.
This is a new progression here.
Okay, is there anything that forces us to drop the bomb?
So
what forces it?
It's a good question. So you have to actually throw it into the overcharged coil to make sure that you don't end up getting the lightning zone in. So basically, there's going to be 1 pizza slice that's going to be popping up here in just a couple seconds. It's a time-based progression phase. You see the energy bar
here.
You see the energy bar at the bottom of the screen. Whenever that fills
now
up,
he's running to go drop it now.
Yeah. Okay. So Gally's gonna go into the middle here in a couple seconds, and like you're saying, Scott's going to drop the Giga Juice. Oh my God! Somebody died with the bomb. I needed to see that. Why did you die? Yips is still alive. Maybe we're going to be able to see into the intermission a little bit longer, but Yips actually falls.
Right.
Oh my God.
I mean, huge. Still big prog.
Proggers.
It's still big prog, but yeah, if we could have gotten just through that to get more information. I actually see that next phase.
Sub 30% and 80 pulls. I would not think was a thing in this fight. Wow.
And hold on. Okay, so take a look at the encounter timer too. We were a little off.
7:07.
Yeah, 7:07,
Right.
and they're further into it than we thought before.
Yeah, I mean that. It's hard to say, but that could mean there's another hidden phase we don't know about yet at this point.
All right, we got a replay here. Let's see exactly what happened whenever they ended up wiping. So there's a couple of people that have the bomb clamp. So fired up, Dranako, Shakib, and Shakib and KSP. If any of them die on this fight at all, basically they're going to be wiping the entire raid. So any of those players could be the result and cause this wipe. Scott also has the bomb at this current time, and if he died for whatever reason, then that could also be a problem. Maybe we can look in the top right at the mini-map to see where our warrior is. Looking at that brown color, it looks like he's still in the middle of the room.
I mean, Scott's right there on top of Big Poppy.
Yeah.
Like, you can see the bomb.
Okay, so yeah,
when the weak aura on him.
When is he going to start moving?
He heads out 15 seconds here, around 6:35 here at 6:40, give or take.
Yeah,
so
it goes so late.
He's got to do that tank frontal that comes out right about there too as well, which is really interesting. And this suppression cast, which forces you away.
So the suppression cast forces you out of melee.
I think.
You want to be around 40 yards away from the boss whenever that suppression cast is going off.
He should be heading out in about 10 seconds here, I think, give or take. Whenever Yips takes the boss back, I believe, correct? Yeah, here comes that soak. It's on Scott. Once this goes out, this is when he's going to move out here, right around 6:40, give or take.
Dude, I actually like how they're doing that frontal soak. So they were doing the frontal soak with everybody in melee for a long period of time, but now they realize that they just want players separated into halves of this room, and that's why they're actually tanking the boss on those separate sections of this Haywire transfer. And yeah, Scott's going to go deposit.
Was he clear by?
Yeah, he just left the top of your screens there, so we're not going to get eyes on him while he's going because we're watching Big Poppy over here.
It came from melee, I'm pretty sure.
Did somebody die with the clamp?
I think they died to the beam, possibly. It came from melee when that beam fired. I think. Yeah,
so there's Scott. Scott just deposited.
Oh, Scott died. Scott didn't get gripped.
Oh, he didn't get gripped back.
he
just fell to his death.
So he's actually leaping off with slow fall and glide. So he's supposed to get Priest life gripped back, but he was carrying the bomb, and like we were talking about, he has that clamp on him. But since he didn't get gripped back, then he falls to his death, causing the bomb to explode and wipes the entire raid. That's what it was.
Tub was in position there too, but he had the blaze lines. He was cut off by the electrical conduits in the edge of the room too.
Okay. I see the vision. I see it.
Yeah.
So it's actually, it's not even the Drakthir glide. It's slow fall from the Priest. But the tank carrying the bomb, that just allows you to have less opportunity for the tank to die, in theory, of course. If you
right. Should be more durable.
Yeah, hypothetically, of course.
But yeah, and again, I think DPS uptime is also relevant, right? Like if you can buy somebody 10 more seconds of boss uptime, you would, right?
Yep.
I'd rather Boomy be hitting the boss for 10 more seconds than Scott. Granted, warrior tank DPS is outrageous.
We see it. We see the vision here, I think.
Yeah,
interesting.
And now I go back to that 10-minute question, and boss sitting at 29% on an imperfect pull at 7 minutes is like, oh, this is well within range.
Oh yeah.
We're not even sure if the fight ends at 10, too.
No, it's pure
very
conjecture.
Well could, though.
Yeah.
And Blizzard said around like 10, 11 minutes is what they want for these invites, I believe, in previous interviews. So, like, that's very, very accurate what you're saying, and very well could be the case. We'll see, but, I mean, their damage is coming up regardless.
Got that Mog that we were looking at back up on screen here on the left side, Jarolek.
Yeah, this is a sick Mog. I think the only thing I detract some tiny points for, and honestly, I don't even know how much this is Jarolek's fault as much as it is like it's an interesting design, a choice by Blizzard, is the fidelity of like the flaming head.
Okay.
It feels more like cartoonish. That feels more like the genie from
Hades
Aladdin,
Hades
or like Hades. Exactly.
Sure.
That's what that gives off the vibe, and then the fidelity of all the rest of the armor is just a little bit like more edgy and you know, and cut up, which that's the only disconnect. But I think like color-wise, everything goes together very, very well. So it's still pretty up there for me, but because it doesn't all come together, I think I'm in that like low 8s.
I was thinking 7.
I think 8.2 is pretty good. I like 8.2.
8.2 or just 8 also?
8.2.
Okay.
I'll clarify from now on. Titles 8.2.
Bam.
8.2.
Bang.
And they're and they're a blood DK. We need more tanks. Also, DKs aren't getting any love this tier, so maybe we give them an extra point.
Yeah, should get a point for being a tank. That's
exactly. Yeah, points for tanks, baby.
Tank shortage. Yeah, we gotta get more people play tank.
Quicken my queues.
Yeah, exactly.
Jeez.
We need more of the.
Poor Atlas.
Now that's good though.
Just here. Yeah, it is. It's solid Mog, I'd say overall. Armageddon is not used as much nowadays as it used to be, which is that big, long sword. You get it from, I think it's like Nax 25 from Wrath. It's sick. It's very cool. Teddles doesn't know. Teddles is like,
bro, I RP as a chicken and a lizard. I got nothing to do with the Mog.
When Nax came out, Teddles, I don't know. I swear, like,
it's crazy to me.
Gosh.
All right, now we got Nesmoth.
Ooh, okay.
From the guild Serenity, probably not the EU Serenity.
So also very big on the blue, black, ice. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like this is an aesthetic I love. Anything blue, black, purple.
It's a DK Mog for sure.
Very much a DK Mog. Although again, so here, if I'm taking any points away, I think it's because it's the weapon. While from a color perspective, fits great and everything. I don't really think that doesn't strike me as a DK weapon. It's more whimsical. That's like a shaman. That's like feels more elemental to me.
Okay.
Than like than DK. I mean, it's big. It's a big axe.
True.
Don't
It's
get me
a big
wrong.
axe.
It's a big
That-
axe.
that is a large
Which is very
axe.
DK, but I think I don't know. Something about it feels a little more like elemental, ice elemental, and shamanesque.
I like this one more than the last Mog.
I like this one more than the last Mog. I would give this like an 8.5. I think. I actually like this one a lot.
I think 8.4 is what I would say. Yeah, give or take. 8.4.
Go 7.7.
Thank you
Just,
so much.
just slightly, below the last one for me.
Thank you so much, Nesmoth, for submitting this Mog.
Another another blood DK though. Actually, it's 8.7. because.
Oh, good point.
Sorry,
yeah.
8.7. 8.7.
9.5.
Taking that back. Dude, Dwarf Priest is at 10. I don't even care what the Mog looks like. Or, I mean, a Dwarf Paladin rather.
cool.
Dwarf Paladin. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So Dwarf Paladin is your thing.
That's
like,
my OG.
Me and Male Panda.
My OG character was a Dwarf Paladin named Skippy.
Oh my god, dude, I love male pandas. That is my.
There you go.
panda?
Okay.
It all makes
Fired
sense
Up
now.
always plays as a panda when he has the option, right? Doesn't he?
He's done a lot.
He's
in the
always got
past,
that butterfly wings panda Mog. I feel like. That's what he's always wearing that.
So this guy's a prop paladin too. What are you gonna do with the
11?
11.
11 out of 10, my friend. I want you in every single group I'm in. I mean, this is this is very classic paladin though.
Yeah.
I don't know well like sets and non-sets. And I know that sometimes some of the casters appear like
I don't get weird about sets.
I
deducting
like sets,
points for sets and stuff. I'm like, look, it's a set for a reason. You know, it goes together.
Listen, if you look good, you look good. That's how I feel about it too.
Now this is how I envision a paladin. You know. So like I said, 11 out of 10 for me.
Some people are
8.4.
I think jumping off the ledge, trying to see how they can get back on.
I noticed that, yeah.
You know, more often than not, you'd be like, "What are you doing? Pay attention. I'm talking." But I actually think that they're practicing.
Right.
We did see
They're
Fire
inting for science.
Earlier, actually, yeah. Fire Up fell in the lava earlier, and it's not an instant kill, but
that was weird.
He ran around about half a minute, yeah, give or take. Maybe alluding to a secret phase here.
See, that's why I keep coming back to that whole like the line about the floor,
the hole,
the line about the the hole, yeah, the hole with the arrows pointing down. I'm kind of with people that like in a way it feels baity. I don't know, but like the fact that he says whatever the line is specifically, tinker, stinker, something. And then he
on all fours.
But then he makes a comment about like not needing the floor or like that the floor will be gone. You know, so I'm like, okay, so does the floor actually fall out beneath them as opposed to
that'd be very Garrosh or a Black Hand-esque. That'd be really cool,
right? Like, because otherwise you have to imagine that fourth quadrant just gets filled with lightning as well, right? And then it's like, okay, then the fight has to end there if there isn't anything that takes us vertically up or down.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, the boss is kind of low. I wouldn't be shocked to see a last stand from 30 to 0 in that final quadrant.
I wouldn't be either. I'd be disappointed, but I wouldn't be surprised.
How does this is for how many splits I watched? I can't believe I don't know the answer to this. But in heroic, how does the fight end? Like, when you kill him, does he come out of his mech suit?
No, he does not come out of his mech suit.
No,
he
so
dies.
you just kill him.
Yes.
On the platform, and he's dead.
Yes, and there was
Does he die?
I don't know.
Because that's what I'm wondering. I'm like, to the point of like maybe he jumps down that hole.
So
you have to follow him.
There was an AVOR video. So earlier on this last reset, a guild exploited and like hacked their client and killed Gallywix. It got reverted. They released a video with them killing Mythic Gallywix. And there wasn't really anything that was learned from it. It was basically just what the starting room looked like. But one of the things that was actually learned from it is that Gallywix pops out of the suit, kind of similar to what, you know, Motherlode or Workshop goblins do.
Oh, true, yeah.
And it's kind of a question, does that mean anything? And I don't know. It's kind of interesting.
I think that would be a sick mythic phase if he says that line and he hops out of his big mech suit and down through that hole, and you have to jump and follow him as the final quadrant's getting filled, and then you do the last 25% or 20% of the fight I don't know down below in some other room.
That would be cool.
I think that would be so sick as a transition, but.
If it's thematically suiting, I don't mind the end boss being 13, 14 minutes. The last one we had that was really long was, I think, Jailer and then Sylvanas. And those, Sylvanas could have been literally 4 minutes shorter. We didn't need the end of phase 1 or half of phase 2. But yeah, I mean, it could be a thing. it actually, what Tettles?
I don't think there's any good 15-minute boss.
I think if it's thematically suiting, 13 minutes is justifiable. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy.
Hey, talking about butterfly wings, by the way, I brought it up for I'm Fired Up's Pandaren Mog. We've got a Rose over here from Adapt.
Hunter Mog's hard to do well.
Dwarf Hunter.
It is
very whimsical, though. I like this.
Yeah, the wings match the gold tinting of the actual armor itself in a sense, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
You don't see that very often.
I'm trying to just get a read on what exactly that helmet is. Is that a creature? Is it just it's like a wolf.
Oh, it's
like
a wolf,
fox maybe, or
fox? Fox maybe. Yeah.
It's like a Shadowlands.
Very cool. Ooh, I like this.
Why is chat spamming ayaya? What's wrong with you people?
Now I want to know though, what's the pet that goes with this? Because I feel like there's an extra element to being a hunter when it comes to your Mog. Is okay, if this is your aesthetic, do you have a direwolf pet or do you have a raptor?
Oh,
and if you have a raptor, then I'm deducting points because now it doesn't really
What if
make
you used a
fox?
sense.
A fox would be great. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Or a a snow leopard even if it's not, but it's just thematically the colors match and stuff.
What about an owl? An owl would be
An owl would be sweet.
Somebody chat just goes, it's a horse for sure.
It's a horse for sure. It's one of those coursers.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I'll give this a 7. I think this is good. I like this Mog.
It's hard to do good hunter Mogs though.
I agree with that.
It is. I think this is up there. For if it's on the hunter scale, we might be talking high 8.
Yeah, hunter Mogs are historically ugly.
Male's ugly in this game. Let's be honest, it just is
8.9.
You all look like every single male wearer just looks like a shaman for some reason. That's
8.6. 8.6.
Okay, cool.
I think it's pretty good. 8.6 is high, to be fair.
That's a smashing hunter Mog right there. They haven't hit us with any of the truly disgusting Mogs yet.
I'll pull up my character, you'll see one.
All of mine are literally they're just in their whatever the gear actually is. That's what.
That's classic.
He's wearing red pajamas and he's got some delve candle on his head. It's the dumbest Mog I've ever seen.
Oh, what do you
mean? Goodness.
That red suit costs $500,000 gold.
This is so moody.
Oh my god, this guy looks like
an
anime villain.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Okay, that's a better way to describe it.
He's a Velf too. He can get out of the Mugsy cage.
He looks like Ashiok, which no one's going to get in chat but 2 people. But if you do, it's like a person in Magic. Yeah, people get it in chat. I'm sure people play Magic in chat, I'm sure. Yeah, I think it's cool. Yeah, I give this 7.9.
This looks like a Warlock. I thought this was a Warlock until I realized this was a Holy Priest.
It's a Holy Priest too. I want it to be a Shadow Priest. I mean, I get it. It's just, it's kind of cool to do the opposite, the antithesis of what the. But yeah, also male Void Elf.
You don't like male Velf?
No, that's rough. I didn't catch it either.
Yeah, it's you want to be. It's I don't know. This is tough for me.
I'll guess a 5.
What do you think? I mean, purple is my favorite color. That's what's saving it right now. What do you think, Azula? What are you giving that?
She feels the stress.
All right.
Oh my gosh, hello.
Boop this hand if you want to give it a 6. Boop this hand for 7. Okay.
All right.
You got a 7. Azula decided. She booped my right hand.
7's not bad.
7's not bad.
That's a C. It's passing in Florida.
Exactly. Yeah, anywhere in the U.S.
Well, I don't know. I know Florida for sure. Thank you for the
60's passing in Florida even.
It actually is. D's passing. D's passing, yeah.
Ooh, how about this? Biotrace, another hunter. See this?
Oh, a goblin.
Oh, it's Store it all.
Goblin hunter. Okay, yeah, that is a sick bow.
That's from Sunmo. It's
and exactly. That's a gamer bow right there. For sure.
It was a gamer bow 15 years ago, maybe.
Well, but that's what I mean.
Tettles. Tettles, you're the youngest person up here right now. Okay?
Yeah.
By a long shot.
That's my childhood. That you're taking a dump on right now. Okay. All right. Vanilla, TBC, and Wrath. That was my era.
Hmm.
Let's see. I mean, this is solid at least where Matt, shoulders into bow. I see it. I see it a bit, but not. I don't know. One, we're back in the whole hunter mogs are difficult.
All right,
discussion.
pull timer's up. Quick.
Pull timer. I'm giving it a 6.2. Sorry.
7.85.
I'll give this. I'll give this a 6.5. I like this actually. I think it's good, even though I don't recognize your game.
Strong 6.5.
There we go.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
It's male. It's a goblin. Like it's hard to. I don't blame you, Teddles. Teddles, do you think we see a sub 20% pull tonight?
Oh, dude, I don't know. This fight's so weird. I think the answer is almost I feel like it's pretty likely to be yes to see a sub 20% pull, but it's really very rare to be seeing a boss die this fast. Like, what did you think about Sarkareth whenever you guys were looking to prog that in Avarice, Kalamazzi?
It was 0 to 100 right from the start, which this fight is. You're popping less, beating a DPS shield with an HPS check on it as well. I liked the fight, but I felt like it was a little underwhelming. But, I mean, it was fun for the pulls that it had.
Yeah, okay, but I mean, whatever you guys were casting, like the Race World first, how is that vibe of Sarkareth? Is it similar to this? Because this feels like it's dying so quickly.
It feels that way a bit, yeah.
Cam's earlier today said he thought this was Sarkareth.
Yeah, which Sark died at, what, 150 pulls, I think?
It was somewhere around there. It died at 4 in the morning and we came back and turned streams on, yeah.
Well, I don't sleep anyways. I'll be here at 4 tomorrow if I have to be, I guess.
Mm-hmm. It also makes me wonder if Blizzard is... I mean, they were tuning bosses. I think there was some data mine notes on them nerfing Galley a bit yesterday. I could be wrong there.
They've been tuning a decent amount of abilities. I saw some... Wowhead has been keeping notes. They haven't necessarily been publicizing the fact that Gallywix was getting nerfed over and over again, but they have been keeping notes as to some of the abilities that have been getting tuned, which is how there was a post on Wowhead a couple hours ago talking about secret phases on Gallywix, which a lot of the posts come down to the fact that there was data mining on spells that were getting changed over the course of this patch, basically.
Yeah, it makes you wonder if Blizzard is trying to get this race over with before the next reset comes in. Because with the next reset, you have that 4th Renown line coming in from the Glagio Renown rep, and that's a big plus for reset, for US versus EU, right?
I mean, Max, whenever we had him in the hot seat yesterday, right after the Mugsy kill, he said that he thought that Blizzard wanted them out of here before next reset as well. Just because he which kind of makes me think that he thought that Gallywix was going to be, I don't say undertuned, but a bit on the easier end compared to some historically difficult final bosses, because a final boss is normally 250+-ish pulls.
Right.
It normally takes 2 to 3-ish days. It would be very rare if it's only 1.5 days total.
Yeah, I can see that being a thing. I mean, Sark wasn't bad, to be fair. When we got the Sark, it was almost a feeling of the fight was cool, exciting to pull. We were almost relieved we weren't going to be in for a 300 pull slog, right? After a Styx and a Sprocket Monger for them as well. They might be feeling the same way a little bit.
I think that there's so little actually known about this boss, and we're looking at the boss and the best is 29.14%. We don't know if there's some insane damage check, right? We might be here at this time tomorrow and be the boss is 9% and they're hitting the end range. We're oh my god, hold on, where are we getting 10% damage from?
Yeah, it's funny. I think the answer to the question of do we see a sub 20% pull tonight is almost definitely.
Yeah.
Right? I feel very confident we'll see sub 20, but then I could just as easily say somewhere beyond sub 20 we could hit something that then makes me go, this will take 2 more days,
sub 20,
versus this will be dead tomorrow.
Sub 20 is a little bit weird because you actually have to make it through the second intermission.
That's what I'm saying, right?
Which summons 20 adds, so you actually have to be able to kill those off. And Liquid hasn't been especially consistent. They're not doing bad by any means, but there is just that phase 2 is really easy to just make one minor mistake and then wipe your entire raid. And so I think the consistency is going to be something that they're going to be talking about a lot during lunch. You see the 40-minute timer that's gone up here. All the players kind of standing up, walking around. See THD and KSP walking over here, getting ready for some pizza.
Oh, is that what's...
Yeah, also to clarify, it's not lunch, it's dinner.
Oh, sorry.
It's dinner.
The lunch of the evening.
I was going to say, if that doesn't tell you what kind of a schedule certain people at this building are on.
This is second lunch for me, then we have 2 dinner, okay. Dessert at 6 a.m.
No.
Have you ever heard of 4th meal by chance?
Second breakfast, yeah.
Oh, lordy. All right, 40-minute dinner break here.
How are you guys feeling about this boss overall, though? So it's very interesting because there's just not a lot that we knew about the boss coming into this tier. There wasn't much known about the Dungeon Journal. Having seen the mechanics, how are we kind of feeling about the boss?
I mean, visually, it's a lot. I like it. I like that it goes 100 to 0.
Maybe.
We think, yeah, but
well, no, I mean, sorry. Not in terms of its health progression. I just mean to 0 to 100. I said 100 to 0. Yeah, and I meant to
just
take the phrase from you. Yes, I like kind of that, like you're directly into it. That there's no warm up. Into like the mythicness of the fight.
Yeah,
if
some
that makes sense.
fake P1.
Yeah. So I actually really do appreciate that, especially because I am actually more of a fan. I think this fight might still go 10 minutes, but I don't think any fight should go beyond 10 minutes. And more so, I think 7 to 8 minutes is like a sweet spot. And so the fact that they kind of get them moving immediately is really good. What I will say is I actually think that it will be disappointing if the whole fight though just happens in these 4 quadrants, and that's where it ends.
How are you feeling about the similar vibe? Like, would you be disappointed if it's only this phase?
These 4 quadrants,
yeah,
essentially. A little bit, yeah. I think it's cool seeing their perspective of how they progressed as boss, because they didn't test it on PTR, and it's hidden. They killed Heroic, but they didn't do Mythic or anything. So seeing how they approach this from a world first POV, because like one of the biggest skills in a world first guild is having the ability to approach a boss, being the first guild there, and build a strategy around that. A lot of guilds think they probably can do, but it is like on a different level here, right? So I'm enjoying the fight. So I think Sark was like 8.5 minutes too.
Yeah,
that was good.
I'm getting weird N'Zoth deja vu whenever we were up there speculating about the mythic phase on N'Zoth. I'm getting some real weird deja vu. I wonder if the same thing is going to happen
here.
Well,
in what kind? Like, because
Kalamaz,
there's an argument that like the N'Zoth secret phase was kind of disappointing. Is that what you're
kind
saying?
of what the problem was.
Is that the deja vu? Oh no.
So we spent probably like a day speculating that the N'Zoth mythic phase, they were gonna come out of the portal and then shoot this ion cannon at the boss, and then the boss is gonna take 300% increased damage or something, and Magni and Mother are gonna help us, and then you didn't do any of that, and you just had to DPS the boss with your hands. And so it was like a bit underwhelming.
When you just get ported to this other room, like, I don't know, like, I want the secret phase to really include the boss.
That would be cool.
Like, that's the thing is, like, I don't know. I don't think it's incredibly interesting to get funneled off to do this other side quest.
Sure, yeah, I see that.
Right? Versus, again, in the world where the floor here, like, he jumps out of his suit and down that hole, and then soon after, like, the floor falls out from underneath you, and you need to be positioned in a way to not hit the lava, but instead hit a tiny platform.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
Where now he's in a totally different mech suit. You know, by the time you get down there, he's hopped out of one, and he's in a different one, and for the final 20% there's, like, 3 new mechanics. I'd be like, great, cool. That'd be sick.
I would love a misfire on nerd screams. That would be funny.
But, like...
That's what happened in N'Zoth. Max was like, okay, now I can scream. He was waiting for more.
Yeah, exactly. I think there's a notable clip of, like, Ben just, like, sitting there, like, looking at the bosses, like, locked in their face.
Yeah, it's good. I expect more, but at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if this boss just does die tomorrow. And it's like, oh, okay, that's it. Cool. Due to the fact that, like, maybe just everything past the first minute and a half is hidden in the journal, and they think this is enough.
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised, but I think it's still a cool fight. Like, 0 to 100 is sick.
And I also honestly wouldn't even hate that from the perspective of trying something new, different, and experimenting, right? Like, because I want it to be known, not that my opinion matters at all, but, like, I absolutely love the fact that Blizzard went this direction to hide the boss and really present the Raiders with that exact scenario you're talking about, where it's like, hey, cool, problem solve in real time. And, like, let's test you on that skill more so than your pre-planning, and which all of the other bosses did, right? We've tested them on that skill.
It's a different skill, yeah,
we know they're good at that. But now, when it comes down to it, final boss, like, put up or shut up, you know, pull over pull, I like that approach. So while maybe we end up with a slightly easier boss as a result, fine. As a first time out, first go-around, hopefully they take that as a positive. Hopefully the Raiders themselves like it, right? And then we start approaching more end bosses that way, and maybe we creep the difficulty back up or something like that.
I thought it was a jar of, like,
she's just
sauce.
finding different
toys.
toys.
It's a toy. It's okay.
Different toys to destroy.
Sorry. Oh, that's all right.
Distracted by a golden retriever. Sorry, yo.
Oh, it's great. You can experience that here once again. Yeah.
That's what. Yes.
It's a race,
dude. How are you feeling about where Echo is position-wise now, Kalamazoo, having seen... Because, like, this is... I mean, it's not likely, but there's a chance that Gallywix dies maybe before Echo even wakes up.
I would be surprised if it dies before Echo gets up, but I'd be surprised if it's not dead tomorrow night somewhere in the world. Like within 28 hours, his boss. I plan to be on a plane probably Monday morning, Sunday night, going home based on how this boss is looking health-wise. But could be wrong. But
I think it's a really difficult position for, actually in a weird way, kind of both guilds to be in. I'd rather be in Liquid's position. Don't get me wrong, but I think it's kind of a strange position for both guilds because Echo's going to be waking up tomorrow seeing best pulls out of Liquid, which I assume will be better than what we've already seen, and they're going to go, oh, this boss is so killable, we need to kill it today.
Yeah.
Or Liquid kills it tomorrow, right? And so, like, that's, and then kind of the opposite is going to be happening for Liquid, where they're like, we have a sense of how killable this boss is. Do we think Echo, with the information we've given them, and the time while we're asleep, will they get it within kill range? And we could actually be staring at a situation tomorrow where on our broadcast, both of the guilds are pretty close in terms of their percentage.
that last happened, I'm pretty sure, on Sarkarath, where we came back at 4 in the morning to kill the boss.
That
also.
was
like
some nonsense for sure.
Yeah, it was. I mean, and it looks similar to that. It could be a thing, you know.
All right, so the Raiders are on dinner break. That's going to conclude our casting block. We will be replaced with some more casters right after dinner. So got to shout out the sponsors. Shout out to our presenting partner in Coinbase, Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and DungeonDojo. We are going to be throwing it to an Alienware marbles race where we're going to spin a wheel. And whenever we spin this wheel, there's going to be a prize, and it can vary from peripherals to $50 of Team Liquid store credit, and that's going to be what's the prize up for grabs. And then
one of these hoodies.
After the race is over, all of the people who won one of these marbles giveaway are going to be put into a raffle where then they can be entered to win an Alienware Area 51 gaming PC with a 5000 series GPU.
Yeah, I want to win. I entered already. Let's go.
Oh, they're just giving so much stuff away
Yeah,
on their stream.
Yeah,
Take advantage.
We got a lot of stuff to give away on the stream.
Get in on them marbles.
$50 of store credit. You can type !play to be entered into that marbles run. There's only 1,000 slots, so
move quick.
Yeah, so move
I'm already
quick.
in, yes.
!play, and then once the marbles start, type !boost.
It totally works.
Oh, right. Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Yes, do that. I've heard. I've heard that it works.
All right, so that's going to conclude our casting section. After dinner, in about 30-ish minutes, we will be replaced with some new casters, so stay tuned for the Race World First. Goodbye.
Listen, we need to have a conversation about apparel. The fact is, you signed a contract guaranteeing certain concessions. One of those being a spot on this broadcast.
Well, that's where I see things differently. Contract or no, I will not sell out for an impeccably designed and high-quality t-shirt.
I'm sorry you feel that way, but that's basically the nature of the race.
Maybe I'm wrong on this one, but for me, the race doesn't include selling cozy 100% cotton hoodies with graphics specifically designed for this race.
Oh, this is cozy.
Max, you know what I'm talking about, right?
It's like people only do the race to sell t-shirts. And that's just really sad.
Fun, sporty, hatchback, hybrid.
We did it! It's perfect! This Civic is powerful and fun to drive. The ultimate mount.
Honda mounts are magical.
Huh?
What? Hey, Bubba, I thought you said we fixed the Goblin Portal problem. Man.
Check out how cool MyBlue is. Mine's way better.
your blue can beat ours? Prove it. Complete quests to get points and customize your blue. Maybe you'll see it featured on the leaderboard. Join MyBlue now.
Get ready for the first race. 3, 2, 1, go!
Welcome to Marbles! Looks like we got a lot of people for tonight's Marbles giveaway here at the Alienware training facility. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of marbles. It looks like we got a little bit of a pachinko track for today. A lot of nuts, a lot of bolts. We're going down to the grate onto the first mechanic, the sprocket monger lock and stock area. Oh, we're getting flown over. Turmo in the lead. Turmo 1. Oh, no, not really. I spoke too soon. We're going downstairs into the bowl onto the... What is that? Is that like... Are we actually? We're going up the ladder into... What is this part of like a... Is this a... Are we in a car? It's like a... We're in a car, actually. Oh, I'm getting lost here. Pitiro in the lead, going into the assembly line. We're going back down into assembly line, falling down. Pitro's going down. Now Darun's in the lead. Going down, falling down. All these marbles are just, they're just not built for this. They're just not doing it. Outcaster TV going through more of the mechanics, gonna get spit out. Down another funnel, bouncing around like a pinball. And now going into this pipe segment where he's gonna get a little bit of boost. Down the slope, into the looks like a little bit of grates. The camera's spinning around. Getting a little bit disoriented. A little stuck here. A little bit of a waiting room going down the pipe. Outcaster TV dropping into the bucket. That's a box. And it looks like Outcaster TV is our winner. Gonna get shipped $50 store credit in liquid merch. Congratulations for winning the Alienware Marbles giveaway. Apple Scruffs 23, Ham Fury, Calm Sinking, No Grid, Jiva Fury, I Am Blurred, Burn 114. You guys don't win anything, only Outcaster TV. If you guys are in the chat, let us know. But thank you, Alienware, for letting us do this marbles giveaway.
Max, I'm gonna blow up.
Blue Beast Boulder Bag, Arizona State curling champion.
That's the up, and I give this 5 big booms.
Boom, 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 boom.
Monster can, drink me up.
Captain Atlas, ship it and clip it.
I am Goop.
Driny 62, ready to sail away.
Frosty Ips, blow up.
THD from Bikini Bottom College, and I'm ready to cook. If you want to hang out with us for next race, download Coinbase for a chance to win.
All right, welcome back from that nice dinner break. We are going to be seeing some more Mythic Gallywix progression, and it's going to be very interesting. I had a chance to kind of catch up with some of the Raiders during that dinner, and they think there's a chance that it dies tonight.
So you're saying there's a chance, huh?
Yeah, so I caught up with THD, kind of asked him what his thoughts on the boss were. He said he thought it was easy. And frankly, he said that after they come out of that second intermission that we've seen twice, they'll know what the damage check looks like. But assuming if that damage check is easy, he said that there is a chance that it ends up dying tonight. I'm joined by Dash and Kalamazzi. How are you guys feeling about this progression that we've actually seen from Mythic Gallywix thus far?
We're back. We're all pizzaed up.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm feeling pretty good after that. Fueled, ready to go. Yeah, we can be lethargic on the couch. Hopefully they're not lethargic over there at their computers. But no, I mean, I'm feeling good about it. I think I will. I obviously don't know.
Nobody does.
Don't think the way that THD thinks, for example. I don't think the boss. I agree the boss feels killable from what we've seen, right? So from what we've seen, the boss feels killable tonight. I don't think it dies tonight. But I was saying to you just before we went live, I would be as surprised if the boss is still alive on Monday.
Okay.
As if the boss died tonight. I think the real kill window is tomorrow for these two guilds.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think it probably dies tomorrow afternoon for us. Tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening, unless there's some like crazy DPS check we haven't seen or something of that sort, like how Mugsy was, right?
Okay.
Where, oh yeah, we're at 30%. This boss is going to die. Then it's just turbo nuclear hell at the last 20%.
Right.
But I don't know if it's going to be that way. Like we talked about, it's getting later in the week and doesn't seem that difficult.
I think end bosses tend to have this thing where the mechanics check is normally pretty hard. The guilds will spend a decent amount of time actually looking to progress the mechanics of the fight, and there's going to be some DPS check that matters. We saw this on Queen Ansarek where the damage check was actually pretty tough to the point where we were talking about potential nerfs on that fight as well. But I think that this fight, the mechanics have been seeming so far to be a little bit easier than most people anticipate for a final boss. But the damage check could be as difficult as it has been. I heard a rumor that there was also a hot fix nerf of 7% off the boss's HP like 2 or 3 days ago. So prior to Mythic Gallywix actually being pulled, so Blizzard has constantly been looking to tune the boss itself.
They've done some number crunch.
Yeah, they did some number crunching. The boss's health might have been a little bit high, and I think if they were hitting the boss with a 7% HP nerf, I think that this damage check might be the real end boss here.
Okay. Yeah. Oof. I mean, it's exciting stuff, man. I don't know how I've gotten so lucky that I was here for Queen Ansarek Prague last time around, and then I'm back again for more Final Boss Prague. I've gotten very, very lucky, and it is such a treat to be here. Watching these guys do what they do best. I think the reality is like I always trust the damage will be found by these raiders, right? Like I do find myself race over race watching a boss fight and going like, "There's no way."
There is no way.
Right? Like there's no way.
That was yesterday. Literally.
I'm like, "There's no way." And then you fast forward 24 hours, they found out like nothing's changed. They found the damage. They kill the boss. They clean it up. And that's where I would lean into like what THD's saying, right? If he feels like, to your point, that the mechanics of the boss are not so difficult.
Precisely.
That with they're not even in triple-digit pulls yet, y'all. We're not even in triple-digit pulls. Once they get those reps in, the damage is just going to start being there. I'll remind everybody, our best percentage pull is not the furthest we've seen into the fight, right? And so that's just an example of how much more damage can be found if we just start doing things correctly.
I mean, Nexus Princess Kaveza is kind of an interesting example of that, where the mechanics of that fight weren't exactly hard, and they probably saw to the end rage around, pull 85 or something like that, and then it was a bunch of pulls of trying to optimize how much damage you're going to be able to eke out. This fight, there is some mechanical complexity. The players are going to have to carry the giga-juiced bombs. They're also going to have to carry those bomb clamps and make sure they don't blow up the raid whenever they are carrying those. And so there is some mechanical complexity, especially with the pass-fail on this fight. I think the big portion of this fight is going to be a damage check, but there's also this kind of question, is there a secret phase looming over all of us? I mean, Kalamazzi, what are you thinking?
I'm honestly, at this point, I'm leaning towards no.
Okay.
I think that it'd be very cool if there was. I don't want to be a downer, but I'm leaning towards no. We're at the 7.5-minute mark, roughly around 28%, give or take 7 minutes. I don't think there's going to be.
I kind of think this is the boss.
Yeah. Yeah, and you're running out of time, or we're going to a 15-minute boss.
Well, I mean, I'm okay with that too. Yeah, keeping it.
I'll be here until Wednesday.
A 10 or 11-minute kill time, if that's what they want for most bosses. I think this is probably the boss. But, I mean,
it is still very different from Heroic, right? So this fight does feel like it's pretty much like it hasn't been seen before, right? And like the fight literally, when it begins, it's just 0 to 100. Like that mech slams down, DPS check is there, and like we've seen some of these mechanical overlaps in Heroic, but not like we had with those 4 TikTok canisters, those 2 raid soaks, right?
I was kind of talking to some players also at dinner, and they were sharing a similar sentiment of they actually like that the fight has been designed like this, where they don't actually see much out of the Dungeon Journal. They don't really know a lot of the mechanics going into the fight. The fight wasn't tested during the PTR, and they were saying that they wish that every boss would be kind of like that. I mean, what are your thoughts on this?
Yes, yeah, that's all I need to hear. If the Raiders themselves are for it, like that should be Blizzard's like stamp to just move forward with this type of raid design, because for me, like that's the fun of this type of game, right? It's the problem solving, and even as a spectator, like both as a player, 100%, I like the problem solving element, and maybe one of the bummers sometimes of being in as far down on the cutting edge list as I am. It's a lot of times you're just copying. You're right. You're just looking at the people who did it ahead of you, and you're going, okay, here's a guild that killed it about a week or 2 ahead of us. This is the strategy they were using for the boss nerf.
Exactly.
Time, blah blah. The fun of figuring a boss fight out, and the fun of watching a team of 20 raiders and then some, right, with support staff behind them, come in and tackle a problem, like that is so fun to watch, and I think we're seeing it a bit on Chrome King, and at the end of the day, I think Blizzard will get better at designing fights that way if they keep designing fights that way, right? Like it's that's pretty obvious. But
I do think that WoW has this thing where they actually need a lot of the fights tested beforehand on the PTR, just to make sure that they have, there's no major bugs, no major issues, and even still, sometimes there are some bugs that make fights problematic, even with them being tested. And I think that that's probably the biggest concern from a lot of players, where it's just like, is this fight going to be buggy? Is there going to be problems on this fight?
I think then you get to a place you go, okay, is there a way that we can test? This is opening a whole can of worms. So, like, can we test things internally? I know that nobody in Blizzard is putting a 20-man raid team together that's nearly as good as
that would happen,
right? Yeah. So like, but like, even if you can test mechanics internally for bugs without numbers. Right, if that makes sense, right? Like we don't need to put in a 20 million DPS damage check for our internal QA testers, right? But we can have them test the actual mechanic itself for bugs. Again, I'm not saying it'll be a perfect system or anything like that, but I definitely would like to see more and more of the raid go that direction. Maybe there's a happy middle ground where we test the first 4 but don't test the last 4. We can use the first 4 for some numbers calculations.
That,
I mean, again, we go back to the whole Rygalon, Lords of Dread, Jailer,
They didn't test those 3.
They didn't test those 3. And like I said, I love those as a spectator. Maybe that was a frustrating tier as a raider. I don't know.
Dare I say the greatest race world first of all time? It's really to say.
That was want to get paid. That's it. He wanted an 85-day race.
No, dude, I think as a viewer, that race was sick.
It was amazing.
People talk about Boston like I think people have like there's like a negative connotation around Boston. Oh, Boston. Like for us, it was like the race world first, Sepulchre. But honestly, like it was probably my favorite race we've ever done. Like from a caster standpoint, not people there, just like the environment. It was like trauma bonding, like mutual commiseration. But it was like, man, it's just fun. People are just gaming. And towards the end, it got a little rough. Yeah. But a long race is fun. Like you said, I mean, you had Halandris, Anduin, Rygalon, and Jailer were all fantastic fights to watch from a viewer perspective.
Was that all? That was an 11 boss raid? It was a long
It was an 11
too.
boss raid.
That's the other thing. Like, you literally just remove 3 of the bosses from that raid.
Yeah.
Like even the early bosses that were like pushovers,
right?
You still take like a day out of the prog, even if you remove like the first 3 bosses.
Prototype Pantheon and Lehuven were both like half-day fights by themselves too.
Right.
That was a wild tier.
So like there's probably a way to I don't know, like
I think Amir still had something that was really cool that's not really commonly seen, is like both Liquid and Echo are both pulling the final boss and Fire Rack at the exact same time as one another, and both had like sub 5% wipes. That was crazy.
That was like echoing back to Denathrius in Castle Denathria, actually, when I think it was you, myself, and Jet that were casting their kill.
I think so, yeah.
And like I remember, like one of us would be talking, and we just like lock, but we just like would shut down because we're all like, pulling the other monitor too. Like they were pulling Denathrius side by side. That's really cool. Yeah, like both guilds had a chance to kill that fight before they actually did, being Fire Rack, but ended up the way it was. So I do have a question about this fight being what we assume was like relatively low pull count.
Do you think that it could be wrong? It could be a 200 pull fight if we see like the final phase and it's just nuclear. Do you think this fight, if it is 120, 130 pulls, do you think it favors Echo more or Liquid with them both being the spot they are?
Because 120, 130.
Right, because like we have this year.
It's better for Echo.
I think so too. Actually.
Yeah. But again, okay, 120, 130 Liquid pulls, because if Liquid's killing it in 120 to 130, Echo's killing it in less. I would argue.
That's normally true. I feel like this year it's been a little bit different because Liquid's actually been taking a lot more time to just like sit there and talk about everything.
Yeah.
I think that Liquid's kind of getting closer to Echo in terms of like the pulls per hour metric, which historically they have been the, all right, enough yapping, pull the boss.
But yeah, just if I think about it, like right now, let's say they're averaging, well, the furthest they've seen into the fight is 7:30.
Yeah.
Right. But like, okay, let's say that they're averaging 5-minute pulls, because sometimes they have an insta-death, sometimes they go 7:30. Okay, 5-minute pulls with anywhere from 5 seconds to 5 minutes between pulls based on what they've seen. So let's just average that down to like 2-ish minutes in between pulls, right? So now we're 7 minutes per pull, means we can get just under 10 pulls an hour. And they go how late? They go to 1 in the morning?
Ish.
And it's what time right now?
For them or for us?
7:15.
No, for us right now. 7:15. So
yeah.
We've got another 5 to 6 hours of prog.
Right.
Times, what did I just say there? 10-ish pulls? 10-ish pulls per hour. Okay, actually, now we're up in the 140s.
Boss dies tonight. Then.
No,
Hold on.
yeah, no. I mean, and that's
like
right. That's taking only averages.
Right.
That's taking us never going further than we've already been in the fight, right? Because I'm only taking the averages of our pulls currently.
Yeah.
And like, so as we go further and further and further, it's going to be less pulls per hour. But to that point, like even if in the generous case that I just gave, that's 140 tonight for us, and that's without going any further. But to your point, like Echo wakes up tomorrow, have all the data they gathered from their initial pulls tonight, have all the data they gathered from this.
Yeah.
I think it's a boss that you can pretty much, kind of mirror and steal the strategy, at least up to that point.
I think it is, yeah.
Echo will follow this game plan up to the point that Liquid has prog to, and that's where I get really scared. That, Echo's killing it in a 110 to 120, which is doable tomorrow.
Yeah.
By the time that Liquid comes in and is pulling also for their 120 to 140.
Right, I mean 120 for Liquid killing his boss is probably not going to happen, but as a general number, right, yeah, because you can replicate this strategy relatively easily. Maybe they have their own as well, but yeah, I mean getting to that 30% threshold, I wouldn't be surprised if we wake up tomorrow and Echo's ahead of Liquid percentage-wise than the boss, but then we have a whole day and they're winding down, so it's really tough.
Let's start talking about some of the mechanics on this fight for those who are just now kind of joining in on this boss. So, Gallywix on Mythic is a very different encounter than it is on Heroic and Normal. It immediately starts off, and you're just in like the intermission, right? The boss is going to start doing these lightning beams and rotating around. One of the new Mythic changes is that now you're actually tethered to the boss, and if you cross your tether across another player, they start taking a decent amount of damage. That's why you're seeing these players moving in tandem with one another, not really trying to clothesline them, making sure that they're always in these like static locations after these lightning bolts are moving around. Then, once the boss's shield is broken, you see he's getting stunned on screen here. This takes us into what we have described as Phase 1. Phase 1 has these adds that spawn off to the side. There are 2 Wrenchmongers, these mobs aren't relevant, and then there's 1 Giga-Juiced Technician. The Giga-Juiced Technician, every single time you see them killed off, and Impact has it marked with a nice blue nameplate, they drop a Giga-Juiced bomb. Whenever you pick up the bombs are like one of the core mechanics on Normal and Heroic. On Mythic, the bombs are a little bit different. So first and foremost, you have to soak 3 of these sparks that you can see on the bottom left-hand corner of your screen after you pick up that Giga Juice bomb, and it overcharges the Giga Juice bomb. Then you throw it into the Giga Coils off to the side to be able to disable those Giga Coils. We wiped here because we didn't have enough people in the TikTok canisters.
Soak in the back and fired up die, I believe, with the bomb.
Okay, so the bombs are probably still the most important part of Mythic, and so the bombs do a couple things. First and foremost, you throw them at the overcharged coil to cancel that out, making you not have like a bunch of ground. You see that static haywire field, and by overcharging the coil and hitting it with a bomb, it basically kills it off. But whenever you pick up one of these overcharged bombs from the technicians, it leaves you with a debuff called like the clamp, the bomb clamp. And if you ever die after having picked up a bomb, or you currently own a bomb, you immediately wipe your raid. There's a couple of ways that you can also immediately wipe your raid, like you saw on screen right there. There were 2 different AoE debuffs that were looking to be soaked. The first one were the TikTok canisters. There were the different type of bombs that were like barrels.
The smaller purple ones.
Yeah, exactly. They were in the middle of the raid. They had a soak on them. Basically, they're trying to get minimum 3 players per circle there, and it puts a healing absorb on them. And then they also have a different type of canister that is similar to what you see in P2 on Heroic Gallywix, and that also puts a healing absorb on them. That is roughly like an overview of the mechanics. I think that, how they're dealing with all of them, that's kind of up for debate. But that's like a rough overview of what you're likely to see as like the primary drivers on this fight.
And to clarify, as far as those like large bombs are concerned, we're going to deposit 2 normally by walking across the bridge. It comes down.
Correct.
The ads, right? But the third one in this phase is like a Demon Hunter or a class that can jump the gap because there's no bridge. They spawn in differently, right?
So there are 2 of these Giga Juice technicians that spawn on these platforms that are off to the side, like you can see at the very top of the screen right there. 2 of the Giga Juice technicians spawn on there. There are 2 other Giga Juice technicians that are airdropped, just like they come in on parachutes. I don't where do they come from?
Yeah.
I don't even know where they come from. They've just spawned in. And they drop bombs, but there's none of those bridges to the overcharged coils that you can actually drop those bombs off on. So they're having Scott Warrior, a Drakthir, and and Shakib, a Demon Hunter, picking them up. And what's going to happen is Scott Warrior is going to get slow-falled and glide, and then get life gripped back on after he throws his overcharged bomb into the coil. Shakib, he's just going to double jump, glide out, and then VR back onto the platform. So he's going to Demon Hunter out there and come back. But that's something that we're going to be looking to see, like the second intermission, phase 2. That's when those things are going to be looking to happen.
Whew. I mean, I don't know. This fight does have like essences of heroic. Excuse me. Essences of heroic, but it feels like this fight is very different from heroic as well, right?
It looks very different from heroic.
Yeah.
Like not even necessarily by feel, but by mechanics and the overlaps and what's actually going on. It looks almost nothing like what we saw from heroic.
Well, also, but that's where it kind of goes back to the conversation we've been having about the relative difficulty of this fight, and maybe where the Raiders are finding it to feel, quote unquote, easy.
Okay.
Right, which is just that, like, again, I think it speaks to maybe how Blizzard was forced to approach designing the fight, knowing that there wouldn't be the ramp of information. Because, yeah, normally we'd get to, even these Raiders, right? They're running normal 15 times.
Right.
They're running heroic 15 times.
Mm-hmm.
And during those splits, they're ingraining, they're building habits and secondhand knowledge of fight mechanics, right? That they then get to take into fights that add on. Typically.
Exactly.
It's typically additive. Here, it's not additive necessarily. Sure, there are some similarities and some not. But I wonder, again, how that just affected the way that Blizzard initially approached designing this fight, saying like, hey, we don't get our normal ramp-up of showing them X, Y, and Z mechanics. That will happen as well in Mythic, but now just with an extra mechanic.
Yeah, Mythic differences are sometimes, there's like very important mechanics that can make a huge difference. But more often than not, the Mythic differences is like, oh, they've spawned the craziest overlap I've ever seen in the history of man. And once you're able to conquer that, the crux of the problem there, then you'll be able to potentially kill the boss. That plus like one minor or a couple differences on a boss are typically the Mythic differences. It is a completely different fight. And it has all the same essences. Like the mechanics are still there from heroic, but how they're actually being applied and done is so much different. It's like not even the same phases. It's not even like the building blocks of the same boss even.
Right, which don't get me wrong, I love. But again, like I really like that approach. I like that we're testing them on different skills.
Yeah, and so there is a hidden phase in the sense of, there's this absence of information. There's no information that's actually given about what this boss is in the dungeon journal, but you can kind of work around it. It's kind of like learning a PTR boss.
But they're not lusting anymore.
Oh, you're right. They're actually not
anymore.
lusting anymore.
Good catch, yeah.
Ooh,
anymore.
That is a good catch.
I actually don't think they lusted on that last poll where they wiped here on this first shield. But I wasn't sure if the UI was lying.
No,
to me
it's
or
very
not,
good
but
catch.
they're not.
So you were talking about progression lusts earlier. Like, where do you think that they're going to be moving their lust? What do you think they're going to be looking to do with their lust in the future now?
And it has to go to the actual point where we're dying, right? Well, assuming we can get through this now, because that's going to become the discussion here, is like how many times do you want to ram your head into this shield?
Yeah.
With the maybe a 50% success rate or something.
Right. It's not only a DPS check there, it's an HPS check as well. That raid's taking an insane amount of damage. Missing that lust affects healers just as well as DPS, right?
Yeah.
So you have to find a way to find the damage to break that shield while you're dancing around with those like death beams coming on every single player, right? But like we talked about, yes, exactly. That prog lust is very important.
Here's the thing, too, with that lust. So the lust on pull is a little bit weird because the boss is shielded. And I think that this first intermission, as it's noted in the Dungeon Journal, doesn't actually affect the enrage timer on the boss itself. There might be a global enrage timer, but it's likely that the enrage on this fight is the boss covering this fourth quadrant with like an electric zone, and then you just end up running out of time and you end up wiping. That's likely to be the end point of the fight, where it's just like a last stand and we're in the zone and we're dying. Kind of like a Sardonathrius-esque end phase. By lusting on pull, you're not actually affecting the boss's HP, right? You're only able to break the shield faster. Now, if the lust is required to beat that shield, then it's required. We just have to press it. There's not really much we can do about it. But if we can, say, get around that by like front-loading all of our offensive CDs, we have every offensive CD on pull right there.
Yeah.
And if you're able to beat that shield and then move that lust, like say we move it to that last phase, or we move it to just on the boss itself whenever everybody has all of their offensive buttons up,
right,
then that could actually allow you to beat any potential damage checks in the future. And we saw this with Mugsy, right? Very early on Mugsy, they were lusting on pull, and then eventually we were like, well, actually the 40-0 check is the only thing that realistically matters, and so now we need to actually lust the very beginning of the Mugsy P2.
Yeah.
And so it happens pretty frequently once they figure out what's the problem point going to be. Lust is being pressed here. That might have just been like a pull where they're testing to see, do we have the damage? Like, is it possible for us to actually beat this? They might actually be thinking about some potential comp swaps as well. Yeah, I mean, that mage is good at the 100% health threshold as well. They do bonus damage whenever the boss is above 80% HP, so it could be a big deal.
Could be it. Yeah, it could be it. No, but I love the point about lust math, right? And like where lust is relevant.
Yeah.
You know, and it is such a great point that like, yes, while getting through that shield value is necessary. It's a necessary part of the fight.
Precisely.
The point that you're making is that in a sense, while you have to get through that, the fight kind of doesn't start until after that, in terms of what you have to do to end the fight. So, because the end of the fight is going to happen at the same time regardless.
So there are two enrages. There's the global enrage on the boss, where he gets big and red and he just immediately wipes your entire raid.
Yeah.
That is basically a fail-safe for Blizzard to make sure that somehow you didn't bug out the fight and your protection paladin is somehow solo.
That's unknown right now, too.
We don't know what that is, but there's also another type of enrage where the boss is going to basically kill you off, whether it be cluttering up the entire room, not letting you kill him in some capacity. He does a big raid-wide one-shot cast. And there's a soft enrage in that soft in quotation marks where he's not just basically despawning. In this one, it's likely that the global enrage won't be the limiting factor, but instead it will be the quote soft enrage, where the final slice of the room completely fills up and the fight is effectively over. And so, but P1 doesn't actually play into that at all. It will only be the parts of the fight where you're actively hitting the boss's HP.
Yeah. You mean P1 is like not
The intermission,
shielded part.
the shielded part of the boss.
When the boss is taking damage.
Exactly.
Yeah, so
it's because he's not active, right? He's not actually continuing to spawn these mines. He's not doing anything.
It's
not aggressive.
Well, rather just the time that you spend removing the shield it does not affect the time of these quadrants being taken up.
Because that's based on his energy at the bottom of the screen, right? And he's not gaining energy while he's sitting in that shield.
Yeah. So yeah, if and when they can finally get that lust moved off of the shield and onto the boss somewhere else, they can make up a ton of boss damage and therefore time towards that enrage we're talking about.
A lot of the stuff that's on this fight is actually time-based. They're time-based mechanics, but they don't start until after you break that shield.
Right.
So yeah.
I don't think if they're having trouble doing that, you give it a few attempts and see where you're at, but you still want to see further into the fight too, right? And if lusting on pull does mean you can see that 28% best push again, see into that second intermission or that phase 3, you still keep lusting on pull, but you do keep in the back of your mind at some point you're going to pull it off. But you're not at a point where the fight needs damage.
Precisely.
Right? You want to see more into the fight.
You need to see the fight.
Mechanics, exactly.
We'll talk about moving the lust the moment that we actually see it at the end of the fight, and then we know, okay, lust is like best used here. It might be best used somewhere else. Is it best used for a healer lust? Like, Where exactly are we supposed to?
If they felt like they could kill this boss from 29 to 0 the next time they got to 29, they'd move the lust.
As long as we could, yeah.
You know what I mean? But that's our point, is that at your best pull being 29% and not getting through that next intermission cleanly, you're not, like, maybe we do what we saw them do, which is test moving the lust a couple times.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Because, hey, if we can do this 100% of the time, then we might as well start getting practice with it now. Okay, we've realized we're not quite there with our damage yet anyway, then you know what, it's more important for us to see sub 10%. Then we can talk about moving the lust again, because the next time we get sub 10, that could actually be the kill.
I mean, dude, they're leaving Tobo dead. If it doesn't speak volumes to like what part of progression they're on, then I don't think anything will. Where they're like, whatever, we can still see later on in the fight, even with this player dead, because you would never kill a boss being completely down a player for the entirety of the fight. You would always just jump off,
right?
Especially if you don't have a battle rest for them. However, there's still a lot to be seen, and that's kind of there's a lot for them to feel out. They need to make sure that they continue to just like see the mechanics over and over again, because a lot of these players learn by like just doing the mechanics, and especially whenever they didn't test these bosses, you have to get back there. You have to get into phase 2 over and over again. You have to make it into the P2 intermission, and there's just a lot that's yet to be seen, and there's a lot that's yet to be strategized about.
There's really nothing better than repetition when it comes to, you know, the basics of learning something.
I'm going to be honest, this is so cool. It's very rare that you have the opportunity to cast a Race to World first boss that's never been seen or pulled, and you don't you know kind of what the mechanics are supposed to do, but you don't really know what's about to happen, and I think that this is one of the coolest parts of a race that I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, we're learning with them essentially as they go, right? No one knows what's going to happen when he comes back at the intermission in the phase 3, right? We all want to see it at the same time together. We're all just,
I think
what is next?
My favorite moments in any Race World First is when they're progging a boss. It's usually a tank. So a lot of times it's a paladin specifically, but you're getting to a prog point in a fight. Everybody else dies. Paladin's like bubbled, doing anything they can just to live for 10 more seconds. Like just lay on hands yourself, whatever. Just live, run to the other side of the platform, buy us time, and like getting the monster like listen-ins, and you're hearing Max just like shouting for like, please just get us 8 more seconds, 8 more seconds of data. Like I love that stuff.
Dude, I think Teef for Echo actually killed Mugsy like that. He's just the last person alive, just sitting there in Bub as a paladin. He's just like, well, it's just me and the boss.
Yeah, that's wild.
And then there were 2.
Or you could go to Anduin, right, for Liquid.
That was great. Yep, exactly.
That's just an insane race moment right there.
That's like top 5 like race highlights ever.
It's got
that was so it was so good. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah.
In general.
Yeah, Anduin could have been a fight that definitely capped off a raid tier also. Like, we didn't need to have Lords, Rygalon, and Jailer afterwards. That could have been a tier of its own.
Yeah, it could have. For sure.
I'm trying to think what my actual estimation was on boss attempts for this.
I think I slammed 250, but I have absolutely... The problem is...
Those were pre-race predictions.
Yeah, of course. These are pre-race predictions, which, you know, we could basically just be making numbers up at that point. Like, nobody knows.
Yeah, you kind of just... Well, you fall into the pattern, right?
Yeah.
Like what previous races have done, which is why I think most of you were like 1-1, 2-2, you know? Like, you know, and it's like... Well, yeah, we're going to disrespect fourth bosses because fourth bosses historically have been 1 to 4 pulls, you know? And then, boom, 100.
Yeah. That was crazy.
It gets slapped in the face with a 100 pull boss.
I mean, okay, so a bit of a hypothetical question here. Do you think we're over halfway in the pull count in this boss for time?
I think it's too early to say. I think that the large...
You can't say that.
I think the large... what I'm going to say is I think the large portion of the difficulty of this fight is going to end up being the damage check. And without the actual knowledge of how tight the damage check is tuned, I think it's unreasonable to like make like a really good estimate. I'm going to go ahead and say no. I actually don't think we're halfway through, even though we are at 29.14%. I don't think that this fight is mechanically the most difficult thing we've ever seen. It's not like an Ansurek mechanically, but I think that there is a decent chance that the damage that is required to be able to kill off this boss is going to be quite high, to the point where there's going to have to be hours and 50 plus potentially even pulls of damage optimization, which might end up taking them like a full day. That's pretty, you know, I feel like this entire raid has been very tightly tuned on the damage department, and maybe Blizzard's just really in tune with how much damage they believe that the players are going to be able to do. And if that is true, then I think that this fight is probably going to be no exception. The entire rest of this raid has been quote unquote overtuned, right? Very difficult. Like almost historically so, where the fourth boss was 115 pulls. I don't think it's going to stop at Gallywix, where it's just like, oh, 120 pull dog walk.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, in my head, I think this is a sub 200 pull boss. That puts it right on the line, right?
That's fair.
Because we're looking at 88 on our 89th pull, meaning if we're halfway, like your question was, that would bring us to like 180. And I do kind of feel like this is a 180-ish boss.
I could see that. It's very rare to have an end boss down to 30% as your best. Whenever you're like half a day to like 75% of a day through progression, it's very rare to actually see a boss be this low this early on.
Yeah. And then maybe that's part of it too, right? But I don't want to get hung on that 29% like you're talking about.
I think it's really easy to see that, be like, oh my god, they're
kill. It's super easy to see a percentage and say like, well, then they're only so far away.
They're 30% away from killing the boss.
They're 24 hours away from killing this boss because they're at 29%. Like, who knows, right? But I don't know. I do think that this is a sub 200 pull boss. But
look at Shakib in the picture on the top right there.
Yeah.
Demon hunting around,
doing his thing, and he gets back in time for the bomb soak too.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
So he gets life gripped actually all the way back. So they know that he's not going to have fell rushes because he's going to be using them to deposit off that bomb.
And that quadrant starts when he deposits it, right?
Yeah, I think it's time based. I think it's based. I think it's based off the boss's energy, but they have to have it dunked before this intermission starts. So it is time. I think this intermission is time-based, though. So now we are seeing into the second intermission here, where the Mayhem Rockets cast is happening. The boss is doing this lightning circle, which is forcing the melee DPS sometimes to actually get out of melee because of all of these lightning that's kind of separating out the room. Now, they're going to tank the boss here on X marker, and this is actually very smart by Liquid. I didn't notice it the first time they started doing it, but they're tanking it on the separation of the two sections of this room. That way they're allowing the group soaks to be more easily done. You see that scatter bomb cast that was on Yips right there? Ignore the fact that we wiped. We can still like learn some stuff if you haven't seen that poll yet. So the Scatterbomb cast, it's a thing that's on P1 of both Heroic and Normal, and you have to alternate who's soaking that every single time. And by tanking it on that X marker and shooting, half the raid that's going to be on the top side of that and half the raid that's going to be on the bottom side of that, and your tank swaps just alternating that, it feels like that's a very intelligent and deliberate way of doing that mechanic, and it's going to allow your ranged DPS to be positioned really easily to where they're not stacked on top of one another, to be where they're able to move around easily. There's also one of the Giga-Juiced bombs that Scott's going to be carrying during that phase that we've noticed that he's going to have to go and drop off at some various point. Maybe they changed that, but like hypothetically he's going to be still carrying it, and he's going to have to go drop it off in one of those Giga Charge coils and blow that up right before the next phase whenever the energy reaches 100%. So that's how that phase is going to look, but they also have to make sure that they're getting in the canisters and making sure that they don't miss any of the soaks.
Right. I think it's really intelligent, though. Even minor things like that, boss placement, right? Where you look to find ways to make it easy. What we're doing is already so complex, right? At 20 different people, 20 different inputs, all coming up against a mythic tier boss that's throwing 40 different mechanics at us at any given moment. Like, make things that can be easy, easy. And putting a boss on a line and saying, okay, you 10 on this side of that line, you 10 on that side of that line. Make it easy.
You know what you know what else is easy? Signing up for Coinbase at tl.gg/Coinbase RWF. If you use code TEAMLIQUID20, you will be getting $20 free. It's not a gimmick, not a scam. It's easy.
It's easy.
TeamLiquid20 at tl.gg/Coinbase RWF. There's also some other prizes that you can win as well. In addition to the $20 free, there are signed Team Liquid jerseys that are being given away after every race day. So it's been a long race, so there's a lot to still be given away. And after every single boss as well, you'll be entered into a drawing to be given those. Then there's also a grand prize in which you, the viewer, can sign up at tl.gg/RWFBTS, and Coinbase will fly you out to where you can get a VIP look at the next Race to World First, NA and EU only. But yeah, tl.gg/RWFBTS to be able to sign up that form. You have to attach your email that's signed up to your Coinbase account, and so that is that. So yeah,
get her done.
Big shout out to Coinbase for sponsoring this Race to World First.
Thank you, Coinbase.
Thank you, Coinbase. Everybody in chat, type TY Coinbase as well, because they're helping make this broadcast possible. They're our presenting partner here.
I mean, let's be real.
TY?
Like,
TY.
The development of the Race World First has been one of the coolest things to bear witness to, especially as a longtime WoW player, right? Like, coming from the eras, like playing from vanilla onward. The years where it's kill videos into then, okay, well, now logs like truly exist and all that kind of stuff. And okay, now we're in live broadcasting. But this kind of stuff is only possible, in all honesty, because of sponsors like Coinbase, right? Like, this is not a cheap production to put up.
No, we've been here for 12 days. Like, we've been here for a hot minute.
Yeah.
I get paid in pizza. Everyone else, I think they have an actual salary. And yes, it is.
Azula's also getting paid in pizza, aren't you?
Oh my gosh, hello.
Chunky dog. Chunky dog.
Yeah, but I mean, you talked about it as well. You began playing in TBC, is that correct? Like Burning Crusade?
Oh no, I was day one vanilla.
Day one. Okay, that's even before me.
I was 7th grade, day one. I shared an account with a friend though, because my parents wouldn't buy me like a sub. They were like against
that's pretty
that.
common, I think.
Yeah, no, it was a pretty common mentality back then. But my best friend's dad wanted to play WoW. So he was like, so he had his own account, and then I would just go over to my buddy Peter's house every day after school, and we would just play on our own singular account. And then about when TBC, just before TBC launched, his dad was like, "You guys have been playing on the same account this whole time?" And we were like, "Yes." He goes, "I'm just gonna get you your own account."
That's cool.
And so my buddy's dad paid for my WoW account like for the next 4 years through high school.
That is a good friend right there.
Yeah,
oh my gosh.
That's throwback. I mean, Warcraft Logs or Warcraft videos.
Yeah.
Back in the day, yeah. I mean, the first guilds like Pioneer the Race were basically Serenity, who began. They didn't have a race event, but they began streaming like progression publicly, which was, I mean, in Legion basically unheard of, right? Then Method had the initial Race to World first.
I think that was Future. I think Serenity was.
Oh, sorry, it was Future. Yes, Serenity became Future in a sense when they sort of separated, right, Tuttles?
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
right.
Serenity ended up dying and then becoming more of a content guild.
Yes.
Where their content is world 15th rating.
Well, which is crazy content. and then Uldir, right? Yeah, that was Gahoon.
Yep, Gahoon was
that was the first
televised by Method, and then I think it was the race after, wasn't it? BFA? No.
Battle of Zarlor, yeah.
Was it Battle of Zarlor that was televised by both?
No.
I totally missed that one.
The first
would be Nyla.
The first that was televised by both was Eternal Palace.
So right, I forgot about AEP.
Liquid, the guild that is currently Liquid Limit at the time was in London at a Red Bull venue, and I think Method at the time was in like Krefeld, Germany or something like that. I don't remember exactly where it was then.
If it's happening in Europe and it's esports related, I just assume Germany. Everything happens in Germany.
I was there, but it feels like a lifetime ago at this point. It's been a hot minute. It's been like 6 years or something.
My first race was Nilotha, so that's why it's
You know, Race to World First being this non-televised event where you just like, you know, you show your kill video after 3 guilds have killed it, and it's just people gaming in their bedrooms to now it's this big esports production. The evolution of the Race to World First is something that is super, super cool.
Big fan. Now, here's something we talked a little bit about the last tier.
Okay.
I feel like hasn't really been a discussion point. It was coming into this tier, and then I feel like it hasn't been a discussion point during the tier, which is that Method had put up such a pretty awesome fight in Narrow Bar, kind of beginning the discussions of like, could we be moving into 3-horse race territory?
Sure.
Not quite for that tier, but there was a lot of like, ooh, if they have another performance like this, or can get just that 1 inch closer to the top 2, we're finally in 3-horse territory. I feel like that conversation has disappeared this time around.
Well, apparently the One-Armed Bandit had 2 arms against them. As it turned out, it had hands.
Okay. All right, that's a thing you can say. Sure.
One-Armed Bandit, I think, took them over 100 pulls, and so they, after wiping that many times to One-Armed Bandit, they've been kind of out of contention. Yeah. I think that for me, Method, in my opinion, doesn't necessarily have a chance of like winning the Race World First until they decidedly get World Second, or at least lead a Race World First for an extended period of time.
Sure.
Because like they've actually yet to play from the first place. Ever, and I think that you have to be able to do that to really kind of experience like the blind progression of like you're really paving the strategy.
I mean, they did a bit though on Brew Twister. I don't know if they were in first, so they paved the double bloody cake strategy though.
And I mean, there are things that they have absolutely done that have like been pioneering a strategy in recent memory. But I feel like they've still I feel like they've actually kind of plateaued. I think that they're about the same skill as they have been since Aberrus. And, some of like Liquid and Echo are kind of, still continuing to improve, and Method is still continuing to improve. But if Liquid or Echo have like a pretty bad tier, and then Method has a really good tier, those guilds look like they're kind of close to one another. But I feel like Method has been around the same level of close to them since Aberrus, because I mean, if you guys remember back in Aberrus, I think Method ended up killing Sarkareth somewhere like 2 hours after Echo, but then like at that point you would assume that they were roughly equal, but it hasn't like appeared that way.
Right.
Sure.
They were actually pretty close last year too, I believe, when it came to Ansharek.
I think Ansharek was within like 4 hours or something like that
right.
as well. Yeah.
I mean, at the same time, like, and this has gone both ways in the past. Like when World First is taken by Echo or Liquid, how it's been in the past, multiple races. There's definitely a bit of less drive from the guild that's going to get second place.
Sure.
Like Liquid takes first, Echo a bit less. It happened to us in Razagath and Fire-Rack. I was like, all right, World First is going. We want to kill it, but it's not like we're, And I think that provides a bit more leeway for them as well. But not trying to throw shade, just
all of this is in the interest, honestly, of wanting the 3.
I think everybody wants a 3-horse race, right? Like I think that if you could have 3 guilds that were simultaneously very competitive with one another, that would be optimal. I think Method currently is like half a beat behind both Liquid and Echo in terms of potential to be able to win the race to World First. Once they get like a second place, I think that all bets are off and they could potentially be vying to win. But up until they get to that point, and just in my opinion, they're just again going to be like half a beat behind. It's also tough to win from Europe just in general. Yeah, there's a little bit of 12-hour disadvantage, stuff like that, but it's definitely possible, right? We've seen Echo do it time and time again. It's 100% possible, but there is a little bit of an inherent disadvantage. People like to make it out to be like this huge thing. It's not as big as people like to make it out to be, but it's certainly there.
How many can of worms you opened in the last 10 minutes, Settles? 5 or 6?
It's just part of talking about the race first, dude.
I'll take the blame for that.
Dude, race first is sick.
I come in and in one day I'm just peppering you with all my questions.
I love this discussion because I never try to play towards like a biased side of it. I think realistically it's not as big as people make it out to be. I mean, for various reasons, this race we've had probably about 8 less hours than what we wanted, but at the same time, other races, Echo's been hurt worse by maintenance and server issues. We have too, so it's.
There was so NA had really bad downtime this tier. Then NA got DDoSed today. Then and server maintenance. But was it a DDoS? Yeah. Authentication servers were down again yesterday as well. And there was a 3-hour-long power outage
here. The whole city goes out.
Well, that's welcome to Los Angeles.
I mean, it happened. Liquid hasn't had an easy race either. It's not like it's just all sunshine and daisies here. There's been some wild stuff that's been happening. But the same thing happens to Echo. Sometimes they lose power. But I've been at their events. I think at Sepulchre they lost internet 3 times at various points. It literally happens where something. Whenever you have a 12-day-long event, something's going to happen that you just didn't plan for.
Right.
100%.
Oh my gosh, I can't. I can't not. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry.
My dog's doing dumb things.
Just grabs a toy and throws it.
Just throws it for herself.
At herself. She's just playing with herself. Oh my goodness.
Oh, Tobo going down here.
Oh no, Tobo. Well, you know what? They're bringing in a mate anyway.
They lost KSP had a bomb.
Yeah. Okay.
That was good.
Sorry, sorry. I love Tobo. I don't mean for the Tobo flame. It's just.
Oh my gosh.
It sounds like we're geared up a mage.
Good grief. Is it hot in here? All right.
You guys didn't realize you brought me in for the spice.
That's great.
Yeah. Well, bad news.
Need it.
I think it's going to be the end of our block. Dash is going to get replaced by somebody else after flaming one of the Raiders.
I just talked myself out of a gig, y'all. See you next time around.
In all seriousness, that's basically the end of our casting block. So we're going to be throwing it to a Monster Energy listen-in here momentarily. The Raiders are going to continue to pull, and then we are going to be replaced as casters with new casters. But before that, we got to shout out our lovely sponsors for this event, which are Coinbase, Honda, Monster Energy, Alienware, Secret Lab, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and DungeonDojo. Also, the Pasadena Humane Society. We've been partnering up with some charities for all of the Race to World First events. You can go and donate to that at tl.gg/RWF-donate as well. If you want to submit your transmog, your UI, your setup, we can review it as well on this broadcast. But we will be back here right after this break.
Bear, get a load of me! Total destruction!
Okay. Be kicked in. 3, 2, 1, now.
Now you've done it! I'm the last boss you'll ever see! Time for a higher caliber.
Good.
Bait frontal.
Blazes in 3, 2, 1. Frontal in 3, 2, 1, now.
And Blaze is going off. Okay, Tech will die.
It's alive! I got plenty more where that came from.
Getting your soaks.
And stay down. Bless you.
Okay, suppression soon.
Get up and dance for me, you little jerks.
Moving away. Watch fire. Watch fire. Watch fire. Good. This is the easy combo. It's going to be soaks into Blaze's frontal.
I got plenty more where that came from.
And Dranaco's bomb.
Time for a higher caliber.
Bait frontal.
Good. Blazes are going out. And frontal in 3, 2, 1. Frontal now.
Fire it up. It's getting hot in here.
Okay, crackle on Yips in 10.
It's alive.
Soaks in 5 here. Crackle will happen alone. We beat the Giga Coils, which is good.
Plenty more where that came from.
Okay, suppression in 5.
Bless you.
We're moving after these soaks.
Stay down.
Moving now.
Full of rain. Move your feet.
Nice. On the boss.
Eat my fist. Warm regard.
Okay, tank circle coming up.
Time for a higher caliber.
This goes back. Everyone else get away. Nice. Now we're getting blazes go in front of the boss. This is the frontal into soak. Frontal and go to your soak in 3, 2, 1. Now.
Fire it up.
Focus lost.
Get in the barrier.
It's alive. Holy
Get out of the circles. And don't get meleeed.
It's getting hot in here.
Good. Get your focuses. Hit soaks are soon.
I got plenty more where that came from. Bless you. Get up and dance.
Nice delay. Move. Hitting in 3, 2, 1 now. Good. Tank circle upcoming, and then one more soak in 15. This is blazes and frontal.
Bait frontal.
Blazes out now. Frontal is in 3, 2, 1. Frontal. Blaze is going off 3, 2, 1 now. Soaks here.
You get your bomb shot. Yeah, I got it. I've got my soaks.
Remember, Exile backs up 1 here. Healer stack. This is the last soak of the phase.
I didn't pick up the bomb to spell me.
Range.
That wasn't even those soaks, right?
Yeah.
This is soak on 3.
What's going on with the soaks, guys? Come on. What is this? Where? Right here?
I think that was me. Yeah, I went to 2.
Is it safe to log out? Any knowers? I need to restart my game. I'm turbo logging.
Sure.
Oh shit, you got the yips?
Yeah, I actually got the exactly
don't
same
get
as
that.
Yips.
Don't get that. That's not something.
I have the same thing, bro.
That's like a 4-day proc.
It's an easy fix.
Yeah, just swap room. Is that the fix?
I mean, if he's having the same thing Yips is having, that's just the person we said for mage, right? Like, if that's actually true.
It was a mega tilter.
Yeah, but
Yips had to reformat his computer and then moved an entire room to fix it.
Guys, you can't
try.
I don't know. We're fine. Just keep doing P1.
Image theory putting current ratings. I just saw it.
That's how animations work in the hordes.
That's so good. That in our thing.
Wait,
now?
is that
on the break? The break we go.
I mean, that's a sign that it's happening. Just depends on how evil we want to be.
How about we focus on what we're doing?
Cat. I'm focused up.
All right.
No fucking happiness.
Dude, I'm like clicking bombs and like porting myself towards the next bomb with the camera angle.
Blink.
I'm blinking around. No
I'm allowed this screen.
I'm just casting Disintegrate for 8 minutes straight.
I'm
attempting
some
to
stuff and
I'm attempting to cast an ability challenge.
Doing a timer. Focus up.
Can I get a Cine update? Does he still not have a trinket?
No. They're in there, bro. I see them.
Wow.
They're in Mythic Plus. They're in the mines.
I mean, Mythic Plus is good. Enjoyable game mode.
P2 is the only acceptable outcome.
5, 4, 3.
I'm down for a P3. I'm down.
I'm down for P3 when Gallywix pulls out his thing.
What?
His big mech, man. What the fuck do you think I was talking about?
Is it the baby mech he's in right now? Blah, 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 blah.
Kicking in 3, 2, 1, now.
Now you've done it. I'm the last boss you'll ever see.
Same circle.
For a higher caliber.
Blazes in 3, 2, 1, now. Frontal going out same time right now. And blazes in 3, 2, 1.
I got plenty more where that came from.
Get in.
And stay blessed you.
We're moving with suppression in 3, 2, 1.
Dance for me, you little jerks.
Doing damn in 3, 2, 1 on the ads. On the boss.
Eat my fist. Warm regards.
This is the easy combo.
Plenty more where that came from. Time for a
Oh, I didn't tell him to get out yet.
Bait frontal.
It's fine. I'm just probably not gonna have spell word for Nick in P2.
Okay, in frontal now.
Right on the bad spot. So we're good.
They're far.
Nick, can you bark me?
One far.
Yep.
Careful with this one on the right.
We're gonna take a little raid damage here, like 2 ticks probably. 2, 1, it's gone.
Keep up my ankles.
This is Soaks here.
You need me to do the next one as well, Gibbs.
Soak into movement into wombo combo.
Fuck.
I can just do the next one.
Oh, yeah, you can. Yes. I'll do the one after, it's fine.
Okay, going off 3, 2,
just
1.
aggro these
On the
guys.
ads.
Yeah, that's fine.
On the boss.
Just bring it behind and then taunt back and I'll go get the duds. It should be easy.
Yeah.
Okay. This is Blazes into frontal into Soaks. Blazes, you can go in front of the boss.
Just take
Everyone else
boss
bait frontal in 3, 2, 1, now. Oh my god, this is gonna be crazy. Pay attention to this Soak. The frontal and Soaks. Just live somehow. In the barrier. Get your coils, get rid of it. We did. Watch circles. That frontal was literally on top of both of those. Okay. Okay, Soaks here. Soaks going off now. Or getting in them now. After this, we're doing a big movement. Okay, we're moving with suppression. 3, 2, go.
Just get boss soon, yep.
Watch Dranako's debuff.
Yeah, I got it.
After the ad is in. The ad can die in 15, by the way. It can just stay in. The ad can stay in.
Bait frontal.
Good. Everyone else blazes right now. And frontal in 3, 2, 1, now.
I'll check.
And blazes in 3, 2, 1, now. Okay, then this is the
I've lost
Soak.
3 shock. Just make a check.
I was lost. Damn.
Everyone get in the Soaks here. You cannot miss. Scott, you can charge. Good. Crackle on Yips. Intermission.
Oh, this has been.
That was fun. That was fun.
Okay, make sure the ring happens. Range, get out of the middle.
Your spots.
Special. Just hang on a sec.
Just saying boss mostly.
Range, get into the middle in 3, 2, go.
You have to run exile.
Range, get out of the middle in 3, 2, 1.
Not yet, though.
Watch X round.
Okay, ranged out of the into the middle. Sorry. Brian, use a personal.
Yes.
PhD, use a personal.
In the back lane.
It's fine.
Fine, it never got ignited. It's fine. Group soak on 1. Group soak 1 here. Aim it at the marker. Okay, and range, get in suppression positions. Everybody, we're going to be moving away from the boss in 3, 2, 1, go. It's going off in 3, 2, 1, now. Okay, spread circles. If you get a spread circle, find an open spot.
Your luck has run out.
Good. Blazes are going out in 5. Blaze in 3, 2, blaze. A lot on the right, be careful. Blazes are going off. 3, 2, 1, frontal. Bait the frontal right now. That's playable. Group soak on 2 here. Group soak right at the orange marker.
Spell.
Okay, and then we have suppression spots ranged. Suppression, melee go to run. 3, 2, 1. And going off now. Nice. This is going to be spread circles into the first group soak. This is wombo combo, immunities, and we won't have spell word for Nick, will we?
I'll sack him. No, I had to use it because
that's fine. Get spread circles, guys. Okay, blazes in 5 seconds into the group 1 soak. Group 1 soak. Use big personals and immunities right now. Watch blazes. Watch red circles. Okay, frontal. Everyone's baiting a frontal right now. Ranged, you should bait this to the middle of the platform. Melee, you want to bait it in that far corner. Res Malarcus.
Watch fire
for me.
Okay, and then suppression spots ranged. Melee, get ready to leave. Melee, leave 3, 2. Melee, get out. And it's going off 3, 2, 1. Res, can't res either. Watch it. Okay. Group soak, far side. Well, I'll probably Hellstone with that if you have it, just for now. Red circles soon. Gotten like, what, 15 seconds or so you're dunking?
Yeah.
Okay, everyone get blazes here. Blazes and bait frontal. Just get ready for the frontal. It could be anywhere. Frontal in 3, 2, 1, now.
Get me.
Nice.
Good and lucky boom.
Everyone get to the left. Everyone go left. Everyone go left. Everyone go left. Get in the second phase bait positions. Okay, this is, if you were on left before, go left side of the platform. If you're on right, you're on right side of the platform. Range be in the back. We have no timers, play the game. Intermission.
You need to do the sweep, Johnny. Ring and sweep both.
Okay, range, get into the middle.
Melee, there's a gap right here. You can move.
Any backup kicks or anything?
Yeah, I'll get a couple.
Range it back.
Get stunned on the ads,
Use.
I'm in. Yep.
Yeah, just pop an immunity if you have it. We need to see farther. I mean, we're not going to see anything here, right?
I'm going back on
for a bit.
They lit all the bombs exploding.
Yeah, I don't think it's
working. We'll see the energy.
Gain energy.
I don't think there's enough healing.
There's no energy.
Good enough.
No energy.
Not yet.
Dang.
There's
starting.
Yeah, he's starting. You want to
First
see as much energy as you can, so you see how long it lasts.
Oh, he's gaining energy now.
You'll probably
It's
live
pretty
until the
slow.
barrage.
It's
keep going,
pretty
Scott.
slow.
It's not like
Spell reflect. Boom.
So it's free.
Okay, so I need to figure out. There's a melee timer that was killing us.
So when we're running away from suppression, we got
owned by the circles. In the
yeah, we need to leave. We need to like dodge away and then go to that spot whenever the cast's finished.
Yeah, I think we like go over the grate, and then like we run along it, and then run down.
We should just like everyone that's in that position. We should just stack, right?
It's this frontal into suppression, right? So you just bait the frontal, and then you just need to leave now.
Yeah, we did leave, but we got owned by the suppression circles.
Oh, we're range in a bad spot? Let's see. So range, it looks like range are turbo in a bad spot. Right? Like this, if Tobo spawns fire here, that's horrible for melee. If Nick spawns, you want to be here, or you want to be in the back, or the far left, or like we talked about it before, but it's these spots, like there's a slide for it.
You basically want to hug the second line of blue stuff.
This is there's like
play
these...
the clip real quick, actually.
Playbook.
Yeah, I mean, I'm almost leaving
I
there.
just want to see the play out and I'll see what's going on.
We feel just can't crowd like the top left corner.
Like, what are you, like, are you talking about
So
this?
suppression here for melee. Melee need a route to get out, but it sounds like it's probably on the right side of the room, I assume. There's just...
Yeah, I mean, here the range usually, me and Sang would sit together and then we would rock together.
Can I just watch what comes after this? Is it a frontal instantly after?
It is a... Oh, after the suppression?
I mean, we just have to run out
Do you
later, I think, as
do you
melee.
think it's good
what
to
the right
pull the
side
boss
does.
to where disco is before that suppression, and then pull it back before the frontal? And then that means that melee can spread bottom left?
No, melee can hit like this whole thing, I think. We're fine.
Well, no, but I mean just before the suppression, because then it means that they can get out, right? Like, and not take the massive damage.
That would be chill for me at least.
Wait, when are we doing this?
Just before that suppression.
Okay, so it does... Okay, so it does the frontal and suppression. So before the frontal, you want to pull it to
No, oh, no, you just do frontal. Does it instantly cast suppression after?
Yeah.
No, and then you pull it here, right?
Pull it
And
where?
then-
Like where it is now?
No, like where disco is. Like onto the second...
On the mid lane.
But then isn't it harder for everyone to get out of range? Because it's just closer.
So.
Isn't it the same?
I mean, I think I'm pretty sure the best thing to do with suppression is to keep the boss here, like keep the boss in this spot.
Yeah,
like,
and it just makes it
the
harder for
problem. The
melee.
problem there is melee leave like this, and there shouldn't be any ranged fire, because what we do with suppression is ranged is we spawn here, move left, here, move left, here, move right. Any of these spots are fine. You just can't be here. You can't be here and put fire as melee are trying to leave, and that's what happens.
Hello and welcome back to the Alienware training facility, home of Team Liquid. And huge thank you to our sponsors who have been making this event possible through thick and thin. Our presenting sponsor in Coinbase, as well as Honda, Secret Labs, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and DungeonDojo, as well as our charity partner in the Pasadena Humane Society. Welcome in. I'm Jack, joined on the sofas here with Dash, Zyro, and of course, Princess Azula over there.
Princess Azula, that's right. It's you, the most important. They don't have a lower third for you, though. We got to get you a Twitter handle. Off she
soon
goes
in
to
time.
go find some food.
Well, welcome back, Dash. You know,
thank
notably,
you.
it's great to have you back here, casting the Race to World first with us, closing things out.
I'm ecstatic to be here. I got here just at the right time. We're on the final boss. We're making Prague happen, pull over pull. In fact, while we were away and during that Monster Energy listening, they hit a new personal best by just like 0.6%. But I think possibly more importantly is the encounter timer.
Right.
They went about 30 to 40 seconds further into the fight by time than they had previously done.
We also noticed that at some point in the last couple of hours, Scott has opted into taking the 5th bomb as well, so they have that on a tank who can be a little more reliable about staying alive, so that's an interesting change they've made. But I think eventually, pretty soon here, we're going to look at a replay of that last pull, so we can actually see if there's anything new that we haven't seen yet.
Let's jump in a little bit before they get into their next attempt. Notably, they've got the frontals that we saw in Phase 1 of Heroic. These are now being very heavily featured in Phase 2 and need to be soaked by players, and they need to be spread, of course, while they are actively soaking them.
Yeah, and actually right there, center of your screen, you can see the bomb, Scott, now leaving off the left-hand side underneath Big Poppy's camera right there. So that's his opportunity to go deposit. He'll do so. He'll get life gripped back, I believe, in order to get back onto the platform, because as a warrior, he doesn't have all the mechanical ability that a DH has. And while a few people go down, they are managing to see a bit further into this phase, reduced to a single quadrant now at this point, and what we presume will be for the remainder of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty much, from what we know, they're going to have to do the exact same thing they just did in Phase 2, but just with half of the real estate. So things like the biggest, baddest bombs, they're going to have to find a way to spread out 5 of those in this single quadrant, and then also still have a safe spot from all of the bombs going off. But even just this intermission alone, right, there's so little room to move around. The melee are going to have to be dodging those 5 beams in melee and running around all over the place to try to stay alive during this phase. I mean, this just looks wild. The fact that the tanks were able to stay alive long enough to just see what happens in this phase is pretty impressive alone.
You remember earlier when we had some authentication server issues, Zyro? Actually, it was yesterday. And Raiders noticed that they could go get an extra spark.
Yeah.
So they started doing some delves.
Okay.
And we got to see the new version of Zekfir, the new hard mode. It was the Gobfather that they had. I didn't think that the delves would actually prepare you for high-end mythic rating, but it really reminds me of that.
I missed that. What did we? Is this
Basically
a joke? Now I don't know if this is a joke.
No, he's actually right. It is a bullet hell. There are like
really
a ton of different bots that spawn around the edge of the room. They all cast frontals at you, just big laser beams on the ground.
Okay.
If you don't deal with them, like 10 of them are alive, and they just keep spamming this ability, and there's nowhere to stand. It kind of reminds me of that intermission a little bit.
Well, look, we've been talking about ways in the past. How do we get more people into Mythic Rating, right? How do we make Mythic Rating more accessible? You know what? We don't need you to come to Mythic Rating. We're going to bring Mythic Rating to you in your delves. I love that.
And we were going to watch Trill, of course, going up against it, and so he's trying to find little ways to shoot the bombs in as well and get that extra damage, like stop all the bullet hell from going out all over the place. It's a sight to see.
We watched varying levels of success on that. I think Trill got the single difficulty down, the initial difficulty, but then he tried the double question mark difficulty, so like the final boss, and he was having issues with it, and that's pretty scary considering how geared he is on this Windwalker monk.
And who he is. You know, I'm like, if I'm watching Trill struggle, then maybe I'm not trying.
What happened here? We had a pull timer and then they canceled it?
Yeah. Oh, there we go.
Backup.
Well, they heard you queue in. Yeah.
They said, oh, we can't make Zyro wait. Like, what are we doing?
What is a 25-second pull timer for?
I just always assumed that the long pull timers are for mages, because mages have historically had the long pre-pull ramps and things.
I know. That's why I'm surprised that Zyro's confused, because he's the one playing one.
Well, they're not playing that trick like that for years now.
They're usually the cause.
Do you think they could actually be doing it for like a disc ramp, maybe?
I doubt it.
For that big hit of damage at the start of the pull?
At most, you would need like 15 seconds, if that was the case.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's very specifically like a 25-second timer.
They did it twice. That's the only reason I would bring attention to it, right? Maybe somebody popped a cooldown the first time they did a pull timer or something like that.
That's always possible when people pop like a 1 minute or something in advance.
So Dash, you were watching for the past shift, for the past 8 hours or so. One of the problems they had earlier today that we were kind of curious about is the consistency in P1 was pretty low. They kept dying to canisters all the time. Has that sort of gotten better?
Consistency in P1 has been honestly really great.
Okay.
Aside from the short period of time where they started testing moving the Lust off of P1. Which I don't know if you guys caught that. It was only 2 or 3 pulls in a row, and then they promptly put Lust back on because they didn't meet the check in any of those pulls. They were very close all 3 times.
Okay.
But it felt like for a moment, and maybe that was actually following like their 29% pull. It feels like, if I'm remembering correctly, it was kind of around that time where it felt like maybe they were finally going like, oh, okay, we're about to go into the final phase, you know, or we're at that point in the fight. We might have to start entertaining the idea of moving that Lust. Let's just see if we can get through that first shield. And then after getting blocked on it 3 times in a row, I think they probably pretty quickly decided it's more valuable to keep getting back to that point we were at, and even if we will eventually have to get through this shield without Lust, let's maybe wait till we have a 10% pull, you know, kind of a thing. But no, I'd say that relatively their consistency in P1 has been solid. I do know that usually post-dinner it takes them a little bit to warm back into some of their better pulls. Obviously, we already had a nice prog pull at the 28.5%. Maybe they'll flub it a couple times here as people get back into the rhythm of it all. But I wouldn't expect many issues here in the first 2 minutes of the fight.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, we still had a few questions near the end of the first shift today. We still were a little bit unsure on how the intermission timing worked, but it looks like everything is on a timer. I don't think there's anything percentage-based about the intermission pushes on this fight.
No.
Which means damage at all points in the fight matters. So if you're able to hold on to that Lust for a point where you're actually doing damage to the boss instead of a shield, that would be very valuable if they could find a way to do that. But like you said,
yeah. No, if anything, like the argument would be like we were having this conversation a bit, Tettles, myself, and Kalamazi before of like, well, obviously the shield damage is a necessary element of the fight. If you don't break the shield, you will wipe. That is actually the most unnecessary damage in terms of killing the boss, because exactly like you're talking about, if everything's time-based and not health-based, then once that shield is broken, you can kind of really consider that to be the start of the fight in terms of the damage you need to deal to actually kill the boss. So if we can get the Lust, which right now we get through the shield, and we usually have about 7 seconds of lust remaining. Now just imagine if instead we have 30+ seconds of lust, you know, at the point that the shield drops. Or maybe when our 3 minutes come back up. I don't know where the ideal lust send would be. It'd probably be in that final quadrant just because you need to get through it with so little space, but...
Well, that's part of it where they're going to have to find out because as they gain a little bit more information, that's definitely going to change things around. And I think that's always the fun part of it is they're really the only ones who are making this headway at the moment. Method notably, they still have 10% left to go on Mugsy. Echo, they got Mugsy down and they got a couple pulls in. We saw how quickly Liquid was able to get to 60%. In fact, I think they started around like 62 or 63% today after having 20 or so pulls last night when they went dark.
Yeah, we saw Echo right before the end of the day. They saw the first intermission for the first time, and that's when they called it. They called it right there, didn't do any more polls, went to bed. They're going to let their analysts look at both what they did and also, obviously, what Liquid's been doing all of today. And I'm sure they'll have a strat ready for Phase 2 and probably a little bit of the second intermission going into tomorrow. But like you said, Liquid's really just paving the way forward right here. They're learning everything, which is good in a sense that you're going to get more muscle memory for it, but also... when you learn the things, everyone else is learning them too. So you're kind of giving up a little bit of your lead in that sense. But it's still the better position to be.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You'd rather be leading than behind. But to your point, I think, especially when you're looking at fights where it feels like maybe there's nothing left to learn, that's when things can get that's when it can be scary to be the leading team. Again, you'd still rather be leading, but it can be scary to be the leading team because we could look at the fight right now and I could reasonably see the fight ending from the point that they've gotten without introducing anything new.
Yeah.
And so at that point, all you're looking for is repetition pulls and that perfect pull, right? Everybody getting into a specific place. But that also is the type of fight that Echo can watch and come in a lot more prepared for than, say, a fight where they need to match your best and then also do a little bit of learning, theory crafting, or discovering for themselves. I don't think Echo's going to have to do that this time around for the final boss.
Yeah, I think that's also what's going to really cause the race to be super close tomorrow. I mean, well, part of it is we got to see how far we can get in tonight. Who knows if they hit some kind of intermission phase and they say, well, we have a couple hours left, maybe we go dark, try to hide something like this. That could give them a considerable advantage. But it also could mean that tomorrow could just be a really tight neck-and-neck race for the finish and just be this hard sprint to the end.
Well, there's also that whole concept of a mythic phase that we've been talking about for such a long time as well. Like, generally, we were talking about this before we came on for the segment. Generally, when you think of a mythic phase or you talk about a mythic phase for a boss, you're talking about some complete extra phase after you've dealt with the boss. But most of the data mine stuff for the secret mythic phase is in those intermissions. So could just the first and second intermissions at 60%, 30% that they're seeing just be what the mythic phase is and the boss just dies at 0? We genuinely don't know. There could still be another phase after the fact too, after you kill the boss. It's part of the problem with being the first guild there is you just don't know the answer to these questions.
I would tend to agree that I think we've already kind of seen it, since the idea is that we didn't have any of this in the dungeon journal and then they just had to go into it to properly find out what it was going to be. I think there's always that moment where a lot of people are expecting to have some kind of crazy insanity, and we thought the same thing when it came to N'Zoth, and then it turned out to be, hey, there's an extra chamber, you kind of run around, do some mechanics, come back up, go burn the boss.
Yeah.
I love how much hype the community builds for secret phases, but thus far, it hasn't quite paid off.
Yeah, I mean, I think the hype around secret phases, though, speaks to what I think I would rather what I would say I hope Blizzard keeps going for, right? Yeah. Like the idea of whether it be a secret phase or just a mythic difference, right? That's what I feel like is happening this tier. Not so much a secret phase, but just saying, hey, the mythic final boss fight is just going to be a different fight, right? As opposed to heroic plus, right? It is truly its own fight, and I really enjoy that approach. So I hope that this is just the first example of what will be maybe many tiers to come where they attempt this, no PTR testing on the final boss and everything hidden in the dungeon journal, and it just is a different fight, and consider that the secretness of the mythic phase. But we need to move away from this vocabulary of secret phase, meaning there will be a specific instance within the fight where you either go somewhere else and do something, or a totally different boss joins the arena. Like, maybe we shouldn't all walk around with that expectation anymore. But I like this a lot better.
Yeah, I certainly think this is a pretty cool idea of what a mythic final boss can look like. We had a couple of examples of like phases being different. I think the most obvious example was like Sired and Athreus back in the day, where the first two phases, while there were some mythic changes that were more of just kind of the heroic plus sort of style like you're talking about, but the final phase was like completely different. It was a different final phase. There was a new mechanic that was an insta-kill mechanic that was pretty difficult to deal with, and that really ended up taking them a ton of time to learn how to do. There was very specific movement dedicated to it, sort of similar to like what this fight is the entire time. So yeah, it's pretty cool. And I still want to see what the difficulty of that final phase looks like. I think we could very easily see them take more pulls figuring out how to do that final phase so far than we've seen them take up to this point in the first two phases of the fight.
I like that point you made as well, because you know, when we were on earlier, it was a question of like, wow, they got through phase 1 pretty quick, which has often kind of been one of those misnomers with encounters. Is like, oh, it's like always the deepest parts of the fight that are the hardest. Anzarek and Sarkareth both had crazy difficult phase 1s, and they would lead to tons and tons of wipes, and it also led to really, really high pull counts.
Yeah.
We spent the entire day, went from 25-ish pulls to now 95. So 70-something in a day. Other encounters, you would see them already into the hundreds because the phase 1s were so insanely difficult. Now, don't get me wrong, this is the last boss, hard phase 1.
Nah, it's
compared to predecessors.
It's a super good point, though, especially when it comes to like post-race analysis of boss tuning and boss difficulty, or rather the way that people will even remember bosses.
Yeah.
Right? Where it's like, oh, that was a 300 pull boss. It was clearly the hardest boss ever. And it's like, well, actually, maybe phase 1 was just the hardest phase, and therefore it inflated the number of wipes. That doesn't necessarily inherently make the boss more difficult than a different boss where phase 3 is the hardest. But hey, you only got to get through phase 3 once after you successfully get there, you know, 60 times through the easier P1 and P2 or something. So yeah, I mean, I think that's where, again, like, we've already seen them test that idea of can we move the lust off of phase 1, because I think it's very clear to them that mechanically phase 1 is not hard, or rather, I should say the intermission, whatever we're calling this initial fight
call it
open.
phase 1.
Okay, if we call this phase 1, mechanically this is not a difficult phase. Like, none of these guys are going to struggle doing what they need to do in this fight, but if we have to use our lust here just for pure numbers perspective, then okay, all of a sudden P3 gets way more difficult when it's already the hardest mechanical check on the fight. If we can get that lust off of this phase, then maybe we buy ourselves a little bit more, you know, room to work with there once we finally get to the third and final phase.
There's still a lot of questions to ask about how the fight is going to work in general, right? Like, how long is the enrage going to be? Are we going to see phase 3? Are we going to see them get to the 10-minute portion of the encounter with the boss at 15% and then see him just blow up and kill everyone?
Right.
And then they're going to have to figure out, then they're going to have to find a way to get that bloodlust off of the shield at the start of the fight, or they're going to have to find a way to do the other phases more efficiently just to have full damage uptime.
I think the enrage, it just came to me,
all right, let's
is instead of like, some people are talking about, oh, it's more of a soft enrage, it's going to be he just puts the lightning down on the 4th quadrant and then you just rot to death, right, while you try and burn him, which I could totally see. I think instead, all of these 4 quadrants are going to, they're going to flip up like ramps, and you're going to get funneled into that hole and plummet down and die to the lava. But
workshop.
But you're going to have, so what we'll see the raid do is when they get, they're going to replace a lock gate. They're going to have to place a new lock gate, so that they can slide down the ramp, and just before they fall in the hole, they all take the lock gate back up to the top of the ramp to buy themselves 3 extra seconds of DPS as they slide back down one more time. That's what I think is going to happen.
That'll be fun.
It's the funnel. It's the funnel enrage. It's a new enrage in World of Warcraft.
It's copyrighted, Blizzard. You're not allowed to use it.
Yeah, or at least find a way to give me credit. If it's not in this boss and you're going to use it in a future boss, I don't know, find a way to slip an ode to Dash in there.
I'm a little sad that they haven't found a way to include the new car in the raid. I think it would be funny to have a boss where they just drift around a little bit, but I guess we kind of had that with Sting.
What if they had a boss where you had 10 drivers and 10 passengers? And so the DPS have to ride in the back, and then like you're doing like an obstacle course, and you're like racing the boss. And like if you beat the boss to checkpoints, you do damage, so the drivers can still have an effect on the fight, both from positioning, but also like if you beat the boss to certain checkpoints from time perspective, you like do a percentage of damage to him or something. And then also, you've got the people who are riding, you know, shotgun, if you will, dealing the damage.
Kind of like a double dash.
Yeah.
The boss.
I think that'd be sick, man.
We found it.
Picking up power-ups and chucking them at the boss and stuff. Like, I mean, come on. yo, get me on that design team. I got ideas.
I was gonna say.
Fresh ideas are great. I mean, because we've been doing this for so long, I mean, seeing boss fights where they just try new things rather than just having them be rehashed mechanics from previous bosses is pretty unique. They don't get to do it that often. Sometimes you just get new lineups of the abilities, and that's cool in its own right, but there's very few times that you get to see something entirely new. That's why Styx was actually such a cool fight, because it was like a completely different minigame inside the
Yeah.
that could be frustrating for some people, but for me it was like a new attempt at something, so I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, and I think how they've redesigned a lot of mechanics for Mythic here has been really nice. You know, the biggest, baddest bunch of bombs not only is going to be targeting the tanks and doing the frontal in this phase, but it's also targeting players in the second phase for them to deploy the other round of bombs. Like how they've mixed in the dual canisters from phase 2, phase 3 into this first phase, and then later on the scatter blast, which was formerly in phase 1 heroic, is now in phase 2 of Mythic.
Yeah, I mean, what are they going to do in phase 3? I feel like they got to add something else.
Exactly, and I think that it's nice from a perspective of the fight feels new and feels fresh, but also is familiar enough so that you know what you need to do with these mechanics, you know, more or less the first time you see them.
This intermission, though, I mean, it looks like they've figured out exactly what their positioning wants to be like. Looks like the melee were positioned perfectly to be just on the other side of that beam as it moved into them, and they know they can run out here right before it's covered up by lightning, just to dodge those rockets. As long as those rockets are like consistent every time, I think they can do that same movement. So it's cool that they figured that out.
Yeah, I believe it's a pattern, so that they've fallen into that rhythm pretty successfully there.
Yeah, they've almost been mapping out their entire movement just as every ounce of lightning is moving from one angle of the inner circle to the other.
Trying to see, is it? Yeah, it looks like that bomb is on Scott.
Oh yeah, Scott's got it already. Yeah,
right.
he's got it, and he will hold it until about 6:45 or so on the clock. That's when he'll run to go dispose of it.
But I mean, I'm thinking as I see this phase, all of phase 2, unless they add some extra mechanics into P3, just the fact that you have to do all of this in one quadrant alone in that final phase will be difficult enough. Things like dodging the suppression by going far away, there's less room to do that. So if these bombs happen during a suppression, that could very easily happen. I think that was just one of the bomb debuffs exploding, unfortunately.
But it's tough. I mean, that's the reality of this fight and many fights, you know, in Mythic tier of rating, is that we've gotten to that point of player skill where you've got to test them with pass-fail mechanics at times. And there you have it. One little mistake spells disaster for the entire raid.
But I like how they've been making so many adjustments to how they're sort of mapping the movement as well. It makes such a really big impact as they're trying to see later into the fight. That could be a huge difference for them in making sure it's so insanely consistent. So I know they're making a few different adjustments right now. Let's see what they're talking about as we take it over to a Monster Energy. Listen in.
Like if I get Blaze, I can pre-move mid and just...
I mean, you just have to be ready for that. Like, there's you're way less likely, I feel like, melee to get fucked with like circles in the middle than you are on the boss, right? So it might be
That's
just
kind
like
of fake. I mean, I had one pull where I literally had it into a safe spot within like 30 yards of running.
They also have to beat their frontal right after this. So.
Yeah.
Look at what Dranako's typing in raid chat.
Yeah, that's what we talked about at lunch, is just getting the, or maybe it's dinner, getting the bomb off track and putting it on the mage.
And get smart.
It's so hard to
Only
die as a
DC,
mage,
man.
right?
Only DC.
we could. It's just that Cindy's gonna have to learn how to do the.
You would just put Cindy on first, and then you would put like fired up on fourth or something, right? You're not learning a hard bomb. I don't know.
I guess fourth might be
the one on the
tough, because
pole
that's
is
the one you have to
also
jump
really
off,
important.
right?
Yeah.
I don't
mean,
want to relearn it too.
Yeah.
I feel like Cindy just has to learn it. Isn't it just he has to get a, like, just look at what Shaq does. Basically, he has to do this.
Right, I have to double jump off and then backflip back.
Yeah.
No backflip though.
Oh, no backflip. Okay.
Okay, so you
give the cloak.
Tiger's less slow falls than a...
He doesn't need it. Here's what he. Oh, wait, he already did it. So during this soak, you just wait. You already done it? Where?
Pretty late. It's like
He
way
hasn't
later.
picked it up yet. You can tell no debuffs.
There.
That frontal happens, he charges the residue, and then he goes over to this thing, he gets a Tiger's List, he jumps with, you would be jumping with slow fall, and then you would alter back. That's it. That work?
That's pretty easy, Shaq.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
I wish you didn't have wing check.
Wolf Disco out, him in. Let me change all the graphics.
So watch him fight through that.
Am I not soaking in phase 2 then because I have a bomber?
Yes. Tobo would just be going back to his old spot.
It's probably.
You're back to your old spot.
Yeah, I mean, what? I didn't listen to what the mechanic was.
So.
Oh, okay.
You're drifting right now.
No max.
No max.
Also, probably less likely to get fucking ass fucked like that.
That is crazy.
In range.
Mages volunteer for the bomb, so they just have no max.
No, we literally have no max.
I have no max either. Just full fucking beam mode.
I am almost done with last phase. Let me do P2. Relinking everything. Actually, I can. This make more sense. I mean, I don't know. This doesn't matter. Cool.
If Wolf isn't here, can we put one more kick guy on the first technician kick in P1?
Yeah, I did.
You should just insta kick it as well, so it
I
moves
got
faster.
impact on it.
Yeah, I'm trying.
I do the second kick usually on that sort of range, but.
Cindy, you're always in the first soak.
Can we put Cindy in 4?
Sure.
And I do 1.
Yes.
He just grifted his way there.
That would be nice.
That would be nice grift.
That was like a crazy grift. Holy fuck.
Okay, so let me do that for both. So the super hard set, the P1 angle. He's in the back with this. Tobo ends up going in front. That's the this is the all hands on deck one. This is all hands on deck. Okay, almost done. I have P2 positions. We have P2 positioning. We have P3 positions. We have the canisters opening beams. What does... I mean, can he just go where Wolf went? Why not, right?
You could just put Mark there as well, right? Doesn't really matter. If it's good to be mage on that side or something.
I think Mark said he likes... No, you don't need mage on that side. We're all going in the next.
I feel like you wouldn't want anyone else doing anything new. Just put Cindy with the melee.
Fucking slam
Welcome.
Alright.
He'll need some pulls with that bomb probably.
You don't need any pulls.
We believe in you.
Where do you want his mass barrier?
Yeah,
perfect.
Just blink, auto blink, kill.
Remember to vent this as well, you go.
Yep.
You did already, bro. Literally.
First global.
You're a mechanome?
Reload and pull. I'll be back probably like a minute into the pull.
Yeah, we
I'm gonna do another ready
There's
check
4
after.
fucking mages. What's this?
That's what I wrote to
No
Papa.
speaky.
This is an
No
assault.
speaky.
Are they
I
back,
was
bro?
reloading.
Yeah.
Wait, Cindy, no second craftman?
It's fucking Nizant again, bro.
Yeah.
He got bugged.
That's a fix soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, Blizzard will fix stuff.
Yeah, I messaged them. They're not saying shit.
Mark and Sarah, you guys good?
Yeah.
Oh, some reply.
Okay, let's go.
Oh, you
Stan,
hate
you good?
Jesus.
Me? Yeah, of course.
Okay. Sorry, that was
you have,
actually
like, the fastest
disrespectful.
fucking load
Moon,
screen
you
ever, or
good?
what?
Here we
Yeah,
go.
I'm good, guys. I'm good. Lock it in. I'm ready.
Yo, boom. Yo, boom.
Log in.
Yeah, I'm good. Smack to you.
Yeah, boom,
Might as
hit
well
a dash jump.
B1 is everything.
Let's Max say some shit right now.
That's right. P1 is everything. Focus the fuck up.
Shit, dude.
I'll blow you up.
Respect the phase, Jesus or something. Lock it in.
Fucking Jesus.
That's right, bro. That's fucking right.
Want to be railed by some wizards?
Respect the beam or you get beamed.
Yeah, that goes hard.
Yeah, bro. Oh, we have an intruder.
Yeah.
Fine, man.
It's okay.
All good, bro. You can live out there.
I'll kick.
Don't worry about it, bro. Alright,
We're shitting heavy on this side, man. Holy shit.
Yeah, that was nice.
Music technician.
Stay in there, Cindy. Stay where you went.
You ready to kick him?
There's a tank circle.
Okay, Blaze is in 3, 2, 1. Now, Frontal's in 3, 2, 1. Why stand in the frontal?
Yay, frontal.
Yay!
Oh shit. Hold on, bro.
I'm mid pull, bro.
Done.
Soak.
There's a mid pull here.
Take your soaks.
Watch the
Yep, move away.
I pre-fired that one.
Good on
Okay,
that,
soaks in 3. Good. Give me soaks. Then it's gonna be Blaze into frontal. Blaze and frontal in 3, 2, 1. Bunch of. Oh, never mind. I'm lying. Nice. Okay, Crackle is in 10 seconds. Be close here. Nice, and then we're in the soaks here with Yips Crackle. Yips Crackle 3, 2, 1. Okay, moving right with suppression in 3, 2, 1, go. Nice, watch buffs, few debuffs.
Take the
This is KSP's bomb. KSP wombo combo, everybody. Blazes, you can already go in front in 2, 1. Everyone else, we're getting a frontal and going to your soaks in 3, 2, 1, now.
Dog is lost.
Okay, watch the circles. Watch KSP. He has no cauterize. Nice. Don't get meleeed. Cindy, you're picking up the next bomb that goes down. Soaks in here, guys. Then we're moving left with suppression after this. Suppression, we're moving left in 2 seconds. Just to help him learn, can we like give him 2 Tigers Lust, like 1 to pick up and then 1 to go?
Yep.
Okay, your bomb is down. After this frontal, Cindy, that is when you pick it up, Cindy.
Frontal.
After this frontal is when you get it. Blaze and frontal in 3, 2, 1, now. Frontal now. You want to go pick up the residue from this frontal. Okay, soaks here.
New Tigers Lost.
2 Tigers Lust now.
Mine's not up.
Someone give him one or he can't
I
do
use
it.
mine as well.
Also use mine.
Oh, it's on Cindy. Fuck.
Did it on Donkey.
Okay, move. Watch yourself. Hellstone, Health Pot. Let Cinny try it.
He needs a Tiger's Lust.
He needs a Tiger's Lust over
Have it in
Monks.
3, 2, 1. Sending it. At least try it. At least try it. I sent it on myself. That is actually good.
He got it. He got it. He did get it though.
So you need me to just sit over there?
He just needs a Tiger's Lust when it's time.
Yeah, but will it allow us if he's like right here? Like, can he make it there in 5 seconds?
He needs to alter, right?
Yeah, you definitely need to pre-alter over there.
Yeah, I just altered like way earlier
as well. Doesn't he need to alter to get back onto the platform?
He needs to alter to get back, yeah.
Oh yeah, never mind,
I altered earlier because I thought I was gonna get it, and then it ran out before I got it. So
I can just sit over there.
I don't have Cinny's POV to look at.
Or either.
Or
Well, I mean, if you end up playing block,
how does the I'll just get here.
Hello and welcome back. Big thank you to Monster Energy for that listen in. We have been seeing what kind of strat adjustments they might be making, of course, to Gallywix, as they've been making a ton of progress. And now I am joined by Cams. Welcome back. We heard you had a fun time here at the pier.
Yeah, I went to the beach, walked on the boardwalk.
Looking a
didn't
little
do
green.
anything weird. Yep, nothing weird happened there. Nope. Nope. What am I? Am I a little green?
You look normal. Maybe around the beard you're still a little green.
Yeah, I'm not as clean shaven as the other time.
Yeah,
You look great.
Thank you.
You look great. You got green on
Yeah,
you.
nothing strange happened. No embarrassment. None of those kind of emotions. Just
were there a lot of people there?
Yeah, there was a lot of people there. It's the weekend.
Oh boy.
Almost St. Patrick's Day, so there was a lot of green around. It was not just me, but. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that's looking good. That's a lot of green.
Hold on, let me mute.
You know it's also green? Money. And you can get $20 for free when you sign up for Coinbase. Check it out. tl.gg/Coinbase. If you guys want to enter and /Coinbase race to world first. We have a number of giveaways going on, including signed jerseys for every boss that Team Liquid kills, but also we have a grand prize to fly you out to the next race to world first. One lucky winner is going to get behind the scenes access, be able to visit the site, the venue, see all the action, and see how it happens. So be sure to sign up. And you also get $20 for free whenever you sign up for an account. Woo.
Yeah.
Let's get back to polls.
We're gonna feed you. But yeah, this boss, I still don't know if I have like a good read on this fight. It seems both easy and very insanely hard.
So he wants to catch you up on a little bit of what's happened in the past couple of hours while you were down here. So they've gotten a little bit deeper into phase 3. They've seen through the second transition, but they haven't seen a lot of mechanics yet. So we don't really know what's happening there yet. We don't know if there's any new mechanics added to the counter. Kind of like, you know, how in phase 2 they add in the frontal soaks and the new AoE circles and all that. We do know the final phase is going to take place in one quadrant. Something else that has changed in the past couple of hours is they've changed who the bomb assignments are. In the past, that 5th bomb was on Boomy, and he was holding that, running around with it. They swapped it over to Scott. Scott's been holding it on the tank, on the Prot Warrior.
Okay.
So, a little bit of a safer character to have that on. I have heard... Oh, wait. No, they're in right now. Okay, this is interesting. I was about to say I have heard they're talking about curing a 4th mage.
Okay, I was gonna.
But he's right there. This is the first time Cinny's been on the mage. So I'm assuming the 4th mage is in. Number 1, because mage is kind of broken right now. But also having that 4th bomb on a cauterized character, if that's what they're bringing him in for, is much better than having it on a demon hunter. Especially knowing how Shaq likes to flip around all over the place and sometimes fell rush into a bad position. It's a little bit safer in the hands of a mage with cauterized than your demon hunter player. Even though Shakib is obviously an insane player.
Who was it they replaced?
I didn't. Let's see.
Was it one of the? No, they still have 3 Windwalkers in.
Yep, 3 Windwalkers.
There wasn't 2 Warlocks.
Tobo's still in. Brain not working.
Yeah.
Calculate.
Oh, Wolf. Yeah, they don't have.
Oh yeah.
Warrior.
I saw the warrior, and I'm
Yeah.
like, oh, they still have a warrior in. No, yeah, the Fury Warrior is out. Okay.
Range
chat.
tier.
W chat.
Yeah, there it is. Thank you, chat.
Clothy tier this time.
Chat, you guys are like the 4th caster.
Chat W and chat for yourselves. Big dubs.
I think chat.
Okay. So we've swapped a melee for a ranged as well. And we've seen it as well in the intermission phase. It seems like it's a lot more difficult for melee players to play this fight, right? There's a lot more of a positioning requirement for them, whereas range can kind of just spread out, go to the backs of the room, not have to worry too much about what the positioning is. In phase 2, it should be a lot easier for them. Also, mages are extremely valuable for these canister soaks in phase 1. Like we were talking about throughout the day here, the way those canisters work is they're kind of, instead of all going off at the same time, they go in a cadence where one will pop, then the other, then the other, then the other, right back to back. So specifically for that really bad overlap where they have to bait a frontal beam into the canister soaks, you'll notice the mages are almost always just blinking to the far ones that are going to pop up first. And adding another mage for that is actually really valuable.
Okay, so they're blinking up there, and then that's where they're baiting the beam?
So yeah, it's just for the really bad overlap in phase 1. They've already done it at this point, right? They're just trying to make sure they have consistent soaks for those far barrels, and adding a mage just makes that a little bit easier. They've already gotten through that portion of the fight. We're about to head into the first intermission here. Very briefly have to drop off that 4th bomb, which is going to knock out one of the quadrants of the platforms here. I believe this should be, yeah, I think it's Cine with the bomb. You can see him off screen now. Running over there. Yep.
Yeah, there it is.
Getting his bomb ready to go.
Is he just altering back onto the platform?
I believe so, yeah. You can see 4 mages, 4 auto-locking clasps on those characters. That is why that mage is here. They have 4 characters with cheat deaths, so they don't have to worry too much about one of those characters potentially dying and blowing up the raid.
Yeah, so the intermission kind of looks like this, the next one, right? It's just this, but in 1 pie slice instead of 2. That's right.
Right.
And it looks like you can kind of get hit by this beam, so it's not like the end of the world if it clips you.
No, it's pretty bad.
It's pretty bad? Okay.
Wouldn't recommend it.
Immunities go through it.
You can kind of get across the lightning lines on the floor if you're full health, but you have to be very, very quick with it.
Yeah, the lightning lines on the floor do something like half your HP if you walk through them. So you would really rather not do that, especially when you have things like the Vindicated AoE going off. Of course, the Scatter Bomb Soak is going to put huge absorbs on everybody in that frontal cone, but they've found good positioning for that. They know their soak groups for it, so they've done a good job of getting through that. The suppression also going to be very difficult to deal with when there's only 1 quadrant to run away from. With 2 quadrants, they can all kind of spread out, move the AoEs out a little bit more, but even this mechanic, the biggest baddest bombs, how do you spread this out in 1 quadrant? I think there's just barely enough room, but man, if that overlaps with something like a suppression or any other ground AoE, like a frontal soak, if that's in that last phase, the positioning requirement is going to be insane.
Could have people jumping off platforms, alter timing back.
Yeah, like actually, that's a THD special. Put a portal down, jump off, and then port back on.
I mean, even this frontal, like if they aim it kind of in the lightning, the people soaking it still have to spread out, so they have to find some, if the frontal's even there, I guess, a way to get everybody in it and spread out and not clip the other side of the group.
Yeah. You can see they've even figured out that those fires are baited on range, so they can sit they can sit really far away. The mages, full mobility while doing damage for the most part, unless they have to cast Fireball, which I think they really only will cast like 1 or 2 of them in between combusts if they're unlucky. So yeah, full mobility, that class can do all of its damage without really losing uptime on the move. It's just an insane class right now. And they're stacking 4 of them.
Yeah.
That's kind of crazy for a pure DPS class.
All right, then I learned...
Sorry, real quick, but that'll be an interesting question for tomorrow if Echo has a 4th mage to bring.
They've just been running 2, right? Well, they brought Wexy in.
Right.
So they have 3.
Right.
I don't know if they have a 4th.
Have they had one in the Hyperbolic Mythic Plus chamber, gearing, doing side splits, any of this other stuff, to be prepared for moments like this?
Well, that's a question we'll have to wait until a couple more hours from now.
Yeah, they'll have to
find out the answer to, and that's a question they'll have to answer, not us. We will just be watching and holding our breath to see what the potential for that play is. Boss is dropping very low. We're on a fantastic pull here. Of course, the best pull, just sub 30%, but they're approaching that very rapidly. It looks like what they've been phasing to the second intermission with is when Scott drops this bomb off, which I think he's doing right now. Yep, you can see it. From Impex's POV, he's over there dropping that bomb off. He's a Drakthir warrior, so he double jumps and gets life gripped back in order to actually drop that bomb off. They've got their final quadrant down, and that is the precursor for the second intermission here. We have 19 players alive. Res on Suri means we're going to have all 20 players alive going into the second intermission here very, very shortly. Here it is, add spawn. This is the first time we've seen this many players alive. Let's see if they're going to be able to get through it with all of them alive again. Can they get it done? It's the same AoE ad spawn. There's 2 caster ads in the back. What are those caster ads? Gosh, there's just sentries. Okay, so they're not technicians. That means there's not any more bombs. Shock barrages probably need to be interrupt. You can see one of them being casted on THD. It was also a very slow cast, so I wouldn't be surprised if he was spec'd into Amp Curse here for the very good Curse of Tongues. But look,
they got out of it.
20 players. Final phase. First time seeing this with everyone alive. Last time we saw this on their best pull, they only had the 2 tanks alive. And look at the health of the boss here. We're going to be sub 20% with still all the players alive. Siri goes down. We're down a healer. But I don't think that's the end of the world. As long as they can get these healing debuffs off before they explode, I think we should be fine for now.
Yeah, they have time to be able to get the res back as well, and I don't think Suri had any cooldowns left, so it's not like there was a massive...
Oh, here's the bigger, better bombs. Got to spread out somehow in this room. One of them sacking themselves into the quadrant with electricity on it. Is he actually going to live through that? He did. That is insane. Smacked made an insane play there. Probably diffused himself to live through the damage on the ground. Just how far in the phase can we go? We've lost another healer. Drarni's gone down. We're down to 2. Here's a huge frontal soak. They need to make sure not everyone in the raid soaks it. And unfortunately, one of their bomb carriers blew up the raid after they died. But what an absolutely insane prog pull. 14% on the boss?
What is...
This
I
boss
felt
could
like
die
they could have just
tonight.
killed it right there.
Yeah,
Like,
this
I
boss
actually
could
thought
die
they may have killed
tonight.
it.
Tab in,
Wow.
Chad.
Huh. Yeah, unless he pops out of the mech and there's some insane phase after that.
I don't think so. 8.5.
There's gotta be.
8:45. 8:45
97
fight.
pulls. Like about a full day on this boss, and it's already dead. Well, the last 14% could be pretty rough, but I mean, they held on pretty well, having not seen it at all. Their weak ores and timers seem to work.
I mean, this is exactly what we had with how it happened. 5-minute break timer. Let's just process what we just saw. They need to talk about that, and hopefully we can throw to a replay of that final phase very soon. I'm sure production's working on that for us, so we can break down what happened as well. But we learned a lot there. It's essentially the same mechanics as phase 2. Cadence might be a little different, but they're learning that.
They are. Let's see if we can go back to that 3rd phase as well to see what exactly went wrong.
Okay, so this is right before the second intermission, maybe about a minute before. This is still important information they're gaining. They're baiting fire. They're still spreading out for these AoEs. This is still something that they're working on being clean with. Of course, the other thing as well is the Scott bomb drop-off. That's something I don't think they've done consistently before. The fact that they have that done with no problem, Scott didn't end up going down to it. That's very valuable information. Also, this is the 3rd frontal soak of the fight that they just healed off, so they had the healing cooldowns ready for that. That was big. Still trying to figure out what the inconsistency was for this second intermission beforehand. Obviously, suppression is going to be a big issue, but I think they're ready for that. With the baits here, you can see going out on Malarcus there, on the Hunter. Everyone was able to spread out just fine. Let's see.
So how much of the suppression do they bait?
Well, suppression...
Like a good amount.
Yeah, it looks like all of the small circles are baited on range players. Maybe farthest range players, perhaps? Which is a little weird because in general, when you're talking on Heroic, a lot of the overlaps occur with canister soaks, but there aren't any canister soaks on this version of the encounter. It's all frontal soaks. So your range can happily be in the back of the room, have the frontal pointed at them so they can just stay back there. That's a little bit tougher on the healers in terms of like spread healing maybe, but again, it's not that big of a deal. I think
they have a good comp for spread.
They have a good comp for that. Okay, that's good to know.
They have a very good comp for spread healing. This priest just needs to be in range of everybody. You can map out where you position him. Same thing with Druid. You just figure out where to position him. When it comes to the Mistweavers, they can be they can have some other range too far for them, and they can focus a little bit more on healing the melee, as long as when the time comes for huge healing with those scatter blast canisters, the frontals, they can maybe roll out for a second when they're putting up some big enveloping mist.
Okay.
It'll spread enveloping mist, of course, to the other range nearby. They'll have no problem there.
This was something that they were still kind of learning, and I think this is something they found out last time they did the second intermission was the movement for melee there. They were able to actually dodge out through the hole, get ahead of the rocket barrage, and that's what allowed them to get through this phase with all 20 players alive. Now let's look at what happens in the second phase. First of all, right away, frontal soak. They get it to one side of the room, but a ton of players got hit by that frontal. So the problem is for the next frontal, you probably are not allowed to have the same players soak that one, similar to how it works on Heroic. That's probably what wiped them. That doesn't happen for a while, so we can see more information still here.
Suri just got smushed there between a couple of players.
can see Smacked runs off into the void there, probably has Diffuse up. That's why he's probably able to do that.
This wasn't too bad because Suri had already used his cooldowns. It doesn't have him for another 30 seconds. So this really was fine for a long period of time before they were able to get him back up. The real issue was having Dryny going down. He was going to be getting...
Oh, yeah, that's what it was. Second soak, explode, boom.
Yeah, Dryny does a lot of maintenance healing, a lot of steady healing compared to the Disc Priest, and that amount of output, and you combine it with somebody probably getting hit a second time, causing them to die, triggering raid-wide explosion. That's kind of all she wrote. So close. This is just mapping.
Yeah.
This is just, you need to go stand over here. This is where everybody is as this phase starts. Here's where you can move. Here's what's open to you. I'm sure that they have the analysts looking through 10 different POVs to see what is covered in lightning. Where can they stand? How can they just route their positioning? You know, for Melee on this fight, they kind of are all finding a little path together. They're kind of snaking in and out of the line circles.
Guys, I'm going to be honest with you. If this boss just dies at 0, if there's no extra phase...
I think it is.
Yeah.
This looks easy. This looks extremely easy.
I was going to say, this just looks like P2 with less space, but I don't even know if that matters. Like, if they can just find, like Jack was saying, you just find the placement for everybody, then they just, you know, everybody lines up in their little grid for each soak, and they just know, like, okay, soak's coming, get into positions on the left or get into positions on the right. This is, I'm having some hopium for a secret phase or something. Another secret phase, because... this is interesting.
Break into 10 seconds, THG. Go sit back down. No more chatting.
Yeah, this is... if this boss dies at 0, this is very Sakhareth.
Are they all grabbing an M?
Yeah,
Always.
what is the call on staying late?
I think you do.
Listen, the only
I really
reason,
think you do.
The only reason they just wiped is because they didn't know what the cast sequence in that phase was going to be. So they didn't have people pre-spread out in their positions to soak the first frontal cone, which meant that on the second frontal cone, they just died because people accidentally double soaked. So now that they know that cast sequence, they should be able to see even further next time. And there's not a lot left to go. 14%?
Yeah.
844 on the encounter. My guess is an enrage for a boss like this is probably going to be around the 10-minute mark, if there even is one. So, dude, this looks like the end is in sight.
Yeah, I think that we have seen the secret phases of the encounter, and it seems to be the intermission phases, and like the changes they've made from heroic mechanics and turning them into more mythic mechanics. I'm pretty sure this fight just ends at 0, and they very much have a kill within their sights. Because think about it. After that next Scatterblast frontal, what's happening next? Probably a repeat of those same mechanics they've already seen.
Probably a repeat.
And then suddenly 5-6% of the boss gets lopped off.
Yeah.
And then they have another round of mechanics, which should be a repeat of what we've seen already. And then they get through that, and then the fight could be dead.
So there's one overlap of mechanics that I don't believe we've seen yet that I think could pose a huge problem for them. And that's if they get biggest, baddest bombs at the same time as a suppression cast from the boss in one quadrant. If that's the next set of mechanics, which it looks like it might end up being based off of just the timers in that encounter and how much time there usually is between mechanics, that could be a little bit of a problem to solve. You might end up having to just sack maybe 2 of the biggest, baddest bombs so you have enough room to spread out away from the boss.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah, that's it. The thing with it is there will be like almost like the only way to do it. Like you only have so much room. The circles take up a certain amount of space. They can bait them all in a certain area. And so it feels like as long as they can like fit all the pieces together, then like what else is there? You know, because if there's no like on-the-fly gaming with the suppression and it's all baited in some way, then yeah, I don't know what like could throw them through a loop once they figure out like a good dance to handle it.
People are asking questions in chat. When's the last time we had a sub 100 boss kill? This is a...
Whoa!
Wow, I had just cursed.
Potty mouth.
Wow. Unbelievable.
Decorum.
I don't think it's going to be sub 100, but I think
that on your own.
I think it could be very close to 100 if it does just die at 0 in that phase like we think it might. People are saying, "Oh my God, it's a Xavius moment." Guys, Xavius was like 25 pulls.
Yeah. But night and day.
Give some credit to this boss. It is still a difficult boss. Also, you guys didn't get to see the first 40 pulls. You didn't get to see them struggle figuring out phase 1. You kind of saw the finished product. That is one of the problems of them going dark. But they spent 4.5 hours last night figuring that out.
This
so
is like a Sarkareth, don't you think?
It's very much like a Sarkareth.
Yeah.
But the baiting, the potential pull count, you know, we're up until it dies, we're going to be like questioning, is it actually going to die? But yeah, this isn't like, imagine it dies soon and Styx Bunk Junker had more pulls.
Also, you have to
counter time, and counter time is the most important thing. I think this is probably more equivalent to Sarkareth when it comes to encounter time, and then also a bit of fight flow.
Important thing as well to remember. Remember Mugsy? We saw that phase 2 bomb set at like pull 70.
True.
And it took them another 90 pulls to kill it.
Yeah.
There could be some awful overlap of mechanics that happen 15 seconds from when they just wiped.
Counterpoint though, Mugsy had a constant ramping effect onto it as well with Moxie.
True.
That starts making, okay, you might have the similar mechanics that you're seeing, but the order in which is different, plus everything just hurts way more.
Yeah. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm just thinking it's more like a puzzle, and once they solve the positioning, and unless the DPS is like so tight that they have to come up with like really clever uptime stuff throughout the fight, that they just need to get everybody there, and then what? The healers probably can't die, and then anybody with the clasps can't die. You know, other than the DPS check, but to like at least see the enrage, that's just kind of the healers to make sure that the clasps don't die.
Well, something that I think is going to be very telling as to whether or not there is a mythic phase is what happens when the boss hits 10%. Because most secret end mythic phases happen at 10%. I still don't think there is one. I think the boss just goes to 0 and dies. But if the boss starts monologuing when you hit 10%,
yeah,
there's probably a good indication that there will be something. So I think we can see that next pull if they get back to phase 3.
I'm not a believer, but I hope I'm wrong.
I hope so too.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same patch as Sarkareth, so maybe this is just kind of intended to be a little quicker of a raid.
Yeah, and I think it's a pretty decent balance for the raid as well, having an end boss that is not so enormous of like a mountain to overcome. Maybe a little bit easier, but I think that's kind of like, oh, could have been like another half day or something like that.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not too abnormal in the grand scheme of things for a final boss to take 150-ish pulls, right? Sarkareth was 130. Sire Denathrius was 140 or so.
That's true.
And those were fantastic bosses that everyone loved. I think
I like this fight.
I think we might be on pace for a similar style of boss here.
Yeah, and I mean, like these players have been grinding so hard with all these splits. It's funny, we're like a shorter race, but what are we on, day 13 or something?
Day 12.
Day 12?
Day 12, yeah.
So we're in it. I mean, the prep has made it a lot easier too. I'm sure it's getting kind of hard to anticipate the player power coming to every tier because they just keep ramping up the splits, and Blizzard has to play this balancing game with like how much do you balance around people who do 14 splits and how much do you balance around people who just walk into Mythic.
I think as long as you're able to find good ways to nerf the fights after World First, then it's good. Like how they've nerfed Styx, Bunk Junker, I think is really good. The first nerf was just not enough. Once they had that second nerf hit for Styx, I think that was perfect for the fight. And like where my guild is on it, we're at like 4% right now, and I feel like that's in really, really good shape.
What if WoW did a door boss for the very first time?
Well, Liquid already beat the door boss earlier, 2 days ago.
Hear me, okay. Have you heard the term door boss from Final Fantasy?
Door boss. I've heard the term. I don't know what it means.
Yeah, they're
so
fun.
It's a little bit different. Final Fantasy bosses work a little bit different than WoW bosses. So in Final Fantasy, when you join a raid instance for a boss, you have 2 hours to kill the boss before you have to reset the instance and try again. There are bosses where there's a phase 1 and a phase 2, and you have to clear the phase 1 of the boss to unlock the phase 2 of the boss. Those are called door bosses. What if you have to defeat this Gallywix to unlock another boss afterwards?
Okay, so the equivalent is basically, Cams, you know how Gallywix goes into his mech on Heroic? That happens in phase 3 on Heroic. The equivalent is like, you would have to kill cleanly through phase 1, phase 2, and then you would get to phase 3, and then the fight kind of like resets, you get to get your food buff back, all that other fun stuff. and then every pull for the next 2 hours just starts at phase 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which is kind of like how this fight starts,
Kind of like Shaw of Fear.
Yeah, like Shaw of Fear.
In a sense.
Yeah. That was fun. I mean, Hesperos was a very good door boss as well.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you had to fight and think on your feet, and then the second phase was very much like super hyper scripted.
Yeah, but it was tough to figure out. It was a good puzzle boss.
It was. It was, absolutely.
You know who the rank 1 red mage parse on Hesperos was?
You? Oh, let's go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Love to see it.
That was me. Now, I crit like 50% of my finishers, but let's not worry about that. That's parsing in Final Fantasy. That's parsing in Final Fantasy.
That's what you got to do. Get the juice.
The red mage, the blue mage. What can he do? Final Fantasy. This, in a similar fashion to Final Fantasy, this is what this boss makes you feel like. Just you have this limited space. You have mechanics that can only be fit within the space certain ways, and you need to, fit all the pieces in while keeping high uptime. I feel like maybe it's just because I played some Final Fantasy that I'm seeing it in WoW now, or if maybe it's bleeding in, because I know the devs like it.
Yeah. No, this definitely feels like that kind of encounter, right? Where there's a very particular dance that you have to do positioning-wise.
Yeah, Kaiveza felt a lot like that.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Which I think is cool. I mean, I'm all for any kind of fun new boss thing. If there's a door boss, that'd be awesome. If the boss dies at 120 pulls, cool, I guess. We like a long, really hard end boss. The build-up adds so much to it, but...
Maybe not when we've been here for 12 days already, though.
Yeah, that is another thing. I don't know how the players are feeling. But I know after splits they were pretty tired, but...
Well...
Oh, yeah, I bet. I bet they're exhausted.
Here's the thing, right? They haven't been here nearly as long as they were here for the last race, though. Because remember, they came out here early for the last race for Heroic Week. So by the time Queen Ansarek was dead, they were here for 19 days raiding at that point. We're only on day 12 right now.
There's kind of an end to Heroic Week, though, at a certain point.
Sure.
They get a little, reprieve before they get fired up into Mythic.
Yeah, this has been, literally nonstop. They go to bed, they have to be ready to wake up and game. I mean, unless you're on the bench, you're just in here grinding, gaming.
Yep. And even some of those who were on the bench were grinding with the expectation that maybe they could come in.
Yeah, the bench players only, last night, Atlas, I think, could finally go, I'm pretty sure I'm not in. I can relax a little bit.
Yep.
And they had a little watch party.
Feast is down. The bouncing text telling them to get their hearty food buff for the next hour.
I need that weak course.
It looks like they let Cinny hop out of the raid, go upgrade all of his gear, send every single crest he had. He might not have been quite ready yet on the mage. But after they saw that P3 push, they said, all right, man, send it.
Yep. Walk in.
This boss could die tonight. This is our kill comp. You are our bomb carrier number 4. Guys, lock in.
Look at this comp. Is this what we're going to see going forward, is you get all the raid buffs and then just hyper stack for the fight?
Yep.
I'm surprised it hasn't been that already.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe it's just they have the roster size and the player with the flexibility to multi-class in this way. But
before you know it, it's going to be DK's asking for a raid buff.
I've been saying this always. It is more pertinent now than ever with the final boss sub 15%. If you do not want to get blocked by ads, use your Prime sub now so you don't accidentally get hit with one of those when the boss is sub 10%. So you don't miss out on the world first kill. Check if you've got one right now. Don't miss out.
Any gifters?
Any gifters? Question mark.
I think I got gifted a sub. Did you guys get gifted?
Yeah, I got gifted one.
Yeah. I use my Prime on this channel during the race.
There you go.
I think my wife has the Prime of our account.
That's acceptable. That's acceptable.
I don't know what she does with it. It better be going to instructors.
Got to call up with your wife and check. Shout out to Mrs. Cams.
Yep. She's at home with the dogs. She's probably watching. Hey, girl.
Hi, Mrs. Cam.
I might be home soon. Might be home tomorrow. We'll see.
For isn't it Easter coming up?
Something like that.
The next week?
I
guess it's like a month from now.
I couldn't tell you when Easter is.
Yeah.
I just don't know.
April
when the eggs show up in the yard.
20th? 20th. There you go.
So
St. Patty's Day. Yeah, maybe we'll be home for St. Patty's Day.
Yeah.
Knew there was something coming.
To recap the last 30 minutes for people
We've
who
been in the
haven't been paying
trenches.
attention, we've been stuck in limbo where the guild had this insane pull where they saw deep into P3 with all 20 players alive, only wiping because they just didn't know the cast sequence of abilities in P3 and ended up accidentally having players double soak the frontal soak that happens in Heroic, where of course if you take 2 in a row, you'll just die to it. They also made a comp swap that pull. They swapped out their Fury Warrior, Wolf Disco, for a 4th mage, Cinny, who's been playing Shadow Priest for the majority of the raid, but has been gearing mage on the side after he wasn't playing on Mugsy due to just Shadow Priest not being able to play that fight. The first pull after swapping the 4th mage in, they have this absolutely insane pull, so they have to go back into conversations about what to do in that phase, what their positioning is going to be, who's going to be spread where, so that a double soak never happens again. They probably were also covering contingencies like we were talking about for overlaps of mechanics like suppression plus biggest baddest bombs, where where they're going to go, what they're going to do, how they're going to stack, how they're going to spread out the 5 AoEs. And hopefully we get to see all that put into action right here on this pull. But remember, guys, phase 1 is everything.
Yep.
Yeah, I just want to point out, like when we're talking about the people on the bench, I mean, Cinny just gets brought in, like that was one of his first attempts.
On this boss. Yeah, it was his first attempt ever on this boss.
It just goes to the end. He's been locked in, watching the fight, getting ready for it. I mean, very impressive.
Not only that, but the Raiders have such amazing skill at making sure they stay alive, focus on mechanics first, just getting to the end of the fight. We haven't seen if there's going to be a Titan rage check, for example, and that could change a few different things to make people greedier for mechanics. I can't begin to tell you how often we've seen Shakib with the biggest batter bombs in phase 2, running way out as fast as he can, as early as he can, throwing a glaive occasionally, and just sitting there waiting until his stacks drop, or his debuff drops, and then getting back into melee. They really have, there's moments where they can play for damage, but if there's any sort of risk whatsoever, they are being as careful as they possibly can.
Yeah, they're not optimizing for damage at all, right? That's the huge thing. And they can optimize a ton for damage. Think back to Queen Anserek when they were having 8% in rage wipes on the boss, and they whittled that down to 4%. Unfortunately, one of their mages did die here. That's going to be an explosion on the entire raid. Not a big deal. First time we've wiped in phase 1 in a long time. We'll go again. Thinking back to Queen Anserek, though, they were able to optimize a ton. Their melee were running around the boss, waddling all the way around the boss, trying to finish off spiders, not optimizing for boss damage at all, just making sure they didn't have one of those bombs explode. The optimization, if this guild needs to do it, they can do it. Right now, they're just concerned about consistency and seeing more of the fight, so if they do end up having to optimize, they'll be able to do that just from knowing what the fight does.
Yeah, but
and knowing the movement kind of solves a lot of those problems for them, because once they have that down to a science, the muscle memory that they need to build up, it gets so much easier for them to figure out how they can greed, when they can greed, and get that extra damage.
Good questions in chat.
Like, honestly,
good
if they even need it.
There's good questions in chat about, what do you do if you're Liquid now? Boss is sub 14%. If you think this boss dies at 0, how long do you go? Yeah. And I think it depends on a couple of different factors. How much more progress they can make in the next couple of hours, how close to potentially killing the boss they get, whether or not there's another phase is a really big one. But I think if we see any more progress tonight, there's a real chance that they might just go until they kill it. Within reason, of course. They're not going to go to 6 a.m.
Right. I think once you're assured you're sub 10%, and the boss is not monologuing or anything like that, I think you have to look at how much pulls might degrade over time. Do people get a little sleepy debuff? Because at this point, they've kind of mapped out the entirety of the encounter. Even if Echo is able to look at the encounter, see what's happening, see what to do, it's still going to take them a lot of time and reps to get to that point. So you can always make the argument of saying, we can go to bed if we're reasonably confident that it's going to take Echo more time to get through that. Let's make sure we're well rested, finish it off in the morning.
Yeah, exactly. They don't want to try and sprint to the end and kind of trip while Echo takes the slow and steady.
Assuming pulls are sort of degrading as time goes on and everything like that, as people get kind of tired.
What are we thinking, Kalamazi?
Kalamazi's come out.
Let's see. Which one?
It should just be on all the time.
It O or
should just be
minus? I'm not sure which one it is. Is that him? Chat, can you guys hear Kalamazi yapping? Go ahead. I never know.
Go ahead, you want to use my... Come use the.
Well, just like flip it to the other one. I don't know which one is on. Thankfully not. Oh,
okay.
Flip the other switch the other way. We don't know how to do the technology.
Come use the hot seat one.
Yeah. No, he's got it.
Flip the switch on the mic, Kalamazoo.
We just did. Oh, so flip it again.
I think I maybe heard it.
Flip it again. Okay, we flipped it back. How about this?
Time's charm.
Hey, there.
Oh, there he is.
We got you.
Here I am.
I never.
What's up, Florida man?
What am I doing?
What are you doing? I don't know.
I don't know. I was just watching TV and then you started talking to me.
What are you watching?
Oh, okay.
Gallywix.
Let's go.
That's
yes.
right. Nothing else to be watching.
Yeah, they're gonna kill tonight, right?
That's,
Yeah.
well, that's the
Amen.
question. Are they gonna kill tonight? Or are they gonna get super close and then they try to like go to bed, wake up early, something like that?
I don't think so. I think it's 50-50. It dies or doesn't.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
I think
Some
it
of
could
the
die tonight.
smartest words I've ever heard.
I don't think chances are exceptionally high. Probably 50%. But I think it could die tonight.
All right, we live in Monst tonight?
Well, we might be if they're staying late.
It depends when it dies. Might be living moss in the plane if that's the case. I don't want to do that. So I'm thinking about overtime in a little bit, actually. Yeah, we can get that going. All right. I don't think you do an early wake up tomorrow, though. I think you just go till raid time ends and wake up regular and come in and kill it. I don't think Echo's killing this tomorrow.
Yeah,
I doubt it. I mean, there's a lot to learn still, though.
I think they learned the lesson on Sarkareth to like maybe not push it like they did and get up at 5 in the morning.
True.
Because the last thing you want to do is troll the whole day because everybody's tired. I mean, you can't just go take a nap. Like
Yep.
they're up and they're raiding. Like I mean, they just have to sit there and do it until they die.
If Liquid's got a weakness, it's waking up early.
There is another problem as well, though. If you know you're getting close to a kill, some people, the excitement just eats away at them and they can't get good sleep. So sometimes you might just have to go late to make sure people are tired enough to go to sleep.
True. But then you need to make sure they have enough sleep before you get started.
Yeah.
The whole like, let's do power nap 6 hours or 5 hours I don't think would work.
There's no, if the boss doesn't die tonight, there's no way some of these raiders don't wake up in the middle of the night with like a panic to check this to Echo stream just to know.
Oh, I did it last night. I was in bed too. Yeah.
Yeah, just like like having a dream they killed it and go, oh no, they're at 50%, it's fine.
And I see what people in chat are saying. They're saying, what? Echo can just watch this and kill it. Yeah, like they did with Mugsy today. It took them 10 hours to do that. It's not something that you can just replicate right away, right? This fight is difficult. Mugsy was difficult.
Chat,
replicating is not an instant thing.
Yeah, and
we have all the videos of all these Liquid kills already. Why aren't you guys all 4 of it or higher? Come on now.
Yeah, and
Just do it.
Does Echo have 4 mages? Can they get this comp? Is it required?
I don't know if 4 is required. I mean, 4 is very good.
Yeah.
They have 3, right? I don't know. Can they get
No,
a 4?
oh, does Echo or Liquid?
Echo has, I think, Echo's a 3 easily. I don't know if they have a 4th they can get like super easy or not. They have to probably gear it though too, right?
I'm not sure how geared Flex is.
Flex is old like me though, so.
And to be clear, like that wasn't Flame at Echo. That's just attributing how hard these fights are to do, regardless of whether or not you have the strat given to you. The execution is the most important part of the encounter. The problem solving, as fun as it can be, is just extra for the Raiders, right? It's the execution and the gameplay that's fun for them. So even though they're showing off the strategy here, the analysts can do their best job of showing it to the players, but if the individual play of the players can't match the execution here, it's going to be tough for them to do.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the bombs. I mean, we'll have to see what the DPS check's like, but if they have to start getting greedy, and there's just always that hanging over them of like, if I die or, I let this person die, it's just over, that kind of stress. And then, we haven't seen them get consistently to P3. We don't know kind of how consistent they'll be getting in there. I mean, hopefully they get it pretty high up, because that's how they're going to have to kill it. But it could, I mean, they could have just had like an insane pull, and we don't see another new best like at all tonight. Like that is in the cards also, which I hope not, because they've been playing well, and I think they deserve to see this boss get as low as possible. But
is there a hidden phase?
Nah,
I don't think so.
I'm hoping.
I think the technical hidden phase is these intermissions.
Right. Okay. I was curious. Yeah, I mean, the fight was like the 5-minute mark, and it's around like 20%. Yeah, I think it's a hidden phase, but we're approaching 9 minutes, and it's at like 15%. I think it just ends there, honestly.
Me too.
Well, they had that insane pull like 30 minutes ago now. We're having a good phase 2 pull here, boss at 40%. Scott is very soon going to be depositing that bomb right behind where Shakib is right now in just a few moments here. They're going to wait a little bit longer before they do. We still have both of our battle reses, all 20 players are alive. We know they know the movement and the mechanics of that second intermission, as well as phase 3 now. This time around, it's just about executing. They know the movement for the suppression. They know how far they need to run away. Shakib even knowing he can wait for that opening in the lighting there before he has to get away with the suppression. They've downloaded this portion of the fight. Their phase 2 is super clean now. I think really the hardest overlap for this guild right now probably is just those canister overlaps in P1. I think their phase 2s have been lights out ever since they've been getting through it for the past hour or so now.
Yeah, they're actually playing so well. Sane goes down.
That's a cast.
They do have a res.
That is a cast. That's on me. Chat, that was my fault. Sorry. I'll take credit for that. We still have a battle res, though. All good.
I think it went down again, actually, there.
No.
Yeah.
No, please don't.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right, they've burned all their battle res.
All right. Sorry, Sane.
Okay, burn all the battle res.
Hold that since
Here we go.
Here we go. Intermission 2. Intermission
One
2.
pie slice remaining. Hold.
They are killing it.
Zyro, stuff it.
Okay.
Just want to group up for these ads.
All right, intermission 2. Ad spawning.
Bunch of guys.
Look at the lines. Melee, no. They have time at the very end of this line reaching the edge here. They can go out and dodge. Plenty of time. We're not too worried about those rockets hitting. It takes a while for them to hit. Ooh, Sevi going down. That's a bit of a problem. That is their heal. One of their healers dead for all of P3. So those soaks, those heals on the healing absorb are going to be a problem. THD goes.
He's EPS.
Oh, it's
all 4 healers.
Oh, right,
alive.
you're right. Sevi is a damage healer. I forgot. I'm so used to him being a healer. Okay, we have all 4 healers. That's good. That's good. Look at the positioning now. Ranged already know where they want to be. All the mages in the back for that first frontal. The perfect amount of people should get hit there. They'll be able to heal off the healing absorb with all 4 of their healers. Just need to keep those bomb holders alive. Not a single auto clasp can die. If they do, it'll be an entire raid wipe. Let's see how they're going to deal with the biggest, baddest bombs. Who's going to go out? Who's going to go into the lightning? Look at the positioning here. They had this planned out this time. They knew exactly where they wanted to go, Jack.
Great patience by Dryany, trusting the Trill was going to make that movement, and now he's also in a great position to drop off any of his blaze lines, thankfully facing away from everybody else. Sang did go down, but they got it right back up. They've got just, I think he might just be out of range of that one. They got a new best going on our hands, 12.5% left on the boss, and they are just able to continuously burn. They got that Giga Blast faced very far away from the rest of the group, and they just have the ego check going out. Got suppression. They're going to deal with this suppression. They got to go really far.
Stunned.
We got
live.
Oh, that was a clutch
Huge
cocoon.
Wow, okay, still on pace here. What's up next? Venting Heat. This is AoE damage here. Next frontal soak is going to be soon. It's going to be a biggest, baddest bombs. They need to spread out, find your position here. All the ranged have to find the one tiny safe spot in the center of the room, but they've done it once again. Still 18 players alive. They lost Nick. They res the Sevi. No res for the rest of the fight. Look at this AoE here. There's a frontal soak during it too. Do they have the right amount of players in? They do. Below 5% now. Can they get this done? Is there an enrage anywhere to be found, Jack?
No, there's 4% left on the boss, 3.5% left up on the boss. Suppression goes out. They have so many people left alive. Dronny and Nick are down. They just have Suri and Smacked left remaining. 2% onto the boss right now, and it keeps on falling.
Can they get this down? Still 16 players alive. Overloaded coils. We've seen this mechanic. This was on heroic. This is going to kill everyone.
0.2.
Kill the boss.
0.05.
Let's go. THD right now. We are all THD right now. What just happened?
Sticks Bump Chunker.
What just happened?
It's here. What?
Wow. In less than 100 pulls, King Gallywix has fallen to Team Liquid, and they have the Coinbase world first kill.
Bro, there's no way. I can't believe it. That's crazy. That is crazy.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Simultaneously shock and excitement going out right now at the Alienware training facility. The hallway's just getting flooded right now as everybody's running to congratulate them. I don't think anybody expected this.
No, not at all. I went from thinking Queen Ansarek was impossible last year to thinking that it would be impossible. This fight's this easy. That's not to take away from the players' great play, but 99 pulls, huh?
But where's their
insane?
They had a lot of players dying. They were able to meet the Enraged with plenty of time left to spare. We never really hit a point where it seemed like they had to hyper-optimize damage. Of course, they're trying to do as much as they possibly can all of the time. I've seen some crazy things over the years where they had to go above and beyond to meet the damage check, and they just made it look flawless.
I am just completely shocked right now. And that Enrage was insane. The fact that they were able to get it done on the first try, the fact that we saw the overcharge coils mechanic in one of their heroic clears 10 days ago now, had no idea what that was. Turns out it's just the hard Enrage on the boss. We didn't know the next time that we would see it would be on the kill pull for Mythic Gallywix. What the hell just happened?
I'm surprised they even lived through some ticks of that, like with the...
Yeah, me too.
With the bomb players not just exploding and killing everybody. I thought we were about to see like a heartbreaking 0.0 something.
I don't know if I would call that heartbreaking. Potentially heartbreaking.
Right? I would love to hear the calls at the end there as well, because the important thing about that Enrage cast, if you saw what it did in Heroic, you knew it would do an insane amount of pulsing AoE damage. But the fact that they have the bombs on the tank plus the 4 mages who can all cauterize and then ice block to not die to that potential damage, the fact that the healers know, okay, we just have to keep the mages alive, because if the mage dies, they blow up and kill everyone instantly. Yeah. I want to hear the comms there, because I want to hear if that was what was communicated, if they were able to do that in the moment. Wow, just what an insane 14% to dead on an in-boss.
Yeah.
When has that ever happened?
I actually can't think of a time that this has ever happened, other than like Xavius, which was a lot easier. Oh, so was it pull 100 even?
I think it was exactly pull 100.
Almost a 2-digit end boss. Yeah. Crazy.
Also, listen, I want to say special shout out to Chris. I think this was his first time being here for a world first kill for Liquid.
Let's go, Chris. He gave him the buff. He made the boss easy.
He didn't moneyball it.
We need to see a replay of Max's face when the boss died. It was such... I think it was everybody made the face of like, that's it?
Yep, no Jaster Diamonds. This is heartbreak.
Unfortunate.
This is the real heartbreak. They had rough loot on Mugsy, and they had rough loot on
those damn cloth bracers again.
Gosh.
Illicit bankrollers.
And of course, as is tradition for the final boss, everyone just gets to roll neat on everything. Also, check out the cloth loot.
I know.
2 gloves, some bracers. Oh,
Those
man.
are some big gloves. Welcome in. I think some people might have missed that Team Liquid just got the Coinbase world first kill of Chrome King Gallywix. Out of nowhere, 14% to 0.
Someone jump in the hole. Is there another boss down there?
They gotta go find it. Yeah. They gotta go find Rodden's cousin.
Where's the guy in the door?
They've been siphoning black blood from somebody deep in underground.
Interesting.
We'll have to wait till the next patch to continue that story.
Man, I did not expect this at all, with just how hard Styx Bunkjunker was and Sprockermonger being a pretty difficult boss. And I mean, Mugsy was crazy. Mugsy was the real end boss.
I'm getting shades of the last race here. remember at the end of Ansarek when THG made this insane play? I think it's the most clipped moment on the Team Liquid channel. It's like 220,000 views.
Yeah.
What is he showing off to them now?
Yeah.
Why are they laughing? Well, I want to see what they're looking at eventually. Hopefully we can find out whatever it is they're laughing at so we can see it.
You know, one of the scariest things has got to be losing 2 of their healers and still the remaining healers doing enough to keep everybody alive. You had to Mistweaver and Disc Priest just left alive. You know, the Druid's the one doing so much to even out health bars. Oh.
I love the fact that this happened for Mugsy too. They had an update to their weak ores and timers prepared in case that wasn't the poll. And Bart still sent the update. It was going to go through regardless. But
I get it now.
They're quick to put that image in the package.
Oh, I get it now.
Oh, that's so good.
IRL stream.
I can't believe they procced the hopeful. Oh, man.
That was fast.
That's the face everybody made.
That was fast, dude. That was just today.
Yeah. Scott going for a hug.
For those of you who don't know, Scott woke up this morning. He was feeling unwell. So he moved from his PC into one of those pods on his own. He must be feeling ecstatic right now. Vibes from this morning to the vibes right now, complete 180 for him.
I mean, for the whole race in general, if you think about it.
We've got Azula joining in the celebrations as well.
I'm sure she's loving it, loving all the pets. But think about where Liquid has been with this race. They've had authentication server issues, disconnects, doors not opening, the power went out. Just so many times where they felt like they couldn't even play the game.
Yeah.
And then there comes down, Sprocketmonger didn't go their way either.
No.
Yeah,
Mugsy comes around, they stomp. They play incredibly. Today, Echo does get Mugsy down. They get themselves started with Gallywix. They have an expectation of, okay, what are we going to see from Gallywix? They're probably going to be waking up soon and realizing that Liquid's beat them.
I'm trying to think back in the history here for Liquid. We had Nyalotha, we had Castle Nathria, we had Aberrus, we had, what was the last raid called? Nerubar Palace. Now we have a 5th world first kill here for Liquid. Chrome King Gallywix, the Undermine, liberation of Undermine, and a 5th world first for the guild. The first time they've gone back-to-back in over almost 5 years now.
That's right. They've gone back-to-back.
They're back.
They ran it back.
Can they do the full sweep? The
expansion sweep?
The expansion sweep, yeah. When was the last time we had an expansion sweep?
It's been forever.
Yeah.
Since before BFA. I guess.
Before,
No, Legion wasn't even a sweep.
Yeah, Legion wasn't a sweep because Exorcist got Emerald Nightmare and Nighthold.
And Nighthold, yeah.
Yeah? Has it ever happened, actually?
I'm blanking. What was before Legion? WAD.
WAD?
Yeah,
was
Warlords.
I mean, it was only, Method got both.
Paragon got Highmaul.
Oh.
Yeah, so that wasn't an expansion sweep either.
Right,
I forgot about Highmaul.
No Butcher.
Yep.
Dang. Yeah, so nobody
nobody
how
has
hard
ever
it
done
is.
it
And there's
before.
been some dominant guilds.
And
Paragon and Method,
it's been a long time since a back-to-back.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because they went back and
Everyone,
forth. And,
nobody's sleeping tonight.
Cheers in the
Nobody's sleeping tonight. Everyone's popping an M.
Yeah, last time was it was Sofo in the Vault of the Incarnates. So 2.5 years ago now.
Huh. What an end.
I didn't think my shift was going to go like this. I usually am not on the night shift.
Well, maybe you're the good luck charm, Jack. Maybe your first night. Maybe you should do the night shift more often.
Apparently so. Yeah, I think this is the latest that I've ever been upcasting. This whole 2 weeks.
Yeah, there have been a lot of players that stepped up this raid, but I think special shout out for this boss has to go to Senny.
Yeah.
Right?
He probably did something nobody's ever done before, which is come in on an end boss like 3 polls before the world first.
And he did one of the hardest jobs on the fight. He held one of the autoclass bombs.
He literally could not die or it would wipe the raid.
I also heard that he used his Twitch Prime sub to make sure that he didn't get any ads during this big celebration moment as well. Such a clutch performance. Chat, any primes?
Any gifters?
And my wife, she said she did use her Prime on the channel, so she did not miss the kill.
Thank you, Lumi.
Dub wife.
Look how much fun everybody's having.
They are. And you could be having so much fun as well, chat, if you sign up for Coinbase. It's tl.gg/Coinbase, okay? We have a whole special prize going on where we fly one of you out to the next race to World First. You get to be here for this event. You don't just get to see it on camera and see it at home. You get to go pop an M with the boys. That's a Monster Energy, that for anybody curious.
Yeah, tons of monsters.
/Coinbase. Oh, my Lord. Tarava, thank you for gifting 100 subs.
Oh my God, Jack!
To the Team
please
Liquid channel.
Please do not try to read those names out, Jack.
I don't know if I'd be able to.
You've been losing your voice today. I've been noticing.
I've been fighting the good fight.
12 days of casting will do that to you.
I've been fighting the good fight, and it's been paying off. Ah, there we have Ham. This is Chris's new dog.
Oh. Can you believe? So Chris told us a story about how he adopted his dog this morning, Kems. I could not believe that he adopted him 2 weeks ago.
Really?
2 weeks ago.
Good luck. He got Chris to be here for the kill. Good boy, Ham.
That dog is infatuated with him. That dog follows him everywhere. Like, dude, you could have told me he's had that dog since it was a puppy. I would believe you.
Well, he's a puppy.
He is still a bit of a puppy, but he's a big puppy.
I don't know how old he is, but
he's like a year and a half.
Oh, okay. I didn't know he was that old. All right, yeah, he's old, aging.
Getting big.
Yeah, because he had a cone.
Hey, shout out to Wolf Disco, by the way. He has been going through it this race. Okay, so notably, unfortunately, they didn't bring in the DPS warrior for the kill. They wanted another mage. On Mugsy, just randomly gets meleeed by the boss repeatedly for no reason whatsoever. Yeah. Having to fight against those bugs, it's got to be so insanely tilting.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's here to enjoy the fruit of all that labor, of all that work.
Yeah, I don't think he minds being sat because the boss is dead.
That's
right.
right.
You know, like on the bench, you just go, everybody's free, you're happy for all your friends. You know, it's a huge team effort from everybody. I mean, even the analysts, they're not even playing at all, and they're still part of the kill.
Yeah,
still part of the kill.
Bubba.
It's got to be feeling good after all.
Big brain on the bench.
I mean, all those meetings they took on this boss, they were very methodical. They'd pull, get farther, take a long break, push all the weak ores, the add-ons, come up with the positioning and everything, and we saw they get to P3, kind of see most of it, get there again, kill the boss. Like, incredible work from everybody.
I'm amazed the DPS check wasn't tighter, too.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Tuesday comes around, they're going to be 3% damage, 3% healing coming in from that renown track.
Don't speak too soon, because we've seen this guild has had insane damage.
Oh, they have.
This tier.
Oh, yeah.
They have been a notable notch above the other guilds. And just because it looked easy for them doesn't mean it's going to be easy for the other guilds.
You're right. You're right. They set the bar.
But people were dead for a little while.
There were a couple
damage dead. Like, I think even going into P3, someone was dead. I could be wrong. But, yeah, like we saw in Ansarek, it was so many pulls of just optimizing the damage.
Yeah,
and getting everything perfect.
They pushed into that final phase and basically had to rip all their battle reses as fast as they possibly
could. Yeah, no, they didn't have to use the battle reses for any kind of like sacking or.
I wonder if we have the RaiderIO encounter time.
Yeah.
That is something that'd be so
well,
curious to
I'm sure
see,
it'll be right there.
to compare. Yeah, but if they want to pull it up.
Check it on your Alienware laptop.
True. I'll be very, very curious to see under that one.
Oh,
Keep an eye out
man.
for it.
I'm still buzzing from that. Like I feels like my hair on my arms is standing up right now.
Yeah, I'm
was
still
standing up.
Confused.
I was standing up onto that one. Welcome in. I'm Automatic Jack, joined by Zyronic and Cams, as we got to see the Coinbase world first pull by Team Liquid. Out of, I don't want to say nowhere, but just blasting from 14% to 0 at this point.
Never been done before on an end boss.
Yeah.
Absolutely insane.
Plus the back-to-back. The back-to-back world first wins. That's 2 now in the War Within.
I mean, there's just no way you could have convinced me earlier today that the boss is going to die today. I would have said, like, I mean, same with like Styx Bunk Chunker being hard. I just like wouldn't have believed it. Like, no, that boss is going to be silly. You roll around, it's kind of fun. It's going to die when they can just do it right. This, yeah, no chance you could have convinced me this was dying today. Maybe like when I sat down and they had gotten to P3 and it's like, okay, they're making a lot of progress, but like they hadn't even pulled the boss. It's not even been 24 hours, right?
Their first time seeing P3 with everyone alive was 30 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
What do they got over there?
Oh.
Okay.
What do you guys got
All
there?
right. Hey, okay.
What do you guys got over there?
All right.
What do you guys got over there? Ah, okay.
A little bit of celebrations in it.
Ah.
All right.
Yeah, chef made some nice juice.
I guess it's technically only 9:30 local time.
Yeah. What was Ansarek died kind of late? Am I right?
It was like 11
Yeah.
p.m. Yeah, it was really late.
What? But you know what? It's not too late to sign up for Coinbase, by the way.
Oh,
You
yeah.
guys haven't already.
Okay.
TL.gg/Coinbase. We do have our special promotion going on right now. We haven't drawn a winner yet. All you have to do is sign up at TL.gg/Coinbase with our promo code TeamLiquid20 and fill out our form at TL.gg/RWFBTS with your email attached to that Coinbase account. And you can win not only signed jerseys by the players, but we also have a grand prize giveaway to fly you out to the next race to world first. You could be here as Liquid goes for the full expansion sweep.
Yeah, if that raid is the last one of the expansion on the timeline, it's like around in the summer, right? So
Yeah,
is that what we're expecting?
True.
I'm probably well. This is a March tier.
Go out to the beach with the boys.
They've been very consistent about this sort of like 5 to 6 month schedule, right? So August, September, maybe ish for the next raid is what my guess would be.
And are we just expecting that to be the end of War Within?
That'd be my guess.
That's the assumption.
Yeah.
You know, we never know what to expect from Blizzard, but I think by the time that we have the next season announced, we would know if it's going to be the final one or not.
Okay.
So that the hype of full sweep or something like that would be established as well.
Yeah, I would love to see like the mini raids like they've done in the past. I don't know if those ever come out. Yeah.
Yeah.
A 2-bosser. I don't know how a race would work in that scenario, but yeah, I'm excited to see what's next. War Within is surprising me in a lot of ways.
Oh, yeah.
It definitely is, and I think it surprised all of us on that kill as well. We're going to be working on having a replay for you all very, very soon onto it. And if you just tuned in, we were progressing onto the boss fairly steadily, going from, I think, over an hour-and-a-half period, we went from 28% to 14% to 0 in getting the boss killed.
Yeah, it was wild. Right before our shift is when they had their best pull. I was actually on the listen in before us three came on. Actually, it was Dash, and then you rejoined us. But they saw Phase 3 for the first time. This is about 2 hours ago now, 2.5 hours ago. They saw Phase 3 for the first time. That was with Scott and Yips being the only ones alive in the phase. That was their first try past the second intermission. They saw Phase 3 with 20 players alive. They saw the mechanics they needed to do. They sat there and Strat talked for almost 30 minutes, figuring out exactly what it was they needed to do in that phase. Then they just did it.
Yeah.
Very next pull.
And that communication has been so important for them throughout all of their progress. So let's take it on over to our Coinbase world first pull with full team comms.
Which one do you guys want me to always move out then? It doesn't matter to me.
Always move out Moon, and we should just put ranged in the kick on it and not
if you're moving it out, can't you?
I am kicking.
Okay.
But if I'm assigned at the same time
Avenger
as someone
Shield,
else.
Avenger Shield.
Yeah, they're not always up.
Oh shit!
It would be. Do you know how hard it is to hold Divine Toll every time like that million set of ad spawns? It's the saddest thing ever.
We are kicking in 3, 2, 1, now. Okay, Blaze in 3, 2, 1, frontal in 3, 2, 1, frontal. Blazes are going off shortly after. Okay, get ready for soak positions. This is going to be a very late break. Figure it out. Get near your soaks. Play the game. It's going to be very hard. You guys are insane. Literally insane that you didn't wipe to that.
FBAPI.
What causes that ad to die slow sometimes?
Well, that one was out late because I got like elevation diff.
Okay, soaks.
Blur. The technician.
Yeah.
Okay, circle it out.
Frontal.
Blaze is going out with frontal. 3, 2, 1, frontal.
Purple melee.
Okay, coil's already broken. W.
Watch him pick.
Soaks in a few seconds. Okay, be in. We're moving to the right after this. We're moving in 3, 2, 1, now. Kick, nice. On boss. Soothes. Tank circle here. This is a wombo combo, I think. Yeah. Okay, if you blaze, you can go to your soak spots. Everyone else, frontal and go to your spots in 3, 2, 1, now.
August lost.
Watch circles. Watch. Watch your health.
Watch moving.
Okay, we're good now. We're fine. Get kicks. Make sure Moon is the one that gets tanked out.
I have green on me from Threat. If the taunt is scars, because I missile damage.
It's fine. Yeah.
Soak.
Soaks. And then we're moving left with suppression. Moving left right now. Is that ag gonna die in time? I think it will be. Watch fire. Bad fire. Good.
Again.
That technician will die. It's fine. Tank circle here. Okay, blazes in 3, 2, 1. Frontal in 3, 2, 1. Dodge. And then soaks after. Soaks now. Getting your soaks here. Nice. Intermission. Watch your HP. Intermission now. Remember tanks after the phase, make sure those die to ignite before you move it. Okay. Ranged out of the middle. Get your focuses. Ranged, you're getting into the middle now. Ranged, go to the edge. 3, 2, 1.
Good exile.
Okay, and go to the middle
Actually,
here.
you're not getting that line.
Sydney, use a personal right now.
Okay.
Huge personal. Good. And this one will go, it'll die. Nice. Group soak 1. Everyone go to your spots. It's in 5 seconds. First group soak is coming out now. And get in suppression positions ranged. Everyone in suppression positions. Melee are leaving the boss in 3, 2, 1 now. It's safe now. Watch fire. Red circles. Find a spot.
I'll go for melee.
Going off. Everyone else, we're getting blazes here into frontal baits. Blazes coming out now. Watch blazes and watch red circles.
Double dodge.
Frontal in 3, 2, 1. Frontal going off. Dodge. Good. Group soak on 2 here. Make sure you guys get all the way in it. Don't get baited by this frontal. Watch the blue circles. Call for the spell if needed. Okay. This is suppression in 2 seconds. Everyone suppression positions ranged. Be careful in the back. Melee, run away.
Wait, roll.
Oh yeah. She got no fire on us. Fuck.
Yeah, we got lucky.
Okay, spread circles. Get ready soon. Get pre-spread so it's easy to figure out where you're going.
Oh, okay, go over.
Good.
I'll go far.
Everybody, this is the Wombo combo soak. This is immunes on the left side, and we're spell warding Nick. Blazes are going out now. Group soak is going out now. Watch the soak if you're not in it. Nice. Everyone bait frontal. Bait frontal in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Baiting frontal. All right, ranged, get in good fire positions. Ranged, good in fire positions. Melee, run away from the boss. 3, 2, now.
Take it slow, melee.
Okay, watch people with debuffs here. Group soak on the right group. Group soak on the right group. Group soak 2 coming up right now. Use a personal. Okay, spread circles in 3, 2, 1. Spread circles now. Heal Sang. Res him.
Careful, he's saying don't take that.
Yeah, I'm waiting.
Okay, everyone else, blazes and frontal. Just live here. Don't worry about the bait. Don't worry about the bait.
Down to the back.
And then everyone dodge.
I can't get you, Scott.
Watch the frontal.
Yeah, I'm
Okay, I'm here.
Yeah.
Real if you die, by the way.
Hold essence break.
Remember, Johnny, this is yours. Wait.
Everyone go to the left. Go to the left now. Takes a while to hit. We're starting the intermission. Guys, watch those blue circles, okay?
Remember to place ports.
Ranged, I think you start in the mid here. Don't hold me to it, though. Ranged, start mid.
We do.
Get your kick focuses. Done. Melee, watch the beam.
I have next.
I'm still. I should be.
I have next still.
Range, go to the back.
Interrupt.
Good exile.
Watch HP, watch HP. Res Zevi.
No res.
Oh, I was still.
Kick the one on the back. Peter Grifton, get an external now. Keep going, keep going. Kick that one, nice.
Interrupt.
Remember,
Alright,
you
Boomy needs a
all the way to the
personal. Group
left.
soak 1 to the left here. Group soak 1 to the left right now.
Make sure you're in it as well.
Group soak going off now. Boomy use a personal. Boomy use a personal.
Yep.
Yeah, for rival. 20.
Nice. And then we're getting a little raid dam here and
What's
spread
Monarchus?
circle soon. Listen, for these spread circles in 8 seconds, I need you guys to just find a spot. Everyone else try to adhere to them. There's going to be blazes after. After you get to the safe spot, you need to do a blaze spread. Spread circles now. Give space. Let them spread. Everyone else, blazes, go back to your spread positions. 3, 2, 1, get in good spread positions. Dodge the red circles as well. Blazes are going off in 3, 2, 1. Now, I need group 2 to go to the right. Group 2 to the right. Scott, make sure this is aimed.
Personal.
Okay, we don't know what happens now. Play the game.
Should
It
be a
could be.
frontal,
It could
yeah.
be a bait frontal, maybe. There could be a wombo combo soak.
If you're a mage,
Yeah.
you can barrier everyone on your side on next
We have a
frontal.
res in 7.
Suppression, suppression, melee, run away, melee, run
Who's on
away.
me?
Get anyone with debuffs here. Watch them.
Watch Jack.
We have a res.
Get
Zevi.
Zevi. Get Zevi.
Get me in melee. Nice.
Good.
Nick.
Spread here, spread here. This is probably wombo combo. Group 1 soak on the left. Group 1 soak on the left with blazes. Use immunities for it, okay? Everyone else go to the right and spread out with blazes and watch red
All
circles.
mates barriers. Briny Crane.
Okay, blazes in 3, 2, 1. Get out of the soak unless you're assigned. Good.
I have a spell word for someone.
Repot guys.
Teleport.
Bait fire away.
Suppression.
Suppression ranged. I can't see raid cooldowns. Just call some.
Rally,
We have
so,
dark
yeah.
only. We have
Rally
darkness.
for next.
Chopo.
VE.
I have spell word. I have spell word.
Scott has rally.
You want me
It
to
could.
rally?
It could in
That's
raid.
in
in
raid.
8 seconds. That's in raid. That's in raid. Go, 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 go.
Kill.
Hold DPS. Next pull, man.
Just spell word
Holy
someone.
fuck.
Go with me. Big
Wait, wait, come on.
Go, 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 go!
Come on!
He has spell word. He has spell word.
Holy fuck.
What is that?
What is that boss?
I was so pissed.
That is so pissed.
Styx is the final boss.
Dude, that boss is so pissed. What the fuck is that?
How did this raid
Oh,
got the mount, baby.
Congrats, Mark. Good shit, boys. Good shit.
I guess we win.
Yeah.
You're a
W.
fucking tough boss. Holy shit.
Well, I guess we just win. Here we have the Coinbase World First pull by Team Liquid and our Coinbase leaderboard with Liquid on top as they have the repeats now in the War Within, their second win of the expansion. They've gone back to back, and as some of those Raiders were also saying, maybe Styx was just the final boss. Hello and welcome in. If you just tuned in, I'm Automatic Jack, joined with Dash and Cams as we got to experience that World First pull.
We got that liquid blue bar for them as they achieve that world first 8 out of 8. And here you go, the pathway they took to get there. Of course, they had their choice when it came to those 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th bosses. Styx, as you called out, the Raiders themselves already playfully deeming it the final boss of the raid. It definitely provided an interesting mid-wall here in what is a peculiar race to world first. I mean, I think this is a historic race to world first just in the poll counts and where the different walls came.
Yeah, and I think also back on that other thing, you saw the 2 in the middle of the raid. I think this is maybe the first time that the guild who won the tier fell behind at all. I think every time someone's won, they've like either caught up and passed the guild at the end, or they've just kind of gone all the way to the end.
Yeah, and that's been fascinating. I don't think we've ever had a race quite like this. Not only for, like you said, with Sprocketmonger getting the world second, but also the amount of just random things that seem to be happening at the Alienware training facility. Power going out for multiple hours. Authentication server issues for the past few days delaying the raid. Somehow we decided to get an extra spark available to everybody, and then the raid sort of broke up to do delves and start farming those kind of things midway through. There was a lot of random occurrences going on into this race, but much like a Nerebar Palace, the outcome was the same. A big win for Team Liquid on this.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, I think it happened in such a peculiar way where that 14%, right? We talk so often about how you don't expect a chunk that large to come off of a boss. But even then, the way that we've been talking about the boss and the phase setups, we did kind of get to that point where we're like, well, wait a second. It's starting to now feel like it is well within possibility. And I will call out that the Raiders were confident well before we were confident that the boss could die tonight. I had heard rumblings when I arrived at the facility already that some of the Raiders were like, no, this is killable tonight. This is killable tonight. And we were still kind of like, well, let's pump the brakes. They were right.
They were
They had the feeling. They knew.
And now with the world first kill, you can also benefit from it. We have a giveaway going on right now for a mythic Gallywix mount. All you have to do is type #worldfirst in chat. And of course, it's NA only. So make sure you're typing it in right now if you would like to enter to win that mount courtesy of Team Liquid themselves. Now, looks like we're also going to be joined for the Secret Lab hot seat here by Max. How are we doing?
Great, yeah. Just killed it.
Just killed it. I mean, it kind of did feel like you just killed it. I mean, we got within that like sub 10%. We heard you say it. We don't know what comes next, just game. Did you guys expect anything else to come? Was there the feeling that maybe there was some secret waiting for you?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Everything that we talked about this before a few times, but every secret phase that's happened is like not as much of a secret. Like you can data mine mechanics that lead you to think that a secret phase is going to happen on a boss. So everything that was data mined that wasn't part of the dungeon journal, that had mythic flags to it, that was being updated, we saw those early. Like that, like everything from like the boss jumping to the middle and spawning ads and like the spinning beams again, that's